Part 2. Chapter 4. War is Cruelty. Eastward, with Lee at last outfoxed, the blue tide ran swift and steady, apparently inexorable as it surged toward the gates of the capital close in his rear. But then, at the full, the outlying Richmond bulwarks held, Beauregard, as he had been wont to do from the outset, first at Sumter 3 years back, then again 2 years ago at Corinth, and once more last year in Charleston Harbor, made the most of still another finest hour by holding Petersburg against the longest odds ever faced by a major commander on either side in this lengthening long-odds war. Grant's crossing of James River went like clockwork, and the clock itself was enormous. Preceded in the withdrawal by Baldy Smith, whose corps took ship at White House Landing on June 13th for the roundabout journey to rejoin Butler at Bermuda Hundred, Hancock reached Wilcox Landing by noon of the following day, completing a 30-mile hike from Cold Harbor to the north bank of the James, and began at once the ferrying operation that would put his corps on Windmill Point across the way by dawn of June 15th. While he crossed, the engineers got to work on the pontoon bridge 2 miles downriver, by which the other 3 corps of the Army of the Potomac were to march in order to reinforce Smith and Hancock in their convergence on Petersburg, the rail hub, whose loss, combined with the loss of the Virginia Central, Hunter and Sheridan were presumed to be moving down that critical Shenandoah Valley supply line even now, would mean that Richmond's defenders, north as well as south of the James, would have to abandon the city for lack of subsistence, or else choose between starvation and surrender. In high spirits at the prospect, Grant was delighted to recover the mobility that had characterized the opening of the final phase of his Vicksburg campaign, which the current operation so much resembled. Now, as then, he was crossing a river miles downstream from his objective in order to sever its lines of supply and come upon it from the rear. Whether it crumpled under a sudden assault, as he intended, or crumbled under a siege, which he hoped to avoid, the result would be the same. Richmond was doomed, if he could only achieve here in Virginia the concert of action he had enjoyed last year in Mississippi. By way of ensuring that this would obtain, he did not tarry long on the north bank of the James, which he reached on the morning of June 14th, to find the head of Hancock's column arriving and the engineers already hard at work corduroying approaches to the bridge the pontooniers would presently throw across the nearly half-mile width of river to Windmill Point. Instead, wanting to make certain that Butler understood his part in the double-pronged maneuver, Grant got aboard a steamer for a fast ride up to Bermuda Hundred and a conference with the cockeyed general. Butler not only understood, he was putting the final touches to the preliminary details, laying a pontoon bridge near Broadway Landing, where Smith would cross the Appomattox tonight for a quick descent on Petersburg next morning, and preparing to sink 5 stone-laden vessels in the channel of the James at Trent's Reach, within cannon range of his bottled-up right, to block the descent below that point of rebel gunboats, which might otherwise make a suicidal attempt to disrupt the main crossing some 30 winding miles downstream. Satisfied that no hitch was likely to develop in this direction, either from neglect or misconception, Grant prepared to return to Wilcox Landing for a follow-up meeting with Meade. But before he left, he got off a wire to Halleck, who had opposed the movement from the outset in the belief that the scattered segments of both armies, Meade's and Butler's, would be exposed to piecemeal destruction by Lee while it was in progress. "Our forces will commence crossing the James today," Grant informed him. "The enemy show no signs yet of having brought troops to the south side of Richmond. I will have Petersburg secured, if possible, before they get there in much force. Our movement from Cold Harbor to the James River has been made with great celerity and so far without loss or accident." The answer came next morning, not from old Brains, who was not to be dissuaded from taking counsel of his fears, but from the highest authority of all. Have just read your dispatch of 1 p.m. yesterday. I begin to see it. You will succeed. God bless you all. A. Lincoln. By that time, Smith was over the Appomattox and moving directly on Petersburg, whose outer defenses lay within 6 miles of Broadway Landing. He had 16,000 men in his 3 infantry divisions, including one that joined him from City Point at daybreak, a Negro outfit under Brigadier General Edward Hinks, which had been left behind when the rest of the corps shifted north side for a share in the Cold Harbor nightmare, plus Kautz's 2,400 wide-ranging troopers over toward the City Point Railroad, where they covered the exposed southeast flank of the column on the march. 4 miles from the river, after receiving long-range shots from rebel vedettes who scampered when threatened, the marchers came upon a fast-firing section of artillery posted atop an outlying hill with butternut infantry in support. Hinks, on the left, sent his unblooded soldiers forward at a run. One gun got away, but they took the other, along with its crew, and staged a jubilation around the captured piece, elated at having made the most of a chance to discredit the doubts that had denied them a role in the heavy fighting 2 weeks ago. Baldy, too, was delighted, despite the delay, as he got the celebrants back into column, left and right, and resumed the march, for this was the route by which he believed Petersburg could have been taken in the first place back in early May, and he had said as much repeatedly, though without avail, to Butler at the time. Another mile down the road, however, he came upon a sobering view, spirit-chilling despite the noonday heat, and called a halt for study and deployment. What he saw, dead ahead down the tracks of the railroad, might well have given anyone pause, let alone a man who had just returned from playing a leading role in Grant's and Lee's Cold Harbor demonstration of what could happen to troops, whatever their numerical advantage, who delivered a hair-trigger all-out attack on a prepared position, however scantly it might be defended. Moreover, this one had been under construction and improvement not for 2 days, as had been the case beyond the Chickahominy, but for nearly 2 years, ever since August 1862, when Richmond's defenders learned that McClellan had wanted to make just such a south side thrust as a sequel to his peninsular change of base, only to be overruled by Halleck, who had favored the maneuver no more then, when he had the veto, than he did now that he lacked any final say-so in the matter. Called the Dimmock Line, for Captain Charles H. Dimmock, the engineer who laid them out, the Petersburg fortifications were 10 miles in length, a half-oval tied at its ends to the Appomattox above and below the town, and contained in all some 55 redans, square forts bristling with batteries, and connected by 6-foot breastworks, 20 feet thick at the base, and rimmed by a continuous ditch another 6 feet deep and 15 wide. In front of this dusty moat, trees had been felled, their branches sharpened and interlaced to discourage attackers, and on beyond a line of rifle pits for skirmishers, who could fall back through narrow gaps in the abatis, the ground had been cleared for half a mile to afford the defenders an unobstructed field of fire that would have to be crossed, naked to whatever lead might fly, by whatever moved against them. Confronting the eastward bulge of this bristly, hard-shelled oval, Smith gulped, and then got down to figuring how to crack it. First, there was reconnoitering to be done, a risky business, and he did much of it himself, drawing sniper fire whenever he ventured out of the woods in which he concealed his 3 divisions, while he searched for some apparently non-existent weak point to assault. Despite a superfluity of guns frowning from all those embrasures, there seemed to be a scarcity of infantry in the connecting works. Accordingly, he decided to try for a breakthrough with a succession of reinforced skirmish lines, strong enough to overwhelm the defenders when they came to grips, yet not so thickly massed as to suffer unbearable losses in the course of their naked advance across the slashings. All this took time, however. It was past 4 o'clock when Smith wound up his reconnaissance and completed the formulation of his plan. Aware that the defenders were in telegraphic contact with Richmond, from which reinforcements could be rushed by rail, the track distance was only 23 miles, he set 5 o'clock as the jump-off hour for a coordinated attack by elements from all 3 divisions, with every piece of Federal artillery firing its fastest to keep the heads of the defenders down while his troops were making their half-mile sprint from the woods, where they now were masked, to the long, slow curve of breastworks in their front. It was then that the first organic hitch developed. Unaware that an attack was pending, for the simple reason that no one had thought to inform him, the Corps artillery chief had just sent all the horses off for water, which meant that there could be no support fire for the attackers until the teams returned to haul the guns into position along the western fringe of the woods. Angered, Baldy delayed the jump-off until 7, while he and his 18,000 waited and the sun drew near the land line. Word came that Hancock, after a similar hitch on Windmill Point this morning, was on the way but would not arrive till after dark. For a moment, Smith considered another postponement. Hancock's was the largest corps in Meade's army, and the notion of more than doubling the Petersburg attack force to 40,000 was attractive. But the thought of Confederate reinforcements, perhaps racing southward in untold thousands even now, jam-packed into and onto every railway car available in this section of Virginia, plus the companion thought that Hancock outranked him and might therefore hog the glory, provoked a rejection of any further delay. The revised order stood, and at 7 o'clock the blue skirmishers stepped from the woods, supported by fire from the just-arrived guns, and started forward to where friendly shells were bursting over and around the rebel fortifications, half a mile ahead. Once more, Hinks and his green-black troops showed the veterans how to do the thing in style. Swarming over the cleared ground and into the red afterglory of the sunset, they pursued the grayback skirmishers through the tangled abatis, across the ditch and up and over the breastworks just beyond. Formidable as they had been to the eye, the fortifications collapsed at a touch. No less than 7 of the individual bastions fell within the hour, 5 of them to the jubilant Negro soldiers, who took 12 of the 16 captured guns and better than half of the 300 prisoners. Astride and south of the railroad, the blue attackers occupied more than a mile of entrenchments, and Hinks, elated at the ease with which his men had bashed in the eastern nose of the rebel oval, wanted to continue the drive right into the streets of Petersburg, asking only that the other 2 divisions support him in the effort. Smith demurred. It was night now, crowding 9 o'clock, and his mind was on Lee, who was reported to have detached a considerable portion of his army for a crossing of the James that afternoon. They had probably arrived by now, in which case the Federals might be counterattacked at any moment by superior numbers of hornet-mad Confederate veterans. The thing to do, he told Hinks, was brace for the shock and prepare to hold the captured works until Hancock arrived to even or perhaps reverse the odds. Then they would see. Hancock arrived something over an hour later. 2 of his 3 divisions, he said, were a mile behind him on the road from Prince George Courthouse. This had been a trying day for him and his dusty marchers, beginning at dawn when he received orders to wait on Windmill Point for 60,000 rations, supposedly on the way from Butler. He had no use for them, having brought his own, but he waited as ordered until 10:30 and then set out without them. That was the cause of the first delay, a matter of some 5 hours. The second, equally wasteful of time, was caused by an inadequate map, which misled him badly, with the result that the distance to Petersburg by the direct route, 16 miles, was nearly doubled by the various counter-marches he was obliged to make when he found that the roads on the ground ran in different directions from those inked on paper, and faulty instructions, which identified as his destination a point that later turned out to lie within the enemy lines. "I spent the best hours of the day," he would complain in his report, "marching by an incorrect map in search of a designated position which, as described, was not in existence." Nor was that the worst of the oversights and errors that developed in the course of this long, hot June 15th, from which so much had been expected and of which some 10 critical hours thus were thrown away. Approaching Prince George Courthouse about sunset, Hancock met a courier from Baldy Smith, who gave him a dispatch headed 4 p.m. and including the words, "If the Second Corps can come up in time to make an assault tonight after dark in the vicinity of Norfolk and Petersburg Railroad, I think we can be successful." This was the first he had heard that he and his 22,000 were intended to have any part in today's action. No one on Grant's staff had thought to tell Meade, who could scarcely be expected to pass along orders he himself had not received. Hancock hastened his march and rode ahead to join Smith at about 10:30, 2 miles east of Petersburg, only to find that the Vermonter had changed his mind about a night attack. He requested rather that Hancock relieve Hinks's troops, whether as a restful reward for all they had done today or out of a continuing mistrust of their fighting qualities, he did not say, in occupation of the solid mile of rebel works they had taken when they charged into the sunset. It was done, though Hinks continued to insist that he could march into Petersburg if his chief would only unleash and support him. Hancock rather agreed, though he declined to assume command, being unfamiliar with the ground and partly incapacitated by his Gettysburg wound, which had reopened under the strain of the fretful march. Smith, suffering too, as he said, from the effects of bad water and malaria brought from Cold Harbor, was willing, even glad, to bide his time. His mind was still on all those probable grayback reinforcements coming down from Richmond in multi-thousand-man relays. The 40,000 Federals on hand would be about doubled tomorrow by the arrival of Burnside, who was over the James by now, and Warren, who had just begun to cross. Wilson and Wright would bring the total to roughly 100,000 the following morning, which would surely be enough for practically anything, Smith figured, especially since they had only to expand the gains already made today. "Unless I misapprehend the topography," he wired Butler before turning in at midnight, "I hold the key to Petersburg." Beauregard agreed that Baldy held the key. What was more, he also agreed with Hinks that the key was in the lock, that all the bluecoats had to do at this point was give the thing a turn and the gate would swing ajar. Petersburg was clearly at the mercy of the Federal commander who had all but captured it, he said later, looking back on that time of strain and near despair. He had in all this June 15th some 5,400 troops in his department, 3,200 with Bushrod Johnson, corking the bottle in which Butler was confined on Bermuda Hundred, and 2,200 with Brigadier General Henry A. Wise at Petersburg. The rest, Hoke's division and the brigades of Ransom and Gracie, about 9,000 in all, were beyond the James, detached to Lee or posted in the Richmond fortifications. Wise, it was true, had held his own last week in the Battle of the Patience and the Penitents, which turned back a similar South Side thrust. But the Creole identified this recent probe by Butler as no more than a reconnaissance connected with Grant's future operations. Heavier blows were being prepared by a sterner commander, and he had been doing all he could for the past 5 days to persuade the War Department to return the rest of his little army to him before they landed. Smith had no sooner been spotted moving in transports up the James the day before, June 14th, than Beauregard redoubled his efforts, insisting, now that the crisis he had predicted was at hand, that Hoke and the others be sent without delay. Next morning, today, with Smith bearing ponderously down on him from Broadway Landing and his detached units still unreleased by Richmond, He warned Bragg that even when these were returned, as he was at last assured they would be, he probably would have to choose which of his two critical south side positions to abandon, the Howlett line above the Appomattox or the Dimmock line below, if he was to scrape together enough defenders to make a fight for the other. While Wise shifted his few troops into the eastern nose of the entrenchments ringing Petersburg, thus to confront the enemy approaching down the City Point Railroad, Beauregard put the case bluntly in a wire to Richmond. "We must now elect between lines of Bermuda Hundred and Petersburg. We cannot hold both. Please answer at once." Evading the question, Bragg merely replied that Hoke was on the way and should be used to the best advantage. Old Borey lost patience entirely. "I did not ask your advice with regard to the movement of troops," he wired back, "but wished to know preference between Petersburg and lines across Bermuda Hundred Neck for my guidance, as I fear my present force may prove unequal to hold both." Bragg made no reply at all to this, and while Wise and his 2,200, outnumbered 8-1 by the Blue Host assembling in front of their works, made enough of a false show of strength to delay through the long afternoon an assault that could scarcely fail, the Creole general fumed and fretted. Smith's sunset attack was about as successful as had been expected, though fortunately it was not pressed home. Hoke came up in time to assist in work on the secondary defenses, to which Wise and his survivors had fallen back when more than a mile of the main line caved in. Beauregard's strength was now about 8,000 for the close-up defense of the town, but this growth was inconsiderable in light of information that a second federal column, as large as the first, was approaching from Prince George Courthouse. Dawn would no doubt bring a repetition of the sunset assault, which was sure to be as crumpling since it could be made with twice the strength. Alone in the darkness, ignored by his superiors and convinced that Wise and Hoke were about to be swamped unless they could be reinforced, the South Side commander, who had joined them by then from his headquarters north of the Appomattox, notified Richmond that he had decided to risk uncorking Butler so as to reinforce Petersburg, even though this was likely to mean the loss of its vital rail and telegraph connections with the capital beyond the James. "I shall order Johnston to this point," he wired Bragg. "General Lee must look to the defenses of Drury's Bluff and Bermuda Hundred if practicable." Notified of this development 2 hours past midnight, Lee reacted promptly. He had suspected from the outset that Grant would do as he had done. "I think the enemy must be preparing to move south of James River," he warned Davis at noon on June 14th, before the first blue soldier crossed to Windmill Point. Still, that did not mean that he could act on the supposition. Responsible for the security of Richmond, he had his 2 remaining corps disposed along a north-south line from White Oak Swamp to Malvern Hill, where he covered the direct approach to the capital 12 miles in his rear, and he could not abandon or even weaken this line until he was certain that the Federals did not intend it to come this way. Information that Smith was back at Bermuda Hundred, and then that he had crossed the Appomattox for an attack on Petersburg, was no real indication of what Meade would do. Smith was only returning to the command from which he had been detached 2 weeks ago. Nor was the report that a corps from the Army of the Potomac was on the march beyond the James conclusive evidence of what Grant had in mind for the rest of that army. Butler had reinforced Meade for the north side strike at Lee. So might Meade be reinforcing Butler for the south side strike at Beauregard, who, in point of fact, had yet to identify or take prisoners from any unit except Smith's. All he had really said so far was that he had an awesome number of bluecoats in his front, and that was by no means an unusual claim for any general to make, let alone the histrionic Creole. However, when Lee was wakened at 2 o'clock in the morning to learn that the Howlett line had been stripped of all but a skeleton force of skirmishers, "Cannot these lines be occupied by your troops?" Beauregard inquired. "The safety of our communications requires it." He no longer had any choice about what to do if he was to save the capital in his rear. A breakout by Butler westward from Bermuda Hundred would give the Federals control of the one railroad leading north from Petersburg, and that would have the same effect as if the 3 railroads leading south had been cut. Richmond would totter for lack of food and fall. Accordingly, Lee had Pickett's division on the march by 3 a.m., and told Anderson to follow promptly with one of his other 2 divisions, Field's, and direct the action against Butler, who almost certainly would have overrun the Howlett line by the time he got there. Moreover, leaving instructions for A.P. Hill to continue shielding Richmond from a north side attack by Meade, whose army, even with 1 corps detached, was still better than twice as large as the Army of Northern Virginia, depleted by Early's departure 3 days ago. Lee struck his tent at Riddle's shop while it was still dark and mounted Traveler for the headquarters shift to Chaffin's Bluff, where Anderson's troops would cross by a pontoon bridge to recover the critical South Side works Beauregard had abandoned the night before. Sure enough, when Lee reached Chaffin's around 9:30 this June 16th and crossed the James behind Pickett, just ahead of Field, the nearby popping of rifles and the distant rumble of guns informed him simultaneously that Butler had indeed overrun the scantily manned Bermuda Works, whose northern anchor was 6 miles downriver, and that Beauregard was fighting to hang on to Petersburg, a dozen miles to the south. Presently, word came from Anderson that Butler's uncorked troops had advanced westward to Port Walthall Junction, where they were tearing up track and digging in to prevent the movement of reinforcements beyond that point, either by rail or turnpike. Lee replied that they must be driven off, and by nightfall they were, though only as far as the abandoned Howlett line, which they held in reverse, firing west. All this time, Beauregard's guns had kept growling, and messages from him ranged in tone from urgent to laconic, beginning with a cry for help, to which Lee replied pointedly that he could not strip the north bank of the James without evidence that more than one of Meade's corps had crossed, and winding up proudly, yet rather mild withal, "We may have force sufficient to hold Petersburg." In response to queries about Grant, whose whereabouts might indicate his intentions, Old Borey could only say at the end of the long day's fight, "No satisfactory information yet received of Grant's crossing James River. Hancock's and Smith's corps are, however, in our front." Lee already knew this last. What he did not know, because Beauregard did not know it to pass it along to him, was that Burnside had been in front of Petersburg since mid-morning. In fact, his was the corps responsible for such limited gains as the Federals made today, and that Warren was arriving even then, bringing the blue total to more than 75,000, with still another 25,000 on the way. Wilson, who had served Grant well in Sheridan's absence with the other 2 mounted divisions, was riding hard through the twilight from Windmill Point, and Wright would finish crossing the pontoon bridge by midnight with the final elements of Meade's army. Beauregard, whose strength had been raised in the course of the day to just over 14,000 by the arrival of Johnston from Bermuda Hundred and Ransom and Gracie from Richmond, might find the odds he had faced yesterday and today stretched unbearably tomorrow, despite the various oversights and hitches that had disrupted the Union efforts south of the James for the past 2 days. In all that time, hamstrung by conflicting orders and inadequate maps, and rendered cautious, moreover, by remembrance of Cold Harbor, fought 2 weeks ago tomorrow, the attackers had not managed to bring their preponderance of numbers to bear in a single concerted assault on the cracked and creaking Dimmock line. Yet Grant, for one, was not inclined to be critical at this juncture, as he prepared for bed tonight in his tent at City Point, where he had transferred his headquarters the day before. He said with a smile, sitting half undressed on the edge of his cot, "I think it is pretty well to get across a great river and come up here and attack Lee in the rear before he is ready for us." So he said, and so it was. Pretty well indeed. But June 17th, even though all of Meade's army was over the James before it dawned and had been committed to some kind of action before it ended, turned out to be little different. Today, as yesterday, the pressure built numerically beyond what should have been the rebel breaking point, better than 80,000 opposed by fewer than 15,000, yet was never brought decisively to bear. From the outset, things again went wrong, beginning with Warren, who came up the previous night. Instructed to extend the left beyond the Jerusalem Plank Road for a sunrise attack up that well-defined thoroughfare, he encountered skirmishers on the approach march and turned astride the Norfolk Railroad to drive them back, thus missing a chance, which neither he nor his superiors knew existed, to strike beyond the occupied portion of the Dimmock Line. If this had not happened, if Warren had brushed the skirmishers aside and continued his march as instructed, Beauregard later said, I would have been compelled to evacuate Petersburg without much resistance. As it was, the conflict here at the south end of the line amounted to little more than an all-day long-range demonstration. Northward, along the center, where Burnside's and Hancock's corps were posted, the fighting was a good deal bloodier, although not much more productive in the end. One of Burnside's divisions started things off by seizing a critical hill, yet could not exploit the advantage because he failed to alert his other two divisions to move up quickly in support. The Confederates had time to shore up their crumbling defenses, both here and just to the north, where Hancock's three divisions were lying idle. Hancock, having been obliged by his reopened wound to turn the command over to Birney, a good man but no Hancock, they too had failed to get the word, with the result that they were about as much out of things as were Wright's three divisions, one of which was used to bolster the fought-out Smith, inactive on the right, while the other two were sent in response to Butler's urgent plea for reinforcements to keep Lee from driving him back into the bottle he had popped out of yesterday. Wright went, but failed to arrive in time to do anything more than join the Bermuda Hundred soldiers in captivity. By mid-afternoon, Pickett and Field had retaken the Howlett line from end to end. Butler was recorked, this time for good, and still more troops were reported to be on the march from Lee's position east of Richmond. If they got there, if Petersburg was heavily reinforced, the Army of the Potomac would simply have exchanged one stalemate for another, twice the distance from the rebel capital and on the far side of a major river. There still was time to avoid this, however. None of Lee's veterans was yet across the Appomattox, and most of them were still beyond the James. With the railroad severed at Walthall Junction, even the closest were unlikely to reach the field by first light tomorrow, which left plenty of time for delivering the coordinated attack the Federals had been trying for all along, without success. Happily, near sunset, at least a portion of the army recovered a measure of its old elan. Burnside and Birney, suddenly meshing gears, surged forward to seize another mile of works along the enemy center, together with a dozen guns and about 500 prisoners. A savage counterattack by Gracie's brigade, it later developed, though at the time the force had seemed considerably larger, forestalled any rapid enlargement of the breakthrough, either in width or depth. Dusk deepened into darkness, and though the moon, only 2 nights short of the full, soon came out to flood the landscape with its golden light, Meade, like Smith before him 2 dusks ago, declined to follow through by continuing the advance. Instead, he issued orders for a mass assault to be launched all along the line at the first wink of dawn. Beauregard said afterwards that at this point, with his center pierced and Petersburg once more up for grabs, it seemed to him that the last hour of the Confederacy had arrived. In fact, he had been expecting his patched-up line to crack all day, and he had begun at noon the laying out of a new defensive position, the better part of a mile in rear of the present one, to fall back on when the time came. He had no engineers and indeed no reserves of any kind for digging. All he could do was mark the proposed line with white stakes, easily seen at night, and hoped the old entrenchments would hold long enough for darkness to cover the withdrawal of his soldiers, who would do the digging when they got there. The old works, or what was left of them, did hold, or anyhow they nearly did, and Gracie's desperate counterattack delayed a farther Blue advance until nightfall stopped the fighting. Old Borey ordered campfires lighted all along the front and sentinels posted well forward. Then at midnight, behind this curtain of light and the fitful spatter of picket fire, the rest of his weary men fell back through the moon-drenched gloom to the side of their new line, which they began to dig, using bayonets and tin cans for tools, and getting what little sleep they could between shifts. At 12:40 a.m., their commander got off his final dispatch of the day to Lee. "All quiet at present. I expect renewal of attack in morning. My troops are becoming much exhausted. Without immediate and strong reinforcements, results may be unfavorable. Prisoners report Grant on the field with his whole army." Lee now had a definite statement, the first in 5 days, not only that Meade's army was no longer in his front, but also that it was in Beauregard's, and he reacted accordingly. In point of fact, he had begun to act on this premise in response to a dispatch written 6 hours earlier, in which the South Side commander informed him that increasing pressure along his already much extended lines would compel him to retire to a shorter line midway between his original works and the vital rail hub in his rear. "This I shall hold as long as practicable," he added, "but without reinforcements, I may have to evacuate the city very shortly." Petersburg's fate was Richmond's. Lee moved, as he had done 2 nights ago when the Creoles stripped the Howlett line, to forestall disaster, or anyhow to be in a better position to forestall it, by ordering Anderson's 3rd Division to proceed to Bermuda Neck and A.P. Hill to cross the James at Chaffin's Bluff and await instructions for a march in either direction, back north or farther south down the Petersburg Turnpike, depending on developments. So much he had done already, and now that Beauregard's 12:40 message was at hand, stating flatly that Grant was on the field with his whole army, he followed through by telling Anderson to send his 3rd Division on to Petersburg at once and follow with the 2nd. A.P. Hill would go as well, leaving one of his 3 divisions north of the Appomattox in case Richmond came under attack. This last seemed highly unlikely, however, for a report came in about this time that cavalry had ridden down the peninsula the previous afternoon, as far as Wilcox Landing, and found that all 4 of Meade's corps had crossed to Windmill Point in the course of the past 3 days. Beauregard's information, gathered from prisoners, thus was confirmed beyond all doubt. It was now past 3:30 in the morning, June 18th. Lee's whole army, except for 1 division left holding the Howlett line against Butler, and of course Early, who made contact with Hunter at Lynchburg that same day, would be on the march for Petersburg within the hour. 2 staff officers arrived just then from beyond the Appomattox, sent by their chief to lend verbal weight to his written pleas for help. "Unless reinforcements are sent before 48 hours, one of them told Lee he had heard old Borey declare, "God Almighty alone can save Petersburg and Richmond." Normally, Lee did not approve of such talk. It seemed to him tinged with irreverence. But this was no normal time. "I hope God Almighty will," he said. For the first time since the crossing of the James, Meade's army gave him on schedule all he asked for. In line before dawn, the troops went forward before sunrise under orders to take the Confederate works at all costs. They took them, in fact, at practically no cost at all, for they were deserted, covered only by a handful of pickets who got off a shot or 2, then scampered rearward or surrendered. The result was about as disruptive to the attackers, however, as if they had met the stiffest kind of resistance. First, there was the confusion of calling a halt in the abandoned trenches, which had to be occupied for defense against a tricky counterstroke. And then there followed the testy business of groping about to locate the vanished rebels. All this took time. It was mid-morning before they found them, nearly a mile to the west, and presently they had cause to wish they hadn't. Beauregard had established a new and shorter line due south from the Appomattox to a connection with the old works beyond the Jerusalem Plank Road, and was dug in all along it, guns clustered thicker than ever. A noon assault, spearheaded by Birney, was bloodily repulsed. So bloodily and decisively, indeed, that old-timers among the survivors, who had encountered this kind of fire only too often throughout 6 weeks of crab-like sidling from the Rapidan to the Chickahominy, sent back word that Old Bory had been reinforced by Lee. It was true. Anderson's lead division had arrived at 7:30, and the 2nd marched in 2 hours later, followed at 11 o'clock by Lee himself, who rode out to confer with Beauregard, now second in command. His lonely ordeal ended. As fast as the lean, dusty marchers came up, they were put into line alongside the nearly fought-out defenders, some of whom tried to raise a feeble cheer of welcome, while others wept from exhaustion at the sudden release from tension. They were pleased to hear that A.P. Hill would also be up by nightfall to reduce the all but unbearable odds to the accustomed 2-1, but as far as they were concerned, the situation was stabilized already. They had considered their line unbreakable from the time the first of the First Corps veterans arrived to slide their rifles across the newly dug earth of the parapets and sight down them in the direction from which the Yankees would have to come when they attacked. Across the way, the men who would be expected to do the coming flatly agreed. Remembering one cold harbor, they saw here the makings of another, and they wanted no part of it. The result, after the costly noon repulse, was a breakdown of the command system, so complete that Meade got hopping mad and retired, in effect, from any further participation in the effort. I find it useless to appoint an hour to effect cooperation. What additional orders to attack you require, I cannot imagine, he complained in a message sent to all corps commanders. His solution, if it could be called such, was for them to attack at all hazards and without reference to each other. Under these circumstances, the Army was spared another cold harbor only because its members, for the most part, declined to obey such orders as would have brought on a restaging of that fiasco. Hancock's troops had come up in high spirits 3 days ago. We knew that we had outmarched Lee's veterans and that our reward was at hand, one would recall. These expectations had died since then, however, along with a great many of the men who shared them. "Are you going to charge those works?" a cannoneer asked as a column of infantry passed his battery headed for the front, and was told by a foot soldier, "No, we are not going to charge. We are going to run toward the Confederate earthworks, and then we are going to run back. We have had enough of assaulting earthworks." As the afternoon wore on, many declined to do even that much. Around 4 o'clock, for example, Birney massed a brigade for an all-out attack on the rebel center. He formed the troops in 4 lines, the front 2 made up of half a dozen veteran units, the rear 2 of a pair of outsized heavy artillery regiments, 1st Massachusetts and 1st Maine. All 4 lines were under instructions to remain prone until the order came to rise and charge. But when it was given, the men in the front ranks continued to hug the ground, paying no attention to the shouts and exhortations of their saber-waving officers. They looked back and saw that the rear-rank heavies had risen and were preparing to go forward. "Lay down, you damn fools! You can't take them works!" they cried over their shoulders. For all their greenness, the Bay State troops knew sound advice when they heard it. They lay back down. But the Maine men were rugged. They stepped through and over the prone ranks of veterans and moved at the double against the enemy entrenchments, which broke into flame at their approach. None of them made it up to the clattering rebel line, and few of them made it back to their own. Of the 850 who went forward, 632 fell in less than half an hour. That was just over 74%, the severest loss suffered in a single engagement by any Union regiment in the whole course of the war. This could not continue, nor did it. Before sunset, Meade wired Grant that he believed nothing more could be accomplished here today. "Our men are tired," he informed his chief, "and the attacks have not been made with the vigor and force which characterized our fighting in the wilderness. If they had been," he added, "I think we should have been more successful." Grant, who had maintained a curious hands-off attitude throughout the South Side contest, even as he watched his well-laid plan being frustrated by inept staff work and the bone-deep disconsolation of the troops, invoked no ifs and leveled no reproaches, declaring that he was perfectly satisfied that all has been done that could be done. He agreed that the time had come to call a halt. "Now we will rest the men," he said, "and use the spade for their protection until a new vein can be struck." A new vein might be struck in time, but not by the old army, which had suffered a further subtraction of 11,386 killed, wounded, or captured from its ranks since it crossed the James. That brought the grand total of Grant's losses, including Butler's, to nearly 75,000 men, more than Lee and Beauregard had had in both their armies at the start of the campaign. Of these, a precisely tabulated 66,315 were from the 5 corps under Meade, including Smith's, such time as it was with him. And that was only part of the basis for the statement by its historian, William Swinton, that at this juncture, the Army of the Potomac, shaken in its structure, its valor quenched in blood, and thousands of its ablest officers killed and wounded, was the Army of the Potomac no more. Much the same thing could be said of the army in the Petersburg entrenchments. Though its valor was by no means quenched, it was no longer the Army of Northern Virginia in the old aggressive sense, ready to lash out at the first glimpse of a chance to strike an unwary adversary. Nor would it see again that part of the Old Dominion where its proudest victories had been won and from which it took its name. When Lee arrived that morning hard on the heels of one corps and a few hours in advance of the other, Beauregard was in such a state of elation. "He was at last where I had for the past 3 days so anxiously hoped to see him," the Creole later wrote, "that he proposed an all-out attack on the Union flank and rear as soon as A.P. Hill came up. Lee rejected the notion out of hand, in the conviction that his troops were far too weary for any such exertion, and that Hill's corps would be needed to extend the present line westward to cover the 2 remaining railroads, the Weldon and the South Side, upon which Richmond, and perhaps for that matter the Confederacy itself, depended for survival. He did not add, as he might have done, that he foresaw the need for conserving, not expending in futile counterstrokes, the life of every soldier he could muster, if he was to maintain through the months ahead the stalemate he had achieved at the price of his old mobility. "We must destroy this army of Grant's before he gets to James River," he had told Early 3 weeks ago in the course of the shift from the Totopotomoy. "If he gets there, it will become a siege, and then it will be a mere question of time." It was not that yet. Richmond was not under direct pressure north of the James, and Petersburg was no more than semi-beleaguered. But that, too, he knew, was only a question of time. Grant agreed, knowing that the length of time in question would depend on the rate of his success in reaching around Lee's right for control of the 2 railroads in his rear. First, though, there was the need for making the hastily occupied Federal line secure against dislodgment. The following day, June 19th, was a Sunday. It was also the summer solstice. Kearsarge and Alabama were engaged off Cherbourg, firing at each other across the narrowing circles they described in the choppy waters of the Channel, and Sherman was maneuvering down in Georgia for ground from which to launch his Kennesaw assault. Meade's troops kept busy constructing bomb-proofs and hauling up heavy guns and mortars that would make life edgy not only for the grayback soldiers just across the way, but also for the civilians in Petersburg, whose downtown streets were so little distance away that the blue gun crews could hear its public clocks strike the hours when all but the pickets of both armies were rolled in blankets. Grant had it in mind, however, to try one more sudden lunge, a 2-corps strike beyond the Jerusalem plank road, before settling down to gradual approaches. Warning orders went out Monday to Wright, whose 3 divisions would be reunited by bringing the detached 2 from Bermuda Hundred, and to Birney, whose corps would pull back out of line for the westward march, and on Tuesday, June 21st, the movement got underway. Simultaneously, while still waiting for Sheridan to return from his failure to link up with Hunter near the Blue Ridge, Wilson, reinforced by Kautz, was sent on a wide-ranging strike at both the Petersburg and Weldon and the South Side railroads, with instructions to rip up sizable stretches of both before returning. Grant had settled down at his City Point headquarters that afternoon to await the outcome of this double effort by half of Meade's infantry and all of the cavalry on hand, when there appeared very suddenly before us, a staff colonel wrote his wife, a long, lank-looking personage, dressed all in black and looking very much like a boss undertaker. It was Lincoln. After sending his "I begin to see it" telegram to Grant on the 15th, he had gone up to Philadelphia for his speech next day at the Sanitary Fair, after which he returned to Washington, fidgeted through another 3 days while the Petersburg struggle mounted to climax, and finally this morning boarded a steamer for a cruise down the Potomac and a first-hand look at the war up the James. "I just thought I would jump aboard a boat and come down and see you," he said after shaking hands all round. "I don't expect I can do any good, and in fact I'm afraid I may do harm, but I'll just put myself under your orders, and if you find me doing anything wrong, just send me right away." Grant replied, not altogether jokingly, that he would do that, and the group settled down for talk. By way of reassurance as to the outcome of the campaign, which now had entered a new phase, one that opened with his army twice as far from the rebel capital as it had been the week before, the general took occasion to remark that his present course was certain to lead to victory. "You will never hear of me farther from Richmond than now till I have taken it," he declared. "I'm just as sure of going into Richmond as I am of any future event. It may take a long summer day, as they say in the rebel papers, but I will do it." Lincoln was glad to hear that, but he had been watching the casualty lists along with the public reaction they provoked. "I cannot pretend to advise," he said somewhat hesitantly, "but I do sincerely hope that all may be accomplished with as little bloodshed as possible." Aside from this, which was as close to an admonition as he came, he kept the conversation light. "The old fellow remained with us till the next day and told stories all the time," the staff colonel informed his wife, adding, "On the whole, he behaved very well." One feature of the holiday was a horseback visit to Hinks's division, where news of Lincoln's coming gathered around him a throng of black soldiers, grinning from ear to ear, the staffer wrote, and displaying an amount of ivory terrible to behold, anxious for a chance to touch the great emancipator or his horse in passing. Tears in his eyes, he took off his hat in salute to them, and his voice broke when he thanked them for their cheers. This done, he rode back to City Point for the night, then reboarded the steamer next morning for an extension of his trip upriver to pay a courtesy call on Ben Butler, whose views on politics were as helpful in their way as were Grant's on Army matters. He returned to Washington overnight, refreshed in spirit and apparently reinforced in the determination he had expressed a week ago at the Sanitary Fair. "We accepted this war for an object, a worthy object, and the war will end when that object is attained. Under God, I hope it never will until that time." Helpful though the 2-day outing was for Lincoln by way of providing relaxation and lifting his morale, the events of that brief span around Petersburg had an altogether different effect on Grant, or at any rate on the troops involved in his intended probe around Lee's right. After moving up as ordered on the night of June 21st, Wright and Birney, Hancock was still incapacitated, sloughing fragments of bone from the reopened wound in his thigh, lost contact as they advanced next morning through the woods just west of the Jerusalem Plank Road, under instructions to extend the Federal left to the Weldon Railroad. Suddenly, without warning, both were struck from within the gap created by their loss of contact. Lee had unleashed A.P. Hill, who attacked with his old fire and savagery, using one division to hold Wright's 3 in check while mauling Birney's 3 with the other 2. The result was not only a repulse, it was also a humiliation. Though his loss in killed and wounded was comparatively light, no fewer than 1,700 of Birney's men, including those in a 6-gun battery of field artillery who then stood by and watched their former weapons being used against their former comrades, surrendered rather than risk their lives in what he called this most unfortunate and disgraceful affair. Hardest hit of all was Gibbon's division, which had crossed the Rapidan 7 weeks ago with 6,799 men, and had suffered, including heavy reinforcements, a total of 7,970 casualties, 40 of them regimental commanders. Such losses, Gibbon declared in his formal report, show why it is that troops, which at the commencement of the campaign were equal to almost any undertaking, became toward the end of it unfit for almost any. Wilson, after a heartening beginning, fared even worse than the infantry in the end. Reinforced by Couts to a strength of about 5,000 horsemen and 12 guns, he struck and wrecked a section of the Weldon Railroad above Reams Station, 9 miles south of Petersburg, then plunged on to administer the same treatment to the south side and the Richmond and Danville, which crossed at Burkeville, 50 miles to the west. Near the Stanton River, 80 miles southwest of Petersburg, with close to 60 miles of track ripped up on the 3 roads, he turned and started back for his own lines, having been informed that they would have been extended by then to the Petersburg and Weldon. On the way there, he was harried by ever-increasing numbers of gray cavalry, and when he approached Reams Station, he found it held not by Wright or Birney, who he had been told would be there, but by A.P. Hill. Moreover, the mounted rebels, pressing him by now from all directions, turned out to be members of Hampton's other 2 divisions, returned ahead of Sheridan from the fight at Trevilian Station. Outnumbered and all but surrounded, Wilson set fire to his wagons, spiked his artillery, and fled southward in considerable disorder to the Nottoway River, which he succeeded in putting between him and his pursuers for a getaway east and north. He had accomplished most of what he was sent out to do, but at a cruel cost, including 1,500 of his troopers killed or captured, his entire train burned, and all 12 of his guns abandoned. Grant had the news of these 2 near fiascos to absorb, and simultaneously there came word of still a third, 100 airline miles to the west, potentially far graver than anything that had happened close at hand. Wright and Birney, at least, had extended the Federal left beyond the Jerusalem Road, and Wilson and Couts had played at least temporary havoc with no less than 3 of Lee's critical rail supply lines. But David Hunter, aside from his easy victory 2 weeks ago at Piedmont and a good deal of incidental burning of civilian property since, accomplished little more in the end than the creation of just such a military vacuum as Lee specialized in filling. Descending on Lynchburg late in the day, June 17th, Hunter found Breckinridge drawn up to meet him with less than half as many troops. He paused overnight, preparing to stage another Piedmont in the morning, only to find when it broke that Jubal Early had arrived by rail from Charlottesville to even the odds with 3 veteran divisions. Whereupon Hunter, for lack of ammunition, he later explained, went over to the defensive and fell back that night under cover of darkness to the shelter of the Blue Ridge. Early came on after him, and Hunter decided that under the circumstances his best course would be to return to West Virginia without delay. For 3 days Early pursued him with small profit, then gave it up, and on June 22nd, while A.P. Hill was mauling Birney south of Petersburg, marched for Stanton and the head of the Shenandoah Valley, that classic route for Confederate invasion which Lee had used so effectively in the past to play on Halleck's and Lincoln's fears. These last were likely to be enlarged just now, and not without cause. With Hunter removed from all tactical calculations, nothing blue stood between Early and the Potomac, and with the capital defenses stripped of their garrisons to provide reinforcements and replacements for Meade, little remained with which to contest a gray advance from the Potomac into Washington itself. Lincoln had come up the James this week for a first-hand look at the war, but now it began to appear that he needed only to have waited a few days in the White House for the war to come to him. So much was possible. Halleck's worst fears as to the consequences of the South Side shift for the failed assault might now be proved only too valid. But Grant was not given to intensive speculation on possible future disasters. He preferred to meet them when they came, having long since discovered that few of them ever did. Instead, in writing to Old Brains on June 23rd, he stressed his need for still more soldiers, as a way of forestalling requests, or in Lincoln's case, orders, for detachments northward from those he had on hand. The siege of Richmond bids fair to be tedious, he informed him, and in consequence of the very extended lines we must have, a much larger force will be necessary than would be required in ordinary sieges against the same force that now opposes us. 2 days later, in passing along the news that Hunter was indeed in full retreat, he added that Sheridan had at last returned, though with his horses too worn down to be of any help to Wilson, who was fighting his way back east against lengthening odds. I shall try to give the army a few days' rest, which they now stand much in need of, Grant concluded, rather blandly. After frightening Hunter's 18,000 away from Lynchburg, westward beyond the Blue Ridge, and enjoying a day's rest from the 3-day Allegheny chase that followed, the 14,000 Confederates took up the march for Stanton via Lexington, where on June 25th part of the column filed past Stonewall Jackson's grave, heads uncovered, arms reversed, bands intoning a dirge with muted horns and muffled drums. This salute to the fallen hero was altogether fitting as an invocation of the spirit it was hoped would guide the resurrected Army of the Valley through the campaign about to be undertaken by his old Second Corps, now led by Jubal Early. "Strike as quick as you can," Lee had telegraphed a week ago as soon as he learned that Meade's whole army was south of the James, "and if circumstances authorize, carry out the original plan or move upon Petersburg without delay." The original plan, explained to Early on the eve of his departure from Cold Harbor, June 13th, was for him to follow the slash at Hunter with a fast march down the valley, then cross the Potomac near Harper's Ferry and head east and south through western Maryland for a menacing descent on the federal capital itself. Lee's hope was that this would produce one of two highly desirable results. Either it would alarm Lincoln into ordering heavy detachments northward from the Army of the Potomac, which might give Richmond's defenders a chance to lash out at the weakened attackers and drive them back from the city's gates, or else it would provoke Grant into staging a desperate assault, Cold Harbor style, that would serve even better to bleed him down for being disposed of by the counterattack that would follow his repulse. Given his choice, Early stuck to the original plan. After driving Hunter beyond the mountains, which removed him from all immediate tactical calculations, The gray pursuers rested briefly, then passed for the last time in review by their great captain's grave in battered Lexington, and continued on to Stanton, where their hike down the Valley Turnpike would begin. Early got there next day ahead of his troops and reorganized the 10,000 foot soldiers into 2 corps while awaiting their arrival. By assigning Gordon's division to Breckinridge, who coupled it with his own, he gave the former vice president a post befitting his dignity and put 35-year-old Robert Rhodes, a native of Lynchburg, which he had just helped to save from Hunter's firebrands, and a graduate and one-time professor at VMI, whose scorched ruins he viewed sadly, and no doubt angrily as well, after marching his veterans past that other VMI professor's grave, in charge of the remaining corps, composed of his own and Dodson Ramseur's divisions. Ramseur, a North Carolinian, promoted to Major General the day after his 27th birthday early this month, was the youngest West Pointer to achieve that rank in Lee's army. The remaining 4,000 effectives were cavalry and artillery, and these too were included in the shake-up designed to promote efficiency in battle and on the march. Robert Ransom, sent from Richmond for the purpose, was given command of the 3 mounted brigades. Buttermilk Rangers, early disaffectionately styled these horsemen, riled by their failure to bring Hunter to bay the week before, along with instructions to infuse some badly needed discipline into their ranks. As for the long arm, it was not so much reshuffled as it was stripped by weeding out the less serviceable guns and using only the best of teams to draw the surviving 40. Supplemented by 10 lighter pieces the cavalry would bring along. Recalling his predecessor Ewell's dictum, "The road to glory cannot be followed with much baggage," Early stipulated that 1 4-horse skillet wagon would have to suffice for transporting the cooking utensils for each 500 men, and he even warned that regimental and company officers must carry for themselves such underclothing as they need for the present expedition. One major problem remained unsolved: a lack of shoes for half the army. This would not matter greatly in Virginia, but experience had shown that barefoot men suffered cruelly on the stony Maryland roads. Assured by the quartermaster general that a shipment of shoes would overtake him before he crossed the Potomac, Early put the column in motion at first light, June 28th. Already beyond Newmarket 2 days later, some 50 miles down the turnpike, he informed Lee that his troops were in fine condition and spirits, their health greatly improved. "If you can continue to threaten Grant," he added, "I hope to be able to do something for your relief and the success of our cause shortly. I shall lose no time." True to his word, he reached Winchester on July 2nd, the Gettysburg anniversary, and there divided his army, sending one corps north through Martinsburg and the other east toward Harper's Ferry, where they were to converge 2 days later. Franz Sigel was at the former place with a force of about 5,000, while the latter contained a garrison roughly half that size, and Early wanted them both, if possible, together with all their equipment and supplies. It was not possible. Sigel, who by now had been dubbed the Flying Dutchman, was too nimble for him, scuttling eastward to join the ferry garrison before the rebel jaws could close, and then taking sanctuary on Maryland Heights, which Early found too stout for storming when he came up on Independence Day. While one brigade maneuvered on Bolivar Heights to keep up the scare across the way, the rest of the Valley Army settled down to feasting on the good things the Federals had left behind, here and at Martinsburg as well. 2 days were spent preparing to cross the Potomac at Butler's Ford, just upstream near Shepherdstown, and distributing the shipment of shoes that arrived on schedule from Richmond. On July 6th, the crossing began in earnest. A third Gray invasion was underway. No bands played My Maryland as before, but there was a chance for some of the veterans to revisit Sharpsburg, where they had fought McClellan 2 Septembers back, from dawn to dusk along Antietam Creek. On they trudged across South Mountain on July 8th, breaking in their new shoes, and entered Frederick next morning in brilliant sunlight. East and southeast beyond the glittering Monocacy River, the highway forked toward Baltimore and Washington, their goal. Certain adjunctive matters had been or were being attended to by the time the infantry cleared Frederick. Coincident with the Potomac crossing, Imboden's cavalry had been sent westward out the Baltimore and Ohio to wreck a considerable stretch of that line and thus prevent a rapid return by Hunter's numerically superior force from beyond the Alleghenies, and simultaneously, by way of securing reparation for Hunter's recent excesses in the Old Dominion, a 2nd Mounted Brigade under Brigadier General John McCausland, another VMI graduate and professor, was sent to Hagerstown with instructions to exact an assessment of $200,000 cash down under penalty of otherwise having the torch put to its business district. En route, McCausland somehow dropped a digit, and the Hagerstown merchants, knowing a bargain when they saw one, were prompt in their payment of $20,000 for deliverance from the flames. No such arithmetical error was made at Frederick, where McCausland rejoined in time to see the full $200,000 demanded and paid in retaliation for what had been done 4 weeks ago in Lexington to Washington College and his alma mater. No sooner had he returned than the 3rd Brigade of Horsemen under Colonel Bradley Johnston was detached. Hearing from Lee in a sealed dispatch brought north by his son Robert that a combined operation by naval elements and undercover agents was planned for the liberation of 17,000 Confederate prisoners at Point Lookout, down Chesapeake Bay at the mouth of the Potomac, Early sent for Johnson, a native of Frederick familiar with the region to be traversed, and told him to take his troopers eastward, cut telegraph wires, and burn railroad bridges north and south of Baltimore in order to prevent the flow of information and reinforcements through that city when the gray main body closed on Washington, and then be at or near Point Lookout on the night of July 12th, in time to assist in setting free what would amount to a full new corps for the Army of Northern Virginia. If things worked out just right for them and for Early, the uncaged veterans might even return south armed with weapons taken from various arsenals, ordnance shops, and armories in the federal capital, just over 40 miles from Frederick, at the end of a 2-day march down the broad turnpike. 2 days, that is, provided there was no delay en route, a battle, say, or even a sizable skirmish, anything that would oblige a major portion of the Army to deploy, engage, and then get back into march formation on the pike. Always a time-consuming business, even for veterans such as these. And sure enough, Early had no sooner ridden southeast out of Frederick down the spur track of the B&O toward its junction with the main line near the Monocacy. Then he saw, drawn up to meet him on the far side of the river, with bridgeheads occupied to defend the crossings, the railroad itself and the 2 macadamized turnpikes upstream and down, a considerable enemy force, perhaps as large as his own, with sunlight glinting from the polished tubes of guns emplaced from point to point along the line. Its disposition looked professional, which might signify that Grant had hurried reinforcements north from the Army of the Potomac, under orders from Lincoln to cover the threatened capital. But Early's first task, in any case, was to find out how to come to grips with this new blue assemblage, and thereby learn its identity and size, preferably without a costly assault on one of the bridgeheads. McCausland promptly gave him the answer by plunging across a shallow ford 1/2 mile to the right of the Washington Road and launching a dismounted charge that overran a federal battery. Counterattacked in force, the troopers withdrew, remounted, and splashed back across the river. Though they were unable to hold the guns they had seized, they brought with them something far more valuable, the key to the enemy's undoing. So Early thought, at any rate. By now it was noon, and he wasted no time in fitting the key to the lock. Rhodes and Ramseur would feint respectively down the Baltimore Pike and the railroad, while the main effort was being made downstream by Gordon, who would cross by the newly discovered ford for a flank assault, with Breckinridge in support. "No buttermilk rangers after you now, damn you," old Jube had shouted 3 weeks ago at Lynchburg, shaking his fist at the bluecoats as they backpedaled under pressure from his infantry just off the cars from Charlottesville. He repeated this gesture today on the Monocacy, confident that victory was within his grasp, whether the troops across the way were veterans up from Petersburg or 100-day militia hastily assembled from round about the Yankee capital and dropped in his path as a tub to the invading rebel whale. They were both, but mostly they were veterans, detached from the Army of the Potomac 3 days ago on July 6th, just as Early began crossing into Maryland. Warned by Halleck that Hunter had skittered westward off the tactical margin of the map, and that Sigel, too, had removed his troops from contention with the 20,000 to 30,000 Confederates reported to be about to descend on Washington, which had nothing to defend it but militia, and not much of that, Grant loaded Ricketts's 4,700-man 6th Corps Division onto transports bound for Baltimore, along with some 3,000 of Sheridan's troopers, dismounted by the breakdown of their horses on the recent grueling raids beyond Burkeville and Louisa. 3 days later, with Early across South Mountain and Washington approaching a state of panic, if not of siege, he not only followed through by ordering Wright to steam north in the wake of Ricketts with his other 2 divisions, he also informed Old Brains that he would be sending the 19th Corps, whose leading elements were due about now at Fortress Monroe, en route from New Orleans and the fiasco up Red River. This last came hard, badly needed as these far western reinforcements were as a transfusion for Meade's bled-down army, straining to keep up the pressure south of the James. Yet Grant was willing to do even more if need be to meet the rapidly developing crisis north of the Potomac. "If the President thinks it advisable that I should go to Washington in person," he wired Halleck that evening from City Point, while the last of Wright's men were filing aboard transports for the trip up Chesapeake Bay, "I can start in an hour after receiving notice, leaving everything here on the defensive." Meantime, Ricketts had landed at Baltimore, headquarters of Major General Lew Wallace's Middle Department, including Maryland, Delaware, and the eastern shore of Virginia. Wallace was not there, however. He had left 2 days ago on July 5th after learning that the rebels were at Harper's Ferry in considerable strength, their outriders already on the loose in western Maryland as an indication of where they would be headed next. A former Illinois lawyer, now 37 years old, he had been at the time of Shiloh the youngest major general in the Union Army, but his showing there had soured Grant on him. The brilliant future predicted for him was blighted. He was shifted in time to this quiet backwater of the war. Quiet, that is, until an estimated 30,000 graybacks appeared this week on the banks of the Potomac, with nothing substantially blue between them and the national capital. Wallace said later that when he pondered the consequences of such a move by Early, they grouped themselves into a kind of horrible schedule. If Washington fell even temporarily, he foresaw the torch being put in rapid sequence to the Navy Yard, the Treasury, and the Quartermaster Depot, whose 6 acres of warehouses were stocked with $11 million in equipment and supplies. The war must halt, if not stop for good and all. Accordingly, having decided to meet the danger near the rim of his department, though at considerable personal risk, for while he knew that Halleck was keeping tabs on him for Grant, watching sharply for some infraction that would justify dismissal, he could not inform his superiors of what he was about to do, since he was convinced that they would forbid it as too risky. He got aboard a train from Monocacy Junction, where the roads from nearby Frederick branched toward Baltimore and Washington. There he would assemble whatever troops he could lay hands on from all quarters and thus cover from that one position the approaches to both cities. Not so much in hope of winning the resultant battle, he afterwards explained, as in hope of slowing the rebel advance by fighting the battle at all. Whatever the outcome, the delaying action on the Monocacy would perhaps afford the authorities time to brace for the approaching shock, not only by assembling all the available militia from roundabout states, but also by summoning from Grant, down in Virginia, a substantial number of battle-seasoned veterans to throw in the path of the invaders. Sure enough, after managing to scrape together in 2 days, July 6th to 7th, a piecemeal force of 2,300 of all arms, he learned that this last had in fact been done, or at least was in the process of being done. Troops from the Army of the Potomac were debarking at Baltimore even then, hard-handed men in weathered blue who had taken the measure of Lee's touted veterans down the country and were no doubt willing and able to do the same up here. Greatly encouraged, Wallace sent for Ricketts to bring his division to Monocacy Junction without delay, leaving Sheridan's unhorsed troopers, more than a third of whom lacked arms as well as mounts, to man the Baltimore or Washington defenses, and thereby help perhaps to reduce the civilian panic reported to be swelling in both places. Ricketts arrived by rail next day, and none too soon. Early came over South Mountain that afternoon, July 8th, and on into Frederick next morning. By noon, he had his army moving by all the available roads down to the Monocacy, where Wallace had disposed his now 7,000-man force to contest a crossing, posting Ricketts on the left astride the Washington Pike, where he figured the rebels would launch their main attack. He figured right, but not right enough to forestall an end-on blow that soon resulted in a rout. Gordon struck from beyond the Capitol Pike, not astride it, coming up from the ford downstream for an attack that Ricketts saw would roll up his line unless he effected a rapid change of front. He tried and nearly succeeded in getting his soldiers parallel to the turnpike, facing south, before they were hit. They gave ground, uncovering the unburnable iron railroad bridge for a crossing by Ramseur, who, together with Breckinridge, added the pressure that ended all resistance on this flank. Ricketts' 2 brigades, or what was left of them by now, the second, made up of veterans long known as Milroy's Weary Boys, had been through this kind of thing before, scrambled northward for the Baltimore Road, the designated avenue of retreat, and there lost all semblance of order in their haste to get out of range of the whooping rebels, one of whom afterwards called this hot little battle of the Monocacy the most exciting time I witnessed during the war. By 4 o'clock it was over, and though Wallace, with 1,880 casualties, including more than 1,000 captured or otherwise missing, as compared to fewer than 700 killed or wounded on the other side, managed to piece together a rear guard not far east of the lost field, there was no real pursuit. Early did not want to be encumbered with more prisoners than he had already taken, more or less against his will. Nor did he want to move eastward in the direction of Baltimore. His route was southeast, down the Washington Pike, which Gordon's attack had cleared for his use in continuing the march begun that morning out of Frederick. In any case, he knew now, from interrogating captives with the canted 6th Corps cross on the flat tops of their caps, that troops had arrived from the Army of the Potomac. And though he had whipped them rather easily, as well he might have expected to do with the odds at 2 to 1, he knew only too well that others were probably on the way, if indeed they were not already on hand in the capital defenses. If this was a source of satisfaction, knowing that he had fulfilled a considerable measure of Lee's purpose by obliging Grant to reduce the pressure on Petersburg and Richmond, it also recommended caution. Additional blue detachments might have arrived or be arriving from down the country in such numbers that his small army, cut off from the few available fords across the Potomac as he advanced, would be swamped and abolished. As it was, he had only to turn southwest, down the B&O to Point of Rocks, for a crossing that would gain him the security of the Virginia Piedmont, after which he could move south or west unmolested for a return to Lee or the Shenandoah Valley. Either course had its attractions, but Early dwelt on neither. He would move as he had intended from the outset, against Washington itself, and deal with events as they developed, knowing from past service under Jackson that audacity often brought its own rewards. Today was too far gone for resumption of the march, but he passed the word for his men to bed down for a good night's rest here on the field where they had fought today, and be ready to move at early dawn. Sunday, July 10th, was hot and dusty. By noon, the cumulative effect of all those 20-mile hikes since the Army left Stanton 12 days ago had begun to tell. Straggling increased as the day wore on until finally the head of the column went into bivouac short of Rockville, just over 20 miles from the Monocacy and less than 10 from the District of Columbia. Rear elements did not come up till after midnight, barely 3 hours before Early, hopeful of storming the Washington defenses before sundown, ordered the march resumed in the pre-dawn darkness. Aware that he might be engaged in a race with reinforcements on the way there, he could afford to show his weary men no mercy, though he sought to encourage them as he doubled the column on his lathered horse with promises of rest and a high feast when the prize was won. Beyond Rockville, he had McCausland's troopers hold to the main pike for a feint along the Tennellytown approaches, while the infantry forked left for Silver Spring, half a dozen miles from the heart of the city by way of the main-traveled 7th Street Road. Heat and dust continued to take their toll. Our division was stretched out almost like skirmishers, one of Gordon's veterans, tottering white-faced with fatigue near the tail of the column, would recall. Then, close to 1 o'clock, the heavy ground-thumping boom-bam-boom of loud explosions, guns, siege guns, carried back from the front, where the head of the column had come within range of the outlying Capitol works. Early rode fast toward the sound of firing beyond the district line and drew rein in time to watch his advance cavalry elements dismount and fan out to confront a large earthwork on rising ground to the right of the road, 2 miles below Silver Spring. Identified on the map as Fort Stevens, a major installation, it lay just over 1,000 yards away, and when he studied it through his binoculars, he saw a few figures on the parapet. By no means enough, it seemed to him, to indicate that the work was heavily, even adequately, manned. He had won his race with Grant. All he had to do, apparently, was bring up his men and put them in attack formation, then move forward and take it, along with much that lay beyond, including the Capitol itself, whose new dome he could see plainly in the distance, 6 miles south of where he stood. Just now, though, his troops were in no condition for even the slightest exertion, whatever prize gleamed on the horizon. Diminished by cavalry detachments, by their losses in battle 2 days ago, and by stragglers who had fallen out of the column yesterday and today, they scarcely totaled 10,000 now, and of these no more than a third were fit for offensive action without a rest. All the same, he told Rhodes, whose division was in the lead, to see what he could accomplish along those lines. And while Rhodes did his best, which wasn't much, his men were leaden-legged, short of wind and spitting cotton, Early continued to study the objective just ahead. Beyond it, around 1:30, he saw a long, low cloud of dust approaching from the rear, up the 7th Street Road. Reinforcements, most likely, but how many, and what kind? Then he spotted them in his glass, the ones at the head of the fast-stepping column, at any rate, and saw that they were dressed not in linen dusters and high-crowned hats after the manner of home guardsmen or militia, but in the weathered blue tunics and kepis he had last encountered 2 days ago, when he found Ricketts's 6th Corps veterans drawn up to meet him on the Monocacy. Veterans they were, all right, and 6th Corps veterans at that. Wright and the first of his other two divisions, the second relay of reinforcements ordered north from the Army of the Potomac, had begun debarking at the 6th Street docks a little after noon and were summoned at once to the point of danger out the 7th Street road. Grant himself might be on the way by now, moreover, for Lincoln, under increasing pressure as the rebel column, having knocked Wallace out of its path, drew closer to Washington hour by hour, had responded approvingly to the general's offer to come up and take charge in person, adding that it might be well if he brought still more of his soldiers along with him. "What I think," he told Grant, "is that you should provide to retain your hold where you are, certainly, and bring the rest with you personally and make a vigorous effort to destroy the enemy's force in this vicinity. I think there is really a fair chance to do this if the movement is prompt. In other words, hurry." But then, mindful once more of his resolution not to interfere in military matters, even with the graybacks practically at the gate, he closed by saying, "This is what I think upon your suggestion, and it is not an order." If he was jarred momentarily from his purpose, and after all the notion was Grant's in the first place, Lincoln merely concurred, it was small wonder what with Hunter fled beyond recall up the Kanawha, Sigel holed up at Harper's Ferry, out of touch since July 4th, and Washington panicked by rumors of Armageddon. Wallace falling back down the Baltimore Pike from his sudden drubbing on July 9th, reported that Early had hit him with 20,000 of all arms, and though this was 10,000 fewer than Sigel had reported before the wire went dead in his direction, it still was 10,000 more than had been mustered, including War Department clerks and Green militia, to man the Capitol defenses. Sheridan's dismounted troopers arrived about that time, a rather straggly lot who did less to bolster confidence here than their removal from Baltimore had done to provoke resentment there. When a group of that city's leading citizens telegraphed Lincoln that Sunday evening, July 10th, protesting that they had been abandoned to their fate, he did what he could to reassure them. "Let us be vigilant, but keep cool," he replied. "I hope neither Baltimore nor Washington will be taken." They remained disgruntled, wanting something more substantial. By next morning, things looked better, however, at least in their direction. Returning with Ricketts, Wallace assured them that Early was headed for Washington, not Baltimore just yet. And even in the capital, there was encouraging news to balance against reports that the rebel column had cleared Rockville soon after sunrise. Wright was expected hourly from Virginia with his other two divisions, and an advanced detachment of 600 troops was already on hand from the 19th Corps, fine-looking men with skin tanned to mahogany by the Louisiana sun. Even Henry Halleck, who, according to an associate, had spent the past week in a perfect maze, bewildered, without intelligent decision or self-reliance, recovered his spirits enough to reply with acid humor to a telegram from an unattached brigadier at the Fifth Avenue Hotel, New York City, offering his services in the crisis now at hand. "We have 5 times as many generals here as we want," Old Brains informed him, "but are greatly in need of privates. Anyone volunteering in that capacity will be thankfully received." Then at noon, the transports arrived at the 6th Street docks, near which the Navy had a warship berthed with steam up, ready to whisk the president downriver in case the city fell. Wright's lead division came ashore and marched smartly through the heart of town to meet Early, who was reported to be approaching by way of Silver Spring. Presently, the boom of guns from that direction made it clear how close the race had been, and was. Lincoln, having ridden down to the docks to greet them from his carriage, also rode out the 7th Street road to watch them reinforce Fort Stevens. He may have been one of the figures, surely, if so, the tallest, Early saw etched against the sky when he focused his binoculars on the parapet of the works just over 1,000 yards ahead. Watching the dusty blue stream of veterans flow into position in the course of the next hour, Old Jube, or Jubilee as soldiers often styled him, knew there could be no successful assault by his weary men today. A good night's rest might make a difference, though, depending on how heavily the defenses had been reinforced by morning, either here or elsewhere along the 37 miles of interconnected redans, forts, and palisades ringing the city and bristling with heavy guns at every point. What remained of daylight could be used for reconnaissance, and was. Examination showed what might have been expected, Early would report, that every application of science and unlimited means had been used to render the fortifications around Washington as strong as possible. But the thing to do now, he saw, was put the troops into bivouac, then feed and get them bedded down, while he and his chief lieutenants planned for tomorrow. He and they had come too far, and Lee had risked too much, he felt, for the Army of the Valley to retire from the gates of the enemy capital without testing to see how stoutly they were hung. Accordingly, he turned his horse and rode back toward Silver Spring, where his staff had set up headquarters just beyond the district line in the handsome country house of Francis P. Blair, who had decamped to avoid an awkward meeting with one-time friends among the invaders. A member of Andrew Jackson's kitchen cabinet and an advisor to most of the presidents since, Old Man Blair had two sons in high Union places. Montgomery, Lincoln's postmaster general, whose own home was only a short walk up the road, and Frank Jr., the former Missouri congressman, now a corps commander with Sherman. Guards had been posted to protect the property, especially the wine cellar, which contributed to the festive spirit that opened the Council of War with recollections by Breckinridge, as the toasts went round, of the good times he had had here in the days when he was vice president under Buchanan. Someone remarked that tomorrow might give him the chance to revisit other scenes of former glory, such as the U.S. Senate, where he had presided until Lincoln's inauguration, and then had sat as a member until he left 8 months later to throw in with other Confederate-minded Kentuckians for secession. This brought up the question Early had called his lieutenants together to consider. Was an attack on Washington tomorrow worth the risk? Time was short and getting shorter. Hunter and Sigel could be expected to come up from the rear eventually, and Grant was known to have sent what seemed to be most of a corps already. Doubtless other reinforcements were on the way from other directions, and though the prize itself was the richest of all, perhaps even yielding foreign recognition at long last, not to mention supplying the final straw that might break the federal home front camel's back, was it worth the risk of losing 1/4 of Lee's army in the effort? Early considered, with the help of his 4 division commanders, and decided that it was. He would launch an assault at dawn, he told them, unless some information should be received before that time showing its impracticability. Such information was not long in coming. The Council of War had scarcely ended when a courier arrived from Bradley Johnston, whose brigade was still on its way to Point Lookout. After wrecking railroad bridges and tearing down telegraph lines around Baltimore, he had sent scouts into the city to confer with Confederate agents, and from these he learned that not one but 2 federal corps, the 6th and the 19th, were steaming up Chesapeake Bay and the Potomac to bolster the Washington defenses. In the light of this intelligence that tomorrow might find him outnumbered better than 2-1 by the Bluecoats in the capital entrenchments, Early countermanded his orders for a dawn assault. This came hard. Just 30 days ago tomorrow he had received instructions from Lee to attempt what he was on the verge of doing. Now, though, as a result, he perceived, of the victory Wallace had obliged him to win on the Monocacy at the cost of a 20-hour delay, it began to appear that the verge was as close as he was likely to get. Daylight would give him the chance to reconnoiter the Union works and thus determine the weight of this new unwelcome information, but he could see already that an attack was probably beyond his means and a good deal worse than risky. Dawn broke July 12th over a Washington in some ways even more distraught than it had been the morning before, with the rebels bearing down on its undermanned defenses. Overnight, the shortage had been considerably repaired. Wright's 3rd Division followed the 2nd out the 7th Street Road at dusk, and soon after dark, the first of the two 19th Corps divisions landed. But as these 20,000 stalwarts arrived to join about the same number of militiamen, galvanized clerks, and dismounted cavalry in the outworks, so did a host of rumors, given unlimited opportunity for expansion by the fact that the city was cut off from all communication northward, either by rail or wire, newspapers or telegrams, speech or letters. Known secessionists did not trouble to mask broad smiles, implying that they knew secrets they weren't sharing. One that leaked out by hearsay was that Lee had given Meade the slip down around Richmond and was crossing the Potomac close at hand, with an army of 100,000 firebrands yelling for vengeance for what had been done these past 3 years in the way of destruction to their homeland. Lincoln rose early, despite a warning from Stanton that an assassination plot was afoot, and rode with Seward to visit several of the fortifications out on the rim of town, believing that the sight of him and the Secretary of State, unfled and on hand to face the crisis unperturbed, would help to reduce the panic in the streets through which their carriage passed. His main hope, now that he knew Grant would not be coming, "I think on reflection it would have a bad effect for me to leave here," the general had replied from City Point to the suggestion that he come north without delay, was in Horatio Wright, who had helped to drive these same gray veterans southward down in Virginia throughout the 40 days of battle in May and June. Lincoln's belief was that the Connecticut general, now that he had the means, could do the same up here. Wright rather thought so too, taking Early's failure to attack this morning as a sign that the rebels were preparing to withdraw, probably after nightfall. He wanted to hit them before they got away unscathed. In particular, he wanted to drive off their skirmishers, who had crept to within rifle range of Fort Stevens and were sniping at whatever showed above the parapet. However, when he requested permission, first of the fort commander and then of the district commander, Major Generals Alexander McCook and C.C. Augur, both of whom outranked him, although neither had seen any action for nearly a year, having been retired from field service as a result of their poor showings, respectively, at Chickamauga and Port Hudson, they declined, saying that they did not consider it advisable to make any advance until our lines are better established. By mid-afternoon, this objection no longer applied. McCook, bearded in his command post deep in the bowels of the fort, agreed at last to permit a sortie by units from one of the 6th Corps divisions. Wright started topside for a last-minute study of the terrain, and as he stepped out of the underground office, he nearly bumped into Abraham Lincoln, who had returned from a cabinet meeting at the White House to continue his tour of the fortifications. Informed of what was about to be done, he expressed approval, and when the general asked rather casually whether he would care to take a look at the field, without for a moment supposing he would accept, Wright later explained, Lincoln replied that he would indeed. 6'4", conspicuous in his frock coat and a stovepipe hat that added another 8 inches to his height, he presently stood on the parapet, gazing intently at puffs of smoke from the rifles of snipers across the way. Horrified, wishing fervently that he could revoke his thoughtless invitation, Wright tried to persuade the president to retire. But Lincoln seemed not to hear him amid the twittering bullets, one of which struck and dropped an officer within 3 feet of him. From down below, a young staff captain, 23-year-old Oliver Wendell Holmes, Jr., whose combat experience had long since taught him to take shelter whenever possible under fire, looked up at the lanky top-hatted civilian and called out to him without recognition, "Get down, you damn fool, before you get shot." This got through. Lincoln not only heard and reacted with amusement to the irreverent admonition, He also obeyed it by climbing down and taking a seat in the shade, his back to the parapet, safe at last from the bullets that continued to twang and nicker overhead. Relieved of the worst of his concerns, Wright turned now to the interrupted business of clearing his front. Deployment of the brigade assigned the task required more time than had been thought, however, with the result that it was close to 6 o'clock before the signal could be given to move out. The firing swelled, and Lincoln, popping up from time to peer over the parapet, had his first look at men reeling and falling in combat and being brought past him on stretchers, groaning or screaming from pain, leaking blood and calling on God or Mama, in shock and out of fear. Presently the racket stepped up tremendously, and the brigade commander sent back for reinforcements, explaining that he had encountered, beyond the retiring screen of pickets, a full-fledged rebel line of battle. Supporting regiments moved up in the twilight, and the attack resumed, though with small success against stiffened resistance. Gun flashes winked and twinkled along the slope ahead until about 10 o'clock, when they diminished fitfully and finally died away. The cost to Wright had been 280 killed and wounded in what one of his veterans called a pretty and well-conducted little fight. Across the way, the Confederates considered it something worse, especially at the outset when it erupted in the midst of their preparations to depart. Early had needed no more than a cursory look at the enemy works that morning to confirm last night's report that they would be substantially reinforced by dawn. Permanently canceling the deferred assault, he ordered skirmishers deployed along a line that stretched for a mile to the left and a mile to the right of the 7th Street Road to confront Forts Reno, Stevens, and DeRussy, while behind this he had Rhodes and Gordon form their divisions in case the Federals tried a sortie, and sent word from McCausland to keep up the feint on the far right astride the Georgetown pike. Here they would stay, bristling as if about to strike, until night came down to cover the withdrawal, back through Silver Spring to Rockville, then due west for a recrossing of the Potomac. Fortunately, the Yankees seemed content to remain within their works, and Early, having learned that the amphibious raid on Point Lookout had been called off because the prison authorities had been warned of it, had time to send a courier after Johnston, whose horsemen were beyond Baltimore by then, instructing him to turn back for the Confederate lines by whatever route seemed best, now that the capture of Washington was no longer a part of the invasion plan. Preparations for the retirement were in fact about to be placed in execution, when Wright's attack exploded northward from Fort Stevens, flinging butternut skirmishers back on the main body, which then was struck by the rapid-firing Federals coming up in apparently endless numbers through the gathering dusk. The thing had the look of an all-out battle that would hold the Army of the Valley in position for slaughter tomorrow by preventing it from taking up its planned retreat tonight. Major Kid Douglas, formerly of Jackson's staff and now of Early's, said quite frankly that he thought we were gone up. Presently, though, to everyone's relief, the fireworks sputtered into darkness. The field grew still, except for the occasional jarring explosion of a shell from one of the outsized siege guns in the forts. And Early, resuming his preparations for withdrawal, summoned to headquarters Breckinridge and Gordon, whose divisions would respectively head and tail the column, for last-minute orders on the conduct of the march. They arrived to find him instructing Douglas to take charge of a rearguard detail of 200 men, and with them hold the present position until midnight, at which time he too was to pull out for Rockville, provided, of course, the Bluecoats had not gotten wind of what was up beforehand and obliterated him. When the handsome young Marylander left to assume this forlorn assignment, Early called after him, apparently in an attempt to lift his spirits, "Major, we haven't taken Washington, but we've scared Abe Lincoln like hell." Douglas stopped and turned. "Yes, General," he said as if to set the record straight. But this afternoon, when that Yankee line moved out against us, I think some other people were scared blue as hell's brimstone." "How about that, General?" Breckinridge broke in, smiling broadly beneath his broad mustache. "That's true, but it won't appear in history," Early replied, thereby assuring the exchange a place in all the accounts that were to follow down the years. It turned out there were no further losses, even for the rearguard handful under Douglas, who took up the march on schedule without a parting shot being fired in his direction. He saw, as he went past it after midnight, that except for the depletion of its wine cellar and linen closets, all the bedclothes had been ripped into strips for bandages. Old Man Blair's mansion had suffered no damage from the occupation, but that his son Montgomery's house just up the road had been reduced to bricks and ashes by some vengeance-minded incendiary. Although the act perhaps was justified by Hunter's burning of former Governor Letcher's home the month before, Early's regret that this had been done was increased when he learned that Bradley Johnston, off on his own, had also indulged in retaliation by setting fire to Governor A.W. Bradford's house near Baltimore. Such exactions, he knew, were unlikely to encourage pro-Confederate feelings, either here in Maryland or elsewhere. In any case, dawn of July 13th, 30 days to the hour since the recreated Army of the Valley pulled out of Cold Harbor, bound for Lynchburg and points north, found the column slogging through Rockville, where it turned left for Poolesville and the Potomac. At White's Ford by midnight, just upstream from Ball's Bluff and 30 miles from its starting point on the outskirts of Washington, the Army crossed the river in good order next morning, still unmolested, to make camp near Leesburg for a much-needed 2-day rest, after which it shifted west July 16th beyond the Blue Ridge. Back once more in the lower valley within an easy day's march of Harper's Ferry, Early began preparing for further adventures designed to disrupt the plans of the Union High Command. This recent 30-day excursion had accomplished a great deal in that direction, as well as much else of a positive nature, including the recovery of the grain-rich Shenandoah region from Hunter and Sigel, just in time for the harvesting of its richest crop in years, and the return from beyond the Potomac with a large supply of commandeered horses and cattle, not to mention $220,000 in greenbacks for the hard-up treasury and close to 1,000 prisoners, most of them captured on the Monocacy, the one full-scale battle of the campaign. In fact, aside from his two main hopes, and hopes were all they were, that he could occupy Washington even for a day, and that he could provoke Grant into making a suicidal assault on Lee's entrenchments, Early had accomplished everything that could have been expected of him. Best of all, he had obliged Grant to ease the pressure on Petersburg by sending large detachments north, and still had managed, despite the smallness of his force, if not to reverse the tide of the war, then anyhow to strike fear in the hearts of the citizens of Washington and Baltimore, both of which saw gray-clad infantry at closer range than any Federal had come so far to Richmond. This was much, yet there was more, for in the process, Early had won the admiration not only of his fellow countrymen, whose spirits were lifted by the raid, but also of foreign observers who still might somehow determine the outcome of this apparently otherwise endless conflict. "The Confederacy is more formidable than ever," the London Times remarked when news of this latest rebel exploit crossed the ocean the following week. And closer at hand, on July 12th, even as Early and his veterans bristled along the rim of the northern capital, quite as if they were about to assail and overrun the ramparts in a screaming rush, the New York World asked its readers, who shall revive the withered hopes that bloomed on the opening of Grant's campaign? Who indeed? The task was Lincoln's as the national leader, but evidence piled higher every day that it would be his no longer than early March, when the outcome of the presidential election, less than 4 months off, was confirmed on the steps of the lately threatened Capitol. Despite setbacks such as Cold Harbor, Petersburg, and this recent gray eruption on the near bank of the Potomac, he was convinced that he had found in U.S. Grant the man to win the war. But that was somewhat beside the point, which was whether or not the people could be persuaded between now and November to believe it too, and whether or not, believing it, they would agree that the prize was worth the additional blood, the additional money, the additional drawn-out anguish it was clearly going to cost. They, like Grant, would have to face the arithmetic and keep on facing it to the indeterminate end. One of the things that made this difficult was that the arithmetic kept changing, not only in the lengthening casualty lists, but also in the value fluctuations of what men carried in their wallets, a region where their threshold of pain was notoriously low. Gold opened the year at $152 on the New York market. By April, it had risen to $175, by mid-June to $197, and by the end of that month to an astronomical $250. Reassurances from moneymen that the dollar was settling down brought the wry response that it was settling down out of sight. Sure enough, on July 11th, as early descended on Washington, gold soared to $285, reducing the value of the paper dollar to 40 cents. Moreover, Lincoln faced this crisis without the help of the man who had advised him in such matters from the outset, Salmon Chase. In late June, with the office of Assistant Treasurer of New York about to be vacated, the Secretary recommended a successor unacceptable to Senator Edwin D. Morgan of that state, who suggested 3 alternates for the post. "It will really oblige me if you will make a choice among these 3, Lincoln wrote Chase, explaining the political ramifications of a tiff with Morgan at this time. Chase then requested a personal interview, which Lincoln refused, because the difficulty does not in the main part lie within the range of a conversation between you and me. In reaction to this snub, the Secretary went home and, as was his custom in such matters, endeavored to seek God in prayer. So he wrote in his diary that night, adding, "Oh, for more faith and clearer sight! How stable is the city of God! How disordered the city of man!" Mulling it over, he reached a decision. His resignation was on the presidential desk next morning. "I shall regard it as a real relief if you think proper to accept it," he declared in a covering letter. Lincoln read this fourth of the Ohioan's petulant resignations and accepted it forthwith. "Of all I have said in commendation of your ability and fidelity, I have nothing to unsay," he replied. "And yet you and I have reached a point of mutual embarrassment in our official relationship which it seems cannot be overcome or longer sustained consistently with the public service." Ohio's Governor John Brough, who happened to be in town, went to the White House in an attempt to close the breach, as he had done in one of the other instances of a threatened resignation, only to find that he could perform no such healing service here today. "You doctored the business up once," Lincoln told him, "but on the whole, Brough, I reckon you had better let it alone this time." Chase departed, still in something of a state of shock from the unexpected thunderclap, and retired to think things over for a time in the hills of his native New Hampshire. A replacement was not far to seek. Next morning, July 1st, when William Pitt Fessenden of Maine, chairman of the Senate Finance Committee, called on the president to recommend someone else for the Treasury post, Lincoln smiled and informed him that his nomination had just been sent for approval by his colleagues on the Hill. Fessenden's dismay was plain. "You must withdraw it. I cannot accept," he protested. His health was poor, Congress was to adjourn tomorrow, and he looked forward to a vacation away from the heat and bustle of the Capitol. "If you decline, you must do it in open day," Lincoln told him, "for I shall not recall the nomination." Fessenden hurried over to the Senate in an attempt to block the move, only to find that he had been unanimously confirmed in about 1 minute. Regretfully, with congratulations pouring in from all quarters, even Chase's, he agreed to serve, at least through the adjournment. A soft money man like his predecessor, he was sworn in on July 5th, and it was observed that no appointment by the president, except perhaps the elevation of Grant 4 months before, had met with such widespread approval by the public and the press. Men went about with smiling faces at the news, one paper noted. Lincoln himself was not smiling by then. His trouble with Chase, whom he described as a man never perfectly happy unless he is thoroughly miserable and able to make everyone else just as uncomfortable as he is, had been personal. Chase irked him, and he got rid of him. But on the day after Fessenden's appointment, he found himself in an even more irksome predicament, one that was susceptible to no such resolution because the men involved were not subject to dismissal. Not by him, at any rate. On the morning of July 2nd, last day of the congressional session that was scheduled to adjourn at noon, Lincoln sat in the president's room at the Capitol, signing last-minute bills, including one that repealed the fugitive slave law and another that struck the $300 commutation clause from the Draft Act. Both of these he signed gladly, along with others, but as he did so, there was thrust upon him the so-called Wade-Davis bill, passed 2 months ago by the House and by the Senate within the hour. He set it aside to go on with the rest, and when an interested observer asked if he intended to sign it, he replied that the bill was a matter of too much importance to be swallowed in that way. He found it hard, in fact, to swallow the bill in any way at all, since what it represented was an attempt by Congress, more specifically by the radicals in his party, to establish the premise that the legislative, not the executive branch of government, had the right and duty to define the terms for readmission to the Union by states now claiming to have left it. In other words, to set the tone of Reconstruction. Sponsored by Benjamin Wade in the Senate and Henry Winter Davis in the House, the bill proceeded from Senator Charles Sumner's thesis that secession, though of course not legally valid, nonetheless amounted to state suicide, and it set forth certain requirements that would have to be met before the resurrected corpse could be readmitted to the family it had disgraced by putting a bullet through its head. Lincoln had done much the same thing in his proclamation of amnesty and Reconstruction back in December, but this new bill, designed not so much to pave as to bar the path to reunion, was considerably more stringent. Where he had required that 10% of the qualified voters take a loyalty oath, the Wade-Davis measure required a majority. In addition, all persons who had held state or Confederate offices or who had voluntarily borne arms against the United States were forbidden to vote for or serve as delegates to state constitutional conventions. The rebel debt was to be repudiated and slavery outlawed in each instance. Moreover, this was no more than a precedent-setting first step. Harsher requirements would come later once the bill had established the fact that Congress, not the President, was the rightful agency to handle all matters pertaining to Reconstruction of the South. Sumner and Zachariah Chandler in the Senate, Thaddeus Stevens and George W. Julian in the House, Jacobins all and accomplished haters, out for vengeance at any price, were strong in their support of the measure and were instrumental in ramming it through on this final day of the session. Gideon Welles saw clearly enough what they were after and put what he saw in his diary. In getting up this law, it was as much an object of Mr. Henry Winter Davis and some others to pull down the administration as to reconstruct the Union. I think they had the former more directly in view than the latter. Lincoln thought so too and was determined to keep it from happening, if he could only find a way to do so without bringing on the bitterest kind of fight inside his party. The fact was, he had already found what he perceived might be the beginning of a way when he set the bill aside to go on signing others. Zachariah Chandler, who had asked him whether he intended to endorse it and had then been told that it was too important to be swallowed in that way, warned him sternly in reference to the pending election, "If it is vetoed, it will damage us fearfully in the Northwest. The important point is the one prohibiting slavery in the reconstructed states." "That is the point on which I doubt the authority of Congress to act. It is no more than you have done yourself. I conceive that I may, in an emergency, do things on military grounds which cannot be done constitutionally by Congress," Lincoln replied, and Chandler stalked out, deeply chagrined. His chagrin and that of his fellow radicals was converted to pure rage the following week, July 8th. Early was crossing South Mountain to descend on Frederick, when Lincoln, having declined either to sign or to veto the bill, issued a public proclamation defending his action, or non-action, on grounds that while he was fully satisfied with some portions of the bill, he was unprepared to give his approval of certain others. "What an infamous proclamation," Thaddeus Stevens protested. "The idea of pocketing a bill and then issuing a proclamation as to how far he will conform to it." By means of the pocket veto, as the maneuver came to be called, Lincoln managed to avoid, at least for a season, being removed from all connection with setting the guidelines for Reconstruction. But he had not managed to avoid a fight. Indeed, according to proponents of the bill now lodged in limbo, he had precipitated one. Convinced, as one of them declared, that his proposed course was timid and almost pro-slavery, they took up the challenge of his proclamation, which they defined as a grave executive usurpation, and responded in more than kind early the following month in the New York Tribune with what became known as the Wade-Davis Manifesto. Seeking to check the encroachments of the executive on the authority of Congress and to require it to confine itself to its proper sphere, bluff Ben Wade and vehement Henry Davis charged that a more studied outrage on the legislative authority of the people has never been perpetrated, and they warned that Lincoln must understand that our support is of a cause and not of a man, especially not of a man who would connive to procure electoral votes at the cost of his country's welfare. All this the manifesto set forth, along with much else of a highly personal nature from the pens of these Republican leaders, just 3 months before the presidential election. Lincoln declined to read or discuss it, not wanting to be provoked any worse than he was already, but he remarked in this connection, "To be wounded in the house of one's friends is perhaps the most grievous affliction that can befall a man." Horace Greeley, editor of the paper in which the Radical Manifesto made its appearance, had been involved for the past month in an affair that added to Lincoln's difficulties in presenting himself as a man of war who longed for peace. Hearing privately in early July that Confederate emissaries were waiting on the Canadian side of Niagara Falls with full authority to arrange an armistice, Greeley referred the matter to the president and urged in a long, high-strung letter that he seize the opportunity this presented to end the fighting. "Confederates everywhere are for peace. So much is beyond doubt," he declared, "and therefore I venture to remind you that our bleeding, bankrupt, almost dying country also longs for peace, shudders at the prospect of fresh conscription, of further wholesale devastations, and of new rivers of human blood." Placed thus in the position of having to investigate this reported gleam of sunlight, which he suspected would prove to be moonshine, Lincoln was prompt with an answer. "If you can find any person anywhere professing to have any proposition of Jefferson Davis in writing for peace, embracing the restoration of the Union and the abandonment of slavery, whatever else it embraces, say to him he may come to me with you." The editor, aware of the risk of ridicule, had not counted on being personally involved. He responded with a protest that the rebel agents would decline to exhibit their credentials to me, much more to open their budget and give me their best terms. Lincoln replied, "I was not expecting you to send me a letter, but to bring me a man or men." He also told Greeley, in a message carried by John Hay, who was to accompany him on the mission, "I not only intend a sincere effort for peace, but I intend that you shall be a personal witness that it is made." Being thus coerced, Greeley went with Hay to Niagara, where he discovered, amid the thunder and through the mist, what Lincoln had suspected from the start, that the emissaries not only had no authority to negotiate either with him or with anyone else, but seemed to be in Canada for the purpose of influencing, by the rejection of their empty overtures, the upcoming elections in the North. He retreated hastily, though not in time to prevent a rash of Copperhead rumors that the President, through him, had scorned to entertain decent proposals for ending the bloodshed. Lincoln wanted to offset the effect of this by publishing his and Greeley's correspondence, omitting, of course, the editor's references to "our bleeding, bankrupt, almost dying country," as well as his gloomy prediction of a Democratic victory in November. Greeley said no. He would consent to no suppression, either print their exchange in full or not at all. Obliged thereby to let the matter drop, Lincoln explained to his cabinet that it was better to withhold the letters and abide the damaging propaganda than to subject the country to the consequences of their discouraging and injurious parts. Simultaneously, in the opposite direction, down in Richmond itself, another peace feeler was in progress, put forth by federal emissaries who had no more official sanction than their Confederate counterparts in Canada. Still, Lincoln had better hopes for this one, not so much because he believed that it would end the conflict, but rather, as he remarked, because he felt that it would show the country I didn't fight shy of Greeley's Niagara business without a reason. What he wanted was for the Northern public to become acquainted with Jefferson Davis's terms for an armistice, which he was sure would prove unacceptable to many voters who had been lured, in the absence of specifics, by the siren song of orators claiming that peace could be his for the asking, practically without rebel strings. Moreover, he got what he wanted, and he got it expressed in words as strong and specific as any he himself might have chosen for his purpose. Colonel James F. Jaques, a Methodist minister who had raised and led a regiment of Illinois volunteers, had become so increasingly shocked by the sight of fellow Christians killing each other wholesale, especially at Chickamauga, where he lost more than 200 of his officers and men, that he obtained an extended leave of absence to see what he could do on his own to prepare the groundwork for negotiations. He had no success until he was joined in the effort by J.R. Gilmore, who enjoyed important Washington connections. A New York businessman, Gilmore had traveled widely in the South before the war, writing of his experiences under the pen name Edmund Kirk, and he managed to secure Lincoln's approval of an unofficial visit to Richmond by Jaques and himself, under a flag of truce, for the purpose of talking with Southern leaders about the possibility of arriving at terms that might lead to a formal armistice. On Saturday, July 16th, the two men were conducted past one of Ben Butler's outposts and were met between the lines by Judge Robert Ould, head of the Confederate Commission for Prisoner Exchange. By nightfall, they were lodged in the Spotswood Hotel in the heart of the rebel capital, Jaques wearing a long linen duster over his blue uniform. Next morning, amid the pealing of church bells, they conferred with Judah Benjamin, who promised to arrange a meeting for them that evening here in his State Department office with the President himself. They returned at the appointed time, and there, as Gilmore later described the encounter, at the table alongside the plump and smiling Benjamin, sat a spare, thin-featured man with iron gray hair and beard and a clear gray eye full of life and vigor. Jefferson Davis rose and extended his hand. "I am glad to see you, gentlemen," he said. "You are very welcome to Richmond." Although he neither mentioned the fact nor showed the strain it cost him, he had not been able to receive them earlier this Sunday because of the lengthy cabinet meeting that had resulted in the dismissal telegram Joe Johnston was reading now on the outskirts of Atlanta. His face was emaciated and much wrinkled, Gilmore observed from across the table. But his features were good, especially his eyes, though one of them bore a scar, apparently made by some sharp instrument. He wore a suit of grayish-brown, evidently of foreign manufacture. His manners were simple, easy, and quite fascinating, and he threw an indescribable charm into his voice. Jaquess opened the interview by saying that he had sought it in the hope that Davis, wanting peace as much as he did, might suggest some way to stop the fighting. "In a very simple way," the Mississippian replied. "Withdraw your armies from our territory and peace will come of itself." When the colonel remarked that Lincoln's recent proclamation of amnesty perhaps afforded a basis for proceeding, Davis cut him short. "Amnesty, sir, applies to criminals. We have committed no crime." Gilmore suggested that both sides lay down their arms, then let the issue be decided by a popular referendum. But Davis, thinking no doubt of the North's more than 20 millions and the South's less than 10, was having no part of that either. "That the majority shall decide it, you mean? We seceded to rid ourselves of the rule of the majority, and this would subject us to it again." It seemed to Gilmore that the dispute narrowed down to union or disunion, and the Confederate president agreed, though he added that he preferred the terms independence or subjugation. Despairing of semantics and the profitless exchange of opposite views that had brought on the war in the first place, the New Yorker made an appeal on personal grounds. "Can you, Mr. Davis, as a Christian man, leave untried any means that may lead to peace?" Davis shook his head. "No, I cannot," he replied. "I desire peace as much as you do. I deplore bloodshed as much as you do." He spoke with fervor, but seemed to choose his words with care. "I tried in all my power to avert this war. I saw it coming, and for 12 years I worked night and day to prevent it, but I could not. And now it must go on till the last man of this generation falls in his tracks, and his children seize his musket and fight his battle, unless you acknowledge our right to self-government. We are fighting for independence, and that, or extermination, we will have." Additional matters were discussed or mentioned, including the military situation, which Davis saw as favorable to the South, and slavery, which he maintained was never an essential element in the contest, only a means of bringing other conflicting elements to an earlier culmination. But always the talk came back to that one prerequisite. Whether it was called self-government or disunion, all future discussion between the two parties would have to proceed from that beginning if there was to be any hope of ending the carnage they both deplored. The Confederate leader made this clear as he rose to see his visitors to the door, shook their hands, and spoke his final words. "Say to Mr. Lincoln from me that I shall at any time be pleased to receive proposals for peace on the basis of our independence. It will be useless to approach me with any other." Whatever sadness he felt on hearing this evidence that the war was unlikely to end through negotiation, Lincoln perceived that the closing message, along with much that preceded it, would serve quite well to further his other purpose, which was to demonstrate his adversary's intransigence in the face of an earnest search for peace. He asked Gilmore, who had stopped by Washington on his return journey from Richmond, what he proposed to do with the transcript he had made of the interview. "Put a beginning and an end to it, sir, on my way home," the New Yorker said, "and hand it to the Tribune." Lincoln demurred. He had had enough of Horace Greeley for a while. "Can't you get it into the Atlantic Monthly? It would have less of a partisan look there." Gilmore was sure he could, but first, by way of counteracting what Lincoln called Greeley's Niagara business, it was decided to release a shorter version in the Boston Evening Transcript the following week, while the full Atlantic text was being set in type and proofed for review by Lincoln. "Don't let it appear till I return the proof," he cautioned. "Someday all this will come out, but just now we must use discretion." The transcript piece appeared July 22nd, followed a month later by the one in the Atlantic, from which the president had deleted a few hundred words, mainly having to do with terms he had found acceptable off the record. Both received much attention, especially the longer version. Indeed, so widely was it reprinted at home and abroad that another distinguished contributor, Oliver Wendell Holmes, whose son had lately cursed Lincoln off the parapet at Fort Stevens, soon told Gilmore that it had attracted more readers than any magazine article ever written. Meantime, as always, Lincoln had kept busy with other problems, military as well as political. Often they overlapped, as in the case of facing up to the need for replacing the troops whose fall or discharge left gaps in the ranks of the two main armies, especially Meade's, which had a lower reenlistment quotient and had been further reduced, moreover, by detachments northward to shield Washington from attack by Early, still hovering nearby. On Sunday, July 17th, while Jaquess and Gilmore talked in Richmond with Jefferson Davis, who had just put a message on the wire to Atlanta that presaged a step-up in the fighting there, Lincoln telegraphed Grant, "In your dispatch of yesterday to General Sherman, I find the following, to wit, I shall make a desperate effort to get a position here which will hold the enemy without the necessity of so many men. Pressed as we are by lapse of time, I am glad to hear you say this, and yet I do hope you may find a way that the effort shall not be desperate in the sense of a great loss of life." He sent this by way of preparation for a proclamation issued next day, calling for 500,000 volunteers and ordering a draft to take place immediately after September 5th for any unfilled quotas. This must surely be the last before November, he was saying, although there were already those who believed, despite the recent removal of the $300 exemption clause, that the results would not suffice even for the present. "We are not now receiving one half as many troops as we are discharging," Halleck complained to Grant the following day. "Volunteering has virtually ceased, and I do not anticipate much from the President's new call, which has the disadvantage of again postponing the draft for 50 days. Unless our government and people will come square up to the adoption of an efficient and thorough draft, we cannot supply the waste of our army." Coming square up was easily said, but it left out factors that could not be ignored, including the reaction to this latest call for volunteers, which was seen as a velvet glove encasing the iron hand of a new draft. "Only 500,000 more! Oh, that is nothing," one angry Wisconsin editor fumed, and followed through by saying, "Continue this administration in power and we can all go to war, Canada, or to hell before 1868. Now that the year moved into the dog days, with the fall elections looming just beyond, there was need for caution, if not in the military, then certainly in the political arena. Yet even caution might not serve, so portentous were the signs that a defeat was in the making. Fremont was something of a joke as an opponent, though not as a siphon for drawing off the radical votes that would be needed if Lincoln was to prevail against the Democrats, who were scheduled to convene in Chicago in late August to adopt a platform and select a candidate for November. The platform would be strong for peace, and the candidate, it was believed, would be George McClellan, a formidable combination, one that might well snare both the anti-war and the soldier vote, not to mention the votes of the disaffected, likely to go to almost any rival of the present national leader. Indeed, the prospect so thoroughly alarmed a number of members of the Republican hierarchy that a secret call went out for a convention to meet in Cincinnati in September to consider the state of the nation and to concentrate the Union's strength on some one candidate who commands the confidence of the country, even by a new nomination if necessary. For the present, this was circulated privately with the intention of bringing it out in the open when the time was ripe. In point of fact, however, the time seemed ripe enough already, to judge by the immediate response. Dissatisfaction with Lincoln had grown by now to include even close friends. Orville Browning, for example, who confessed he had long suspected that his fellow Illinoisan could not measure up to the task required. "I thought he might get through as many a boy as got through college without disgrace, but I fear he is a failure." Others agreeing were the eminent lawyer David Dudley Field, whose brother Lincoln had recently appointed to the Supreme Court, and Schuyler Colfax, Speaker of the House. Chase expressed interest in the supersession, of course, and Ben Butler lent encouragement from down on Bermuda Hundred. Henry Davis was vehemently for it, but Wade and Sumner remained aloof for the time being, the former because he preferred to wait till after the Democratic Convention, the latter because he thought it would make less trouble for the party if they gave Lincoln a chance to withdraw voluntarily. Many prominent editors favored the maneuver, including Park Godwin of the New York Evening Post and Whitelaw Reid of the Cincinnati Gazette. But the most vociferous of them all was Horace Greeley, whose expression was cherubic but whose spirit had lately been strained beyond forbearance. "Mr. Lincoln is already beaten," he declared. "He cannot be elected, and we must have another ticket to save us from overthrow." Lincoln knew little or nothing yet of this plan by his friends and associates for a midstream swap, but he saw as clearly as they did that the drift was toward defeat, and was likely to remain so unless some way could be found between now and November to turn the tide. A military victory would help, even one on a fairly modest scale, the more modest the better, in fact, so far as bloodshed was concerned. Just so it encouraged the belief that things were looking up for one or another of the armies. But that was mainly up to Grant, locked in a stalemate below Richmond, and Sherman, apparently no better off in front of Atlanta. The other possibility was politics, Lincoln's field, and he was prepared to do all he could in that direction. His native Kentucky would be the first state to hold an election since his nomination. August 1st was the balloting date, and though only some county offices and an appellate judgeship were at stake, the contest was certain to be regarded as a bellwether for the rest, which were to follow in September. Consequently, he took off the gloves for this one. Declaring martial law, he suspended the writ of habeas corpus on July 5th, continued the suspension through Election Day, and gave a free rein to Stephen Burbridge, who, having recently disposed of John Morgan at Cynthiana, proposed to move in a similar aggressive manner against all foes of the administration throughout his Department of Kentucky. As a result, prominent Democrats were arrested wholesale for disloyalty, and the name of their candidate for the judgeship was ordered stricken from the ballot on the same vague charge, obliging the survivors to make a last-minute substitute nomination for the post. Lincoln awaited the outcome with much interest, only to find on August 1st that all his pains had gone for nothing. The Democratic candidates swept the state. There would be other contests. Maine, for instance, was coming up next, to be followed by Vermont. Although the snub just given him in his native state did not augur well for the result, he had no intention of doing anything less than his best to win in all of them, with the help of whatever devices he thought might help, and despite the clamor of his critics left and right in his own party or the other. "The pilots on our western rivers steer from point to point, as they call it," he told a caller one of these days, "setting the course of the boat no farther than they can see. And that is all I propose to do in the great problems that are before us." One such point now was Atlanta, or anyhow it seemed to him it might be. Events that followed hard on the rebel change of commanders there had brought the fighting to a pitch of intensity throughout the last 2 weeks in July that matched the savagery of the struggle here in the East before it subsided into stalemate. The same thing might happen there, for that seemed to be the pattern, alternate fury and exhaustion. But Lincoln kept peering in that direction, seeking a point to steer by, in his effort to land the boat in his charge before it split and sank. 2. The appointment has but one meaning, the Richmond Examiner declared on July 19th, in reference to Johnston's supersession down in Georgia the day before, and that is to give battle to the foe. Because John Bell Hood, in contrast to his predecessor, was young, dashing, and lucky, the rival Whig informed its readers that same day, the army and the people all have confidence in his ability and inclination to fight, and will look to him to drive back Sherman and save Atlanta. Thus the two papers were in agreement on the matter, not only with each other, but also, for once, with the new Western leader's red-haired adversary, who rarely subscribed to any journalist's opinion, north or south. "I inferred that the change of commanders meant fight," Sherman remarked after conferring with subordinates who had known Hood in the days before the war. But he added, in contrast to the inference the two Confederate editors drew 500 miles away, "This was just what we wanted, viz., to fight in open ground on anything like equal terms, instead of being forced to run up against prepared entrenchments." He was about to get what he said he wanted. Hood, whose recent association with Johnston, he later explained, had made him a still more ardent advocate of the Lee and Jackson school, needed only one full day at his post before he resolved to go over to the offensive. By then, moreover, though he had had to spend a good part of the time discovering where his own troops were, he not only had decided to lash out at the encircling Federal host, he also had determined just when and where and how he would do so, with a minimal adjustment of the lines now held by his three corps. Accordingly, on the evening of July 19th, he summoned Hardee and Stuart to headquarters along with Ben Cheatham, his temporary successor as corps commander, and gave them face-to-face instructions for an attack to be launched soon after midday tomorrow, in order to take advantage of an opportunity Sherman was affording them, apparently out of overweening contempt or unconcern, to accomplish his piecemeal destruction. In the execution of what he termed a general right wheel from the near bank of the Chattahoochee, with Thomas inching the pivot forward across Peachtree Creek to close down on Atlanta from the north, and McPherson and Schofield swinging wide to come in from the east along the Georgia Railroad, the Ohioan had in effect divided his army and developed a better than 2-mile gap between the inner edges of its widespread wings. It was Hood's intention, expressed in detail at his first council of war tonight on the outskirts of the city in his charge, not to plunge into but rather to preserve this gap, and thus keep the two blue wings divided while he crushed them in furious sequence, left and right. Cheatham, with the help of Wheeler's troopers and some 5,000 Georgia militia, would confront McPherson and Schofield from his present entrenchments east of Atlanta, taking care to mass artillery on his left, and thus prevent the Bluecoats in front from crossing the gap between them and Thomas, who meantime would be receiving the full attention of the other two corps. The Union-loyal Virginians' infantry strength was just above 50,000, about the number Hood had in all, but the intention was to catch him half over Peachtree Creek, which he had begun to bridge today, and hit him before he could entrench or bring up reinforcements. Hardee on the right and Stuart on the left, disposed along a jump-off line roughly 4 miles north of the city, were to attack in echelon, east to west, each holding a division in reserve for immediate exploitation of any advantage that developed. The effort to be to drive the enemy back to the creek and then toward the river, into the narrow space formed by the river and creek. Once Thomas had been tamped into that watery pocket and ground up, the two Gray Corps would shift rapidly eastward to assist Cheatham in mangling Schofield and McPherson, with Wheeler's free-swinging horsemen standing by to carry out the roundup that would follow. Hood explained all this to his chief lieutenants by direct interrogatory, having long since learned that no measure is more important upon the eve of battle than to make certain in the presence of commanders that each thoroughly comprehends his orders. His concern in this regard was not unfounded, remembering, as he must have done, the Army of Tennessee's latest, and indeed under Johnston only, contemplated full-scale offensive at Cassville 2 months ago today, midway down the doleful road from Tunnel Hill to Atlanta. Hood knew only too well the dangers that lurked in tactical iotas. Nothing had come of the Cassville design, largely because of his own reaction to finding a misplaced blue column approaching his flank. And presently, on July 20th, with all his troops in position and the 1 o'clock jump-off hour at hand, there were signs that a repetition was in the making. Cheatham sent word before noon that he would have to shift his line southward to keep McPherson from overlapping his right beyond the railroad. Hood could only approve and issue simultaneous instructions for Hardee and Stewart to conform by sidestepping half a division front to their right, thus to prevent too wide an interval from developing between them and Cheatham, through which Schofield might plunge when he came up alongside McPherson. Hardee then had a difficult choice to make. Sidestepping as ordered, he found the interval wider than Hood had supposed, which left him with the decision whether to continue the sidling movement at the cost of delaying his jump-off, or go forward on schedule — it was 1 o'clock by now — with a mile-wide gap yawning empty on his right. He chose the former course, Stewart conforming on his left, and thus delayed the attack for better than 2 hours. Shortly after 3 o'clock, he sent 3 of his 4 divisions plunging northward into the valley of Peachtree Creek. George Thomas was there, in strength and largely braced. Though the attack achieved the desired surprise, those extra 2 hours had given him time not only to get nearly all of his combat elements over the creek, but also to get started on the construction of entrenchments. Hardee struck them and rebounded as if from contact with a red-hot stove, followed by Stewart, who drove harder against the enemy right with no better luck. The Federals either stood firm or hurried reinforcements to shore up threatened portions of their line. Moreover, in the unexpected emergency, Thomas abandoned his accustomed role of old slow trot. Urging his guns forward to relieve the hitch, he used the point of his sword on the rumps of laggard battery horses, then crossed the stream to direct in person the close-up defense of the bridgehead. An Indiana officer judged the progress of the fighting by the way old Tom fiddled with his short, thick, gray-shot whiskers. When satisfied, he smooths them down. When troubled, he works them all out of shape. They were badly tousled now, and presently, when he saw the attackers falling back from the blast of fire that met them, he moved even further out of character in the opposite direction. "Hurrah!" he shouted, and took off his hat and slammed it on the ground in pure exuberance. His whiskers were soon in good shape again, the Hoosier captain noted. They might have been worse ruffled shortly thereafter. Hardee was about to throw Cleburne's reserve division into the melee and, in fact, had just summoned him forward when an urgent dispatch from Hood directed that troops be sent at once to the far right, where Cheatham's flank was under heavy pressure from McPherson. Cleburne arrived after nightfall in time to confront a piece of high, cleared ground known as Bald Hill, 2 miles east of Atlanta and a mile south of the Georgia Railroad. Wheeler's dismounted troopers, after being pushed back all morning, had managed to hang on there through most of the afternoon. Northward, the battle raged along Peachtree Creek, but with decreasing fury, until about 6 o'clock, when it sputtered out. At a cost of 2,500 casualties suffered and 1,600 inflicted, Hood's plan for crushing first Thomas, then the other two Union armies, had failed because the Rock of Chickamauga declined, as usual, to be budged or flustered. The Southern commander had only praise for Cheatham and Wheeler, who fought hard all day against long odds, and especially for Stuart, who, though his losses were close to 2/3 of the Confederate total, carried out his instructions to the letter. He put the blame for his lack of success on Hardee, his former senior, known since Shiloh as Old Reliable, whose corps, although composed of the best troops in the army, virtually accomplished nothing, and in fact, as a comparison of casualties would show, did nothing more than skirmish with the enemy. So Hood would report afterwards when he got around to distributing blame for the failure of his first offensive action. The Battle of Peachtree Creek, it was called, or Hood's first sortie. But that did not keep him from choosing Hardee to deliver the main effort 2 days later in what would be referred to as Hood's second sortie, or the Battle of Atlanta. While Cleburne struggled the following day to prevent a blue advance past Bald Hill, the fighting on this third anniversary of First Manassas, he said, was the bitterest of his life. Wheeler moved still farther to the right, another mile beyond the railroad, to forestall another Federal flanking effort. What he found instead was an invitation for just such a movement by the Confederate defenders. McPherson, apparently with his full attention drawn to the day-long contest with Cleburne, had his left flank in the air, unprotected by cavalry and wide open to assault. Informed of the situation early that morning, Hood grasped eagerly at this chance to turn the tables on the attackers. It was one of the chief regrets of his career that he had missed Chancellorsville, having been on detached service with Longstreet around Suffolk, while the Lee-Jackson masterpiece was being forged in the smoky, vine-choked wilderness 100 miles away. Now here was a God-given once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stage a Chancellorsville of his own, down in the piney woods of Georgia, within a scant 5 days of his appointment to command the Hard-Luck Army of Tennessee. In preparation for exploiting this advantage, and also because both ends of his present line were gravely threatened, Thomas having begun to build up pressure against the left about as heavy as McPherson had been exerting on the right, Hood directed that all three corps begin a withdrawal at nightfall to the works rimming the city in their rear, already laid out by Johnston the month before. These were to be held by Stuart and Cheatham on the north and east, while Hardee marched south, then southeast, 6 miles down the McDonough Road to Cobb's Mill, where he would turn northeast and continue for the same distance up the Fayetteville Road to the Widow Parker's farm, south of the railroad about midway between Atlanta and Decatur. This would put his 4 divisions, including Cleburne's, which would join him on his way through town, in position for an all-out assault on McPherson's left rear. Though the route was as circuitous and long as Stonewall's flanking march had been 14 months ago in Virginia, an early start this evening should enable Old Reliable to launch a dawn attack, and a dawn attack would give him a full day in which to accomplish McPherson's destruction, whereas Jackson had had only the few hours between sunset and dusk to serve Hooker in that fashion. Moreover, by way of increasing the blue confusion and distress, Wheeler's troopers, after serving as guides and outriders for the infantry column, would continue eastward to Decatur for a strike at McPherson's wagon train, known to be parked in the town square with all his reserve supplies and munitions. Hood explained further that once the flank attack got rolling, he would send Cheatham forward to assail McPherson's front and keep Schofield from sending reinforcements to the hard-pressed Union left, while Stuart, around to the north, engaged Thomas for the same purpose. Now, as before the Peachtree venture, he assembled a council of war to make certain that each of his lieutenants understood exactly what was required of him and why. This was all the more advisable here because of the greater complexity of what he was asking them to do. To transfer after dark our entire line from the immediate presence of the enemy to another line around Atlanta, and to throw Hardee the same night entirely to the rear and flank of McPherson, as Jackson was thrown in a similar movement at Chancellorsville and 2nd Manassas, and to initiate the offensive at daylight, required no small effort on the part of the men and officers. I hoped, however, that the assault would result not only in a general battle, but in a signal victory to our arms. Such hope was furthered by the secrecy and speed of the nighttime withdrawal to Atlanta's inner line, which Stewart and Cheatham then began improving with picks and shovels, while Hardee set out on his march around the Federal south flank. Almost at once, the first hitch developed. 2 miles to the east, confronting the enemy on Bald Hill, Cleburne had trouble breaking contact without giving away the movement or inviting an attack. It was crowding midnight before Hardee solved the problem by instructing him to leave his skirmishers in position and fall in behind W.H.T. Walker's men, marking time in rear of the other 2 divisions under Bate and George Maney, Cheatham's senior brigadier. Cleburne managed this by 1 a.m. of the projected day of battle, Friday, July 22nd, but it was 3 o'clock in the morning before the final elements of the corps filed out of the unoccupied entrenchments south of town. That was the first delay. Another was caused by the weariness of the marchers, still unrested from Wednesday's bloody work and Thursday's fitful skirmishing under the burning summer sun. Strung out on the single narrow road which had to be cleared from time to time when Wheeler's dusty horsemen clattered up or down it, the head of the column did not reach Cobb's Mill until dawn, the supposed jump-off hour. Disgruntled, Hardee turned northeast for the Widow Parker's, another half-dozen miles up the troop-choked road. It was close to noon by the time he got there, evidently unsuspected by the enemy in the woods across the way, and 12:30 before the corps was formed for assault, Maney and Cleburne on the left astride the Flat Shoals Road, which ran northwest past Bald Hill, where McPherson's flank was anchored. Cleburne thus had nearly come full circle, and Walker and Bate on the right, on opposite sides of Sugar Creek, which also led northwest directly into McPherson's rear. Old Reliable could take pride in being just where he was meant to be, in position to duplicate Jackson's famous end-on strike at Hooker, but he was also uncomfortably aware that he was more than 6 hours behind schedule. This made him testy, as anyone near him could see in these final minutes before he gave the order to go forward. When Wheeler sent word that a sizable column of blue troopers had passed this way a while ago, apparently headed southward on a raid, and requested permission to take out after them, Hardee was quick to say no. We must attack as we arranged with all our force. So Wheeler, disappointed at being denied the chance to cross sabers with the intruders, set out eastward for Decatur and McPherson's unsuspecting and perhaps unguarded wagon train. Then Walker came to headquarters to report that he had discovered in his immediate front a giant briar patch, which he asked to be allowed to skirt when he advanced, despite the probable derangement of his line and the loss of still more time. Normally courteous, Hardee was emphatic in refusal. "No, sir," he said roughly, not bothering to disguise his anger. "This movement has been delayed too long already. Go and obey my orders." Walker, a year younger at 47 than his chief, who had finished a year behind him at West Point, a veteran of the Seminole and Mexican Wars, heavily bearded with stern eyes, he was one of 3 West Pointers among the 8 Confederate generals named Walker, then demonstrated a difficulty commanders risked with high-strung subordinates in this war, particularly on the southern side. He took offense at his fellow Georgian's tone, and he said as much to an aide who rode with him on the way back to his division. "Major, did you hear that?" he asked, fuming. The staffer admitted he had. "General Hardee forgot himself," he suggested. Walker was not to be put off, however. "I shall make him remember this insult. If I survive this battle, he shall answer me for it." Just then an officer from Hardee's staff overtook them with the Corps commander's regrets for his hasty and discourteous language, and assurance that he would have come in person to apologize, but that his presence was required elsewhere and would do so at the first opportunity. So the envoy informed Walker, whose companion remarked soothingly after they had ridden on, "Now that makes it all right." But Walker's blood was up. He was by no means satisfied. "No, it does not," he said hotly. "He must answer me for this." As it turned out, no one on this earth was going to answer to W.H.T. Walker for anything. Ordered forward shortly thereafter, he and his 3 brigades clawed their way through the briar patch, hearing Maney's and Cleburne's attack explode on the left as it struck McPherson's flank, and then emerged from a stand of pines into what was to have been the Union rear, only to find a nearly mile-long triple line of bluecoats confronting them on ground that had been empty when it was reconnoitered half an hour before. Walker had little chance to react to this discovery, however, for as he and his men emerged from the trees, sunlight glinting on his drawn saber and their rifles, a Federal picket took careful aim and shot him off his horse. Hood, who had waited and watched impatiently for the past 6 hours in a high-sided observation post on the outskirts of Atlanta, was dismayed by what he saw no more than a mile away across the treetops. Plunging northwest on the far left of the Confederate assault, Maney overlapped the Union flank and had to swing hard right as he went past it, which threw his division head-on against the enemy entrenchments facing west. This caused Hood to assume, and later charge, that Hardee's attack had been launched not into the rear of the blue left flank as directed, but against its front, with predictable results. Maney rebounded, then lunged forward again and again rebounded. Beyond him, out of sight from Hood's lookout tower, Cleburne was doing better, having struck the Federals endwise, and was driving them headlong up the Flat Shoals Road, which ran just in rear of their works below Bald Hill. Still farther to the east, however, Bate and Walker's successor, Brigadier General Hugh Mercer, were having the hardest time of all. In this direction, the element of surprise was with the defenders, whose presence was as unexpected here on the right as the appearance of the attackers had been at the opposite end of the line. Advancing westward yesterday and this morning under instructions not to extend any farther to the left beyond the railroad, lest his troops be spread too thin, McPherson's front had contracted so much that he could detach one of his 3 corps, led by Major General Grenville M. Dodge, to carry out an order from Sherman to destroy every rail and tie of the railroad from Decatur up to your skirmish line. Dodge completed this assignment before midday and was moving up to take a position in support of Blair, whose corps was on the left, when he learned that a heavy force of graybacks was approaching from the southeast, up both banks of Sugar Creek. Under the circumstances, all he had to do was halt and face his 2 divisions to the left, still in march formation on an east-west road, to establish the triple line of defense whose existence Walker and Bate had not suspected until they emerged from the screen of pines and found it bristling in their front. If they had come up half an hour earlier, they would have stepped into a military vacuum, with little or nothing between them and the rear of Blair and Logan, whose corps was on Blair's right, connecting McPherson and Schofield. Now, instead, Walker was dead, and Bate and Mercer were involved in a desperate fight that stopped them in their tracks, much as Maney had been stopped on the left under different circumstances. Thus, of the 4 gray divisions involved in the attack from which so much had been expected, only Cleburne's was performing as intended. Yet he and his fellow Arkansans made the most of their advantage, including the killing of the commander of the Army of the Tennessee. McPherson was not with his troops when Hardee's attack exploded on his flank. He was up in rear of Schofield's left, just over half a mile north of the railroad, conferring with Sherman in the yard of a 2-story frame house that had been taken over for general headquarters, about midway of the line confronting Atlanta from the east. What he wanted was permission to open fire with a battery of long-range 32-pounders on a foundry whose tall smokestack he could see beyond the rebel works from a gun position he had selected and already had under construction on Bald Hill, or Leggett's Hill as it was called on the federal side, for Brigadier General Mortimer Leggett, whose division of Blair's Corps occupied it. McPherson's notion was that if he could knock down that foundry, along with other buildings inside Atlanta, he would hasten the fall of the city. Moreover, he had personal reasons for wanting to accomplish this in the shortest possible time, since what he was counting on in the way of reward was a leave of absence that would permit him to go to Baltimore and marry a young lady to whom he had been engaged since his last leave, just after the fall of Vicksburg. He had tried his best to get away in March and April, but Sherman had been unwilling, protesting that there was too much to be done before the drive through Georgia opened in early May. So the 35-year-old Ohioan had had to bide his time, though only by the hardest. Just last week he had asked his friend Schofield when he supposed his prayers would be answered. "After the capture of Atlanta, I guess," Schofield replied, and McPherson had taken that as his preliminary objective, immediately preceding the real objective, which was Baltimore and a union that had little to do with the one he and more than 100,000 others would die fighting to preserve. Sherman readily assented to the shelling of the city and ordered it to begin as soon as the guns were in position. His first impression on finding the rebel trenches empty in his front this morning had been that Hood had evacuated Atlanta overnight. But that had lasted only until he relocated the enemy in occupation of the city's inner line, as briskly as ever, if not more so. And now he took the occasion of McPherson's midday visit to show him, on the headquarters map, his plan for shifting all 3 armies around it to the west, for the purpose of cutting Hood's remaining rail connections with Macon and Mobile, which would surely bring on the fall of Atlanta if the proposed bombardment failed. It was by then around 12:30, and as they talked, bent over the map, the sound of conflict suddenly swelled to a roar, particularly southward, where things had been quiet all morning. Sherman whipped out his pocket compass, trained it by earshot, and became satisfied that the firing was too far to our left rear to be explained by known facts. McPherson quickly called for his horse and rode off to investigate, trailed by members of his staff. Sherman stood and watched him go, curly-bearded, 6 feet tall, with lights of laughter often twinkling in his eyes. A very handsome man in every way, according to his chief, who thought of his fellow Ohioan as something more than a protege or a younger brother. He thought of him, in fact, as a successor, and not only to himself, as he would tell another friend that night. "I expected something to happen to Grant and me. Either the rebels or the newspapers would kill us both, and I looked to McPherson as the man to follow us and finish the war." From a ridge in rear of the road on which Dodge had been marching until he stopped and faced his 2 divisions left to meet the assault by Bate and Walker, McPherson could see that the situation here was less desperate than he had feared. Dodge was plainly holding his own, although the boom of guns from the east gave warning that a brigade he had posted at Decatur to guard the train in the cavalry's absence was also under attack. Sending the available members of his staff in both directions, with instructions for all units to stand firm at whatever cost, the Army commander turned his attention westward to Blair's position, where the threat seemed gravest. In point of fact, it was graver than he knew. Cleburne by now had driven Blair's flank division back on Leggett, whose troops were fighting to hold the hill that bore his name, and numbers of enemy skirmishers had already worked their way around in its rear to seize the wooded ground between there and Dodge's position. That was how it happened that McPherson, who had sent away all of his staff except an orderly, encountered graybacks while trotting along a road that led across to Leggett's Hill. Indeed, he was practically on top of one group of Confederates before he suspected they were there. An Arkansas captain, raising his sword as a signal for the two riders to surrender, was surprised by the young general's response. He checked his horse slightly, raised his hat as politely as if he were saluting a lady, wheeled his horse's head directly to the right, and dashed off to the rear in a full gallop. But not for long. "Shoot him," the gray-clad officer told a corporal standing by, and the corporal did. McPherson was bent over his mount's withers to keep from being swept from the saddle by the drooping limbs of trees along the road. He fell heavily to the ground, struck low in the back by a bullet that ranged upward through or near his heart. His companion, unhorsed and momentarily stunned by a low-hanging branch, recovered consciousness to find the general lying beside him, clutching his breast in pain, and the butternut soldiers hurrying toward them. He bent over him and asked if he was hurt. "Oh, orderly, I am," McPherson said, and with that he put his face in the dust of the road, quivered briefly, and died. The orderly felt himself being snatched back and up by his revolver belt. "Get to the rear, you Yankee son of a bitch," he heard the rebel who had grabbed him say. Then the captain got there and stood looking down at the polished boots and buff gauntlets, the ornate sash about the waist, and the stars of a major general on both dead shoulders. "Who is this lying here?" he asked. The orderly had trouble answering. Sudden grief had constricted his throat, and tears stood in his eyes. "Sir, it is General McPherson," he said. "You have killed the best man in our army." Sherman's grief was as great and a good deal more effusive. "I yield to no one but yourself the right to exceed me in lamentations for our dead hero," he presently wrote the Baltimore fiancé. "Though the cannon booms now and the angry rattle of musketry tells me that I also will likely pay the same penalty, yet while life lasts I will delight in the memory of that bright particular star which has gone before to prepare the way for us more hardened sinners who must struggle to the end." But that was later, when he could spare the time. Just now he responded to the news that McPherson's horse had come riderless out of the woods in back of Leggett's Hill by ordering John Logan, the senior corps commander, to take charge of the army and counterattack at once to recover the ground on which his chief might be lying wounded. Logan did so, and within the hour McPherson's body was brought to headquarters in an ambulance. Someone wrenched a door off its hinges and propped it on two chairs for a catafalque, and Sherman went on directing the battle from the room where his fellow Ohioan was laid out. Already he had sent a brigade from Schofield to support the one Dodge had defending Decatur from Wheeler's attack, but aside from this he sent no reinforcements to help resist the assault on his left flank and rear. "I purposely allowed the Army of the Tennessee to fight this battle almost unaided," he later explained, partly because he wanted to leave to McPherson's veterans the honor of avenging his fall, and also because he believed that if any assistance were rendered by either of the other armies, the Army of the Tennessee would be jealous. His confidence in his old army, it had also once been Grant's and had yet to come out loser when the smoke of battle cleared, was justified largely today because of Logan, who exercised his new command in style. Dubbed Blackjack by his soldiers, the former Illinois politician knew how to translate stump oratory into rousing military terms. Clutching his flop-brim hat in one hand so that his long raven hair streamed behind him in the wind, he spurred from point to embattled point and bellowed, "Will you hold this line with me? Will you hold this line?" The veterans showed they would. "Blackjack, Blackjack," they chanted as they beat off attacks that soon were coming from all directions, particularly on Leggett's Hill, which Hood by now had ordered Cheatham to assault from the west, while Cleburne kept up pressure from the south and east. Brigadier General Manning Force's brigade, menaced front and rear, was obliged at times to fight on alternate sides of its breastworks. At one critical point he called for a flag, and a young lieutenant, assuming from the look of things that the time had come to surrender, began a frantic search for a white handkerchief or shirt. "Damn you, sir," Force shouted. "I don't want a flag of truce. I want the American flag." Shot in the face shortly thereafter, he lost the use of his voice and fell back on conducting the hilltop defense with gestures, which were no less flamboyant and seemed to work as well. The hill was held, though at a cost of 10 guns, including the 4 McPherson had planned to use against Atlanta at long range, 15 stands of colors, and better than 1,000 prisoners, mostly from Blair's other division under Brigadier General Giles A. Smith, one of an even dozen Federal generals with that name, including one who spelled it Smyth, which had given way at the outset, badly rattled by Cleburne's unexpected flank and rear assault. Although there were no other outright surprises, the issue continued to swing in doubt from time to time and place to place. Sherman watched with interest from his headquarters on the Central Ridge, and when Cheatham scored a breakthrough around 4 o'clock just north of the railroad, he had Schofield mass the fire of several batteries to help restore Logan's punctured right. Word came then from Decatur that the 2 brigades of infantry had managed to keep Wheeler's troopers out of the town square where the train was parked, and from Dodge that he was confident of holding against weakening attacks on the left rear. Mercurial as always, despite the tears that trickled into his stub-red beard whenever he thought of McPherson laid out on his improvised bier inside the house, Sherman was in high spirits as a result of these reports, which reached him as he paced about the yard and watched the progress of the fighting in all directions. Presently, the headquarters came under long-range fire, obliging him and his attendants to take cover in an adjoining grove of trees. Sheltered behind one of these, he noticed a terrified soldier crouched nearby in back of another, moaning, "Lord, Lord, if I once get home, and oh, I'll be killed." Sherman grinned and picked up a handful of stones, which he then began to toss in that direction. Every pebble that struck the tree brought a howl or a groan from behind it. "That's hard firing, my man," he called to the unstrung soldier, who replied without opening his tight-shut eyes. "Hard? It's fearful. I think 30 shells have hit this tree while I was here." The fire subsided, and the general stepped into the open. "It's all over now. Come out," he told the man, who emerged trembling. When he saw who had been taunting him, he took off running through the woods, pursued by the sound of Sherman's laughter. From end to end, the Federal line was held or restored, except where Smith's unfortunates had been driven back across the lower slopes of Leggett's Hill. And though the fighting was sometimes hand-to-hand and desperate, on past sundown into twilight, there was by then no doubt that Hood's second sortie, aside, that is, from the capture of a dozen guns and an assortment of Union colors, had been no less a failure than his first, 2 days ago. It was, however, considerably more expensive, for this time the Confederate leader held almost nothing back, including the Georgia militia, which he used in a fruitless attack on Schofield that had no effect on the battle except to swell the list of Southern casualties. In the end, Hood's loss was around 8,000 killed, wounded, and missing, as compared to Sherman's 3,700. All next day, the contending armies remained in position, licking their wounds, until Hardee withdrew unimpeded the following night into the Atlanta works. Saddened by the loss of Walker, who had called at headquarters on the eve of battle to assure him of his understanding and support, as well as by the news about McPherson, "No soldier fell in the enemy's ranks whose death caused me equal regret," he later said of his West Point friend and classmate. Hood was profoundly disappointed by the failure of his 2 sorties to accomplish the end for which they had been designed. But he was by no means so discouraged that he did not intend to attempt a third if his adversary presented him with still another opportunity. He knew only too well how close he had come, except for the unlucky appearance of Dodge's corps in exactly the wrong place at the wrong time, to wrecking the encircling Union host entirely. Frank Blair, for one, concurred in this belief. Hood's flanking movement, he afterwards declared, was a very bold and a very brilliant one, and was very near being successful. The position taken up accidentally by Dodge's corps prevented the full force of the blow from falling where it was intended to fall. If my command had been driven from its position at the time that Logan's corps was forced back from its entrenchments, there must have been a general rout of all the troops of the Army of the Tennessee, and possibly the panic might have been communicated to the balance of the army. Sherman was not much given to speculation on the might-have-beens of combat, and in any case he no more agreed with this assessment than he did with subsequent criticism that, in leaving Schofield and Thomas standing comparatively idle on the sidelines while Logan battled for survival, he had missed a prime chance to break Atlanta's inner line, weakened as it was by the withdrawal of a major portion of its defenders for the attack on his south flank. What he mainly concluded, once the smoke had cleared, was that in staging 2 all-out sorties in as many days, both of them not only unsuccessful, but also highly expensive in energy, blood, and ingenuity, Hood had shot his wad. And from this, Sherman concluded further that he was unlikely to be molested in his execution of the maneuver he had described to McPherson at their final interview, that is, to withdraw from the left flank and add to the right, thereby shifting his whole force counterclockwise around to the west of the city in order to probe for its rail supply lines to the south. First, though, there was the problem of finding a permanent replacement for his fallen star, McPherson. On the face of it, Logan, having performed spectacularly under worse than trying conditions, the solution should have been simple. But it turned out to be extremely complicated, involving the exacerbation of some tender feelings and, in the end, nothing less than the reorganization of the command structure of 2 of the 3 armies in his charge. Thomas came promptly to headquarters to advise against keeping Logan at his temporary post. Although there was bad blood between them dating back to Chattanooga, basically, his objection was that Blackjack, like all the other corps and division leaders in the Army of the Tennessee, not one of them was a West Pointer, whereas 2/3 of his own and half of Schofield's were Academy graduates, was a non-professional. "He is brave enough and a good officer," the Virginian admitted, "but if he had an army, I'm afraid he would edge over on both sides and annoy Schofield and me. Even as a corps commander, he is given to edging out beyond his jurisdiction." Sherman agreed in principle that volunteers from civilian life, especially politicians, looked to personal fame and glory as auxiliary and secondary to their political ambition. "I wanted to succeed in taking Atlanta," he later explained, "and needed commanders who were purely and technically soldiers, men who would obey orders and execute them promptly and on time." That ruled out Logan along with Blair. "Who then?" he asked Thomas, who replied, "You cannot do better than put Howard in command of that army." Sherman protested that this would make Logan terribly mad and might also create a rumpus among those volunteers, but then agreed. One-armed and 2 years younger even than McPherson, O. Howard, West Point 54, a Maine-born recent Eastern import to the Western Theater, was then announced as the new commander of the army that had once been Sherman's own. Returned to his corps, Logan managed to live with the burning aroused in his breast by this disappointment. But the same could not be said for Old Tom's ranking corps commander, the altogether professional Joe Hooker. Outraged at having been passed over in favor of the man he largely blamed for his defeat at Chancellorsville, Fighting Joe characterized the action as an insult to my rank and services, and submitted at once a request to be relieved of his present duties. Thomas approved and heartily recommended acceptance of this application, which Sherman was quick to grant, remarking incidentally that the former commander of the Army of the Potomac had not even been considered for the post that now was Howard's, since we on the spot did not rate his fighting qualities as high as he did. Hooker departed for an inactive assignment in the Northern Department, where he spent the rest of the war, further embittered by the news that his successor was Major General Henry W. Slocum, another enemy, who had been sent to Vicksburg on the eve of the present campaign to avoid personality clashes between them. Pending Slocum's arrival from Mississippi, Alpheus Williams would lead the Corps as senior division commander, much as Major General David S. Stanley had succeeded to the command of Howard's Corps, though on a permanent basis. By July 25th, within 5 days of the Peachtree Crossing, when work on it began, the railroad bridge over the Chattahoochee, 760 feet long and 90 high, was completed and track relayed to a forward base immediately in Thomas's rear. Sherman, his supplies replenished and generals reshuffled, was ready within another 2 days to begin the counterclockwise western slide designed to bring on the fall of Atlanta by severing its rail connection with the world outside. Already this had been accomplished up to the final step, for of the 4 lines in and out of the city, all but one had been seized or wrecked by now, beginning with the Western and Atlantic, down which the Federals had been moving ever since they chivied Johnston out of Dalton. Then Schofield and McPherson had put the Georgia Railroad out of commission by dismantling it as they moved westward from Stone Mountain and Decatur. Of the remaining 2, the Atlanta and West Point and the Macon and Western, which shared the same track until they branched southwest and southeast at East Point, 5 miles south of the city. The former, connecting with Montgomery and Mobile, had been severely damaged the week before by Major General Lovell Rousseau, who raided southward through Alabama with 2,500 troopers, practically unopposed, and tore up close to 30 miles of the line between Montgomery and Opelika, where it branched northeast for West Point and Atlanta. That left only the Macon Road, connecting eastward with Savannah, for Hood's use in supplying his army and for Sherman to destroy. He began his large-scale semicircular maneuver to accomplish this on July 27th, ordering Howard to swing north, then west, in rear of Schofield and Thomas, who would follow him in turn, for a southward march down the near bank of the Chattahoochee, which would serve as an artery for supplies, to descend as soon as possible on that one railroad still in operation out of a place that once had boasted of being the turntable of the Confederacy. Simultaneously, by way of putting 2 strings to his bow, he turned 10,000 horsemen loose on the same objective in an all-out double strike around both rebel flanks. Brigadier General Edward McCook, his division reinforced to a strength of 3,500 by the addition of a brigade from Rousseau, who, it was hoped, had established the model for the current operation over in Alabama the week before, would ride down the north bank of the Chattahoochee for a crossing at Campbelltown, under orders to proceed eastward and hit the Macon and Western at or below Jonesboro, just under 20 miles on the far side of Atlanta. This was also the goal of the 2nd Mounted Column, 6,500 strong, which would set out from Decatur under Stoneman, who had Garrett's division attached to his own for a southward lunge around the enemy right. Both columns were to start on July 27th, the day the infantry slide began. Sherman expected them back within 3 days at the most. But when Stoneman asked permission to press on once the railroad had been wrecked to Macon and Andersonville for the purpose of freeing the prisoners held in their thousands at both places, he readily agreed to this 100-mile extension of the raid, on condition that Garrett head back as soon as the Macon road was smashed, to work with McCook in covering the infantry's left wheel around Atlanta. The Redheads' hopes were high, but not for long, mainly because of Joe Wheeler, who, though outnumbered 3-2 by the Blue Troopers, did not neglect this opportunity to deal with them in detail. Right and left, at Campbelltown and Decatur, both of them closer to Jonesboro than they were to each other at the outset, the two columns took off on schedule, though not altogether in the manner Sherman intended. Stoneman's mind was fixed so firmly on his ultimate goal, Andersonville and its 30,000 inmates, whose liberation would be nothing less than the top cavalry exploit of the war, that he no longer had any discernible interest in the limited purpose for which the two-pronged strike had been conceived. Accordingly, without notifying anyone above him, he sent Garrett's 4,300 troopers pounding due south to draw off the enemy horsemen, while he and his 2,200 rode east for Covington, which Garrett had raided 5 days ago during the Battle of Atlanta. In this he was successful. He reached Covington undetected and turned south, down the east bank of the Ocmulgee River, for Macon, the first of his two prison camp objectives. Garrett, meantime, had been no less successful in carrying out his part of the revised design, which was to attract the attention of the rebels in his direction. On Snapfinger Creek that afternoon, barely 10 miles out of Decatur, he ran into mounted graybacks whose number increased so rapidly overnight that at Flat Rock Bridge next morning, another 5 miles down the road, he had to turn and ride hard back to Decatur to keep from losing everything he had. His nimbleness kept down his losses, yet even so these would have been much heavier if Wheeler, about to give chase with 8 brigades, just over 6,000 sabres in all, had not received word that McCook had crossed the Chattahoochee en route for the Macon and Western, and that Stoneman was beyond the Ocmulgee, apparently headed for Macon itself. The Georgia-born Alabamian, 2 months short of his 28th birthday, left 1 brigade to keep up the pressure on Garrett and turned with the other 7 to meet these rearward threats, sending 3 brigades to deal with Stoneman while he himself set out with the rest to intercept McCook. As it turned out, the interception came after, not before, McCook struck the railroad at Lovejoy Station, 7 miles beyond Jonesboro. He got there 4 hours ahead of Wheeler, which gave him time to burn the depot, tear up 1.5 miles of track, and destroy a sizable wagon train, along with its 800 mules, before the graybacks arrived to drive him off and pursue him all the way to the Chattahoochee. Overtaken at Noonan, due west on the West Point Road, McCook lost 950 troopers killed and captured, along with his pack train and 2 guns between there and the river, which he crossed to safety on July 30th, reduced in strength by nearly 1/3 and much the worse for wear. By that time, Stoneman had reached the outskirts of Macon, only to find it defended by local militia. While he engaged in a long-range duel across the Ocmulgee with these part-time soldiers, hoping to cover his search for a downstream ford, the 3 brigades sent after him by Wheeler came up in his rear. He tried for a getaway back the way he had come, then found himself involved in a running fight that ended next day near Hillsboro, 25 miles to the north, when he was all but surrounded at a place called Sunshine Church. He chose 1 brigade to make a stand and told the other 2 to escape as best they could, which they did while he and his chosen 700 were being overrun and rounded up. One of the 2 surviving brigades made it back to Decatur 2 days later, but the other, unable to turn west because of the swarm of rebels on that flank, was wrecked at Jug Tavern on August 3rd, 30 miles north of Covington. Stoneman and his captured fellow officers were in Macon by then, locked up with the unfortunates they had set out to liberate, and the enlisted men were in much the same position, though considerably worse off so far as the creature comforts were concerned, 60 miles to the southwest at Andersonville. On the whole, Sherman reported to Washington in one of the prize understatements of the war, the cavalry raid is not deemed a success. In plain fact, aside from McCook's fortuitous interception of the 800-mule train, the break in the track at Lovejoy's, for example, amounted to nothing worse than a 2-day inconvenience, after which the Macon and Western was back in use from end to end. The raid not only failed to achieve its purpose, it was also a good deal harder on the raiders than on the raided. Sherman's true assessment was shown by what he did on the return of his badly cut-up horsemen, rather than by what he wrote in his report. Garrett's division, which had suffered least, was dismounted and used to occupy the entrenchments Schofield vacated when he began his swing around the city in Howard's wake, and the other two were reorganized after a period of sorely needed rest and refitment into units roughly half their former size. Not that Sherman expected much from them, offensively speaking, in the critical days ahead. "I now became satisfied," he said later, "that cavalry could not or would not make a sufficient lodgment on the railroad below Atlanta, and that nothing would suffice but for us to reach it with the main army." But that turned out to be about as difficult an undertaking as the one assigned to Stoneman and McCook. For one thing, against all his expectations, which were founded on the belief that Hood by now had shot his wad, he had no sooner begun his counterclockwise wheel, shifting Howard around in rear of Schofield and Thomas to a position west of the city so that his right could be extended to reach the vital railway junction at East Point, than he was confronted with still a third sortie by his Confederate opponent, quite as savage as the other two. All had gone well on the first day, July 27th. Howard pulled out undeterred and took up the march, first north, then west along the near bank of Peachtree Creek. Riding south next morning in rear of Logan, whose corps was in the lead, Sherman and the new Army commander came under fire from a masked battery as they approached the Lickskillet Road, which ran due east into Atlanta, 3 miles off. Howard did not like the look of things and said so. "General Hood will attack me here," he told his companion, who scoffed at the notion. "I guess not. He will hardly try it again." But Howard remained persuaded that he was about to be struck, explaining later that he based his conviction on previous acquaintance with the man who would do the striking. "I said that I had known Hood at West Point and that he was indomitable." Indomitable, presented thus with a third chance to destroy an isolated portion of the enemy host, Hood had designed still another combined assault, once more after the manner of Lee and Jackson, to forestall this massive probe around his left. His old corps, now under Stephen D. Lee, the South Carolinian had been promoted to lieutenant general and brought from Alabama to take over from Cheatham, would march out the Lickskillet Road on the morning of July 28th to occupy a position from which it could block Howard's extension of the Union right and set him up for a flank attack by Stuart, who would bring his corps out the Sandtown Road that evening, a mile in Lee's rear, to circle the head of the stalled blue column and strike from the southwest at Howard's unguarded outer flank next morning. Hardee, reduced to 3 divisions, each of which received a brigade from the fallen Walker's broken-up division, would hold Atlanta's inner line against whatever pressure Schofield and Thomas might exert. Lee, who had assumed command only the day before, moved as ordered, determined to prove his mettle in this first test at his new post. 2 months short of his 31st birthday, he was 6 years younger than anyone else of his rank in the whole Confederacy, but found himself involved by midday 3 miles out the Lickskillet Road, near a rural chapel known as Ezra Church, in a furious meeting engagement that left him no time for digging in or even getting set. So instead, he took the offensive with all 3 of his divisions. They were not enough, not nearly enough as the thing developed. Howard, who was only 2 years older than Lee and no less anxious to prove his mettle, having also assumed command the day before, had foreseen the attack, or anyhow forefelt it despite Sherman's scoff, and though there was no time for entrenching, once he had called a halt, he had his lead corps throw up a rudimentary breastwork of logs and rails, so that when Lee's men charged, With a terrifying yell, the one armed commander would recall, they were met steadily and repulsed. They fell back, then charged again with the same result. Busily strengthening their improvised works between attacks, Logan's 4 divisions stood their ground, reinforced in the course of the struggle by others from Dodge and Blair, while Sherman rode back and alerted Thomas to be ready to send more. These last were unneeded, even though Hood by then had abandoned his plan for a double envelopment and instead told Stuart to go at once out the Lickskillet Road to Lee's assistance. Stuart added the weight of 1 division to the contest before sundown without appreciable effect. Each attack was less vigorous and had less chance than the one before it, a Union veteran was to note. Alarmed by reports coming in all afternoon from west of Atlanta, Hood had Hardee turn his corps over to Cheatham, who had returned to his division, and proceed without delay to Ezra Church to take charge of the other 2. Old Reliable arrived to find that the battle had sputtered out and made no effort to revive it. Lee and Stuart between them had lost some 2,500 killed and wounded, about the same number that had fallen along Peachtree Creek 8 days ago, as compared to Howard's loss of a scant 700. Nor was that the worst of it, according to Hardee, who afterwards declared, "No action of the campaign probably did so much to demoralize and dishearten the troops engaged in it." Sherman knew now that he had been wrong these past 5 days in thinking that Hood had shot his wad in the Battle of Atlanta. He would have been considerably closer to the truth, however, if he had reverted to this belief on the night that followed the Battle of Ezra Church. Moreover, there were Confederates in the still smoky woods out beyond Howard's unbroken lines who would have agreed with him, almost. "Say, Johnny," one of Logan's soldiers called across the breastworks into the outer darkness, "how many of you are there left?" "Oh, about enough for another killing," some butternut replied. This attitude on both sides, now that another month drew to a close, was reflected in their respective casualty lists. Including his cavalry subtractions, which were heavy, Sherman had lost in July about 8,000 killed, wounded, and missing, roughly the number that fell in June and better than 1,000 fewer than fell in May. The overall federal total from the outset back at Tunnel Hill came to just under 25,000. Hood, on the other hand, had suffered 13,000 casualties in the course of his 3 sorties, which brought the Confederate total, including Johnston's, to 27,500. That was about the number Lee had lost during the same 3-month span in Virginia, whereas Sherman had lost considerably fewer than half as many as Meade. Grant could well be proud of his Western lieutenant if and when he got around to comparing the cost in men per mile of the campaigns in Georgia and the Old Dominion, West and East. Still, there was a good deal more to war than mere killing and maiming. "Lee's army will be your objective point," he had instructed Meade before the jump-off, only to have the Eastern offensive wind up in a stalemate, a digging contest outside Petersburg. Similarly, he had told Sherman to move against Johnston's army, and the red-haired Ohioan had done just that, so long as the army was Johnston's. But now that it was Hood's and had come out swinging, a change set in, particularly after Ezra Church, the third of Hood's 3 roaring sorties. Lopsided as that victory had been for Sherman, it served warning that in reaching for the railroad in his adversary's rear, his infantry might do no better than his cavalry had done, and indeed might suffer as severely in the process. Inching southward all the following week, he found rebel entrenchments bristling in his path. On August 5th, having brought Schofield around in the wake of Howard, he reinforced him with a corps from Thomas and ordered the drive on the railroad resumed. Schofield tried the following morning, but was soon involved in the toils of Utoy Creek and suffered a bloody repulse. It was then that the change in Sherman, or rather in his definition of his goal, became complete. Formerly, the Gate City had been no more than the anvil on which he intended to hammer the insurgent force to pieces. Now it became the end-all objective of his campaign. He would simply pound the anvil. "I do not deem it prudent to extend any more to the right," he wired Halleck next day, "but will push forward daily by parallels and make the inside of Atlanta too hot to be endured." In line with McPherson's proposal at their farewell interview, he sent to Chattanooga for siege guns and began a long-range shelling of the city, firing over the heads of its defenders and into its business and residential districts. "Most of the people are gone. It is now simply a big fort," he informed his wife that week. And while this was by no means true at the time, it became increasingly the case with every passing day of the bombardment. "I can give you no idea of the excitement in Atlanta," a Southern correspondent wrote. "Everybody seems to be hurrying off, especially the women. Wagons loaded with household furniture and everything else that can be packed upon them crowd every street. And women old and young and children innumerable are hurrying to and fro. Every train of cars is loaded to its utmost capacity. The excitement beats everything I ever saw, and I hope I may never witness such again." Presently, though the destruction of property was great and the shelling continued day and night, the citizens learned to take shelter in underground bomb-proofs, as at Vicksburg the year before, and Hood said later that he never heard one word from their lips expressive of dissatisfaction or willingness to surrender. Sherman's reaction was to step up the rate of fire. "We can pick out almost any house in town," he boasted to Halleck. He was by nature too impatient for a siege, he added, "but one thing is certain. Whether we get inside of Atlanta or not, it will be a used-up community when we are done with it." His troops shared his ebullience, if not his impatience, finding much to admire in this notion of bloodless engagement at long range. "There goes the Atlanta Express," they cheered as the big shells took off at 15-minute intervals over there and the rebel trenches. When one of the outsized guns developed the habit of dropping its projectiles short, they turned and shouted rearward through cupped hands, "Take her away, she slobbers at the mouth." Sherman moved among them, a reporter noted, with no symptoms of heavy cares, his nose high, thin, and planted with a curve as vehement as the curl of a Malay cutlass. Tall, slender, his quick movements denoting good muscle added to absolute leanness, not thinness. Uncle Billy, they called him, with an affection no blue-clad soldiers had shown for a commander, west or east, since Little Mac's departure from the war. What was more, unlike McClellan, he shared their life as well as their rations, though a staffer recorded that he was mostly too busy to eat much. He ate hardtack, sweet potatoes, bacon, black coffee off a rough table, sitting on a cracker box, wearing a gray flannel shirt, a faded old blue blouse, and trousers he had worn since long before Chattanooga. He talked and smoked cigars incessantly, giving orders, dictating telegrams, bright and chipper. Partly this was exuberance, partly it was fret, which he often expressed or covered in such a manner. Either way it was deadly, as was shown in a message he sent Howard August 10th amid the roar of long-range guns. "Let us destroy Atlanta," he said, "and make it a desolation." Sherman's ebullience was heightened by news that arrived next day, roundabout from Washington, of a great naval victory scored the week before by Farragut down in Mobile Bay. Long the target of various plans that had come to nothing until now, including Grant's, which went badly awry up the Red that spring, with the near destruction of Banks's army and Porter's fleet. This last of the South's major Gulf of Mexico ports, second only to Wilmington as a haven for blockade runners, had been uppermost in Farragut's mind ever since the fall of New Orleans, more than 2 years ago. He then solicited the department for permission to steam booming into the bay before its defenses could be strengthened, only to be told that he and his sea-going vessels would continue to prowl the Mississippi until the big river was opened from source to mouth. By the time this was accomplished, a year later at Port Hudson, both the Admiral and his flagship Hartford were sorely in need of rest and repairs. However urgent its priority, the reduction of Mobile would have to await their return, respectively, from Hastings-on-Hudson, the Tennessee-born sailors' adoptive home, and the Brooklyn Navy Yard. A Christmas visit to New York City was disrupted by an intelligence report that reached him amid the splendors of the Astor House, confirming his worst fears. Not only had Mobile's defenders greatly strengthened the forts guarding the entrance to the harbor, refugees now declared that they also were building a monster ironclad up the Alabama River, more formidable in armament and armor than any warship since the Merrimac. Farragut knew from a study of what the latter had done in Hampton Roads before the Monitor's arrival, as well as from his own experience near Vicksburg, when the Arkansas steamed murderously through the Blue Flotilla, just what damage one such vessel could do to any number of wooden ships. The answer, he saw, was to get back down there fast and, if possible, go up the river and destroy her before she was ready to engage, or else acquire some ironclads of his own, able to fight her on a give-and-take basis. In any case, after 4 months of rest and relaxation, he was galvanized into action. He went straight to Brooklyn and served notice that he expected the workmen to have the Hartford ready for sea by the evening of January 3rd. She was, and he dropped anchor at Pensacola 2 weeks later. Off Mobile next day, January 18th, he learned at first hand not only that the rebel ironclad existed as rumored, but also that she was now in the mouth of Dog River, up at the head of the bay. CSS Tennessee was her name, and Admiral Franklin Buchanan, former commander of the Merrimac, Virginia, and ranking man in the Confederate Navy, was in charge. Old Buck, Farragut called him. Though at 64, Buchanan was only a year his senior and in fact had 5 years less service, having waited till he was 15 to become a midshipman, which Farragut had done at the age of 9. Informed of a rumor that the ram was about to come down and attack the 9 blockaders on station outside the bay, the Federal admiral braced his captains for the shock, and though he had small personal use for the newfangled weapons, "If a shell strikes the side of the Hartford," he explained, "it goes clean through. Unless somebody happens to be directly in the path, there is no damage excepting a couple of easily plugged holes. But when a shell makes its way into one of those damned tea kettles, it can't get out again." He submitted an urgent request for at least a pair of monitors. "If I had them," he told Washington, "I should not hesitate to become the assailant instead of awaiting the attack." Actually, though she had just completed the 150-mile downriver run from Selma, where she was built, there was little danger that the Tennessee would steam out into the Gulf. At this point, indeed, there was doubt that she could even make it into the bay, since she drew 14 feet of water and the depth over Dog River Bar was barely 10. Ingenuity plus 3 months of hard labor solved the problem by installing camels, large floats attached to the hull below the waterline, which lifted her enough to clear the bar with a good tide. By mid-May, she was in Mobile Bay, and Farragut got his first distant glimpse of her from a gunboat cruising Mississippi Sound. A formidable-looking thing, he pronounced her, though to one of his lieutenants, she looked like a great turtle. More than 200 feet in length and just under 50 in the beam, she wore 6-inch armor backed by 2 solid feet of oak and pine, and carried 6 hard-hitting 6.4 and 7-inch Brooke rifles, 1 forward and 1 aft, mounted on pivots to fire through alternative ports, and 2 in each broadside. Her captain was Commander J.D. Johnston, an Alabama regular who had spent the past 2 years on duty in the bay, and her skeleton crew was filled out with volunteers from a Tennessee infantry regiment, inexperienced as sailors but proud to serve aboard a vessel named for their native state. Two drawbacks she had, both grave. One was that her engines, salvaged from a river steamboat, gave her a top speed of only 6 knots, which detracted from her maneuverability and greatly reduced her effectiveness as a ram. The other was that her steering chains led over rather than under her armored rear deck and thus would be exposed to enemy fire. However, she also had one awesome feature new to warfare, described by her designer as a hot water attachment to her boilers for repelling boarders, throwing one stream forward of the casemate and one abaft. What was more, with Buchanan directing events, there was every likelihood that the device would be brought into play, for he was a proud, determined man with a fondness for close-quarter fighting and no stomach for avoiding dares. "Everybody has taken it into their heads that one ship can whip a dozen," he wrote a friend while the ironclad was being readied for action, "and if the trial is not made, we who are in her are damned for life. Consequently, the trial must be made. So goes the world." Mobile's reliance was by no means all on the Iron Ram, however. In addition to 3 small paddle-wheel gunboats that completed the Gray Squadron, Morgan and Gaines with 6 guns each, and Selma with 4, all unarmored except for strips of plate around their boilers, 3 dry land installations guarded the 2 entrances down at the far end of the 30-mile-long bay. The first and least of these, Fort Powell, a 6-gun earthwork on speck-sized Tower Island, a mile off Cedar Point, covered the approach from Mississippi Sound off to the west through Grant's Pass. Another was Fort Gaines, a pentagonal structure on the eastern tip of Dauphin Island, crowned with 16 guns that commanded the western half of the main entrance, 3 miles wide, between there and Mobile Point, a long, narrow spit of sand at whose extremity, the site of old Fort Bowyer, whose smooth bores had repelled the British 50 years ago, Fort Morgan, the stoutest and most elaborate of the 3 defensive works, reared its mass of dark red brick. This, too, was a 5-sided structure, double-tiered and mounting no less than 40 heavy guns in barbette and casemates, together with 7 more in an exterior water battery on the beach in front of its northwest curtain. Both entrances had been narrowed by rebel contrivance, the one from the Sound by driving pilings from Cedar Point to Tower Island, and from the northern end of Dauphin Island to within about half a mile of Fort Powell, the one from the Gulf by sinking others southeastward from Fort Gaines to within a mile of Mobile Point, while just in rear of the remaining gap a triple line of mines, called torpedoes, had been strewn and anchored, barely out of sight below the surface, to within about 200 yards of the western tip of the spit of land across the way. The eastern limit of this deadly underwater field was marked by a red buoy fixed there for the guidance of blockade runners whose pilots could avoid sudden destruction by keeping to the right of it and steaming directly under the high-sided guns of Fort Morgan, almost within pistol range of those in the water battery on the beach. Farragut planned to take that route mainly because there seemed to be no other. Grant's Pass was too shallow for all but the lightest of his vessels, which would be no match for the Iron Ram once they entered the bay, and the combination of piles and mines denied him the use of any part of the main Gulf Channel except that scant, gun-dominated 200-yard stretch just off the tip of Mobile Point. He was willing to take his chances there, as he had done in similar runs past Forts Jackson and St. Philip and the towering bluffs at Vicksburg and Port Hudson. Yet he did not enjoy the notion of getting inside the bay with the forts alive in his rear, his wooden ships crippled, and the Tennessee likely to pound or butt them into flotsam. Contemplating this, he saw more clearly than ever the need for ironclads of his own, and though 4 of these had been promised him by now, 2 from the Atlantic Squadron and 2 from the Mississippi, none had arrived by the time the squat metallic rebel monster steamed down the bay and dropped anchor behind Fort Morgan on May 20th, intending either to await the entrance of the Union fleet or else run out and smash it in the Gulf. Farragut stormed at the delay, his patience stretched thin by the non-arrival of the monitors. "I am tired of watching Buchanan," he wrote home in June, "and wish from the bottom of my heart that Buck would come out and try his hand upon us. The question has to be settled, iron versus wood, and there never was a better chance. We are today ready to try anything that comes along, be it wood or iron, in reasonable quantities." His plan was for the monitors to lead the way, holding to the right of the red buoy and providing an iron screen for the wooden ships as the 2 columns made their parallel runs past Fort Morgan, then going on to engage the ram in an all-out fight inside the bay, with such help as the multi-gunned sloops could provide. He would more or less ignore Fort Gaines while steaming in, not only because it was more than 2 miles off, but also because he planned to distract the attention of its gunners by having the Army make a landing on the other end of Dauphin Island, then move east to invest the work from the landward side, after which Morgan would be served in the same fashion. But here, too, was a rub. The Army, like the monitors, though promised, did not come. First there was Banks's drawn-out involvement up the Red, then a delay while Canby got the survivors back to New Orleans and in shape for the march to Mobile, which finally was canceled when Grant was obliged to summon all but a handful to Virginia in late June as replacements for Meade's heavy casualties. Canby visited the fleet in early July and agreed to send Major General Gordon Granger with 2,000 men in transports, admittedly a small force, but quite as large as he felt he could afford. Farragut had to be satisfied, and in any case his impatience was mainly with the monitors, which still had not arrived. By way of diversion from the heat and boredom, both of which were oppressive, he rehearsed the run past Fort Morgan and the fight that was to follow inside the bay on a wardroom table grooved with the points of the compass, maneuvering little boat-shaped wooden blocks carved for him by the Hartford's carpenter. Meanwhile, Buchanan's inactivity puzzled and irked him more and more. "Now is the time," he declared in mid-July. "The sea is as calm as possible and everything propitious. Still, he remains behind the fort, and I suppose it will be the old story over again. If he won't visit me, I will have to visit him. I am all ready as soon as the soldiers arrive to stop up the back door of each fort." He was not, of course, all ready, nor would he be so until the monitors were on hand, the Albemarle having redemonstrated in April and May at Plymouth and in the North Carolina Sound from which she took her name, what was likely to happen to his wooden ships if he had no ironclads of his own to stand between them and the Tennessee. Then on July 20th, the first of the promised 4 arrived from the Atlantic coast. Manhattan, she was called, wearing 10 inches of armor on her revolving turret, which carried 2 15-inch guns. 10 days later, the Chickasaw put in from New Orleans, double-turreted with a pair of 11-inch guns in each, followed next day by her sister ship Winnebago. All were on hand by August 1st except the Tecumseh, en route from the Atlantic in the wake of her twin Manhattan. Farragut found the waiting even harder now that it was about to end. He improved the time by instructing his skippers in their duties, using the tabletop wooden blocks to show just where he expected their ships to be put in all eventualities. Meantime, as he had been doing for the past 10 days, he continued to send out nightly boat crews, under cover of darkness and with muffled oars, to grapple for or sink as many as possible of the torpedoes anchored between the end of the line of pilings southeast of Dauphin Island and the Red Buoy just off Mobile Point. A number were so removed or destroyed, and the admiral was pleased to learn that many were found to be duds, their firing mechanisms having long been exposed to the corrosive effect of salt water. Granger's 2,000 soldiers arrived on August 2nd. They were taken around into Mississippi Sound the following night for a landing on the west end of Dauphin Island, and from there began working their way through heavy sand toward the back door of Fort Gaines. Tecumseh still had not appeared, but Farragut now was committed. "I can lose no more days," he declared. "I must go in day after tomorrow morning at daylight or a little later. It is a bad time, but when you do not take fortune at her offer, you must take her as you can find her." Despite a heavy squall that evening, the grapplers went about their work in the minefield undetected, and early next morning, August 4th, the admiral took his fleet captains aboard the tender Cowslip for a closer look at the objective, cruising under the lee of Sand Island, where the 3 monitors were anchored, ready to move out. Returning, he went to his cabin, took out pen and paper, and composed a provisional farewell. "My dearest wife, I write and leave this letter for you. I am going into Mobile Bay in the morning, if God is my leader, as I hope he is, and in him I place my trust. The army landed last night and are in full view of us this morning. The Tecumseh has not yet arrived." Just then she did, steaming in from Pensacola to take position at the head of the iron column on the far side of Sand Island. The Union line of battle was complete. Asked at bedtime if he would consent to giving the men a glass of grog to nerve them up for the fight next morning, Farragut replied, "No, sir. I never found that I needed rum to enable me to do my duty. I will order 2 cups of good coffee to each man at 2 o'clock, and at 8 o'clock I will pipe all hands to breakfast in Mobile Bay." Fog delayed the forming of the line past daybreak, the prearranged time for the start of the run, but a dawn breeze cleared the mist away by sunup, which came at 5:30 this Friday morning, August 5th. As the 4 monitors began their movement eastward off the lee shore of Sand Island in preparation for turning north beyond the line of pilings and the minefield, at which point the wooden column of 7 heavy ships, each with a gunboat lashed to its port side for reserve power in case its boilers or engines were knocked out, would come up in their left rear for the dash past Mobile Point and the brick Pentagon looming huge and black against the sunrise. Farragut was pleased to see that fortune had given him the 2 things he prayed for: a westerly wind to blow the smoke of battle away from the fleet and toward the fort, and a flood tide that would carry any pair of vessels on into the bay, even if both were disabled. Captain James Alden's 2,000-ton, 24-gun Brooklyn led the way, given the honor because she was equipped with chase guns and an anti-torpedo device called a cowcatcher. Then came Flag Captain Percival Drayton's Hartford with the Admiral aboard, followed by the remaining 5, Richmond, Lackawanna, Monongahela, Ossipee, and Oneida, each with its gunboat consort attached to the flank away from the fort, and otherwise readied for action in accordance with instructions issued as far back as mid-July. "Strip your vessels and prepare for the conflict. Send down all superfluous spars and rigging. Trice up or remove the whiskers. Put up the splinter nets on the starboard side and barricade the wheel and steersman with sails and hammocks. Lay chains or sandbags on the deck over the machinery to resist a plunging fire. Hang the sheet chains over the side, or make any other arrangements for security that your ingenuity may suggest." As a result, according to a Confederate who studied the uncluttered ships from Mobile Point, they appeared like prize fighters ready for the ring. Buchanan aboard the Tennessee got word that they were coming at 5:45, shortly after they started his way. He hurried on deck in his drawers for a look at the Yankee vessels, iron and wood, and while he dressed, passed orders for the ram and its 3 attendant gunboats to move westward and take up a position athwart the main channel, just in rear of the inner line of torpedoes, for crossing the Union T if the enemy warships, 18 of them mounting 199 guns, as compared to his own 4 with 22, passed Fort Morgan in an attempt to enter the bay. Balding, clean-shaven like Farragut, with bright blue eyes and a hawk nose, the Marylander assembled the Tennessee's officers and crew on her gun deck and made them a speech that managed to be at once brief and rambling. "Now, men, the enemy is coming, and I want you to do your duty," he began, and ended, "You shall not have it said when you leave this vessel that you are not near enough to the enemy, for I will meet them, and you can fight them alongside of their own ships. And if I fall, lay me on the side and go on with the fight." Farragut came on deliberately in accordance with his plan, the flagship crossing the outer bar at 6:10, while the iron column up ahead was making its turn north into the channel. 10 minutes later, the lead monitor, Tecumseh, fired the opening shot, a 15-inch shell packed with 60 pounds of powder and half a bushel of cylindrical flathead bolts. It burst squarely over the fort, which did not reply until shortly after 7 o'clock, when the range to Brooklyn, leading the wooden column, had been closed to about a mile. Morgan's heaviest weapon was a 10-inch Columbiad, throwing a projectile less than half the weight of the one from Tecumseh, but the effect was altogether memorable for a young surgeon on the Lackawanna, midway down the line of high-masted vessels. "It is a curious sight to catch a single shot from so heavy a piece of ordnance," he later wrote. "First you see the puff of white smoke upon the distant ramparts, and then you see the shot coming, looking exactly as if some gigantic hand has thrown in play a ball toward you. By the time it is halfway, you get the boom of the report, and then the howl of the missile, which apparently grows so rapidly in size that every green hand on board who can see it is certain that it will hit him between the eyes. Then, as it goes past with a shriek like 1,000 devils, the inclination to do reverence is so strong that it is almost impossible to resist it." Now the action became general, and by 7:30 the leading sloops, closing fast on the sluggish monitors, had their broadsides bearing fairly on the fort, whose gun crews were distracted by flying masonry, clouds of brick dust, and an avalanche of shells. Then 2 things happened, one in each of the tandem columns, for which Farragut had not planned while rehearsing the operation on the table in his cabin. Directly ahead of the flagship, Brooklyn had to slow to keep from overtaking the rear monitor Chickasaw. Presently, to the consternation of all astern, Alden stopped and began making signals. "The monitors are right ahead. We cannot go on without passing them. What shall we do?" While Farragut was testily replying, "Go ahead," and the guns of the fort and water battery less than half a mile away were stepping up their fire, Commander Tunis Craven of the Tecumseh, at the head of the iron column, reacted to a similar crisis in quite a different way, though it too involved a departure from instructions. Approaching the red buoy that marked the eastern limit of the minefield, he saw the breakers off Mobile Point, just off his starboard bow, and said to his pilot, out of fear of running aground, "It is impossible that the Admiral means us to go inside that buoy." He ordered a hard turn to port, which carried the Tecumseh to the left, not right of the red marker. But not for long. A sudden, horrendous explosion against her bottom, square amidships, whether of 1 or more torpedoes was later disputed, shook and stopped the iron vessel, set her lurching from side to side, and sent water pouring down her turret as she wallowed in the waves. All aboard her must have known the hurt was mortal, though no one guessed how short her agony would be. Craven and his pilot, for example, standing face to face at the foot of the ladder that led to the only escape hatch, staged a brief courtly debate. "Go ahead, Captain. After you, pilot." So they said, But there was nothing after me, the pilot later testified. As he put his foot on the top rung of the ladder, Tecumseh and her captain dropped from under him. Through a side slit in the turret of Manhattan, next in line, an engineer watched the lead monitor vanish almost too abruptly for belief. Her stern lifted high in the air with the propeller still revolving, and the ship pitched out of sight like an arrow twanged from the bow. With her went all but a score of her 114-man crew, including 4 who swam to Mobile Point and were taken captive, while the others who managed to wriggle out before she hit bottom were picked up by a boat from the Hartford's consort, Appomattox. Farragut sent the boat, though the fact was he had problems enough on his hands by then, including the apparent likelihood that such rescue work was about to be required in his own direction. Brooklyn's untimely halt, practically under Morgan's guns, had thrown the wooden column into confusion, for when she stopped, her bow yawed off to starboard, subtracting her broadside from the pounding the fort was taking, and what was worse, she lay nearly athwart the channel, blocking the path of the other ships. Nor was that the end of the trouble she and her captain made. Alarmed by the sudden dive of the Tecumseh, sunk by a torpedo, assassination in its worst form, he would protest in his report, Alden spotted just under his vessel's prow a row of suspicious-looking buoys, which he took to be floats attached to mines. He reacted by ordering Brooklyn's engines reversed, and this brought her bearing down, stern foremost, on the Hartford. Farragut, who had climbed the mainmast rigging as far as the futtock shrouds for a view above the smoke, he was tied there with a rope passed round his body by a sailor, sent aloft by Drayton, lest a collision or a chance shot bring him crashing to the deck some 20 feet below, angrily hailed the approaching sloop, demanding to know the cause for such behavior, and got the reply, "Torpedoes ahead." Like the Brooklyn, which took 59 hits in the course of the fight, Hartford was absorbing cruel punishment from the guns on Mobile Point, particularly from those in the water battery, whose fire was point-blank and deadly. Men were falling fast, their mangled bodies placed in a row on one side of the deck, while the wounded were sent below in numbers too great for the surgeons to handle. A rifled solid tore a gunner's head off. Another took both legs off a sailor who threw up his arms as he fell, only to have them carried away by still another. Farragut looked back down the line where the rest of his stalled vessels were being served in much the same fashion and saw that it would not do. He either had to go forward or turn back. In his extremity, he said later, he called on God. "Shall I go on?" and received the answer from a commanding voice inside his head. "Go on." Brooklyn blocked the channel on the right, so he asked the pilot, directly above him in the maintop, whether there was enough water for the Hartford to pass her on the left. The pilot said there was, and the admiral, exultant, shouted down to Drayton on the quarterdeck, "I will take the lead." Signaling close order to the ships astern, he had the Appomattox back her engines and the flagship go all forward. This turned her westward, clear of Brooklyn, which she passed as she moved out. Someone called up a reminder of Alden's warning, but Farragut, lashed to the rigging high above the smoke of battle, with Mobile Bay in full view before him, had no time or mind for caution. "Damn the torpedoes!" he cried. "Full speed ahead!" Ahead he went, followed by the others, west of where the Brooklyn lay until she rejoined the column, and west, too, of the red buoy marking the eastern limit of the minefield. Though Farragut had been encouraged by the work of his nighttime grapplers, who not only had removed a considerable number of mines in the course of the past 2 weeks, but also reported a high percentage of duds among them, Tecumseh had just given an only too graphic demonstration of what might await him and all his warships, iron or wood, as a result of this sudden departure from his plan to avoid the doom-infested stretch of water the Hartford now was crossing. And sure enough, while she steamed ahead with all the speed her engines could provide, the men on deck, and even worse the ones cooped up below, could hear the knock and scrape of torpedo cases against her hull and the snap of primers designed to ignite the charges that would blast her to the bottom. None did, either under the Hartford or any of the vessels in her wake, but the passage of Morgan became progressively more difficult as the lead sloops steamed out of range and left the tail of the column, along with the slow-moving monitors, to the less divided attention of the cannoneers in the fort and on the beach. Oneida, which brought up the rear, took a 7-inch shell in the starboard boiler, scalding her firemen with escaping steam, and another that burst in the cabin, cutting both wheel ropes. Powerless and out of control, she too made it past, tugged along by her consort, only to emerge upon a scene of even worse destruction just inside the bay. Buchanan had succeeded in his design to cross the Union T, with the result that when Farragut ended his sprint across the minefield, he found the Tennessee and the 3 rebel gunboats drawn up to receive him in line ahead, presenting their broadsides to the approaching column, whose return fire was limited to the vessels in the lead, and even these could bring only their bow guns into play. Hartford's was promptly knocked out by a shot from Selma, smallest of the 3, and this was followed by another that passed through the chain armor on the flagship's starboard bow, killing 10 men, wounding 5, and hurling bodies or parts of bodies aft and onto the decks of the Metacomet, lashed alongside. Farragut kept coming, with Brooklyn and Richmond close astern, and managed to avoid an attempt by Buchanan to ram and sink him, meantime bringing his big Dahlgrens to bear on the gunboats, one of which then retired lamely toward Fort Morgan, taking water through a hole punched in her hull. This was the Gaines. She was out of the fight, and presently so were the others, Morgan and Selma. For Hartford and Richmond cast off their consorts to engage them, and they fled. Metacomet led the chase, yawing twice to fire her bow gun, but then stopped firing to concentrate on speed. While Morgan made it to safety under the lee of Mobile Point, Selma kept running eastward across the shallows beyond the channel, still pursued despite the Metacomet's deeper draft. Out on the bow of the northern vessel, a leadsman was already calling 1 foot less than the ship drew, but her captain, feeling the soft ooze of the bottom under her keel, refused to abandon the chase. "Call the man in," he told his exec. "He is only intimidating me with his soundings." Persistence paid. Overtaken, Selma lost 8 killed and 7 wounded before she hauled down her flag. Westward, the Gaines burned briskly, set afire by her crew, who escaped in boats as she sank in shallow water. Only Morgan survived, anchored under the frown of the fort's guns to wait for nightfall, when she would steal around the margin of the bay to gain the greater safety of Mobile, inside Dog River Bar. Left to fight alone, Buchanan steamed after the Hartford for a time, still hoping to ram and sink her, despite the agility she had shown in avoiding his first attempt, but soon perceived that her speed made the chase a waste of effort, whereupon he turned back and made for the other half-dozen sloops, advancing in closer order. Tennessee passed down the line of high-walled wooden men-of-war, mauling and being mauled. 2 shots went through and through the Brooklyn, increasing her toll of killed and wounded to 54, but another pair flew high to miss the Richmond. Both ships delivered point-blank broadsides that had no effect whatever on the armored vessel as she bore down on Lackawanna, next in line, and Monongahela, which she struck a glancing blow, then swung round to send 2 shells crashing into the Ossipee. That left Oneida, whose bad luck now turned good, at least for the moment. Aboard the ram, defective primers spared the crippled ship a pounding. Then one gun fired a delayed shot that cost the northern skipper an arm and the use of his 11-inch after pivot, which was raked. Tennessee turned hard aport in time to meet the 3 surviving monitors, just arriving, and exchanged volleys in passing that did no harm on either side. Then she proceeded to Fort Morgan and pulled up out of range on the far side of the channel. Farragut dropped anchor 4 miles inside the bay, and the rest of the Blue Flotilla, wood and iron, steamed up to join him, their crews already at work clearing away debris and swabbing the blood from decks, while below decks surgeons continued to ply their scalpels and cooks got busy in the galleys. It was 8:35. He was only a bit over half an hour behind schedule on last night's promise to pipe all hands to breakfast in Mobile Bay by 8 o'clock. All the same, despite the general elation at having completed another spectacular run past formidable works, rivaling those below New Orleans and at Vicksburg and Port Hudson, there was also a tempering sorrow over the loss of the Tecumseh and considerable apprehension as well, from the fact that the murderous rebel Iron Ram was still afloat across the way. Drayton promptly expressed this reservation to the admiral, who by now had come down from the flagship's rigging and stood on the poop. "What we have done has been well done, sir," he told him, "but it all counts for nothing so long as the Tennessee is there under the guns of Morgan." Farragut nodded. "I know it," he said, "and as soon as the people have had their breakfasts, I'm going for her." As it turned out, there was no need for that, and no time for breakfast. At 8:50, 15 minutes after Hartford anchored, there was a startled cry from aloft. "The ram is coming!" So she was, and presently those on deck saw her steaming directly for the fleet, apparently too impatient to wait for a fight in which she would have the help of the guns ashore. Farragut prepared for battle, remarking as he did so, "I did not think old Buck was such a fool." Fool or not, throughout the pause, Buchanan had been unwilling to admit the fight was over, whatever the odds and no matter how far he had to go from Fort Morgan to renew it. Instrumental in the founding of the Academy at Annapolis, he had served as its first superintendent and thought too highly of naval tradition to accept even tacit defeat while his ship remained in any condition to engage the enemy. "If he won't visit me, I will have to visit him," his adversary had remarked 3 weeks ago, and Buchanan felt much the same about the matter now as he gazed across 3 miles of water at the Yankee warships riding at anchor in the bay, his bay, quite as if there was no longer any question of their right to be there. Gazing, he drew the corners of his mouth down in a frown of disapproval, then turned it to the Tennessee's captain. "Follow them up, Johnston. We can't let them off that way." With that, the ram started forward, one 6-gun vessel against a total of 17, 3 of them wearing armor heavier than her own, mounting 157 guns, practically all of them larger than any weapon in her casemate. That Buchanan was in no mood for advice was demonstrated, however, when one of his officers tried to call his attention to the odds. "Now I'm in the humor, I will have it out," he said, and that was that. The ram continued on her way. The monitors having proved unwieldy, Farragut's main reliance was on his wooden sloops, particularly the Monongahela and the Lackawanna, which were equipped with iron prows for ramming. Their orders were to run the ram down while the others pitched in to do her whatever damage they could manage with their guns. Accordingly, when the Tennessee came within range about 9:20, making hard for the flagship, Monongahela moved ahead at full speed and struck her amidships, a heavy blow that had no effect at all on the rebel vessel, but cost the sloop her iron beak, torn off along with her cutwater. Lackawanna rammed in turn, with the result that an 8-foot section of her stem was crushed above and below the waterline. Tennessee lurched but held her course, and the 2 flagships collided nearly head-on. "The port bow of the Hartford met the port bow of the Ram," an officer aboard the Federal vessel later wrote, "and the ships grated against each other as they passed. The Hartford poured her whole port broadside against the Ram, but the solid shot merely dented the side and bounded into the air. The Ram tried to return the salute, but owing to defective primers, only 1 gun was discharged. This sent a shell through the berth deck, killing 5 men and wounding 8. The muzzle of the gun was so close to the Hartford that the powder blackened her side. When the two ships parted, Farragut jumped to the port quarter rail and held to the mizzen rigging while he leaned out to assess the damage, which was by no means as great as he had feared. Finding the perch to his liking, he remained there, lashed to the rigging by friendly hands for the second time that day, and called for Drayton to give the Tennessee another thump as soon as possible. As the Hartford came about, however, she was struck on the starboard flank by the Lackawanna, which was also trying to get in position, crushing her planking on that side and upsetting one of the Dahlgrens. "Save the Admiral! Save the Admiral!" the cry went up, for it was thought at first that the flagship was sinking, so great was the confusion on her decks. Farragut untied himself, leaped down, and crossed to the starboard mizzen rigging, where he again leaned out to inspect the damage, which, though severe, did not extend to within 2 feet of the water. Again he ordered full speed ahead, only to find the Lackawanna once more looming on his starboard quarter. At this, one witness later said, the Admiral became a trifle excited. Forgetting that he had given the offending ship instructions to lead the ram attack, he turned to the communications officer on the bridge. "Can you say 'for God's sake' by signal?" "Yes, sir." "Then say to the Lackawanna, 'for God's sake, get out of our way and anchor.'" By now, the ironclad had become the target for every ship that could get in position to give her a shot or a shove, including the double-turreted Chickasaw, which hung close under our stern, the Tennessee's pilot afterwards declared, firing the 2 11-inch guns in her forward turret like pocket pistols. Such punishment began to tell. Her flagstaff went, and then her stack, giving the ram what one attacker called a particularly shorn, stubby look, and greatly reducing the draft to her fires. Her steam went down, and then, as a sort of climax to her disablement, the Monitor hard astern succeeded in cutting her rudder chain, exposed on the afterdeck, so that she would no longer mind her helm. Still, she kept up the fight, exploiting her one advantage, which was that she could fire in any direction, surrounded as she was, without fear of hitting a friend or missing a foe. Presently, though, this too was reduced by shots that jammed half of her gun port shutters against the shield, thereby removing them from use. When this happened to the stern port, Buchanan sent for a machinist to unjam it, and while the man was at work on the cramped bolt, an 11-inch shell from the Chickasaw exploded against the edge of the cover just above him. His remains had to be taken up with a shovel, placed in a bucket, and thrown overboard, a shipmate would recall. One of the steel splinters that flew inside the casemate struck Buchanan, breaking his left leg below the knee. "Well, Johnston," he said to the Tennessee's captain as he was taken up to be carried down to the berth deck, "they've got me. You'll have to look out for her now. This is your fight, you know." Johnston did what he could to sustain the contest with the rudderless, nearly steamless vessel, blind in most of her ports, and taking heavy-caliber punches from 2 big sloops on each quarter and the Monitor astern. Finally, he went below and reported the situation to Buchanan. "Do the best you can, sir," the Admiral told him, teeth gritted against the pain from the compound fracture of his leg. "And when all is done, surrender." Returning topside, the Alabamian found the battle going even worse. Unable to maneuver, the ram could not bring a single gun to bear on her tormentors. Moreover, Johnston afterwards reported, shots were fairly raining upon the after end of the shield, which was now so thoroughly shattered that in a few moments it would have fallen and exposed the gun deck to a raking fire of shell and grape. He lowered the Tennessee's ensign in token of her capitulation, and when this did not slacken the encircling fire, it had been shot down before, then raised again on the handle of a rammer staff poked through the overhead grill of the smoky casemate. I then decided, although with an almost bursting heart, to hoist the white flag. At 10 o'clock the firing stopped, and presently Farragut sent an officer to demand the wounded admiral's sword, which then was handed over. Tennessee's loss of 2 men killed and 9 wounded brought the Confederate total for all 4 ships to 12 killed and 20 wounded. Union losses were 172 killed, more than half in the Tecumseh, and 170 wounded. Their respective totals, 32 and 342, were thus about in ratio of the strength of the 2 fleets, though in addition, 243 rebel sailors were captured aboard Selma and the Ironclad. "The Almighty has smiled upon me once more. I am in Mobile Bay," Farragut wrote his wife that night, adding, "It was a hard fight, but Buck met his fate manfully. After we passed the forts, he came up in the ram to attack me. I made at him and ran him down, making all the others do the same. We butted and shot at him until he surrendered." Westward across the bay, as he wrote, there was a burst of flame and a loud explosion off Cedar Point. The garrison of Fort Powell, taken under bombardment from the rear that afternoon by one of the big-gunned monitors at a range of 400 yards, had evacuated the place under cover of darkness and set a slow match to the magazine. Next morning, the fleet dropped down and began shelling the eastern end of Dauphin Island, where Fort Gaines was under pressure from the landward side by Granger and his soldiers. This continued past nightfall, and the fort's commander asked for terms the following day, August 7th. Told they were unconditional, he accepted and promptly surrendered his 818 men, together with all guns and stores. That left Fort Morgan, a much tougher proposition as it turned out. While the troops were being taken aboard transports for the shift to Mobile Point and a similar rear approach to the fortifications there, Farragut submitted under a flag of truce a note signed by himself and Granger demanding the unconditional surrender of Fort Morgan to prevent the unnecessary sacrifice of human life which must follow the opening of our batteries. The reply was brief and negative. "Sirs, I am prepared to sacrifice life and will only surrender when I have no means of defense. Respectfully, etc., R.L. Page, Brigadier General." Approaching 57, Richard Page was a Virginian, a 40-year veteran of the Union and Confederate navies, who had transferred to the Army 5 months ago when he assumed command of the outer defenses of Mobile Bay. His beard was white, his manner fiery. Old Ramrod and Bombast Page were 2 of his pre-war nicknames, and if he bore a resemblance to R.E. Lee, both were born in 1807, it was no wonder. His mother had been Lee's father's sister. Farragut's run past Morgan had come as a shock to its defenders, who fired close to 500 shots at the slow-moving Yankee column. "I do not see how I failed to sink the Hartford," Page said ruefully, shaking his head as the smoke cleared. "I do not see how I failed to sink her." Fort Powell's evacuation and the unresistant capitulation of Fort Gaines, neither of which had been done with his permission, angered and made him all the more determined to resist to the utmost the amphibious siege that got underway on August 9th. Shortly after he rejected unconditional surrender. Granger's men had been put ashore that morning on the bay side of Mobile Point, just over a mile to the east of the fort, and by nightfall, after they had performed the back-breaking labor of hauling guns and ammunition through shin-deep sand, which one of them said was hot enough during the day for roasting potatoes, took the east curtain and ramparts under fire with their batteries, while the sloops and ironclads, including the captured Tennessee, poured in shells and hot shot from the bay and gulf. The fort shook under this combined pounding, but Page was no more of a mind to surrender now than he had been when he first declined the combined demand at midday. For 2 weeks this continued, and throughout that time the pressure grew. Daily the troops drew closer on the landward side, increasing the number of weapons they brought to bear, until at last there were 25 guns and 16 heavy mortars, their discharges echoed by those from the ships beyond and on both sides of the point. The climax came on August 22nd, when 3,000 rounds were flung at the fort in the course of a 12-hour bombardment, under whose cover the Blue Infantry extended its parallels to within reach of the glacis. All but 2 of the fort's guns were silenced, and the citadel was burning. Sharpshooters drew beads on anything that showed above the ramparts, and 80,000 pounds of powder had to be removed from the magazine and flooded, so close were the flames. Practically all that remained by now was wreckage and scorched debris. At 5 o'clock next morning, 2 last shots were fired by the defenders, and 1 hour later the white flag went up. Farragut sent Drayton to arrange the formal surrender, which took place that afternoon amid the rubble. He had Buchanan's sword for a trophy, but he did not get Page's. The general and all his officers, displaying what Farragut called childish spitefulness, had broken or thrown away their sidearms just before the ceremony. The admiral did get another 546 prisoners, however, which brought the total to better than 1,700 on land and water. And he did get Mobile Bay, which after all was what he had come for. Blockade running might continue on the Atlantic coast, where Wilmington and Charleston still held out, but it was ended on the Gulf except for the sealed-off region west of the Mississippi, which in any case lay outside the constricting Anaconda coils. Mobile itself, 30 miles away at the head of the bay, was no part of Farragut's objective. Except as a port, it contributed little to the South's defense, and it was a port no longer. Moreover, Canby not only lacked the strength to expel the town's defenders, he could not have afforded to garrison it afterwards, so urgent were the calls for replacements for the men who had fallen in Georgia and, above all, in Virginia. Best of all the immediate gains obtained from the naval battle, though, was the elation that followed throughout the North the announcement of the first substantial victory that had been scored, east or west, in the 3 months since the opening of Grant's spring offensive. Lincoln and his political supporters were pleased, above all, perhaps, with the lift it seemed to give his chances for survival in the presidential contest, which by then was less than 3 months off. As usual, there was bad news with the good, and in this case the bad was double-barreled, concerning as it did a pair of highly spectacular reverses, one afloat and one ashore. In Washington on August 12th, while the celebration of Farragut's week-old triumph over the Tennessee was still in progress at the Navy Department, word had come belatedly by wire from Ben Butler, who read of the Bay Battle in a Richmond paper smuggled through his Bermuda 100 lines the day before. The telegraph line from coastal New Jersey began to chatter about a mysterious rebel cruiser at work off Sandy Hook. Yesterday she had taken 7 prizes, and today she was adding 6 more to her list, which would reach a total of 30 U.S. merchant vessels within the week. It was as if the Alabama, 8 weeks in her watery grave outside Cherbourg, had been raised, pumped out, and sped across the Atlantic to lay about her in a manner even more destructive than when she was in her prime. Quickly, all the available federal warships within reach were ordered out to find and sink her at all costs. But who or what was she? Where had she come from? Who was her captain? She was the Tallahassee, a former blockade runner, built up the Thames the year before and purchased that summer by the Confederates, who converted her into a raider by installing 3 guns and sent her out from Wilmington under Commander John T. Wood, a one-time Annapolis instructor, grandson of Zachary Taylor, aide to Jefferson Davis, and participant in a number of naval exploits, including the Merrimack Monitor fight, New Bern, and the retaking of Plymouth. Setting out on the night of August 6th, he showed the blockaders a clean pair of heels. For that was the ship's main virtue, speed. Twin-stacked, With a 100-horsepower engine driving each of her 2 screws, she was 220 feet in length and only 24 in the beam, a combination that gave her a top speed of 17 knots and had enabled her, on her shakedown cruise, to make the Dover-Calais crossing in 77 minutes. 5 mornings later, 500 miles up the Atlantic coast, Tallahassee encountered her first prize, the schooner Sarah Boyce, and before the day was over she ran down 6 more Union merchant vessels, ransoming the last to put all prisoners ashore. That was Thursday, August 11th. Pirate off Sandy Hook capturing and burning, the commandant of the Brooklyn Navy Yard wired Washington. Friday, off Long Island, she took 6 prizes, Saturday 2, and Sunday, as if by way of resting on the Sabbath, 1. By now she was cruising the New England coast, and on Monday she took 6 ships, Tuesday 5, and Wednesday 3, rounding out a week that netted her 30 prizes, all burned or scuttled except 7 that were ransomed to clear her crowded decks of captured passengers and crews. On August 18th, running low on coal, she put into the neutral port of Halifax to refuel. Under instructions from the Queen and over ardent protests from the American consul, the Nova Scotia authorities gave Wood 24 hours to fill his bunkers, and when this did not suffice, they granted him a 12-hour extension. Tallahassee steamed out the following night in time to avoid 6 enemy warships that arrived next day, the vanguard of a fleet of 13 ordered to Halifax as soon as the consul telegraphed word of the raiders' presence in the harbor. She headed straight for Wilmington, taking so little chance on running out of coal that she only paused to seize 1 prize along the way, and arrived on the night of August 26th to speed and shoot her way through the blockade flotilla and drop anchor up the Cape Fear River, whose entrance was guarded by Fort Fisher. Her 20-day cruise had cost the enemy 31 merchant vessels and had given Wood's fellow countrymen some welcome news to offset the bad from Mobile Bay, where Fort Morgan had fallen 3 days ago. They took pride in the fact that this extemporaneous man of war, as Jefferson Davis called the Tallahassee, had lit up the New England coast with her captures. And they could tell themselves as well that no matter what misfortunes befell their regular navy, outnumbered as it invariably was in combat, their irregular navy, so to speak, had won them the admiration of the world and was rapidly scouring the seas of Yankee shipping. That was the first Federal reverse. The second, which occurred simultaneously ashore, was quite as spectacular and, if anything, even more irregular, as was often the case in operations involving Bedford Forrest. He had been given a free rein to conduct the defense of North Mississippi by Major General Dabney Maury, who succeeded to command of the Department of Alabama, Mississippi, and East Louisiana in late July, when Stephen Lee left to join Hood at Atlanta. "We must do the best we can with the little we have," Maury wrote from Meridian in early August. "And it is with no small satisfaction I reflect that of all the commanders of the Confederacy, you are accustomed to accomplish the very greatest results with small means when left to your own untrammeled judgment. Upon that judgment I now rely." Forrest took him at his word. "All that can be done shall be done," he replied, adding that since he lacked the force to risk a general engagement in resisting the next blue incursion, he would resort to all other means. Other means, in this case, included a raid on Memphis, the enemy's main base, under occupation for better than 2 years. Tactically, such a strike would be likely to disrupt the plans of the Federals for extending their conquest deep into Mississippi. Moreover, Forrest himself, a former alderman, would not only derive considerable personal satisfaction from returning to his hometown, which no Confederate had entered except as a spy or prisoner since its fall in June of 1862, he would also be exacting vengeance for a battle fought the month before near Tupelo, which was as close to a defeat as he had come so far in his career. Lee had been in command of the field 1 week before his departure for Atlanta, but the memory rankled, and Forrest was anxious to wipe it out, or anyhow counterbalance it. Hard on the heels of Bryce's crossroads in mid-June, when he received orders from Sherman to make up a force and go out and follow Forrest to the death if it costs 10,000 lives and breaks the Treasury, C.C. Washburn, the Memphis commander, assigned the task to A.J. Smith, reinforcing 2 of his divisions, just returned from their excursion up and down Red River, with Boughton's brigade of Negro infantry and Grierson's cavalry division, both of them recent graduates of the Hard Knocks school the Wizard of the Saddle was conducting for his would-be conquerors down in Mississippi. On July 5th, this column of 14,200 effectives, mounted and afoot, supported by 6 batteries of artillery and supplied with 20 days of rations, a force ample to whip anything this side of Georgia, Washburn declared, set out southward from La Grange, 50 miles east of Memphis. Sherman's orders by then had been expanded. Smith and his guerrillas, who had polished their hard-handed skills in Louisiana under Banks, were to pursue Forrest on foot, devastating the land over which he passed or may pass, and make him and the people of Tennessee and Mississippi realize that, although he is a bold, daring, and successful leader, he will bring ruin and misery on any country where he may pause or tarry. If we do not punish Forrest and the people now, the red-haired Ohioan wound up, the whole effect of our past conquests will be lost. 3 days out and just over 50 miles down the road, Smith showed that he took this admonition to heart by burning much of the town of Ripley, including the courthouse, 2 churches, the Oddfellows Hall, and a number of homes. Next day, July 9th, still mindful of his instructions to punish Forrest and the people, he pressed on across the Tallahatchie and through New Albany, trailed by a swath of desolation 10 miles wide. Ahead lay Appomattox, and beyond it Okolona, where Suey Smith had come to grief 5 months before, checked almost as disastrously as Sturgis had been at nearby Bryce's Crossroads a month ago tomorrow. So far, only token opposition to the current march had developed, but at Appomattox, which he cleared on July 11th, this new Smith began to encounter stiffer resistance. Butternut troopers hung on the flanks of the column as if to slow it down before it made contact with whatever was waiting to receive it up ahead, perhaps at Okolona. Smith would never know, for at dawn on July 13th, well short of any ambush being laid for him there or south of there, he abruptly changed direction and struck out instead for Tupelo, 15 miles to the east on the Mobile and Ohio, his column well closed up, his wagon train well protected, and his flanks covered in an admirable manner. So Forrest's scouts informed him at Okolona, where he was waiting. It was his 43rd birthday, for both Smith and Stephen Lee, who was on the way with 2,000 troops and had ordered him not to commit his present force of about 6,000 until these reinforcements got there to reduce the odds. Arriving from the south to find that the blue column had veered east, Lee took charge of pressing the pursuit. His urgency was based on reports from Dabney Maury at Mobile that Canby was preparing to march from New Orleans and attack the city from the landward side. Lee wanted Smith dealt with quickly so that the men he had brought to reinforce Forrest could be sent to Maury. "As soon as I fight, I can send him 2,000, possibly 3,000, he explained in a dispatch to Bragg, though he added that this depended on whether the Mississippi invaders did or did not succeed in delaying the battle. Smith was capable and canny, halting from time to time to beat off rearward threats while Grierson's horsemen rode on into Tupelo and began tearing up track above and below the town. All day the Federal infantry marched, then called a halt soon after nightfall at Harrisburg, 2 miles west of Tupelo, which had grown with the railroad and swallowed the older settlement as a suburb. Forrest came up presently in the darkness and discovered the enemy strongly posted and prepared to give battle the next day. Smith was at bay, and though his position was a stout one, nearly 2 miles long and skillfully laid out, flanks refused, rear well covered by cavalry, the line itself strengthened with fence rails, logs, timbers from torn-down houses, and bales of cotton, Forrest counted this a happy ending to an otherwise disappointing birthday. "One thing is certain," he told Lee, "the enemy cannot remain long where he is. He must come out, and when he does, all I ask or wish is to be turned loose with my command." No matter which way Smith headed when he emerged fretful and hungry, Forrest said, "I will be on all sides of him, attacking day and night. He shall not cook a meal or have a night's sleep, and I will wear his army to a frazzle before he gets out of the country." Lee could see the beauty of that, but he had Mobile and Canby on his mind, together with the promises he had made to Bragg and Maury, and did not feel that he could afford the time it would take to deal with the penned-up bluecoats in this manner. There were better than 14,000 of them, veterans to a man, and though he had only about 8,000 troops on hand, he issued orders for an all-out assault next morning. Forrest would take the right and he the left. Together they would storm the Union works, making up for the disparity in numbers by the suddenness and ardor of their charge. Ardor there was, and suddenness too, but these turned out to be the qualities that robbed Lee of what little chance he had for success in the first place. July 14th dawned hot and still, and the troops on line were vexed by delays in bringing several late-arriving units into position for the attack. Around 7:30, a Kentucky brigade near the center jumped the gun and started forward ahead of the others, who followed piecemeal left and right, with the result that what was to have been a single determined effort all along the line broke down from the outset into a series of individual lunges. Smith's veterans, snug behind their improvised breastworks, blasted each rebel unit as it advanced. It was all gallantry and useless sacrifice, one Confederate was to say. To Smith, the disjointed attack seemed to be a foot race to see who should reach us first. They were allowed to approach, yelling and howling like Comanches, to within canister range. They would come forward and fall back, rally and forward again with the like result. Their determination may be seen from the fact that their dead were found within 30 yards of our batteries. None got any closer, and after 2 hours of this, Lee called a halt. He had lost 1,326 killed and wounded and missing. Smith barely half that many, 674. Skirmishing resumed next morning, but so fitfully and cautiously that it seemed to invite a counterattack. Smith instead clung fast to his position. He did, that is, until midday, when he was informed that much of the food in his train had spoiled in the Mississippi heat, leaving only 1 day's rations fit to eat, and that his reserve supply of artillery ammunition was down to about 100 rounds per gun, whereupon he decided to withdraw northward back in the direction he had set out from 10 days ago, even though this meant leaving his more grievously wounded men behind in Tupelo. There followed the curious spectacle of a superior force retreating from a field on which it had inflicted nearly twice as many casualties as it suffered, and being harassed on the march by a loser reduced to less than half the strength of the victor it was pursuing. In any case, after setting fire to what was left of Harrisburg, the Federals not only withdrew in good order and made excellent time on the dusty roads, they also succeeded, when they made camp at sunset on Town Creek 5 miles north, in beating off a rebel attack and inflicting on Bedford Forrest, whom Lee had put in charge of the pursuit, and whom Smith had been told to follow to the death, his 3rd serious gunshot wound of the war. The bullet struck him in the foot, the base of his right big toe to be explicit, causing him so much pain that he had to relinquish the command, temporarily at least, and retire to a dressing station. Smith kept going, unaware of this highly fortunate development, back through New Albany and across the Tallahatchie. Midway between there and LaGrange, he encountered a supply train sent to meet him. He kept going, despite this relief, and returned to his starting point on July 21st after 16 round-trip days of marching and fighting. "I bring back everything in good order, nothing lost," he informed Washburn, who found the message so welcome a contrast to those received from other generals sent out after Forrest that he passed it along with pride to Sherman. Far from proud, Sherman was downright critical, especially of the resultant fact that Forrest had been left to his own devices, which might well include a raid into Middle Tennessee and a strike against the blue supply lines running down into North Georgia. Engaged at the time in the Battle of Atlanta, Sherman replied that Smith was to pursue and continue to follow Forrest. He must keep after him till recalled. It is of vital importance that Forrest does not go to Tennessee. Smith returned to Memphis on July 23rd, miffed at this unappreciative reaction to his campaign, and began at once to prepare for a second outing, one that he hoped to improve beyond reproach. This time the invasion column would number 18,000 of all arms, 1/4 larger than before, and he would proceed by a different route, down the Mississippi Central, which he would repair as he advanced, thus solving the problem of supplies whose lack had obliged his recent withdrawal in mid-career. By August 2nd, the railroad was in running order down to the Tallahatchie, and Washburn notified Sherman that Smith's reorganized command, which he assured him could whip the combined force of the enemy this side of Georgia and east of the Mississippi, would set out as soon as possible. Forrest's forces were near Okolona a week since, he added, saving the best news for last. Chalmers in command. Forrest has not been able to resume command by reason of wound in fight with Smith. I have a report today that he died of lockjaw some days ago. It was true that Chalmers was in nominal command, but not that Forrest was dead, either of lockjaw or of any other ailment, although a look at him was enough to show how the rumor got started. Troubled by a siege of boils even before he was wounded, sick-looking, thin as a rail, cheekbones that stuck out like they were trying to come through the skin so yellow it looked greenish, eyes blazing. One witness saw him thus at Tupelo that week. He rode about the camps in a buggy, his injured foot propped on a rack atop the dashboard, waiting impatiently for it to heal enough for him to mount a horse and resume command of his 2 divisions. They were all that were left him now, about 5,000 horsemen, after his casualties at Harrisburg and the departure of Stephen Lee, first for Mobile, where the reinforcements he took with him turned out not to be needed, Grant having ruled out Canby's attack by diverting his troops to Virginia, and then for Atlanta to join Hood. Partly, too, Forrest's haggard appearance was a result of the recent bloody repulse he had suffered in the assault on Smith. Even though he had advised against the attack and was thereby absolved from blame for its failure, he was unaccustomed to sharing in a defeat, and he burned with resentment over the useless loss of 1,000 of his men, just at a time when they seemed likely to be needed most. Smith, he knew, was refitting in Memphis and would soon be returning to North Mississippi, stronger than before and with a better knowledge of the pitfalls. Sure enough, by early August, the new blue column of 18,000 effectives had moved out to Grand Junction and begun its advance down the Mississippi Central to Holly Springs, a day's march from the Tallahatchie. We knew we couldn't fight General Smith's big, fine army, a butternut artillery lieutenant would recall, and we knew that we couldn't get any reinforcements anywhere, and we boys speculated about what old Bedford was going to do. Old Bedford wondered, too, for a time. At first he thought Smith's movement down the railroad was a feint, designed to draw my forces west and give him the start toward the prairies. Back in command and in the saddle, though he only used one stirrup, He sent Chalmers's division over to cover the Mississippi Central, but kept Buford's around Okolona to oppose what he believed would be the main Blue effort. He soon learned better. On August 8th, Smith moved in strength from Holly Springs and forced a crossing of the Tallahatchie, sending his cavalry ahead next day to occupy Oxford, 12 miles down the line. Forrest wired Chalmers to contest every inch of ground and set out at once for Oxford with Buford's division. Grierson fell back when he learned of this on August 10th, and Smith remained at the river crossing, constructing a bridge to ensure the rapid delivery of supplies when he continued his march south. It was then, in this driest season of the Mississippi year, that the rain began to fall. It fell and kept falling for a week, marking what became known thereafter in these parts as the Wet August. Both sides were nearly immobilized by the deepening mud and washouts, but they sparred as best they could in slow motion and planned for the time ahead. On August 18th, though the weather still was rainy, Smith began inching southward. Muddy or not, he had made up his mind to move, however slowly. So by then had Forrest. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, he assembled on the courthouse square at Oxford, after a rigorous weeding out of sick men and sore back and lame horses, close to 2,000 troopers from 2 brigades and Morton's 4-gun battery. In pelting rain and under a sky already dark with low-hanging clouds, the head of the column took up the march westward. Chalmers, left behind with the remaining 3,000, had been told to put up such a show of resistance to the advancing Federals, who outnumbered him 6-1, that Smith would not suspect for at least 2 days that nearly half of Forrest's command had left his front and was moving off to the west, in preparation for turning north around his flank, some were saying up and down the long gray column. "It got abroad in camp that we were going to Memphis," one rider later wrote. "That looked radical, but pleased us." They knew they were right next morning after a night march of 25 miles across swollen creeks and up and down long, slippery hills. When they reached Panola and crossed the Tallahatchie, taking the route of the Mississippi and Tennessee Railroad, which ran north some 60 beeline miles to Memphis. 4 separate invasions they had repulsed in the past 6 months, 3 by pitched battle, 1 by sheer bluff. And now they were out to try their hand at turning back the 5th with a strike at the enemy's main base, close to 100 miles in his rear. Radical indeed. But Forrest knew what he would find when he got there. Hometown operatives had kept him well informed. Washburn, under repeated urgings from Sherman to strengthen Smith to his utmost, had stripped the city's defense force to a minimum. And Fort Pickering, whose bluff-top guns bore on the river and the city but not on its landward approaches, offered little in the way of deterrent to an operation of this kind. Forrest did not intend to stay there any longer than it took his raiders to spread confusion among the defenders and alarm them into recalling Smith, who by now was skirmishing with Chalmers around Oxford, unaware that the man he was charged with following to the death had already rounded his flank and was about to set off an explosion deep in his rear. 20 miles the butternut column made that day, north from Panola to Senatobia, lighter by about 200 troopers whose mounts had broken down before they reached the Tallahatchie and turned back, along with all but 2 of Morton's guns, whose teams were increased to 10 horses each to haul them. The rain had stopped, as if on signal from the wizard. All day the sun beamed down on roads and fields, but only enough after 8 days of saturation to change the mud from slippery to sticky. 1 mile north of Senatobia, which he cleared at first light August 20th, Forrest came upon Hickahala Creek, swollen to a width of 60 feet between its flooded banks. A formidable obstacle, but one for which he had planned by sending ahead a detachment to select a crossing point and chop down 2 trees on each bank properly spaced, the stumps to be used for the support of a pair of cables woven from muscadine vines, which grew to unusual size and in great profusion in the bottoms. By the time the main body came up, the suspension cables had been stretched and were supported in midstream by an abandoned flatboat, which in turn was buoyed up by bundles of poles lashed to its sides. All that remained was for the span to be floored, and this was done with planks the troopers had ripped from gins and cabins on the approach march. In all, the crossing took less than an hour, but 6 miles north lay the Coldwater River, twice as wide. That took 3. The work party having hurried ahead to construct another such grapevine bridge with the skill acquired while improvising the first. The heaviest loads it had to bear were the 2 guns, which were rolled across by hand, and several wagons loaded with unshucked corn for the horses, which were unloaded, trundled empty over the swaying rig, and then reloaded on the opposite bank. Forrest set the example by carrying the first armload, limping across on his injured foot, much to the admiration and amusement of his soldiers. "I never saw a command more like it was out for a holiday," one later wrote, while the general himself was to say, "I had to continually caution the men to keep quiet. They were making a regular corn-shucking out of it." Many of them, like him, were on their way home for the first time in years, and it was hard to contain the exuberance they were feeling at the prospect. 8 miles beyond the Coldwater by dark, Forrest called a rest halt at Hernando, where he had spent most of his young manhood, 25 miles from downtown Memphis. Near midnight, the column pushed on, reduced to about 1,500 sabers, so-called, though for the most part they preferred shotguns and Navy 6s, by the breakdown of another 200-odd horses, and stopped at 3 a.m. just short of the city limits, there to receive final instructions for the work ahead, work that was based on detailed information smuggled out by spies. One detachment, under the general's brother, Captain William Forrest, would lead the way over Cane Creek Bridge and ride straight for the Gayoso House on Main Street, where Washburn's predecessor Stephen Hurlbut was quartered while awaiting reassignment. 2 other detachments, one of them under another brother, Lieutenant Colonel Jesse Forrest, would proceed similarly to capture Brigadier General R.P. Buckland, commander of the garrison, and Washburn himself, both of whom were living with their staffs in commandeered private residences. 2 major generals and a brigadier would make a splendid haul, and Forrest intended to have them, along with much else in the way of spoils assigned to still other detachments. Half an hour before dawn of this foggy Sunday morning, August 21st, the head of the column entered the sleeping city whose papers had carried yesterday a special order from the department commander prohibiting all crying or selling of newspapers on Sunday between the hours of 9 a.m. and 5 p.m., the better to preserve the peace and dignity of the Sabbath. In some ways the raid, the penetration itself, was anticlimactic. For example, all 3 federal generals escaped capture, one because he slept elsewhere that night, just where became the subject of much scurrilous conjecture, and the other 2 because they were alerted in time to make a dash for safety under Fort Pickering's 97 guns, which Forrest had no intention of storming. Buckland woke to a hammering, a spattering of gunfire some blocks off, and leaned out of his upstairs bedroom window to find a sentry knocking at the locked door of the house. He called down, still half asleep, to ask what was the matter. "General, they are after you." "Who are after me?" "The rebels," he was told. He had time to dress before hurrying to the fort. Not so Washburn, who had to make a run for it in his nightshirt through back alleys. So sudden was the appearance of the raiders at his gate, he barely had time to leave by the rear door as they entered by the front. By way of consolation, Jesse Forrest captured 2 of his staff officers, along with his dress uniform and accoutrements. Bill Forrest got even less when he clattered up Main Street to the Gayoso and, without pausing to dismount, rode his horse through the hotel doorway and into the lobby. Hurlbut, as aforesaid, had slept elsewhere and had only to lie low wherever he was to avoid capture. This he did and survived to deliver himself of the best-remembered comment anyone made on either side in reference to the raid. "They removed me from command because I couldn't keep Forrest out of West Tennessee," he declared afterwards. "And now Washburn can't keep him out of his own bedroom." By then, enough blue units had rallied to bring on a number of vicious little skirmishes and firefights, resulting in a total of 35 Confederates and 80 Federals being killed or wounded, in addition to 116 defenders captured, many of them officers rounded up in their night clothes at the Gayoso and elsewhere, along with some 200 horses. All this time, surprise reunions were in progress around town, despite the fact that recognition was not always easy. As, for example, in the case of a young raider who hailed his mother and sister from the gate of the family home, only to find that they had trouble identifying a tattered, mud-spattered veteran as the boy they had kissed goodbye when he left 3 years ago, neatly turned out in well-pressed clothes for a war that would soon be won. At 9 o'clock, satisfied that he had created enough disturbance to produce the effect he wanted, Forrest had the recall sounded and began the prearranged withdrawal. Beyond Cane Creek, he paused to return under a flag of truce Washburn's uniform, which his brother Jesse proudly displayed as a trophy of the raid. Whatever deficiencies he might show in other respects, Washburn knew how to return a courtesy. Some weeks later, he sent Forrest, also under a flag of truce, a fine gray uniform made to measure by the cavalryman's own pre-war Memphis tailor. The column then took up the southward march, clearing Hernando that afternoon to ride back across the Tallahatchie and into Panola late the following day. "If the enemy is falling back, pursue them hard," Forrest instructed Chalmers in a message taken cross-country by a courier who found him just below Oxford, still resisting Smith's advance. That admonition, "pursue them hard," was presently translated into action. Smith had entered Oxford that morning, but had no sooner done so than he began to backpedal in response to the news, brought forward under armed escort, that Forrest had raided Memphis the day before. Withdrawing, the Federals set fire to the courthouse, along with other public buildings and a number of private residences. "Where once stood a handsome little country town," an Illinois correspondent wrote, "now only remain the blackened skeletons of houses and smoldering ruins." Smith's retrograde movement was hastened by a follow-up report next day, August 23rd, that the raiders were returning to Memphis for a second and heavier strike. The report was false. Forrest was still at Panola, a hard 2-day march to the south, resting his troopers from their 150-mile excursion through the Mississippi bottoms, but was almost as disruptive in its effect as if it had been true. Alarm bells rang. Regulars and militiamen turned out, eager for the fray, one of the latter said, and Washburn asked the naval commander to have a gunboat steam downriver below Fort Pickering to shell the southern approaches to the city. This was done, but with no more than pyrotechnical effect, since the raiders were only there by rumor, not in fact. "The whole town was stampeded," Washburn's inspector general declared, calling the reaction "the most disgraceful affair I have ever seen." This, too, had its influence. Within another 2 days, no part of A.J. Smith's command remained below the Tallahatchie, and so closely did Chalmers press him, in accordance with Forrest's instructions, that he soon abandoned close to 100 miles of telegraph wire along the route from the river crossing, all the way back to the outskirts of Memphis. Washburn put the best possible interpretation on the outcome of the visit paid him by the raiders. "The whole expedition was barren of spoils," he wrote his congressman brother Elihu. "They were in so great a hurry to get away that they carried off hardly anything. I lost 2 fine horses, which is about the biggest loss of anybody." So did Sherman tend to look on the bright side of the event. "If you get the chance," he wired Washburn on August 24th, the day after the big stampede, "send word to Forrest that I admire his dash but not his judgment. The oftener he runs his head against Memphis, the better." There was much in that. Forrest's activities these past 4 months had been limited to North Mississippi and the southwest corner of Tennessee, with the result that he had been kept off Sherman's all-important supply line throughout this critical span. But it also rather missed the point that, with Memphis under cover and afflicted with a bad case of the shakes, the wizard now was free to ride in practically any direction he or his superiors might choose, including Middle Tennessee, a region that nurtured a vital part of that supply line. The question was whether there was time enough, even if he were given his head at last, for Forrest's movement to be of much help to Hood in besieged Atlanta. Encouraged by Wheeler's recent victories over Stoneman and McCook, which he believed more or less disposed of the Blue Cavalry as a threat, Hood by then had thrown his own cavalry deep into the Union rear in North Georgia and East Tennessee, hoping, as he explained in a wire requesting the president's approval, that by severing Sherman's lifeline he would provoke him into rashness or oblige him to retreat. Davis readily concurred, having urged such a strike on Johnston without success from the outset to the time of his removal. He replied that he shared Hood's hope that this would compel the enemy to attack you in position, but added rather pointedly, and in a tone not unlike Lincoln's when cautioning Grant, down near Richmond the month before, on the heels of repulses even more costly than Hood had just suffered around Atlanta, "The loss consequent upon attacking him in his entrenchments requires you to avoid that if practicable." Wheeler set out on August 10th, taking with him some 4,500 effectives from his 8 brigades and leaving about the same number behind, including William Jackson's 3-brigade division, to patrol and protect Hood's flanks and rear while he was gone. His itinerary for the following week, northward along the Western and Atlantic, resembled a synopsis in reverse of the Johnston-Sherman contest back in May. Marietta, Cassville, Calhoun, Resaca, all were hit on a 5-day ride that saw the destruction of some 30 miles of track and the rebuilt bridge across the Etowah. On August 14th, after detaching 1 brigade to escort his prisoners and captured livestock back to Atlanta, he began a 2-day demonstration against Dalton, then continued north, around and beyond Chattanooga to Loudon. He intended to cross the Tennessee River there, but found it in flood and had to continue upstream nearly to Knoxville, where he detached 2 more brigades to wreck the railway bridge at Strawberry Plains, then turned southwest beyond the Holston and the Clinch to descend on the Nashville and Chattanooga Railroad, which he broke in several places before he recrossed the Tennessee at Tuscumbia, Alabama on September 10th, his 28th birthday. At a total cost of 150 casualties on this month-long raid, in the course of which he averaged 25 miles a day and swam or forded 27 rivers, Wheeler reported the seizure of 1,000 horses and mules, 200 wagons, 600 prisoners, and 1,700 head of beef cattle, and claimed that his command had captured, killed, or wounded 3 times the greatest effective strength it has ever been able to carry into action. As an exploit, even after allowing for the exaggeration common to most cavalry reports, this was much. In other respects, however, it amounted to little more than a prime example of how events could transform a tactical triumph into a strategic cipher. Although Wheeler accomplished practically everything he was sent out to do, and on a grander scale than had been intended, the only real effect of the raid was not on Sherman, whose work gangs were about as quick to repair damage to the railroads as the Gray Troopers had been to inflict it, but on Hood, who was deprived thereby of half his cavalry during the critical final stage of the contest for Atlanta, which, in point of fact, had ended before Wheeler recrossed the Tennessee. One further result of the raid, also negative, was that Hood at last was convinced, as he said later, that no sufficiently effective number of cavalry could be assembled in the Confederacy to interrupt the enemy's line of supplies to an extent to compel him to retreat. Sherman was no more provoked into rashness than he was into retreat, but Wheeler's absence did encourage him, despite the recent failure of such efforts, to venture still another cavalry strike at the Macon and Western, Hood's only remaining rail connection, whose rupture would oblige him to evacuate Atlanta for lack of supplies. Another persuasive factor was Judson Kilpatrick. Back in the saddle after a 10-week convalescence from the wound he had taken at Resaca, he seemed to Sherman just the man to lead the raid. Unlike Garrett, who, in Sherman's words, would flinch if he spotted a horseman in the distance with a spyglass, Little Kill had a reputation as a fighter, and though in the present instance he was advised not to fight but to work, only boldness would assure success. Reinforced by 2 brigades from Garrett, the bandy-legged New Jerseyite took his division southeast out of Sandtown on the night of August 18th, under instructions to break up the Macon Railroad about Jonesboro, 20 miles below Atlanta. He got there late the following day unimpeded and began at once to carry out Sherman's orders, passed on by Schofield. "Tell Kilpatrick he cannot tear up too much track nor twist too much iron. It may save this army the necessity of making a long, hazardous flank march." First he set fire to the depot, then turned his attention to the road itself. But before he had ripped up more than a couple of miles of track, he was attacked from the rear by a brigade of Texans from Jackson's division. Kilpatrick pressed on south, pursued by this and Jackson's other 2 brigades, but ran into infantry entrenched near Lovejoy Station and veered east, then north to re-enter his own lines at Decatur. That was on August 22nd, and he proudly reported that he had done enough damage to Hood's lifeline to remove it from use for the next 10 days. Sherman was delighted, but only overnight. Next morning, heavy-laden supply trains came puffing into Atlanta over tracks he had been assured were demolished. Told not to fight but to work, Kilpatrick apparently had not done much of either, or else the rebel crews were as adept at repairs as their Union counterparts north of the city. In any case, Sherman said later, "I became more than ever convinced that cavalry could not or would not work hard enough to disable a railroad properly, and therefore resolved at once to proceed to the execution of my original plan." This was the massive counterclockwise slide, the grand left wheel around Atlanta, which he had designed to bring on the fall of the city by transferring all but one of his 7 infantry corps around to the south, astride its only rail connection with the outside world. Interrupted at Ezra Church in late July, the maneuver had been resumed only to stall again in the toils of Utoy Creek in early August. Since then, Sherman had sought by continuous long-range shelling, if not to convert the Gate City into a desolation, as he had proposed 2 weeks ago, then in any case to reduce it to a used-up community. And in this he had succeeded to a considerable extent, though not at a rate that matched his impatience, which was quickened by the spirit-lifting news of Farragut's triumph down in Mobile Bay. Now, Kilpatrick having failed in Wheeler's absence to spare him the necessity of making a long, hazardous flank march, he was ready to resume his ponderous shift. Leaving Slocum's corps, formerly Hooker's, north of Atlanta, securely entrenched in a position from which to observe the reaction there and also protect the railway bridge across the Chattahoochee, he pulled all 3 armies rearward out the Sandtown Road on August 26th and started them south the following day in 3 wide sweeping arcs, Howard and Schofield on the left and right, Thomas as usual in the center. Their respective objectives, all on the Macon Railroad, were Rough and Ready Station, 4 miles below East Point, Jonesboro, 10 miles farther down the line, and a point about midway between the 2. Thomas and Howard took off first, having longer routes to travel, and reached the inactive West Point Railroad next day at Red Oak and Fairburn, where they were to swing east. Then Schofield set out on his march, which was shorter but was presumably much riskier, since he would be a good deal closer to the rebels massed in and around Atlanta. As it turned out, however, he met with no more resistance than Howard and Thomas had done in the course of their wider sweeps, which was practically none at all. Welcome as this non-intervention was, Sherman also found it strange, particularly in contrast to his opponent's previous violent reaction to any attempt to move across his front or round his flank. Hood's reaction or non-action was stranger than any Federal supposed, being founded on a total misconception of what his adversary was up to. Not that his error had been illogically arrived at, it had not, but the logic, such as it was based insubstantially on hope. Suddenly, on August 26th, after weeks of intensive shelling, the bombardment of Atlanta stopped as abruptly as a dropped watch, and when patrols went out at midday to investigate this unexpected silence, which somehow was even heavier with tension than the diurnal uproar that preceded it, they found the Union trenches empty and skirmishers posted rearguard fashion along and on both sides of the road leading west to Sandtown and the Chattahoochee. Apparently a mass movement was in progress in that direction. Only on the north side of the city, in position to defend the indispensable railroad crossing and forward base, were the old works still occupied in strength. Hood's spirits took a leap at the news, for the brigade detached by Wheeler the week before up near Calhoun had returned that morning with its haul of prisoners and cattle, and a first-hand account of the extensive damage so far done to the Western and Atlantic, including the burning of the vital span across the Etowah. Wheeler himself, according to a report just in, was beyond Chattanooga with the rest of his command, preparing by now to cross the Tennessee River and descend on the Blue Supply line below Nashville. All this was bound to have its effect. Sherman must already be hurting for lack of food and ammunition. Indeed, there was testimony on hand that this was so. 6 days ago, a woman whose home was inside Schofield's lines had appealed to one of his division commanders for rations, only to be refused. "No," she was told, "I would like to draw myself. I have been living on short rations for 7 days, and now that your people have torn up our railroad and stolen our beef cattle, we must live a damned sight shorter." On such evidence as this, and out of his own sore need for a near miracle, Hood based his conclusion that Sherman, threatened with the specter of starvation by Wheeler's disruption of his lifeline, was in full retreat across the Chattahoochee with all of his corps but one, left temporarily in position north of the city to cover the withdrawal by rail of what remained of his sorely depleted stockpile of provisions. Orders went out for Jackson to bring his overworked troopers in from the flanks and take up the pursuit toward Sandtown. Jackson did, beginning next day, but reported that the Bluecoats seemed to him to be regrouping, not retreating. Hood rejected this assessment, preferring to believe that his cavalry simply lacked the strength to penetrate the Federal rear guard. So near the end of his military tether that he had nothing to fall back on but delusion, he held his 3 corps in the Atlanta entrenchments, which had been extended down to East Point, awaiting developments. They were not long in coming. Sherman had Howard and Thomas spend a day astride the West Point Railroad, breaking it up thoroughly, as he said, lest the rebels someday try to put it back in commission. His veterans were highly skilled at such work by now, and he later described how they went about it. The track was heaved up in sections the length of a regiment, then separated rail by rail. Bonfires were made of the ties and of fence rails on which the rails were heated, carried to trees or telegraph poles, wrapped around and left to cool. Not content with converting the rails into scrap iron, Sherman neckties, the twisted loops were called, he then proceeded against the roadbed itself. To be still more certain, we filled up many deep cuts with trees, brush, and earth, and commingled with them loaded shells so arranged that they would explode on an attempt to haul out the bushes. The explosion of one such shell would have demoralized a gang of Negroes, and thus would have prevented even the attempt to clear the road. Next morning, August 30th, he started both armies east toward the headwaters of Flint River, which flowed south between the two converging railroads, the one he had just undone in his rear, and the one ahead, whose loss would undo Hood. Elated at the prospect of achieving this objective, he accompanied Thomas on the march, and as they approached the Flint that afternoon, still without encountering serious opposition, though the Macon road lay only a scant 2 miles beyond the river, he exulted to the Virginian riding beside him, "I have Atlanta as certainly as if it were in my hand." Hood, by now, had begun to emerge from his wishful 3-day dream. Reports that Union infantry had appeared in strength on the West Point Road the day before, above and below Fairburn and Red Oak, obliged him to concede that part at least of Sherman's host was headed for something other than the Chattahoochee River. And when follow-up dispatches informed him this morning that the same blue wrecking force was moving eastward in the direction of the Macon Road, he knew he had to act. All surplus goods were ordered packed for shipment out of the nearly beleaguered city by whatever routes might be available when the time came, and Hardee was told to shift to Rough and Ready, bracing his corps for the defense of the rail supply line, there or farther down, while Lee moved out to take his place at East Point, under instructions to be ready for a march in either direction, southward to reinforce Hardee, or back north to assist Stuart in the close-up defense of Atlanta, depending on which turned out to need him worst. Old Strait remained in the works that rimmed the city, not only because of Slocum's hovering menace, but also because Hood had revised, indeed reversed, his estimate of the enemy's intentions. It seemed to him that Sherman was trying to draw him out of Atlanta with a strike at his supply line, say by half the Federal force, so that when he moved to meet this threat, the other half, concealed till then near the Chattahoochee, could swoop down and take the city. Hood's job, as he assessed it, was to avoid being lured out in such numbers that Atlanta would fall in their absence, its scantily manned entrenchments overrun, and yet at the same time to prevent the seizure or destruction of the Macon Railroad, whose loss would require him to give up the city for lack of subsistence. Caught thus between the Blue Devil and the deep blue sea, Hood saw no choice, now that he had been shaken out of the dream that transformed his red-haired opponent from a destroyer into a deliverer, except to try to meet these separate dangers as they developed. All in all, outnumbered as he was, the situation was pretty much as Sherman was describing it to Thomas even now, a dozen-odd miles to the south. "I have Atlanta as certainly as if it were in my hand." What had the earmarks of a frothy boast, of a kind all too common in a war whose multi-thumbed commanders were often in need of reassurance, even if they had to express it themselves, was in fact merely a tactical assessment, somewhat florid but still a good deal more accurate than most. Or maybe not. When Hood heard from Hardee around midday that the Blue March seemed to be aimed at both Rough and Ready and Jonesboro, 10 miles apart, he saw once more a chance to strike the enemy in detail. Having perceived this, he was no less willing to undertake it than he had been 3 times before in as many costly sorties. Now as then, he improvised a slashing assault designed to subject a major portion of the Union host to destruction. His plan, refined to deal with a later, more specific report that Logan's corps had crossed the Flint that afternoon and gone into camp within cannon range of Jonesboro, supported only by Kilpatrick's horsemen, while the other 2 corps of the Army of the Tennessee remained on the west bank of the stream, was for Hardee to fall upon this exposed segment early next morning and drive the enemy at all hazards into Flint River in their rear. Moreover, when the rest of Howard's troops attempted to come to Logan's assistance, they could be whipped in detail with help from Lee, whose corps would set out down the railroad from East Point at the same time Hardee's moved from Rough and Ready on a night march that would put them in position for attack at first light, August 31st. To make certain that his plan was understood, Hood wired both generals to leave their senior division commanders in charge of the march to Jonesboro and report to him in Atlanta by rail for the usual face-to-face instructions, which experience had shown were even more necessary than he had thought when he first took charge of the Army of Tennessee. In Atlanta that night at the Council of War preceding this fourth sortie, Hood expanded his plan to include a follow-up attack September 1st. After sharing in tomorrow's assault, which would drive the Federals away from the Macon Road and back across the Flint, Lee was to return to Rough and Ready Station, where he would be joined by Stuart for an advance next morning down the west bank of the river that would strike the flank of the crippled Bluecoats, held in position overnight by Hardee, and thus complete their destruction. This was in some ways less risky and in others riskier than Hood knew, believing as he did that only Howard's army was south of the city, which thus would be scantly protected from an assault by Thomas and Schofield. For that reason, Hood took what he believed was the post of gravest responsibility, Atlanta, whose defenses would be manned through this critical time only by Jackson's dismounted troopers and units of the Georgia militia. It was late when the council broke up, and Hardee, who was put in charge of the attack, boarded a switch engine for a fast ride to Jonesboro. He arrived before dawn, expecting to find his and Lee's corps being posted for the assault at daybreak. Neither was there, nor could he find anyone who could tell him where they were. Lee's, which that general must have rejoined by now, or his own, which had set out southward from Rough and Ready the night before. Howard remained all morning in what he called a saucy position, content to reinforce Logan's corps, entrenched on the east bank of the Flint, with a single division from Dodge, who was away recuperating from being struck on the forehead by a bullet the week before. He expected to be attacked by a rebel force that seemed to be gathering in Jonesboro, less than a mile across the way. That was why he kept most of his troops out of sight on the west side of the river, hoping, now that Logan's men had had plenty of time to strengthen their entrenchments, that the Graybacks would come to him rather than wait for him to storm their works along the railroad. But when nothing had come of this by the time the sun swung past the overhead, he decided he would have to prod them. He told Logan to move out at 3 o'clock. At 2:45, just as Black Jack's veterans were preparing to leave their trenches, long lines of butternut infantry came surging out of Jonesboro in far greater numbers than Howard had expected, while trying to provoke them into making an attack. Hardee was even tardier in launching Hood's fourth sortie than he had been in either of the other two committed to his charge, the first having opened 2 hours behind schedule, the second nearly 7, and this one more than 9. Yet here again the blame was hard to fix. Cleburne, left in Corps Command when Old Reliable went to Atlanta the night before, had found enemy units blocking his line of march and had had to detour widely around them, which delayed his arrival in Jonesboro until an hour after sunrise, while Lee, whose longer route was even worse obstructed, did not come up till well past noon. As a result, it was 2 o'clock before Hardee could get the two road-worn corps into jump-off positions and issue orders for the attack. These were for Cleburne to turn the enemy's right and for Lee to move against their front as soon as he heard Cleburne's batteries open. Such a signal had often failed in the past, and now it did so here. Mistaking the clatter of skirmishers' rifles for the roar of battle, Lee started forward on his own, and thus exposed his corps to the concentrated fire of the whole Union line, with demoralizing results. Cleburne then moved out, driving Kilpatrick's troopers promptly across the Flint, but found Logan's works too stoutly held for him to effect a lodgment without assistance. Hardee urged Lee to renew his stalled advance, only to be told that it was impossible. Howard was bringing reserves across the river to menace the shaken right. In reaction, Hardee called off the attack and ordered both Cleburne and Lee to take up defensive positions, saying later, "I now consider this a fortunate circumstance, for success against such odds could at best have only been partial and bloody, while defeat would have meant almost inevitable destruction to the army. That ended the brief, disjointed Battle of Jonesboro, or half-ended it, depending on what Howard would do now. Lee and Cleburne had suffered more than 1,700 casualties between them, Logan and Kilpatrick less than a fourth as many, and these were the totals for this last day of August, as it turned out, since Howard did not press the issue. Late that night, in response to Hood's repeated summons, Hardee detached Lee's 3 divisions for the return march north, tomorrow's scheduled follow-up offensive down the west bank of the Flint having been ruled out by the failure of today's attempt to set up Howard for the kill. What Hood now wanted Lee for, though, was to help Stuart hold Atlanta against the assault he expected Sherman to make next morning with the other 2 Federal armies, which he still thought were lurking northwest of the city. He presently learned better. Soon after dark, reports came in that Bluecoats were across the Macon Road in strength at Rough and Ready, as well as at several other points between there and Jonesboro. Lee not only confirmed this when he reached East Point at daylight, having managed to slip between the enemy columns in the darkness, he also identified them as belonging to Schofield and Thomas. This was a shock, and its meaning was all too clear. Atlanta was doomed. The only remaining question, now that Sherman had the bulk of his command astride the city's last rail supply line, squarely between Hardee and the other 2 corps, was whether the Army of Tennessee was doomed as well. Hood and his staff got to work at once on plans for the evacuation of Atlanta and the reunion, if possible, of his divided army, so that it could be saved to fight another day. Such a reunion was not going to include Hardee's third of that army if Sherman had his way. Primarily, he had undertaken this 6-corps Grand Left Wheel as a railroad wrecking expedition designed to bring on the fall of Atlanta by severing its lifeline, but now that he saw in Hardee's isolation an opportunity to annihilate him, he extended its scope to achieve just that. Both Schofield and Thomas were told to move on Jonesboro without delay, there to combine their 3 corps with Howard's 3, a total of more than 60,000, excluding cavalry, for an assault on Hardee's 12,500, still licking the wounds they had suffered in their repulse the day before. While this convergence was in progress, Howard put the rest of Dodge's corps across the Flint, where Logan confronted the rebels in their works, and sent Blair to cut the railroad south of town and stand in the path of any escape in that direction. Noon came and went this hot September 1st, still with no word from Thomas or Schofield, who were to attack the Confederates on their right while Howard clamped them in position from the front. Sherman fumed at the delay, knowing the Graybacks were hard at work improving their entrenchments, and kept fuming right up to 3 o'clock, when the first of Slow-Trot Thomas's 2 corps arrived, formerly John Palmer's but now under Jeff C. Davis, Palmer having departed in a huff after a squabble with Schofield, who he claimed had mishandled his troops in the Utoy Creek fiasco. The other Cumberland Corps, David Stanley's, was nowhere in sight and, in fact, did not turn up till after sundown, having got lost on its cross-country march, and Schofield moved so slowly from Rough and Ready, tearing up track as he went, that he arrived even later than Stanley. Combined with the detachment of Blair to close the southward escape hatch, the non-appearance of these 2 corps reduced the size of the attacking force by half. But that still left Sherman with considerably better than twice the number he faced, and he also enjoyed the advantage of having Davis come down unexpectedly on the enemy right, which was bent back across the railroad north of town. Davis was a driver, a hard-mannered regular who had come up through the ranks, 36 years old, with wavy hair and a bushy chin beard, a long thin nose and the pale flat eyes of a killer, which he was. Still a brigadier despite his lofty post and a war record dating back to Sumter, he had been denied promotion for the past 2 years because of the scandal attending his pistol slaying of Bull Nelson in Kentucky long ago in '62, and he welcomed such assignments as this present one at Jonesboro, seeing in them opportunities to demonstrate a worth beyond the grade at which he had been stopped in his climb up the military ladder. He put his men in line astride the railroad, 3 divisions containing as many troops as Hardee had in all, and sent them roaring down against the rebel flank at 4 o'clock. Cleburne's division was posted there, in trenches Lee had occupied the day before. Repulsed, Davis dropped back, regrouped quickly, and then came on again in a mass assault that went up and over the barricade to land in the midst of Brigadier General Dan Govin's veteran Arkansas Brigade. 2 batteries were overrun and Govin himself captured, along with more than half his men. "They're rolling them up like a sheet of paper," Sherman cried, watching from an observation post on Howard's front. But Granbury's Texans were next in line, and there the rolling stopped. Cleburne shored up his redrawn flank, massing fire on the lost salient, and Davis had all he could do to hold what he had won. Unwilling to risk a frontal assault by Howard, Sherman saw that what he needed now was added pressure on the weakened enemy right by Stanley, who was supposed to be coming up in rear of Davis. Angrily, he turned to Thomas, demanding to know where Stanley was, and the heavy-set Virginian, who already had sent courier after courier in search of the errant corps, not only rode off in person to join the hunt, but also did so in a manner that later caused his red-haired superior to remark that this was the only time during the campaign I can recall seeing General Thomas urge his horse into a gallop. Even so, the sun had set by the time Stanley turned up, and night fell before he could put his 3 divisions in attack formation. Darkness ended this second day of the Battle of Jonesboro, which cost Sherman 1,275 casualties, mostly from Davis's corps, and Hardee just under 1,000, 2/3 of them captured in the assault that cracked his flank. Disgruntled, Sherman bedded down, hopeful that tomorrow, with Schofield up alongside Stanley, he would complete the fate he planned for Hardee. He had trouble sleeping, he would recall, and soon after midnight, to add to his fret, there arose toward Atlanta sounds of shells exploding and other sounds like that of musketry. This was disturbing. Hood might well be doing to Slocum what he himself intended to do to Hardee. Yesterday he had instructed Thomas to have Slocum feel forward to Atlanta as boldly as he can, adding, "Assure him that we will fully occupy the attention of the rebel army outside of Atlanta." This last he had failed to do, except in part, and it seemed to him likely from those rumblings 20 miles to the north that he had thereby exposed Slocum to destruction by 2/3 of Hood's command. Other listeners about the campfire disagreed, interpreting the muffled clatter as something other than battle, and Sherman decided to settle the issue by visiting a nearby farmhouse where he had seen lights burning earlier in the evening. Shouts brought the farmer out into the yard in his nightshirt. Had he lived here long? He had. Had he heard such rumblings before? Indeed he had. That was the way it sounded when there was heavy fighting up around Atlanta. The noise faded, then died away, which might have an even more gruesome meaning. Sherman returned to his campfire, still unable to sleep. Then at 4 o'clock it rose again with the thump and crump and muttering finality of a massive coup de grace. Again it died, this time for good. Dawn came, and with the dawn a new enigma. Thomas and Schofield moved as ordered, the latter on the left to sweep across the rebel rear. "We want to destroy the enemy," Sherman told them, anxious to be done with the work at hand, but found that Hardee had departed under cover of darkness and the distractive, far-off rumblings from the north. Sherman took up the pursuit, southward down the railroad, still wondering what had happened deep in his rear. This was the 120th day of the campaign, and while he was at Jonesboro, another month had slipped into the past, costing him 7,000 casualties and his adversary 7,500. a total to date of 31,500 Federals and 35,000 Confederates. Rough figures later precisely tabulated at 31,687 and 34,979, respectively. Close to 20,000 of the latter had been suffered by Hood in the nearly 7 weeks since he took over from Johnston, while Sherman had lost just under 15,000 in that span. Presently, as the 6 Blue Corps toiled southward down the railroad in search of Hardee's 3 vanished divisions, Schofield sent word that he took last night's drum fire rumblings from the direction of Atlanta to be the sound of Hood blowing up his unremovable stores in preparation for evacuation. 2 hours later, at 10:25, he followed this with a report that a Negro had just come into his lines declaring that the Rebs were departing the city in great confusion and disorder. Unconvinced, still troubled about whether General Slocum had felt forward and become engaged in a real battle, Sherman kept up his pursuit of Hardee until he came upon him near Lovejoy Station, 6 miles down the line, his corps posted in newly dug entrenchments, as well constructed and as strong as if these Confederates had a week to prepare them. Such was his assessment after a tentative 4 o'clock probe was savagely repulsed. "I do not wish to waste lives by an assault," he warned Howard, explaining more fully to Thomas. "Until we hear from Atlanta the exact truth, I do not care about your pushing your men against breastworks." Still fretted by doubts about Slocum, he maintained his position of cautious observation through sunset into darkness. "Nothing positive from Atlanta," he informed Schofield within half an hour of midnight, "and that bothers me." Finally, between then and sunup September 3rd, a courier arrived with a dispatch from Slocum, who was not only safe, but was safe inside Atlanta. Alerted by last night's racket just across the way, it turned out to be the explosion of 81 carloads of ammunition, together with 5 locomotives blown up in relays when they were found to be cut off from escape by the loss of the Macon Road. He had felt his way forward at daylight to the city limits, where the commander of his lead division encountered a delegation of civilians. "Sir," their leader said with a formal bow. His name, it developed, was James M. Calhoun, and that was strangely fitting, even though no kinship connected him with the South Carolina original, John C. "The fortunes of war have placed the city of Atlanta in your hands. As mayor of the city, I ask protection for non-combatants and private property." Slocum telegraphed the news to Washington. "General Sherman has taken Atlanta," and passed the word to his chief, approaching Lovejoy by then, that Hood had begun his withdrawal at 5 p.m. the day before, southward down the McDonough Road and well to the east of the Macon and Western, down which Howard and Thomas and Schofield were marching. This meant that Hood had crossed their front and flank with Stuart and Lee and the Georgia militia last night and yesterday, and by now had reunited his army in the entrenchments hard ahead at Lovejoy Station. Wise by hindsight, Sherman began to see that he had erred in going for Hardee, snug in his Jonesboro works, when he might have struck for the larger and more vulnerable prize in retreat on the McDonough Road beyond. Moreover, if he had been unable to pound the Graybacks to pieces while he had them on the Atlanta anvil, there seemed little chance for success in such an effort now that they were free to maneuver as they chose. Such at last was the price he paid for having redefined his objective, not as the Army of Tennessee, break it up, Grant had charged him at the outset before Dalton, but rather as the city that army had been tied to until now. In any case, he had it, and he was ready and anxious to take possession in person. "Atlanta is ours and fairly won," he wired Halleck. "I shall not push much farther in this raid, but in a day or so we'll move to Atlanta and give my men some rest." 3. Slocum's wire, received in Washington on the night of the day it was sent, "General Sherman has taken Atlanta," ended a hot weather span of anxiety even sorer than those that followed the two Bull Runs back in the first 2 summers of the war. The prospect of stalemate at this late stage brought on a despondency as deep as outright defeat had done in those earlier times, when the national spirit displayed a resilience it had lost in the course of a summer that not only was bloody beyond all past imagining, but also saw early within plain view of the Capitol dome and Democrats across the land anticipating a November sweep. Farragut's coup down in Mobile Bay provided no more than a glimmer of light, perfunctorily discerned before it guttered out in the gloom invoked by Sherman's reproduction on the outskirts of Atlanta, of Grant's failure to take Richmond when he reached it the month before. Both wound up apparently stalled some 20 miles beyond their respective objectives, and by the end of August it had begun to appear that neither of them, having overshot the mark, was going to get back where he had been headed at the outset. Nowhere, east or west or in between, was the disenchantment so complete as it was on the outskirts of Petersburg by then. Partly this was because of the high price paid to get there. Meade's casualties, exclusive of Butler's, were more than twice as heavy as Sherman's, though the latter had traveled nearly twice as far by his zigzag route. And partly, too, because, time and again, the public's and the Army's expectations had been lifted only to be dashed, more often than not amid charges of incredible blundering all up and down the weak-linked chain of command. A case in point, supplementing the fiasco that attended the original attack from across the James, was an operation that came to be called the Crater, which occurred in late July and marked a new high, or low, for mismanagement at or near the top, surpassing even Cold Harbor in that regard, if not in bloodshed. Early that month, after the failure of his probe for the Weldon Railroad in late June, Grant asked Meade how he felt about undertaking a new offensive against Lee's center or around his flank. Faced as he was with the loss of Wright, whose corps was being detached just then to counter Early's drive on Washington, Meade replied that he was doubtful about the result of either a flank or a frontal effort, citing the facility with which the enemy can interpose to check an onward movement. However, lest his chief suppose that he was altogether without aggressive instincts or intentions, which in point of fact he very nearly was by now, Meade did let fall that he had in progress a work designed to permit a thrust not through or around, but under the Confederate entrenchments. Burnside was digging a mine. The proposal had come from a regimental commander, Lieutenant Colonel Henry Pleasants, whose 48th Pennsylvania was made up largely of volunteers from the anthracite fields of Schuylkill County, one of whom he happened to hear remark while peering through a firing slit at a rebel bastion some 150 uphill yards across the way, "We could blow that damned fort out of existence if we could run a mine shaft under it." Formerly a civil engineer engaged in railroad tunneling, Pleasants liked the notion and took a sketch of it to his division commander, Brigadier General Robert Potter, who passed it along to corps. Burnside told Pleasants to start digging, then went himself to Meade for approval and assistance. He got Meade's nod, apparently because the work at least would keep some bored men busy for a time, but not his help, his staff having advised that the project was impractical from the engineering point of view. No such tunnel could exceed 400 feet in length, the experts said, that being the limit at which fresh air could be provided without ventilation shafts. And this one was projected to extend for more than 500 feet from the gallery entrance to the powder chamber at its end. Pleasants had been hard at work since June 25th, the day Burnside told him to start burrowing into the steep west bank of an abandoned railway cut, directly in rear of his picket line and well hidden from enemy lookouts. By assigning his men to shifts so that the digging went forward round the clock, he managed to complete the tunnel within a month, though his miners later claimed they could have done the job in less than half that time if they had been given the proper tools. Not that Pleasance hadn't done his best in that regard. Denied any issue of special implements, such as picks, he contrived his own with the help of regimental blacksmiths, converted hardtack boxes into barrows for moving dirt, took over a wrecked sawmill to cut timbers and planks for shoring up the gallery walls and roof, and even borrowed a theodolite all the way from Washington when Meade's engineers declined to lend him one of theirs. Technical problems he solved in much the same improvisatory fashion, including some which these same close-fisted experts defined as prohibitive. Ventilation, for example. Just inside the entrance, he installed an airtight canvas door, and beneath it ran a square wooden pipe along the floor of the shaft to the diggers at the end, extending it as they progressed. A fireplace near the sealed door sent heated air up its brush-masked chimney, creating a draft that drew the stale air from the far end of the tunnel and pulled in fresh air through the pipe, whose mouth was beyond the door. Working in the comparative comfort of a gallery 5 feet high, 4 feet wide at the bottom and 2 feet at the top, they had sweated and strained and wheezed and shivered through longer hours with considerably less headroom and under far worse breathing conditions back home in the Pennsylvania coal fields. The miners completed 511 feet of shaft by July 17th. This put them directly under the rebel outwork, whose defenders they could hear walking about 20 feet above their heads, apparently unmindful of the malevolent mole-like activity some half-dozen yards below the ground they stood on. Next day, the soldier miners began digging laterally right and left to provide a powder chamber, 75 feet long, under the enemy bastion and the trenches on both flanks. By July 23rd, the pick and shovel work was done. After a 4-day rest, Pleasance brought in 320 kegs of black powder, weighing 25 pounds each, and distributed this gritty 4-ton mass among 8 connected magazines, sandbagged to direct the explosion upward. When his requisition for insulated wire and a galvanic battery did not come through, he got hold of 2 50-foot fuses, spliced them together, then secured one end to the monster charge and ran the other back down the gallery as far as it would reach, after which he replaced the earth of the final 40 feet of tunnel, firmly tamped to provide a certain backstop. That was on July 28th. All that remained was to put a match to the fuse and get out before the boom. Next afternoon, with the mine scheduled to be exploded early the following morning, Burnside assembled his division commanders to give them last-minute instructions for the assault that was to be launched through the resultant gap in the rebel works. Of these, there were 4, though only 3 of their divisions had done front-line duty so far in the campaign. The 4th, led by Brigadier General Edward Ferrero, was composed of 2 all-Negro brigades whose service up to now had been confined to guarding trains and rearward installations, largely because of the continuing supposition, despite conflicting evidence west and east, that black men simply were not up to combat. "Is not a Negro as good as a white man to stop a bullet?" someone asked Sherman about this time over in Georgia. "Yes, and a sandbag is better," he replied. Like many Eastern generals, he believed that former slaves had their uses in war, but not as soldiers. Burnside felt otherwise, and what was more, he backed up his contention by directing that Ferrero's division, which was not only the freshest but was also by now the largest of the 4, would lead tomorrow's pre-dawn charge. By way of preparation, he had had the 2 brigades spend the past week rehearsing the attack until every member knew just what he was to do and how. That is, rush promptly forward as soon as the mine was sprung and expand the gap so that the other 3 divisions, coming up behind, could move unopposed across the Jerusalem Plank Road and onto the high ground immediately in rear of the blasted enemy entrenchments, which would give them a clear shot at Petersburg itself. He was in high spirits, partly because the digging had gone so well, and partly because Meade and Grant, catching a measure of his enthusiasm as the tunnel neared completion, had expanded the operation. Not only were Warren's and Baldy Smith's corps ordered to stand by for a share in exploiting the breakthrough, which was to be given close-up support by no less than 144 field pieces, mortars, and siege guns, more artillery pound for pound than had been massed by either side at Gettysburg. But Grant also sent Hancock's corps, along with 2 of Sheridan's divisions, to create a diversion and, if possible, score an accompanying breakthrough on the far side of the James. Hancock, who had returned to duty the week before, found the Confederates heavily reinforced in front of Richmond, as did Sheridan, who was worsted in a 4-hour fight with Hampton on the day the fuse was laid to Pleasance's mine. Still, the feint served its purpose by drawing large numbers of graybacks away from the intended scene of the main effort, about midway down the 5-mile rebel line below the Appomattox. Intelligence reported that 5 of Lee's 8 infantry divisions were now at Bermuda Hundred or north of the James, leaving Beauregard with only 3 divisions, some 18,000 men in all, for the defense of the Petersburg rail hub. Moreover, there still was time for Hancock to return tomorrow, the day of Burnside's last-minute council of war, to lend still greater weight to the assault that would accompany the blasting of the undermanned enemy works before daylight next morning. Burnside was happily passing this latest news along to his lieutenants when he was interrupted by a courier from Army headquarters bearing a message that had an effect not unlike the one expected across the way when the mine was sprung tomorrow. It contained an order from Meade, approved by Grant, for the assault to be spearheaded not by Ferrero's well-rehearsed Negroes, but by one of the white divisions. This change, which landed like a bomb in the council chamber, was provoked by racism in reverse. If we put the colored troops in front and the attack should prove a failure, Grant would testify at the subsequent investigation, it would then be said, and very properly, that we were shoving those people ahead to get killed because we did not care anything about them. Stunned, Burnside tried to get the order rescinded, only to be told that it would stand. Meade was not about to give his abolitionist critics this chance to bring him down with charges that he had exposed black recruits to slaughter in the forefront of a long-shot operation. By now, the scheduled assault was less than 12 hours off, all but 4 of them hours of darkness, and the rough-whiskered general, too shaken to decide which of his 3 unrehearsed white divisions should take the lead, had their commanders draw straws for the assignment. It fell to Brigadier General James H. Ledlie, a former heavy artilleryman, least experienced of the 3. Potter and Brigadier General Orlando Wilcox would attack in turn behind Ledlie. Ferrero would bring up the rear. As they departed to alert their troops, Burnside could find consolation only in reports that the Confederates, 2 South Carolina regiments posted in support of the 4-gun battery poised above the sealed-off powder chamber, seemed to have abandoned their former suspicion that they were about to be blown skyward. For a time last week they had tried countermining without success, and when the underground digging stopped, July 23rd, so did their attempts at intersection. Apparently they too had experts who advised them that such a tunnel was impracticable, with the result that when the sound of picks and shovels stopped down below, they decided that the Yanks had given up, probably after a disastrous cave-in or mounting losses from asphyxiation. Eventually, the troops were brought up in the darkness, groping their way over unfamiliar terrain to take up assigned positions for the jump-off. Ledlie's division out front, just in back of the ridge where the pickets were dug in, Potter's and Wilcox's along the slope of the railway cut, and Ferrero's along its bottom, aggrieved at having been shunted to the rear. Elsewhere along the Union line, the other corps stood by, including Hancock's, which had returned from its demonstration beyond the James. Shortly after 3 o'clock, Pleasance entered the tunnel to light the fuse. The guns and mortars were laid, ammunition stacked, and cannoneers at the ready, lanyards taut. Burnside had his watch out, observing the creep of its hands toward 3:30, the specified time for the springing of the mine. 3:30 finally came, but not the explosion. Half an hour went by, and still the night was black, unsplit by flame. Another half hour ticked past, bringing the first gray hint of dawn to the rearward sky, and though Pleasance had accepted his mine boss sergeant's offer to go back into the tunnel and investigate the delay, there still was no blast. Grant, losing patience, considered telling Burnside to forget the explosion and get on with his 15,000-man assault. Daylight grew much faster now, and the flat eastern rim of Earth was tinted rose, anticipating the bulge of the rising sun, by the time the sergeant and a lieutenant who had volunteered to join him, Harry Reese and Jacob Doughty were their names, found that the fuse had burned out at the splice. They cut and relit it and scrambled for the tunnel entrance, a long 150 yards away, emerging just before 4:44, when the 8,000-pound charge 20 feet below the rebel works erupted. A slight tremor of the earth for a second, then the rocking as of an earthquake, an awed captain would recall, and with a tremendous blast which rent the sleeping hills beyond, a vast column of earth and smoke shoots upward to a great height, its dark sides flashing out sparks of fire, hangs poised for a moment in midair, and then, hurtling down with a roaring sound, showers of stones, broken timbers, and blackened human limbs, subsides, the gloomy pall of darkening smoke flushing to an angry crimson as it floats away to meet the morning sun. Another watcher of that burgeoning man-made cloud of dust and turmoil, a brigadier with Hancock, left an impression he never suspected would be repeated at the dawn of a far deadlier age of warfare, just over 80 years away. Without form or shape, full of red flames and carried on a bed of lightning flashes, it mounted toward heaven with a detonation of thunder and spread out like an immense mushroom, whose stem seemed it to be of fire and its head of smoke. Added to the uproar was the simultaneous crash of many cannon, fired by tense gunners as soon as they saw the ground begin to heave from the overdue explosion. Ledley's men, caught thus between two shock waves, looked out and saw the rising mass of earth, torn from the hillside hard ahead, mount up and up until it seemed to hover directly above them, its topmost reaches glittering in the full light of the not-yet-risen sun. As the huge cluster started down, they recovered at least in part from their shock and reacted by breaking in panic for the rear. This was not too serious. Their officers got them back in line within 10 minutes and started them forward before the dust and smoke had cleared. But what happened next was serious indeed. In his dismay over the last-minute change in orders, Burnside had neglected to have the defensive tangle of obstacles cleared from in front of the parapets, with the result that the attack formation was broken up as soon as the troops set out. Instead of advancing on a broad front as intended, a brigade in width with the 2nd Brigade coming up in close support, they went forward through a hastily improvised 10-foot passway that not only delayed their start but also confined them to a meager file of wary individuals who advanced a scant 100 yards, then stopped in awe of what they saw before them. Where the Confederate fort had stood, there now was a monstrous crater, 60 feet across and nearly 200 feet wide, ranging in depth from 10 to 30 feet. All was silent down there on its rubbled floor except for the thin cries of the wounded, who, together with the killed, turned out to number 278, mangled by the blast and buried to various depths by the debris. As Ledley's soldiers stood and gazed at this lurid moonscape, strewn with clods that ranged in size up to that of a small house, they not only forgot their instructions to fan out right and left in order to widen the breakthrough for the follow-up attack, they even forgot to keep moving. At last they did move, but not far. For more than a month, their fighting had been confined to rifle pits and trenches, and now here at their feet was the biggest rifle pit in all the world. They leaped into it and busied themselves with helping the Carolinian survivors, many of whom, though badly dazed, had interesting things to say when they were uprooted and revived. Ledley might have gotten his division back in motion by exhortation or example, but he was not available just now. He was immured in a bomb-proof well behind the lines, swigging away at a bottle of rum he had cadged from a staff surgeon. It later developed that this had been his custom all along in times of strain. In any case, there he remained throughout what was to have been a fast-moving, go-for-broke assault on Petersburg by way of the gap Henry Pleasants had blown in the rebel line. That gap was already larger than any Federal knew. When the mine was sprung, the reaction of the graybacks right and left of the hoisted battery was the same as that of the intended attackers across the way. They, too, bolted rearward, panicked by the fury of the blast, and thus broadened the unmanned portion of their line to about 400 yards. What was more, it remained so for some time. The second and third blue waves rolled forward, paused in turn on the near rim of the crater, much as the first had done, and then, like it, swept down in search of cover amid the rubble at the bottom. By then, most of the bolted Confederates had returned to their posts on the flanks of the excavation, and Beauregard was bringing up reinforcements, along with all the artillery he could lay hands on. They arrived, men and guns, at about the time Burnside's fourth wave started forward. Loosed at last, but without Ferrero, he had joined Ledley in the bomb-proof nearly a quarter-mile away. The Negro soldiers advanced in good order. "We looks like men a-marching on. We looks like men of war," they sang as they came up in the wake of the other three divisions, which were scarcely to be seen, having vanished quite literally into the earth. Disdaining the crater, they swung around it in accordance with the maneuver they had rehearsed and drove for the high ground beyond. However, now that the defenders had rallied and been reinforced, they not only failed to get there, they also lost a solid third of their number in the attempt, 1,327 out of just under 4,000. Unsupported, subjected to a galling fire from batteries on the flanks and from infantry fire in front and partly on the flank, a witness later wrote, they broke up in disorder and fell back to the crater. Conditions there were not much better. In some ways they were worse. Presently they were much worse in every way. More than 10,000 men, crowded hip to hip in a steep-walled pen less than a quarter-acre in extent, presented the gray cannoneers with a compact target they did not neglect. Counter-battery work by the massed Union guns was excellent, but the surviving rebel pieces, including hard-to-locate mortars, still delivered what one occupant of the crater termed as heavy a fire of canister as was ever poured continuously upon a single objective point. The result was bedlam, a bedlam in flames, and this got worse as the enemy infantry grew bolder, inching closer to the rim of the pit, where marksmanship would be about as superfluous as if the shots were directed into a barrel of paralyzed fish. Anticipating this, some bluecoats chose to run the gauntlet back to their own lines, while others preferred to remain and risk the prospect, which was soon at hand. Around 9:30, with Grant's disgusted approval, Meade had canceled the follow-up attack and told Burnside to withdraw his corps. But that was easier said than carried out. Burnside by then had fallen into a state of euphoric despair, much as he had done at Fredericksburg 20 months ago, under similar circumstances, and delayed transmission of the order till after midday, apparently in hope of some miraculous deliverance. Shortly after noon, 2 brigades from Mahone's division, they had slipped away from Warren's front unseen, gained the lip of the crater, where they added rapid-fire rifle volleys to the horror down below, then followed up with a bayonet charge that shattered what little remained of blue resistance. Hundreds surrendered, thousands fled, more hundreds fell, and the so-called Battle of the Crater was soon over. It had cost Burnside 3,828 men, nearly half of them captured or missing, and losses elsewhere along Meade's line raised the Union total above 4,000 for the day. Confederate casualties, mostly wounded, came to about one-third that number. By nightfall, all that remained as evidence of this latest bizarre attempt to break Lee's line was a raw scar about midway down its length below the Appomattox, which in time would green over and lose its jagged look, but would never really heal. Nor would a new bitterness Southerners felt as a result of this affair. Not only had they been blown up while sleeping, a mean trick, they declared, but for the first time here in the Old Dominion, black soldiers had been thrown into the thick of a large-scale fight. That was something far worse than a trick. That was infamy to Lee's men's way of thinking. And for this they cursed their enemy in cold blood. Eyes gleamed, teeth clenched, a nurse who tended Mahone's wounded would recall, as they showed me the locks of their muskets to which blood and hair still clung when, after firing, without waiting to reload, they had clenched the barrels and fought hand to hand. Privately, like the troopers who stormed Fort Pillow out in the wilder West, they admitted to having bayoneted men in the act of surrender, and they were by no means ashamed of the act, considering their view of the provocation. It was noted that from this time forward there were no informal truces in the vicinity of the crater. Sniping was venomous and continuous, dawn to dusk along that portion of the line. Ledley, but not Ferrero, who was somehow overlooked in the caterwaul that followed, presently departed, condemned by a court of inquiry for his part in the mismanagement of what Grant pronounced the saddest affair I have witnessed in this war. Burnside left even sooner, hard on the heels of a violent argument with Meade, an exchange of recriminations which a staff observer said went far toward confirming one's belief in the wealth and flexibility of the English language as a medium of personal dispute. Meade wanted the rough-whiskered general court-martialed for incompetence, but Grant, preferring a quieter procedure, sent him home on leave. "He will never return whilst I am here," Meade fumed. Nor did he. Resigning from the service, Ambrose Everett Burnside, 40 years old, returned to his business pursuits in Rhode Island, where he not only prospered but also recovered the geniality he had lost in the course of a military career that required him to occupy positions he himself had testified he was unqualified to fill. In time, he went into politics, serving 3 terms as governor, and would die well into his second term as a U.S. Senator 20 years after the war began. Tactically speaking, Lee no doubt regretted Burnside's departure. He would miss him, much as he missed McClellan, now in retirement, and John Pope and Joe Hooker, who had been shunted to outlying regions where their ineptitudes would be less costly to the cause they served. This was not to say that mistakes came cheap from those commanders who remained near the violent center. Meade's losses for July, swollen by the botched attempt to score an explosive breakthrough near its end, totaled 6,367, and he had scarcely an inch of ground to show for their subtraction. Yet Lee could take small comfort in the knowledge that his own were barely half that. In contrast to his custom in the old aggressive days, when a battle was generally followed by a Federal retreat, he now not only derived no positive gain for his losses, he was also far less able to replace them, so near was the Confederacy to the bottom of its manpower barrel. "There is the chill of murder about the casualties of this month," one of his brigadiers reported from the Petersburg entrenchments. Even such one-sided triumphs as the crater were getting beyond his means, and much the same thing could be said of Early's recent foray to the gates of Washington, which, for all its success in frightening the authorities there, had failed to lure the Army of the Potomac into staging another Cold Harbor south of the James. That was what Lee had wanted and even expected. "It is so repugnant to Grant's principles and practice to send troops from him," he wrote Davis, "that I had hoped before resorting to it he would have preferred attacking me." Instead, Grant had detached 2 corps whose partial arrival discouraged Early from storming the capital defenses and obliged him to fall back across the Potomac. After a brief rest at Leesburg in defiance of the superior blue force charged with pressing his pursuit, Old Jube returned to the lower Shenandoah Valley and continued to maneuver between Winchester and Harper's Ferry, Jackson style, as if about to move on Washington again. Before his adversaries managed to combine against him, they were drawn from 4 separate departments, with desk-bound Halleck more or less in charge by telegraph. He lashed out at George Crook near Kernstown, July 24th, and after inflicting close to 1,200 casualties, drove him all the way north across the Potomac. Following this, in specific retaliation for Hunter's burning of the homes of 3 prominent Virginians, Early sent 2 brigades of cavalry under John McCausland to Chambersburg, Pennsylvania, to demand of its merchants, under penalty of its destruction, $100,000 in gold or a cool $500,000 in greenbacks. When they refused, McCausland evacuated the 3,000 inhabitants and set fire to the business district. That was on July 30th, the day of the crater, and by midnight 2/3 of the town was in ashes, another casualty of a war that was growing harsher by the month. Lee's acute concern for Early, whose footloose corps, though badly outnumbered, not only continued to disrupt the plans of the Union High Command by bristling aggressively on both banks of the Potomac just upstream from Washington, but also served through this critical stretch of time as a covering force for the grain-rich Shenandoah region and the Virginia Central Railroad, was increased on August 4th, 5 days after the crater, by reports that Grant was loading another large detachment of troops aboard transports at City Point. "I fear that this force is intended to operate against General Early," Lee told Davis, "and when added to that already opposed to him may be more than he can manage. Their object may be to drive him out of the valley and complete the devastation they had commenced when they were ejected from it." In point of fact, next to provoking his adversary into making a headlong assault on his entrenchments, there was nothing Lee wanted more than just such a weakening of the pressure against them. However, there were limits beyond which a precarious balance would be lost. Early's defeat would mean the loss as well of the Shenandoah Valley and the Virginia Central, both necessary for the survival of the rest of the army, immobilized at Petersburg and Richmond. Lee conferred next day with the president and reached the conclusion that, whatever the risk to his thinly held works beyond the James, he would have to strengthen Early. Accordingly, on August 6th, he ordered Richard Anderson to leave at once, with Kershaw's division of infantry and Fitz-Lee's of cavalry, for Culpeper, where he would be in a position either to speed back to Richmond by rail, in case of an emergency there, or else to fall on the flank and rear of the Federals just beyond the Blue Ridge, in case they advanced up the valley. As usual, Lee was right about Grant's intentions, though in this case they were more drastic than he knew. Not only did the Federal commander plan to complete the destruction begun by Hunter before Early drove him off, he already had directed that this was to be accomplished by a process of omnivorous consumption. When Early fell back in turn from Washington in mid-July, Grant told Halleck to see to it that he was pursued by veterans, militiamen, men on horseback, and everything that can be got to follow, with specific instructions to eat out Virginia clean and clear as far as they go, so that crows flying over it for the balance of the season will have to carry their own provender with them. Nothing much had come of that so far. The crows waxed fat on the valley harvest, deep in Early's rear, while Halleck, convinced that all his doubts about Grant's movements since Cold Harbor had been confirmed by the events of the past month, fumbled his way through a pretense of directing the pursuit from his desk in Washington. "Entre nous," he wrote Sherman on July 16th, I fear Grant has made a fatal mistake in putting himself south of James River. He cannot now reach Richmond without taking Petersburg, which is strongly fortified, crossing the Appomattox and recrossing the James. Moreover, by placing his army south of Richmond, he opens the capital and the whole North to rebel raids. Lee can at any time detach 30,000 to 40,000 men without our knowing it till we are actually threatened. I hope we may yet have full success, but I find that many of Grant's general officers think the campaign already a failure. Old Brains was determined to play no active role in what he saw as a discredited operation, and Grant soon found there was little he himself could do from an even greater distance. One answer might be for him to go up the Potomac and take charge of the stalled pursuit, but the fact was he had problems enough on his hands at Petersburg just then, including Meade's immovability, Burnside's mine, and the presence of Ben Butler, who, by virtue of his rank, would assume command of all the forces south of the James if Grant went up the country. Unable to get Butler transferred, though he tried, only to find that this was no time to risk offending a prominent hard-war Democrat who might retaliate by taking the stump against the administration, Grant turned on his one-time favorite Baldy Smith, who by now, mainly because of what Rawlins called his disposition to scatter the seeds of discontent throughout the army, had become as much of a thorn in Grant's side as he had been in his cockeyed superiors all along. On July 19th, he was relieved, and Major General Edward Ord, in temporary command at Baltimore, was brought down to take charge of his 3 divisions. Similarly, when the dust of the crater settled, Burnside was superseded by his longtime Chief of Staff, Major General John G. Parke. Both of these new corps commanders, Ord was 45, a West Pointer like Parke, who was 36, had fought under Grant at Vicksburg, and he was pleased to have them with him here in front of Petersburg to help conduct another siege. None of this improved conditions northwest of Washington, however, and on the last day of July, with the ashes of Chambersburg still warm in that direction, Grant went down the James to Fortress Monroe for a conference with Lincoln about the situation Early had created up the Potomac. For weeks he had favored merging the separate departments around the capital under a single field commander, though when he suggested his classmate William Franklin for the post, Franklin was conveniently at hand in Philadelphia, home on leave from Louisiana, he was told that the Pennsylvanian would not give satisfaction, apparently because of his old association with McClellan, which still rankled in certain congressional minds. Rebuffed, Grant then considered giving Meade the job, with Hancock as his successor in command of the Army of the Potomac, but then thought better of it and decided that David Hunter, with his demonstrated talent for destruction, was perhaps the best man for the assignment after all. By the time he got to Fort Monroe on July 31st, however, he had changed his mind again, and with the president's concurrence announced his decision next day in a telegram to Halleck. I want Sheridan put in command of all the troops in the field with instructions to put himself south of the enemy and follow him to the death. Back in Washington, Lincoln saw the order 2 days later, and though he already had approved the policy announced, he was so taken with the message that he felt called upon to wire its author his congratulations, together with a warning. This, I think, is exactly right as to how our forces should move, he replied. But please look over the dispatches you may have received from here, even since you made that order, and discover, if you can, whether there is any idea in the head of anyone here of putting our army south of the enemy, or of following him to the death in any direction. I repeat to you, it will neither be done nor attempted unless you watch it every day and hour and force it. This last was sound advice, and Grant reacted promptly despite his previous reluctance to leave the scene of his main effort. Delaying only long enough to compose a carefully worded note for Butler, In my absence, remain on the defensive, he told him, adding, please communicate with me by telegraph if anything occurs where you may wish my orders. He was on his way down the James within 2 hours of reading Lincoln's message. In Washington next morning, he visited neither the White House nor the War Department, but went instead to the railway station and caught a train for Monocacy Junction, where Hunter had gathered the better part of the 32,500-man force supposed to be in hot pursuit of Early. Grant arrived on August 5th to find him in a state of shock, brought on by having been harassed for more than a month by the rebels and his superiors, who had confused him with conflicting orders and unstrung his nerves with alarmist and misleading information. In any case, his jangled state facilitated the process of removal. Displaying what Grant later called a patriotism none too common in the Army, Hunter readily agreed not only to stand aside for Sheridan, whom he outranked, but also to step down for Crook, who took over his 3 divisions when he presently departed for more congenial duty in the capital. Sheridan arrived on August 6th in time for a brief interview with Grant, who also gave him a letter of instructions. 2 of his 3 cavalry divisions had been ordered up from Petersburg, and these, combined with the troops on hand, the Harper's Ferry garrison and the rest of Emory's corps en route from Louisiana, would give him a total of just over 48,000 effectives. Enough, Grant thought, to enable him to handle Jubal Early and any other problem likely to arise as he pressed south toward a reunion with Meade near Richmond, wrecking as he went. He would have to take preliminary time, of course, to acquaint himself with his new duties in an unfamiliar region, as well as to restore some tone to Hunter's winded, footsore men, now under Crook, and to Wright's disgruntled veterans, who had little patience with the mismanagement they had recently undergone. But Grant made it clear, despite protests from Stanton and Halleck being registered in Washington even now, that the 33-year-old cavalryman was too young for the command of 3 full corps of infantry, that he looked forward to hearing great things from this direction before long, when Sheridan began to carry out what was set forth in his instructions. In pushing up the Shenandoah Valley, as it is expected you will have to do first or last, the letter read, it is desirable that nothing should be left to invite the enemy to return. Take all provisions, forage, and stock wanted for the use of your command. Such as cannot be consumed, destroy. Bear in mind that the object is to drive the enemy south, and to do this you want to keep him always in sight. Be guided in your course by the course he takes. The interview was brief because Grant was in a hurry to get back down the coast before Lee reached into his bag of tricks and dangled something disastrously attractive in front of Butler's nose. Returning to Washington, he boarded the dispatch steamer that had brought him up Chesapeake Bay 4 days ago and stepped ashore at City Point before sunrise, August 9th. His haste came close to costing him his life before the morning ended. Around noon, he was sitting in front of his headquarters tent, which was pitched in the yard of a high-sided mansion overlooking the wharves and warehouses of the Ordnance Supply Depot he had established near the confluence of the James and the Appomattox, when suddenly there was the roar of an explosion louder than anything heard in the region since the springing of Pleasant's mine 10 days back. Such a rain of shot, shell, bullets, pieces of wood, iron bars and bolts, chains and missiles of every kind was never before witnessed. It was terrible, awful, terrific, a staffer wrote home. Grant agreed. Every part of the yard used as my headquarters is filled with splinters and fragments of shell, he telegraphed Halleck before the smoke had cleared. By then it was known that an ammunition barge had exploded, along with an undeterminable number of the 20,000 artillery projectiles on its deck and in its hold, though whether by accident or by sabotage was difficult to say, all aboard having died in the blast, which scattered parts of their bodies over a quarter-mile radius and flung more substantial chunks of wreckage twice that far. A canal boat moored alongside, for example, was loaded with cavalry saddles that went flying in every direction, one startled observer said, like so many big-winged bats. These were nearly as deadly in their flight as the unexploded shells, and contributed to the loss of 43 dead and 126 injured along the docks, while others, killed or wounded on the periphery, including a headquarters orderly and 3 members of Grant's staff, nearly doubled both those figures. The total number killed will never be known, an investigator admitted, though he guessed at over 200. And it was not until the war ended that the cause of the disaster was established by the discovery of a report by a rebel agent named John Maxwell. He had stolen through the Union lines the night before, bringing with him a horological torpedo, as he called the device, a candle box packed with 12 pounds of black powder, a percussion cap, and a clockwork mechanism to set it off. Reaching City Point at daybreak, about the same time Grant arrived, he went down to the wharves to watch for a chance to plant his bomb. It came when he saw the captain of a low-riding ammunition vessel step ashore, apparently intent on business, whereupon the agent set the timer, sealed the box, and delivered it to a member of the crew with a request from the skipper to put it down below till he returned. The man took it without question, Maxwell declared, while I went off a little distance. His luck held, for though, as he said, he was terribly shocked by the explosion which soon followed, he not only was uninjured by falling debris, he also made it back in safety to the Confederate lines, having accomplished overnight with 12 pounds of powder more damage both in lives and property than the Federals had done 10 days ago with 4 tons of the stuff after a solid month of digging. Fearful though the damage was, estimates ran to $2 million and beyond. Wrecked equipment could be repaired and lost supplies replaced. More alarming in a different way was an intelligence report just in that Lee had detached Anderson's entire First Corps 3 days ago, along with Fitzlee's cavalry, to reinforce Early out in the valley. If true, which it was not, except in part, Anderson had been detached, but only with Kershaw's, not all 3 of his infantry divisions. This would give Early close to 40,000 soldiers, veterans to a man. Enough, in short, to enable him to overrun Sheridan's disaffected conglomeration for a second crossing of the Potomac, this time with better than twice the strength of the one that had wound up at the gates of Washington last month. As things stood now, Lincoln might or might not survive the November election, but with 40,000 graybacks on the outskirts of the capital, let alone inside it, there was little doubt which way the votes would go. And as the votes went, so went Grant, a hard war man unlikely to survive the inauguration of a soft war president. Promptly, he got off a warning to Little Phil that his adversary was being reinforced to an extent that would put him nearer on an equality with you in numbers than I want to see. What was called for under the circumstances was caution, particularly on the part of a young general less than a week in command, whose total strategy up to now could be summarized in his watchword, smash 'em up. Caution he recommended, caution he got. Sheridan had begun an advance from Halltown, near Harper's Ferry, and had pressed on through Winchester almost to Strasburg, just beyond which, after cannily fading back, Early had taken up a strong position at Fisher's Hill, inviting attack, when word came on August 14th via Washington that Anderson was on the way from Richmond, if indeed he had not come up already, with reinforcements that would enable Early to go over to the offensive with close to twice his estimated present strength of better than 20,000 veterans. Little Phil, experiencing for the first time the loneliness of independent command, reacted with a discretion unsuspected in his makeup until now. "I should like very much to have your advice," he wrote Grant rather plaintively, as he began a withdrawal that presently saw him back at Halltown within comforting range of the big guns at Harper's Ferry. Early, too, returned to his starting point in the lower valley, skirmishing with such enemy units as he could persuade to venture beyond reach of the heavy batteries in their rear, and resumed his harassment of the Baltimore and Ohio, threatening all the while to recross the Potomac for another march on the Yankee capital. He had 16,500 men, including detached cavalry, and when Kershaw and Fitz Lee joined him, the total came to 23,000, about half the number his adversary enjoyed while backing away from a confrontation. The result was a scathing contempt which old Jube did not bother to conceal, remarking then and later that Sheridan was not only without enterprise, but also possessed an excessive caution which amounted to timidity. As the standoff continued on through August and beyond, Early's confidence grew to overconfident proportions. If it was his policy to produce the impression that he was too weak to fight me, he did not succeed, he said of Little Phil. But if it was to convince me that he was not an energetic commander, his strategy was a complete success. Grant, meantime, had not been long in finding that only one of Anderson's divisions had left the Richmond-Petersburg front. Yet he still thought it best for Sheridan to delay his drive up the valley until pressure from Meade obliged Lee to recall the reinforcements, now with Early. Accordingly, he began at once to exert that pressure, first on one bank of the James, pulling the few Confederate reserves in that direction, then the other. Hancock, with his own and one of Butler's corps, plus the remaining cavalry division, was ordered to repeat the north side maneuver he had attempted on the eve of the crater. This began on August 14th, the day Sheridan started to backtrack, and continued on the morrow, but with heavier casualties than before, and even less success. Attacking at Deep Bottom Run with hopes of turning the Chaffin's Bluff defenses, Hancock found veterans, not reserves, in occupation of Richmond's outer works, and suffered a repulse. A renewal of the assault next day, just up the line, brought similar results until he called it off, confessing in his report that his men had not behaved well in the affair. His losses were just under 3,000, more than 3 times Lee's, but Grant had him remain in position to distract his opponent's attention from a second offensive, off at the far end of the line. Warren had the assignment, which was basically to repeat the late June effort to get astride the Weldon Railroad a couple of miles southwest of where the present Union left overlapped the Jerusalem Plank Road. This time he succeeded. Moving with 4 divisions on the morning of August 18th, he struck the railroad at Globe Tavern, 4 miles south of Petersburg, and quickly dispossessed the single brigade of cavalry posted in defense of the place, while most of the gray infantry confronted Hancock on the far side of the James. Elated by their success, the attackers pushed north from the tavern, but soon found that holding the road was a good deal harder than breaking it had been. Beauregard counterattacked that afternoon, using such troops as he could scrape together, then more savagely next morning when A.P. Hill came down with 2 of his divisions. Warren lost 2,700 of his 16,000 men, captured in mass when 2 brigades were caught off balance in poorly aligned entrenchments, but managed to recover the ground by sundown. That night he fell back to a better position just over a mile down the line, where he was reinforced for 2 more days of fighting before the Confederates were willing to admit that they could not dislodge him. His casualties for all 4 days came to 4,500, while the rebel loss was only 1,600, plus, of course, the Weldon Railroad, or anyhow the final stretch of track. Lee at once put teamsters to work hauling supplies in wagons by a roundabout route from the new terminus at Stony Creek, 20 miles below Petersburg and about half that distance beyond the limits of Federal destruction. Grant was determined to lengthen this mule-drawn interval, if only to keep up the pressure he hoped would bring Anderson back from the valley. And when Hancock recrossed the James on August 21st, the day Lee gave up trying to drive Warren off the railroad, he received orders to proceed south with 2 of his divisions, plus Gregg's troopers, for a follow-up strike at the vital supply line near Reams Station, about 5 miles below Globe Tavern and 10 above Stony Creek. He reached his objective on August 23rd, and by the close of the following day had torn up 3 miles of track beyond it. That night, while resting his wreckers for an extension of their work tomorrow, he learned that A.P. Hill was moving in his direction. Arriving at noon, Little Powell drove in the Blue Cavalry so fast that the infantry had little time to get set. The main blow fell on 3 New York regiments, green troops lately assigned to Gibbon's division, some of whom fled while most surrendered, and to Hancock's further outrage, a reserve brigade ordered into the resultant gap could neither be made to go forward nor fire. Before darkness ended the fighting, better than 2,000 men here and elsewhere along the Union line chose prison over combat. 2 more divisions were on the way as reinforcements, but Hancock decided not to wait for them and instead pulled out that night. He had lost 2,750 killed or wounded or missing, along with 9 guns, a dozen battle flags, and well over 3,000 rifles abandoned on the field. Hill's loss was 720. This came hard for Hancock. Hancock the Superb, newsmen had called him ever since the 7 days. Hancock, who had broken Pickett's charge, stood firm amid the chaos of the wilderness, and cracked the bloody angle at Spotsylvania, as well as for his veteran lieutenants, especially John Gibbon, former commander of the Iron Brigade, whose division had been considered one of the best in the whole army until it was bled down to skeleton proportions and then fleshed out with skulkers finally netted by the draft. Ashamed and angered, Gibbon submitted his resignation, then was persuaded to withdraw it, though he presently left both his division and the Corps, the hard-driving 2nd Corps, which had taken more than 40 enemy colors before it lost one of its own, and then abandoned or surrendered 12 of these in a single day at Reams Station, August 25th. After that, even Grant was obliged to admit that its 3 divisions were unfit for use on the offensive, now and for some time to come, and Hancock's adjutant later said of his chief's reaction to the blow, "The agony of that day never passed from that proud soldier, who for the first time, in spite of superhuman exertions and reckless exposure on his part, saw his lines broken and his guns taken." Back at Petersburg next day, Hill was pleased, but not correspondingly elated, having done this sort of thing many times before under happier circumstances. Moreover, it was much the same for Lee, who saw deeper into the matter. A month ago, in a letter to one of his sons, he had said of Grant, with a touch of aspersion, "His talent and strategy consists in accumulating overwhelming numbers." Now he was faced with the product of that blunt, inelegant strategy, that talent, which included not only the loss of the final stretch of the Weldon Railroad, but also the necessity for extending his undermanned Petersburg works another 2 miles westward to match the resultant federal extension beyond Globe Tavern. Of the 2 problems thus posed for him, the first might seem more irksome at the moment, coming as it did at a time when the Army's reserve supply of corn was near exhaustion. But the second was potentially the graver. For while there were other railroads to bring grain from coastal Georgia and the Carolinas, the South Side line on this bank of the Appomattox, and the Richmond and Danville coming down from beyond the James for an intersection at Burkeville, the accustomed influx of recruits from those and other regions had dwindled to a trickle. Lee could scarcely replace his losses, let alone avoid the thinning of a line already stretched just short of snapping. "Without some increase of our strength," he warned Seddon, even as Hill was moving against Hancock, I cannot see how we are to escape the natural military consequences of the enemy's numerical superiority." 10 days later, he reviewed the situation in a letter to the president, stressing the importance of immediate and vigorous measures to increase the strength of our armies. "The necessity is now great," he said, "and will soon be augmented by the results of the coming draft in the United States. As matters now stand, we have no troops disposable to meet movements of the enemy or to strike where opportunity presents, without taking them from the trenches and exposing some important point. The enemy's position enables him to move his troops to the right or left without our knowledge, until he has reached the point at which he aims, and we are then compelled to hurry our men to meet him, incurring the risk of being too late to check his progress and the additional risk of the advantage he may derive from their absence. This was fully illustrated in the late demonstration north of James River, which called troops from our lines here, who, if present, might have prevented the occupation of the Weldon Railroad." Across the way at City Point, admonitions flowed in the opposite direction. Halleck warned Grant in mid-August that draft riots were likely to occur at any time in New York and Pennsylvania, as well as in Indiana and Kentucky, in which case he would be called upon, as Meade had been last summer, to furnish troops to put them down. Anticipating such troubles between now and the election in November, Old Brains suggested it might be well for the Army to avoid commitment to any operation it could not discontinue on short notice. "Are not the appearances such that we ought to take in sail and prepare the ship for a storm?" he asked. Grant thought not, and said so. Such police work should be left for the various governors to handle with militia, which should be called out now for the purpose. "If we are to draw troops from the field to keep the loyal states in harness," he declared, "it will prove difficult to suppress the rebellion in the disloyal states. Besides," he added, "to ease the pressure on Lee at Petersburg and Richmond would be to allow him to reinforce Hood at Atlanta, just as he had reinforced Bragg at Chickamauga a year ago this month. And that would ensure the defeat of Sherman." In short, Grant had no intention of relaxing his effort on either bank of the James, whatever civilian troubles might develop up the country in his rear. Lincoln read this reply on August 17th and promptly telegraphed approval. "I have seen your dispatch expressing your unwillingness to break your hold where you are. Neither am I willing. Hold on with a bulldog grip and chew and choke as much as possible." Scanning the words at his headquarters overlooking City Point, Grant laughed aloud, a thing he seldom did, and when staffers came over to see what had amused him so, passed them the message to read. "The President has more nerve than any of his advisers," he said. Nerve was one thing, hope another, and Lincoln was fast running out of that, not so much because of the current military situation, though in point of fact this was glum enough on the face of it, with Meade and Sherman apparently stalled outside Petersburg and Atlanta, Forrest rampant in Memphis, and the Tallahassee about to light up the New England coast with burning merchantmen, as in regard to his own political survival, which was seen on all sides as unlikely, especially in view of what had happened this month in his native Kentucky, despite some highly irregular efforts to forestall defeat for a party that soon was still worse split by the Wade Davis manifesto. 6 days after his chew and choke message to Grant, and 6 days before the Democrats were scheduled to convene in Chicago to nominate his November opponent, a time, he would say, when as yet we had no adversary and seemed to have no friends, Lincoln sat in his office reading the morning mail. Thurlow Weed, an expert on such matters, recently had informed him that his re-election was impossible, the electorate being wild for peace. Now there came a letter from Henry J. Raymond, editor of the friendly New York Times and chairman of the Republican National Executive Committee, who said much the same thing. "I feel compelled to drop you a line," he wrote. concerning the political condition of the country as it strikes me. I am in active correspondence with your staunchest friends in every state, and from them all I hear but one report: the tide is setting strongly against us. Oliver Morton, Simon Cameron, and Elihu Washburn had respectively warned the New Yorker that Indiana, Pennsylvania, and Illinois were probably lost by now. Moreover, he told Lincoln he was convinced that his own state would go 50,000 against us tomorrow, and so of the rest. Nothing but the most resolute action on the part of the government and its friends can save the country from falling into hostile hands. In some way or other, the suspicion is widely diffused that we can have peace with Union if we would. It is idle to reason with this belief, still more idle to denounce it. It can only be expelled by some authoritative act at once bold enough to fix attention and distinct enough to defy incredulity and challenge respect. What Raymond had in mind was another peace commission armed with terms whose rejection by Richmond would unite the North as nothing since the firing on Sumter has hitherto done. Lincoln knew only too well how little was apt to come of this, having tried it twice in the past month, and was correspondingly depressed. If this was all that could save the election, he was whipped already. Sadly, he took a sheet of paper from his desk and composed a memorandum. Executive Mansion, Washington, August 23, 1864. This morning, as for some days past, it seems exceedingly probable that this administration will not be re-elected. Then it will be my duty to so cooperate with the President-elect as to save the Union between the election and the inauguration, as he will have secured his election on such ground that he cannot possibly save it afterwards. A. Lincoln. He folded the sheet, glued it shut, and took it with him to the midday cabinet meeting, where, without so much as a hint as to the subject covered, he had each member sign it on the back in blind attestation to whatever it might contain. A strange procedure, but a necessary precaution, since to tell them what was in the memorandum would be to risk increasing the odds against his re-election by having it spread all over Washington by sundown that he himself had predicted his defeat. In this peculiar fashion, his two secretaries later explained, he pledged himself and the administration, so far at least as the pledge was binding, which was mainly on himself since he alone knew the words behind the seal, to accept loyally the anticipated verdict of the people against him and to do their utmost to save the Union in the brief remainder of his term of office. Not that he did not intend to do all he could despite the odds in the 11 weeks between now and the day the issue would be settled. Treading softly where he felt he must and firmly where he didn't, he attended to such iotas as recommending in advance to field commanders that Indiana soldiers, who were required by law to be present to cast their ballots, be given furloughs in October to go home and offset the pacifist vote in their state election, considered important as a forecast of what to expect across the nation in November, and as an influence on those whose main concern was that their choice be a winner. Besides, he foresaw trouble for his opponents once they came out in the open, where he had spent the past 4 years, a target for whatever mud was flung. The old Democratic rift, which had made him president in the first place, was even wider than it had been 4 years ago, except that now the burning issue was the war itself, not just slavery, which many said had caused it, and Lincoln expected the rift to widen further when a platform was adopted and a candidate named to stand on it. The front-runner was Major General George B. McClellan, who was expected to attract the soldier vote, although numbers of Democrats were saying they would accept no candidate with the smell of war on his garments. Either way, as Lincoln saw the outcome, platform and man were likely to be mismatched, with the result that half the opposition would be disappointed with one or the other, perhaps to the extent of bolting or abstaining when Election Day came round. They must nominate a peace Democrat on a war platform or a war Democrat on a peace platform, he told a friend who left that weekend for the convention in his home state. And I personally can't say I care much which they do. He was right. Convening in Chicago on August 29th in a new pine wigwam like the one set up for the Republicans in 1860, the Democrats heard New York's Governor Horatio Seymour establish the tone in a keynote speech delivered on taking the gavel as permanent chairman. The administration cannot save the Union. We can. Mr. Lincoln views many things above the Union. We put the Union first of all. He thinks a proclamation more than peace. We think the blood of our people more precious than edicts of the president. After this, the Assembly got down to adopting a platform framed in part by Clement L. Vallandigham, the nation's leading copperhead and chairman of the Resolutions Committee, who had returned last year from presidential banishment, first beyond the rebel lines, then back by way of Canada, to run unsuccessfully for governor of Ohio. The former congressman's hand was most apparent in the peace plank, which resolved that this convention does explicitly declare, as the sense of the American people, that after 4 years of failure to restore the Union by the experiment of war, justice, humanity, liberty, and the public welfare demand that immediate efforts be made for a cessation of hostilities, with a view to an ultimate convention of the states or other peaceable means, to the end that at the earliest practicable moment peace may be restored on the basis of the federal union of the states. The stress here, as in Seymour's keynote speech, was on achieving peace through restoration of the Union, not at any price, as was claimed by hostile critics. Vallandigham had emphasized this on the eve of the convention, saying, "Whoever charges that I want to stop this war in order that there may be Southern independence charges that which is false, and lies in his teeth and lies in his throat." But presently the nominee himself lent strength to the charge by repudiating the plank in question. It was McClellan, as expected. He was chosen by acclaim on the first ballot, with Congressman George H. Pendleton of Ohio, long an advocate of negotiated peace, as his running mate. 10 days after his nomination, a delay that prompted a Republican wit to remark in the interim that Little Mac was about as slow in getting up on the platform as he was in taking Richmond, he tendered the notification committee his letter of acceptance. "I could not look in the face of my gallant comrades of the Army and Navy who have survived so many bloody battles," he declared, "and tell them that their labors and the sacrifices of so many of our slain and wounded brethren have been in vain, that we had abandoned that Union for which we have so often periled our lives. A vast majority of our people, whether in the Army and Navy or at home, would, as I would, hail with unbounded joy the permanent restoration of peace on the basis of the Union under the Constitution, without the effusion of another drop of blood. But no peace can be permanent without union." Thus, McClellan sought to deal with the dilemma Lincoln had foreseen and wound up infuriating the faction that admired what he rejected, as Lincoln also had foreseen. But that was not as important by then as it had seemed the week before, when the charge that the experiment of war had been a failure, East and West, was one that could perhaps be contested but could scarcely be refuted in the face of evidence from practically every front. Aside from Farragut's coup in Mobile Bay, seen now as rather a one-man show with the credit all his own, incredible casualties had produced only stalemates or reverses, whether out in North Mississippi, down around Richmond and Atlanta, or up in the Shenandoah Valley. United in their anticipation of victory at the polls in November, whatever internal troubles racked the party, the Democrats adjourned on August 31st, having wound up their business in jig time. Then 2 days later, fate intervened, or seemed to. Slocum's wire reached Washington on September 2nd, followed next day by Sherman's own. Atlanta is ours and fairly won. Church bells rang across the land as they had not rung since the fall of Vicksburg 14 months ago. Sherman and Farragut have knocked the bottom out of the Chicago platform, Seward exulted, and Lincoln promptly tendered national thanks to the general and the admiral, issuing at the same time a proclamation of thanksgiving and prayer to be offered in all churches the following Sunday for the glorious achievements of the Army and the Navy at Atlanta and in Mobile Bay. Grant, too, rejoiced and telegraphed Sherman next day, "In honor of your great victory, I have ordered a salute to be fired with shotted guns from every battery bearing upon the enemy." Within earshot of that cannonade, the editor of the Richmond Examiner spoke of disaster at Atlanta in the very nick of time when a victory alone could save the party of Lincoln from irretrievable ruin. It will obscure the prospect of peace, late so bright. It will also diffuse gloom over the South. Gladdened by congratulations from all sides, including some from political associates who he knew had been about to desert what they had thought was a sinking ship, Lincoln enjoyed the taste of victory so well that it made him hungry for still more. "Sheridan and Early are facing each other at a deadlock," he wired Grant on September 12th. "Could we not pick up a regiment here and there to the number of, say, 10,000 men, and quietly but suddenly concentrate them at Sheridan's camp and enable him to make a strike? This is but a suggestion." A suggestion was enough. Grant replied next day that he had been intending for a week to see Sheridan and arrange what was necessary to enable him to start Early out of the valley. "It seems to me it can successfully be done." Content to have Meade in charge while he was gone, Butler was conveniently on leave. He set out the following day on his second trip up the Potomac in 6 weeks. Once more, without stopping in Washington, he reached Sheridan's headquarters near Harper's Ferry on September 16th. "That's Grant," a veteran sergeant told a comrade, pointing him out. "I hate to see that old cuss around. When that old cuss is around, there's sure to be a big fight on hand." This applied even more to the present visit than to most, since Grant had in his pocket a plan for a campaign to drive Early all the way to Richmond, destroying first the Shenandoah Valley and then the Virginia Central Railroad in his wake. However, he was not long in finding that Little Phil had plans of his own which he was anxious to place in execution, having received from a spy in Winchester just that morning word that the time was ripe for an advance. A Quaker schoolteacher, Rebecca Wright by name, had smuggled out a note wrapped in tinfoil and cached in the mouth of a Negro messenger, informing him that Anderson had left the valley 2 days ago with Kershaw's division and 3 batteries of artillery, recalled by Lee to help meet the stepped-up pressure from Meade on both sides of the James. What was more, Early, encouraged as Lee had been in withdrawing the reinforcements by his opponent's apparent quiescence under cover of the guns on Bolivar Heights for the past month, had posted 3 of his 4 infantry divisions in scattered positions above Winchester toward the Potomac to promote the fear that he was about to take the offensive with many more troops than the 18,000 or so which Sheridan now knew were all he had. Sheridan's plan was to use his field force of 40,000 not merely to drive Early from the valley, but to annihilate him by attacking his lone division at Winchester, then moving over or around it to cut off the escape of the rest up the Valley Turnpike. Grant heard the ebullient young general out, and finding him so clear and so positive in his views and so confident of success, said nothing about the plan that remained in his pocket. Instead, today was Friday, he asked if the whole blue force could be ready to move by Tuesday. Sheridan replied that subject to Grant's approval, he intended to take up the march before daybreak Monday, September 19th. Grant thought this over, then nodded and issued his briefest order of the war: "Go in." He left next morning, and though he still avoided Washington, he managed a side excursion to Burlington, New Jersey, where his wife had taken a house after coming east. That night and part of Sunday he spent with her and the children, then returned to City Point on Monday, hoping for news of the Valley offensive, which had been scheduled to open that morning. Delayed by breakdowns, Sheridan's wire did not arrive till the following day, but when it did, it more than justified the buildup of suspense. Headed Winchester, 7:30 p.m., itself a confirmation of success, the telegram read, "I have the honor to report that I attacked the forces of General Early on the Berryville Pike at the crossing of Opequon Creek, and after a most stubborn and sanguinary engagement which lasted from early in the morning until 5 o'clock in the evening, completely defeated him." There followed a list of their losses, including 2,500 prisoners, 5 pieces of artillery, 9 Army flags, and most of their wounded. But a companion message written in greater heat by his chief of staff better caught the public's fancy, being quoted in all the papers. "We have just sent them whirling through Winchester, and we are after them tomorrow. This army behaved splendidly." Actually, there had been a good deal more to it than that. For one thing, Sheridan's loss was considerably heavier than Early's, just over 5,000 killed, wounded, or missing as compared to just under 4,000. And for another, despite his achievement of surprise at the outset, he had come close to getting whipped before he got rolling. On the approach march against orders, Wright brought his corps train along, old Army style, which so clogged the Berryville Pike in his rear that Emory was unable to cross Opequon Creek in time to join the dawn assault on Ramseur's division and Fitzlee's troopers, posted 3 miles east of Winchester. Ramseur alternately held his position and withdrew slowly in good order, and thus not only gave Early time to call in his other 3 infantry divisions, 6 to 10 miles north of town, but also enabled him to launch a counterattack by Gordon and Rhodes when Emory came up around mid-morning, led onto the field by Sheridan himself, who, in a rage at the delay, had ordered Wright's wagons flung into ditches to clear the pike. Here fell Robert Rhodes, the tall, blond, Virginia-born Alabamian who had led Jackson's flank attack at Chancellorsville, 35 years old and a veteran of all the Army's major battles from First Manassas on. Shot from his horse while directing the charge into the breach between Emory and Wright, he did not live to see it healed by the latter's reserves when they arrived. Emory, badly shaken, he had finished at West Point in 1831, the year Sheridan was born, had to be reinforced by Crook, whose 2 divisions had been intended for use in a flanking effort to block the path of a Confederate escape. Still, as the fight continued, the weight of numbers told. Early, with some 14,000 men on hand, gave ground steadily all afternoon, under pressure from Sheridan's 38,000, and finally, about 5 o'clock, fell back through the streets of the town and retreated up the Valley Turnpike, which Fitzlee's horsemen managed to keep open, although Fitz himself had had to retire from the conflict, pinked in the thigh by a stray bullet. The battle, called Third Winchester by the defenders and Opequon Creek by the attackers, was over. Early did not stop till he reached Fisher's Hill beyond Strasburg, 20 miles to the south, where Sheridan had ended his advance the month before, preceding his withdrawal to Harper's Ferry. Grant's response next day was threefold: wiring Stanton a recommendation that Sheridan be rewarded with a promotion to regular Army brigadier, which was promptly conferred. He also ordered the firing of a 100-gun celebration salute in front of Richmond, just as he had done 2 weeks ago in Sherman's honor, and telegraphed Sheridan his congratulations for "your great victory," adding, "if practicable, push your success and make all you can of it." Sheridan, whose 5,018 casualties, though more than 1,000 heavier than Early's 3,921, had cost him only 1/8 of his command, whereas Early had lost a solid 1/4, intended to do just that. Late next day, with a force that was now 3 times the size of the one he was pursuing, he called a halt near Strasburg, advancing 2 corps across Cedar Creek and holding the 3rd in reserve while he went forward to study the rebel position 2 miles beyond the town. He found it quite as formidable as it had been 6 weeks ago, when he had declined to test its strength. Massanutten Mountain, looming dead ahead between the sun-glinted forks of the Shenandoah, divided the valley into 2 smaller valleys, Luray on the left, beyond Front Royal, and what remained of the main valley on the right, narrowed at this point to a width of about 4 miles between the North Fork of the Shenandoah River and Little North Mountain, a spur of the Alleghanies. His flanks anchored east and west on the river and the mountain. Early also enjoyed the advantage of high ground overlooking a boggy stream called Tumbling Run, which the Federals would have to cross under fire from massed artillery and small arms if they were to attack him from the front. Down to fewer than 10,000 effectives as a result of his battle losses and the need for detaching 2 of Fitz Lee's 3 brigades to hold the Midway Notch in Massanutten, lest Sheridan send part of his superior force up the Luray Valley for a crossing there to get astride the turnpike at Newmarket, 20 miles in the Confederate rear. Early had to dismount troops from his other cavalry division under Lunsford Lomax, most of whom had arrived too late for yesterday's fight, having been involved in railroad wrecking around Martinsburg some 50 miles to the north, to man the western extension of his 4-mile line to the lower slopes of Little North Mountain. Although the Winchester defeat had gone far toward disabusing him of the notion that his opponent possessed an excessive caution which amounted to timidity, he had confidence in the natural strength of his position on Fisher's Hill, as well as in the veterans who held it, and believed that the Bluecoats had little choice except to come at him head-on, in which case they were sure to be repulsed. He was mistaken, grievously mistaken, as it turned out. Sheridan intended to approach him only in part from the front, using Wright's 3 and Emory's 2 divisions to fix him in place, while Crook's 2, kept hidden in reserve, made a flanking march under cover of Little North Mountain for a surprise descent on the Confederate left, where Early, expecting an assault on his right center, had posted his least dependable troops. All next day, this misconception was encouraged by the sight of heavy blue columns filing through Strasburg, down toward Tumbling Run. Moreover, here, as at Winchester 2 days ago, Little Phil intended to do more than merely whip or wreck his adversary. He planned to bag him entirely, and with this in mind he detached 2 of his 3 cavalry divisions under Torbert for a fast ride up Luray Valley and across Massanutten Mountain, through the Midway Notch in its knife-edge crest, to get control of the Valley Turnpike at Newmarket and thus prevent the escape of such gray fugitives as managed to slip through the net he would fling over Fisher's Hill tomorrow. Crook set out before dawn, September 22nd, marching with flags and guidance trailed to keep them from being spotted by butternut lookouts while he rounded the wooded upper slopes of Little North Mountain beyond the rebel left. Wright and Emory began their frontal demonstration after sunup, banging away with all their guns and bristling along Tumbling Run, as if about to splash across at any moment. This was a drawn-out business, continuing well past midday, since Crook's West Virginians, so-called because that was where they had done most of their fighting until now, though in fact they were in large part from Ohio, with a sprinkling of Pennsylvanians and New Yorkers thrown in to leaven or easternize the lump, had a long, hard way to travel, much of it uphill. Finally, at 4 o'clock, 12 hours after they set out, they struck. "Flanked! Outflanked!" the cry went up on Early's left, as the dismounted horsemen he had scorned from the outset, calling them buttermilk rangers and worse, fled before the onslaught of Crook, whose 2 divisions came whooping down the mountainside to strike them flank and rear. Eastward along Fisher's Hill, where the defenders had begun to remark that Sheridan must have lost his nerve, and called off the attack he had been threatening all day, the confusion spread when Wright's corps joined the melee, advancing division by division across Tumbling Run as the gray line crumbled unit by unit from the shattered left. Fearful of being trapped in the angle between river and run, they too bolted, leaving the teamless cannoneers to slow the blue advance while they themselves took off, first down the rearward slope, then southward up the turnpike. "Forward! Forward everything!" Sheridan yelled, coursing the field on his black charger and gesturing with his flat-topped hat for emphasis. "Don't stop! Go on!" he shouted as his infantry overran and captured 12 of the guns on Fisher's Hill. Anticipating results still more pregnant, he counted on Averill, whose division he presently launched in pursuit of the rebels fleeing through the twilight, to complete the canny he had had in mind when he sent Torbert with 2 divisions up the Luray Valley for a crossing of Massanutten to cut off Early's retreat at Newmarket. Alas, both cavalry generals failed him utterly in the crunch. Torbert came upon Fitz-Lee's 2 brigades posted in defense of a narrow gorge 12 miles beyond Front Royal, and decided there was nothing to be gained from being reckless. He withdrew without attempting a dislodgment. Sheridan was astonished and chagrined when he heard of this next morning, but his anger at Torbert was mild compared to what came over him when he learned that Averill had put his troopers into bivouac the night before to spare them the risk of attacking Early's rear guard in the darkness. Enraged, Little Phil fired off a message informing the cavalrymen that he expected resolution and actual fighting with necessary casualties before you retire. There must be no more backing and filling, he fumed. And when Averill did no better today, despite this blistering, he relieved him of command and sent him forthwith back to West Virginia, there to await orders from these headquarters or higher authority. By that time, Early had cleared Newmarket, and though Sheridan kept up the pursuit beyond Harrisonburg, where the Graybacks turned off eastward around the head of Massanutten to find shelter near one of the Blue Ridge passes, a dozen miles southeast of Stanton, he had to be content with what he had won at Fisher's Hill and picked up along the turnpike afterwards. This included 4 additional guns, which brought the total to 16, and more than 1,000 prisoners. Early's overall loss in the battle and on the retreat was about 1,400 killed, wounded, and missing. Sheridan's came to 528. Gratifying as the comparison was, another was even more so. When Sheridan took over Hunter's frazzled command at Monocacy 8 weeks ago, the Rebs were bristling along the upper Potomac as if their descent on Washington the month before had been no more than a rehearsal for a heavier blow. Now they were 100 miles from that river, and it seemed doubtful they would ever return to its banks, so complete had been his triumph this past week, first near Winchester and then 3 days later at Fisher's Hill. "Better still," Grant replied to his protégé's announcement of the second of these victories, "it wipes out much of the stain upon our arms by previous disasters in that locality. May your good work continue is now the prayer of all loyal men." Exultation flared among Lincoln supporters, whose number had grown considerably in the course of the 3-week September span that opened with news of Atlanta's fall and closed with this pair of Shenandoah victories to balance the tally east and west. The candidate himself was in a more gleeful humor, friends testified after visits to the White House. "Jordan has been a hard road to travel," he told one caller, "but I feel now that notwithstanding the enemies I have made and the faults I have committed, I'll be dumped on the right side of that stream." Abrupt though it was, he had cause for this change in mood from gloom to glee. Within 2 weeks of his August 23rd pledge prediction, countersigned blindly by the cabinet as a prelude to defeat, the news from Sherman down in Georgia produced a scurry by disaffected Jacobins to get back aboard the bandwagon. especially after the mid-September elections in Maine and Vermont showed the party not only holding its own, contrary to pre-Atlanta expectations, but also registering a slight gain. These straws in the wind grew more substantial with the announcement of Sheridan's triumphal march up the valley. Salmon Chase paid his respects at the White House, then left to take the stump in Ohio, Vallandigham's stamping ground, while Horace Greeley, privately declaring that he intended to fight like a savage in this campaign, "I hate McClellan," he explained, announced that the Tribune would henceforth fly the banner of Abraham Lincoln for president. Even Ben Wade and Henry Davis, whose early August manifesto had sought to check what they called his encroachments, took to the stump, like Chase, in support of the very monster they had spent the past 2 months attacking. Though they maintained a measure of consistency by spending so much of their time excoriating the Democratic nominee that they had little left for praise in the other direction. To save the nation, Wade told a colleague in explanation of his support for a leader he despised, "I am doing all for him that I could possibly do for a better man." Meantime, Lincoln, no doubt as amused as he was gratified by these political somersaults, did not neglect the particulars incident to victory and available to the candidate in office. Patronage and contracts were awarded to those who could do most for the party, and a binding promise went to James Gordon Bennett that he would be appointed minister to France in exchange for his support in the New York Herald. There remained the thorny problem of Fremont, whose continuation in the race threatened to siphon off a critical number of die-hard radical voters. These had long been calling for the removal of Montgomery Blair, whose presence in the cabinet they considered an affront, and though Lincoln, aware that his compliance would be interpreted as an act of desperation, had resisted their demand for the Postmaster General's removal, now that Atlanta had turned the tide, he felt willing to be persuaded, provided, that is, he got something commensurate in exchange. The something, in this case, was Fremont's withdrawal, and he got it without having to drop the pretense of unwillingness he had kept up all along. The president was most reluctant to come to terms, but came, Zachariah Chandler informed his wife after serving as go-between in the bargain. On September 22nd, by coincidence the day Sheridan hustled early off Fisher's Hill, Fremont renounced his candidacy. "The union of the Republican Party has become a paramount necessity," he explained in his announcement of withdrawal, but he added, by way of a backhand lick in parting, "In respect to Mr. Lincoln, I continue to hold exactly the sentiments contained in my letter of acceptance. I consider that his administration has been politically, militarily, and financially a failure, and that its necessary continuance is a cause of regret for the country." Blair's head rolled next day. "My dear sir," Lincoln wrote him, "you have generously said to me more than once that whenever your resignation could be a relief to me, it was at my disposal. The time has come." There followed compliments and thanks, if not regrets. Blair saw clearly enough that he was, in fact, a peace offering to Fremont and his friends. The thought rankled. "The president has, I think, given himself and me too an unnecessary mortification in this matter," he wrote his wife before clearing out his desk. "But then I am not the best judge, and I am sure he acts from the best motives." A good party man, like all the Blairs, he soon was out wooing voters for the chief who would let him go when bargain time came round. While this high-level politicking was in progress up the country, Grant tried another pendulum strike at opposite ends of Lee's line, first north, then south of the James. Encouraged by news from the valley, which seemed to show what determination could accomplish, he was also provoked by a mid-September coup the rebel cavalry scored at his expense. On Coggan's Point, 6 miles downriver from his headquarters, a large herd of cattle awaited slaughter for Meade's army, or so it was thought, until a rustling operation, dubbed Hampton's Cattle Raid, caused the beef to wind up in stomachs unaccustomed to such fare. Hampton set out with 3 brigades on a wide swing around the Union left, September 14th, and reached his objective before dawn 2 days later. 2 brigades fought a holding action hard in the Federal rear, while the 3rd rounded up the animals on Coggan's Point. Then all 3 turned drovers and rode back into their own lines next day with just over 300 prisoners and just under 2,500 beeves, at a cost of fewer than 60 casualties. Lee's veterans were feasting on Yankee beef by the time Grant returned from his Harper's Ferry conference with Sheridan, to find that in his absence and to his outrage, the Graybacks had foraged profitably 6 miles in rear of City Point. Determined to avenge this indignity, and aware as well that the year was about to move into the final month before the national election, still without the main Eastern Army having chalked up a gain to compare with those scored recently in Georgia and the nearby Shenandoah Valley, he told Meade to proceed with another of those sequential right-left strikes, such as he had attempted twice in the past month, designed to throw Lee off balance and overrun at least a portion of his works. Both times before, the initial attack north of the James had been made by Hancock, but his corps by now was practically hors de combat as a result of these and other efforts there and elsewhere. So this time the assignment went to Butler. Presumably refreshed by his recent leave, the Massachusetts general drew up a plan whereby 20,000 men from Kautz's cavalry and the 2 corps of infantry under Ord and David Birney, successors to the disgruntled and departed Baldy Smith and Quincy Gilmore, crossed the river on the night of September 28th for a double-pronged assault on Forts Harrison and Gilmer, works that were part of Richmond's outer line down near the James and covered Lee's critical Chaffin's Bluff defenses. Ord, coming up on schedule through a heavy morning fog, launched an all-out attack which quickly overran the first of these, a mile beyond the river, along with its surprised and meager garrison, though at the cost of a crippling wound that caused him to be carried off the field. Alerted by the racket just over a mile away, the defenders of Fort Gilmer were ready when Birney struck. Repulsed, he drew back and struck again with help from Ord, only to find that the place had been reinforced from Richmond, where the tocsin still was sounding. Grant arrived that afternoon to order still a 3rd assault, which was also unsuccessful, and the effort here was abandoned in favor of bracing Fort Harrison against Lee's expected attempt to retake it. This came next day, September 30th, when 2 Gray divisions and part of a 3rd, 10,000 men in all, came over from Petersburg under Richard Anderson to make 3 desperate attacks, all of which failed. Butler's loss for the 2 days was 3,327 of all arms. Lee's was about 2,000, plus the fort. This last was no great deprivation. Lee promptly drew a retrenchment in rear of Fort Harrison, still beyond small arms range of Chaffin's Bluff, that resulted in a stronger line than the one laid out before. Still, Ben Butler had provided Northern journalists with an item fit for crowing over, and best of all, potentially at least, Lee once more had been decoyed into stripping that portion of his defenses where the main blue effort was about to land, off beyond the far end of the long curve of entrenchments south of the James. Warren and Park, with 2 divisions each and Gregg's cavalry in support, set out westward from Globe Tavern while Butler's assault on the forts was in progress. Their mission was to cut and, if possible, hold both the Boydton Plank Road and the South Side Railroad, the 2 remaining arteries whose severance would bring on the collapse of Petersburg. They were stopped next day along Vaughan Road, less than halfway to the first of these objectives, by Hampton, who skirmished with Warren's column at Poplar Springs Church. moving west to meet the threat with 2 divisions from the Petersburg defenses, already weakened by the detachment of Anderson for the attempt to retake Fort Harrison that same day. A.P. Hill encountered Parke at nearby Peebles Farm. Badly shot up, Parke managed to hang on until Warren sent reinforcements to help him hold his ground along Squirrel Level Road, where both corps dug in at nightfall. That was the limit of their lateral advance, and it cost them 2,889 casualties, all told, as compared to about 900 for Hill and Hampton. With scarcely a pause for rest, the Federals got busy with picks and shovels, constructing a line of entrenchments from their new position back east to Globe Tavern, 2 miles away on the Weldon Railroad. Lee, of course, was obliged to conform, extending once more the length of line his dwindling army had to cover to keep its flank from being turned. By ordinary standards, Grant's gain in this third of his pendulum strikes at the Richmond-Petersburg defenses, a rather useless rebel earthwork 1 mile north of the James, plus a brief stretch of country road 2 miles beyond the previous western limit of his line, was incommensurate with his loss of just over 6,000 men, a solid half of them captives already on their way to finish out the struggle in Deep South prison camps, as compared to just under 3,000 for Lee, most of them wounded and soon to return to the gray ranks. But with the presidential contest barely 5 weeks off, this was no ordinary juncture. Ordinary standards did not apply. What did apply was that Lincoln supporters now had something they could point to down around the Confederate seat of government itself, which seemed to indicate, along with recent developments in Atlanta and the Shenandoah Valley, that the war was by no means the failure it had been pronounced by the opposition in Chicago 5 weeks back. In recognition of this, Democrats lately had shifted their emphasis from the conduct to the nature of the war. The Constitution as it is, the Union as it was now their cry. How effective this would prove was not yet known, for all its satisfying ring, but the evidence from Pennsylvania, Ohio, and Indiana, all of which held their state and congressional elections on October 11th, was far from encouraging to those who were out of power and wanted in. With help from Sherman, who at Lincoln's urging not only granted furloughs wholesale to members of the 29 Hoosier regiments in his army down in Georgia, but also sent John A. Logan and Frank Blair with them on electioneering duty, all 3 states registered gains for the Union ticket, both in Congress and at home. There is not now the slightest uncertainty about the re-election of Mr. Lincoln. The only question is by what popular and what electoral majority, Chase had told a friend in Ohio the week before. And once the ballots were tallied in these 3 states, all considered spheres of Copperhead influence, Harper's Weekly was quick to agree with the former Treasury head's assessment. The October elections show that unless all human foresight fails, the election of Abraham Lincoln and Andrew Johnson is assured. Neither of these nominees campaigned openly any more than McClellan or Pendleton did, but their supporters around the country, men of various and sometimes awesome talents, such as the stout-lunged New Orleans orator who, when he got fairly warmed up, one listener declared, spoke so loud it was quite impossible to hear him, more than made up for this traditional inactivity, which was designed to match the dignity of offices too lofty to be sought. Behind the scenes, other friends were active too, especially those on the Union Executive Committee, responsible for funding the campaign. Cabinet members were assessed $250 each for the party coffers, and a levy of 5% was taken from the salaries of underlings in the War, Treasury, and Post Office departments. Gideon Welles alone refused to go along with this, pronouncing the collectors a set of harpies and adventurers who pocket a large portion of the money extorted. and though workers in the Brooklyn Navy Yard walked the plank in scores for demonstrating support or sympathy for the opposition, Wells was by no means as active in this regard as Edwin Stanton, who at a swoop fired 30 War Department clerks for the same cause, including one whose sole offense was that he let it be known he had placed a bet on Little Mac. Such methods had produced excellent results in the recent state elections, held 4 weeks to the day before the national finale, scheduled for November 8th, when still better returns were not only hoped for but expected, as the result of yet a third Sheridan-Early confrontation providentially staged within 3 weeks of that all-important first Tuesday following the first Monday in November. After Fisher's Hill, Sheridan's progress southward up the valley, described by a Sixth Corps veteran as a grand, triumphal pursuit of a routed enemy, ended at Mount Crawford, beyond the loom of Massanutten, where he gave his 3 infantry corps some rest while the cavalry raided Stanton and Waynesboro, a day's march ahead on the Virginia Central. Grant wanted the whole force, horse and foot, to move in that direction and down that railroad for a junction with Meade, wrecking Lee's north side supply lines as it went. "Keep on," he wired, "and your good work will cause the fall of Richmond." But Sheridan, with Hunter's unhappy example before him, not to mention that of bluff John Pope, who had tried such a movement 2 years ago only to wind up riding herd on Indians out in Minnesota, replied that even though Early had been eliminated as a deterrent, this was impracticable with my present means of transportation. I think that the best policy will be to let the burning of the crops in the valley be the end of this campaign and let some of this army go elsewhere. Lured by the notion of bringing Wright's hard-hitting corps back down the coast to Petersburg, Grant agreed that Sheridan would do well to make a return march down the valley, scorching and smashing left and right to ensure that this classic avenue of invasion would no longer furnish subsistence even for those who lived there, let alone for Lee's army around Richmond. Carry off stock of all descriptions and Negroes so as to prevent further planting, he reminded Little Phil, elaborating on previous instructions. If this war is to last another year, we want the Shenandoah Valley to remain a barren waste. He knew his man. Beginning the countermarch October 6th, Sheridan reported the following night from Woodstock, 40 miles away, that he had destroyed over 2,000 barns filled with wheat, hay, and farming implements, over 70 mills filled with flour and wheat, have driven in front of the army over 4,000 head of stock, and have killed and issued to the troops not less than 3,000 sheep. Tomorrow I will continue the destruction of wheat, forage, etc., down to Fisher's Hill. When this is completed, the valley from Winchester up to Stanton, 92 miles, will have but little in it for man or beast. Others attested to his proficiency in destruction, which continued round the clock. The atmosphere from horizon to horizon has been black with the smoke of 100 conflagrations, a correspondent wrote, and at night a gleam brighter and more lurid than sunset has shot from every verge. The completeness of the devastation is awful. Hundreds of nearly starving people are going north. Our trains are crowded with them. They line the wayside. Hundreds more are coming. They had little choice, a staff captain noted, having been left so stripped of food that I cannot imagine how they escaped starvation. To hurt the people, the land itself was hurt, and the resultant exodus was both heavy and long-lasting. A full year later, an English traveler found the valley standing empty as a moor. By now, although Early was being careful to maintain a respectful distance with his twice-defeated, twice-diminished infantry, Butternut cavalry was snapping at the heels of the Blue Column, and Sheridan took this as continuing evidence of the timidity his own cavalry had shown just over 2 weeks ago after Fisher's Hill. Approaching that place from the opposite direction, October 9th, he gave Torbert a specific order: either whip the enemy or get whipped yourself. then climbed nearby Round Hill for a panoramic view of the result. It was not long in coming. After crossing Tom's Brook 5 miles short of Strasburg, Torbert had Merritt and Custer whirl their divisions around and charge the two pressing close in their rear under Lomax and Tom Rosser, who had recently arrived from Richmond with his brigade. Startled, the gray troopers stood for a time, exchanging saber slashes till their flanks gave way, then panicked and fled southward up the pike, pursued by the whooping Federals, who captured 11 of the dozen rebel guns in the course of a 10-mile chase to Woodstock and beyond, along with some 300 graybacks on fagged horses. The Woodstock races, the victors dubbed the affair, taking their cue from the Buckland races, staged at Custer's expense by Jeb Stuart a year ago this month on the far side of the Blue Ridge. His temper cooled, his spirits lifted, Sheridan passed through Strasburg and crossed Cedar Creek next morning to put Crook's and Emery's corps in bivouac on the high ground, while Wright prepared his 3 divisions for an eastward march through Ashby's Gap as agreed upon beforehand to rejoin Grant at Petersburg. They set out 2 days later on October 12th, only hours, as it developed, before Early reappeared on Fisher's Hill 5 miles to the south. He had been reinforced from Richmond, not only by Rosser's cavalry brigade, but also by Kershaw's infantry division, which had been with him last month until it was recalled by Lee on the eve of the Federal strike at Winchester. Aware of these acquisitions, Sheridan was not disturbed, knowing as he did that they barely lifted Early's strength to half his own. If old Jubal was in search of a 3rd drubbing, he would be happy to oblige him when the time came. All the same, he recalled the 3 6th Corps divisions from Ashby's Gap next day, deferring their departure until the situation cleared, and set about making his Cedar Creek position secure against attack while he determined his next move. Amid these labors, which included preparations for a horseback raid to break up the railroad around Charlottesville, he was summoned to Washington by Halleck for a strategy conference October 16th. He left that morning to catch a train at Front Royal, and when he got there he was handed a telegram from Wright, whom he had left in command on Cedar Creek, quoting a message just intercepted from a rebel signal station on Massanutten Mountain. "Be ready to move as soon as my forces join you, and we will crush Sheridan." The signature was Longstreet, which was news in itself if the message was valid. Little Phil considered it a ruse, however, designed to frighten him out of the valley, and he declined to be frightened. Besides, he had confidence in Wright, who assured him, "I shall hold on here until the enemy's movements are developed, and shall only fear an attack on my right, which I shall make every preparation for guarding against and resisting." Aside from calling off the Charlottesville raid, Sheridan did not change his plans. Boarding the train for Washington, he advised Wright, "Look well to your ground and be well prepared. Get up everything that can be spared," he added, and promised to return within 2 days, if not sooner. He was right in assuming the intercepted dispatch was a plant, and right as well about its purpose. But he was altogether wrong if he thought his twice-whipped adversary did not intend to try something far more drastic if the invoked ghost of old Peter failed to frighten him away. In point of fact, so thoroughly had the Bluecoats scorched the country in his rear, Early believed he had no choice except to move back for want of provisions and forage, or attack the enemy in his position with the hope of driving him from it. Another reason, despite his usual crusty disregard for the opinions of others in or out of the army, was that he had a reputation to retrieve. To General Sheridan, care of General Early, cynics had chalked on the tubes of guns sent from Richmond to replace the 21 pieces he had lost in battle this past month, exclusive of the 11 abandoned by the cavalry last week in its panicky flight from Tom's Brook to Woodstock. Admittedly, with the blue force nearly twice his size, securely in position on high ground, its front covered by a boggy creek and one flank anchored on the Shenandoah, the odds against a successful assault were long. But his predecessor Jackson, in command of these same troops, had taught him how far audacity could go toward evening such odds, and Lee himself, in a letter that followed the sending of reinforcements, had just told him, "I have weakened myself very much to strengthen you. It was done with the expectation of enabling you to gain such success that you could return the troops, if not rejoin me yourself. I know you have endeavored to gain that success and believe you have done all in your power to assure it. You must not be discouraged, but continue to try. I rely upon your judgment and ability and the hearty cooperation of your officers and men still to secure it. With your united force, it can be accomplished." Sustained and appealed to thus, Early was determined to attack. But how, against such odds, could he do so with any real hope of success? Crippled as he was by arthritis, which aged him beyond his not quite 48 years and prohibited mountain climbing, he sent John Gordon, his senior division commander since the fall of Rhodes, and Major Jedediah Hotchkiss, a staff cartographer inherited from Jackson, atop Massanutten to study the enemy position, which lay spread out below them, facing southwest along Cedar Creek. Crook's 2 divisions were nearest on the Federal left, then Emory's 2 beyond the turnpike, and finally Wright's 3 on the distant right, where most of the blue cavalry was posted, obviously in expectation that if an attack was made it would come from that direction. Hotchkiss had discovered and recommended the route for the movement around Hooker's flank at Chancellorsville, but what he and Gordon saw from their high perch this bright fall morning, October 18th, was an opportunity for an end-on strike that might outdo even Stonewall's masterpiece. A night march around the steep north face of Massanutten, following a crossing of the Shenandoah near Fisher's Hill, would permit a recrossing of the river beyond its confluence with Cedar Creek, and this in turn would place the flanking column in direct confrontation with the unsuspecting Union left, which could be assaulted at first light in preparation for further assaults on Emory and Wright once Crook's position had been overrun. Gordon, in fact, was so confident of success that when he came down off the mountain to urge the adoption of the plan, he offered to take all responsibility for any failure that occurred. Early had never been one to avoid responsibility, nor did he delay approval of the plan. He would march tonight and strike at dawn, he announced at a council of war called that afternoon. Gordon would be in charge of the turning column made up of his own and the divisions of Ramseur and Rhodes, the latter now commanded by its senior brigadier John Pegram, recently recovered from the leg wound he had taken in the Wilderness. Kershaw would move through Strasburg, also under cover of darkness, and attack on the right of the Valley Pike, crossing Lower Cedar Creek to join the flanking effort as soon as he heard Gordon open fire, and Brigadier General Gabriel Wharton, successor to Breckinridge, who had been recalled to eastern Virginia on the eve of Fisher's Hill, would advance along and to the left of the turnpike, accompanied by Rosser's troopers, to menace and fix the Federals in position on the far side of the creek, while the massed Second Corps, with Kershaw's help, struck their flank and drove them north across his front. Rosser then would take up the pursuit, as would Lomax, whose horsemen were to come upon the field by a roundabout march through Front Royal in order to cut off the blue retreat this side of Winchester, 15 miles beyond Middletown, which was close in the Union rear. The plan was elaborate, involving a convergence by 3 columns, but it seemed pat enough to Early and his lieutenants, who went straight from the meeting to prepare for the various night marches designed to yield revenge for the 2 defeats they had recently suffered, here in the valley from which their army took its name. The first of these, 3rd Winchester, had occurred exactly a month ago tomorrow, and this made them and their butternut veterans all the more eager to get started on the observance of that anniversary. Aided by the light of a moon only 3 nights past the full, Gordon's column set out shortly after dark, the men of all 3 divisions having left their cooking utensils and even their canteens behind to avoid any giveaway clink of unnecessary metal, and was in position in the shadows close to Bowman's Ford before daybreak, half a mile beyond the confluence of Cedar Creek and the river, prepared to splash across on signal. Similarly, accompanied by Early and his staff, as well as by most of the Army's guns, Kershaw moved undetected around Strasburg to the near bank of the creek, across which he could see low-burnt campfires glowing in the darkness. Wharton followed, turning off to the left of the macadamized pike, preceded by Rosser, whose troopers rode at a walk to muffle the sound of hoofbeats on the stony ground. At 4:30, after an hour's wait on the creek bank, Early told Kershaw to go ahead and cross. He did, and while he was getting his men back into column on the other side, the boom of Rosser's horse artillery came from well upstream, along with the rattling clatter of picket fire nearby on the right, where Gordon was fording the Shenandoah just off the unalerted Union flank. The surprise was complete, if not quite overwhelming, at the outset. As we emerged from a thicket into the open, one of Kershaw's South Carolinians later wrote, we could see the enemy in great commotion. But soon the works were filled with half-dressed troops, and they opened a galling fire upon us. Kershaw charged, and as he did so, racing uphill through the spreading dawn, Gordon struck the left rear of the hastily formed blue line, which promptly broke. Elated, for these were Crook's men, the so-called West Virginians who had flanked them unceremoniously off Fisher's Hill 4 weeks ago, the Confederates surged forward on a broad front across the turnpike, pursuing and taking prisoners by the hundreds. With only a bit more time for getting set, Emory's corps fared little better, its unbraced ranks plowed by shells from rebel batteries massed on a hill beyond the creek. Fugitives from the 4 routed divisions fled northward through Wright's camps, in rear of which his Potomac veterans were falling in for battle. By now the sun was rising, alternately bright and pale as drifts of smoke blew past it, and the Graybacks, joined at this stage by Wharton, who had been left with nothing in his front, came on yelling as they drove Wright's troops northeast across the open fields, first to a second and then to still a third position nearly 2 miles in rear of Middletown, where Jackson had captured Banks's wagon train in May of '62. This seemed to some a comparable achievement, while others went further afield in search of a parallel triumph. "The son of Middletown! The son of Middletown!" Early kept exclaiming, as if to say he had found his Austerlitz. It was now past 9 o'clock, and he was delighted that within a scant 4 hours he had driven 7 infantry divisions from the field with only 5 of his own, taking in the process more than 1,300 prisoners, 18 guns, and an uncounted number of flags. He was delighted, but he was also satisfied, it seemed. "Well, Gordon, this is glory enough for one day," he declared on meeting the Georgian near the front soon afterward. They stood looking across the fields at the Yankees reduced to stickmen in the distance. "This is the 19th, he went on. "Precisely 1 month ago today we were going in the opposite direction." Gordon, too, was happy, but his thoughts were on the immediate future, not the past. "It is very well so far, General," he replied, "but we have one more blow to strike, and then there will not be left an organized company of infantry in Sheridan's army." His chief demurred. "No use in that. They will all go directly." The Georgian was doubtful and said so, indicating the bluecoats on the horizon. "This is the 6th Corps, General. It will not go unless we drive it from the field." Once more Early shook his head. "Yes, it will go directly," he insisted as he continued to wait for the whipped Federals to withdraw. Gordon said no more just then, but he later wrote, "My heart went into my boots." He was remembering that fatal halt on the first day at Gettysburg, as well as old Jube's day-long refusal back in May to let him strike Grant's unguarded flank in the Wilderness, which he believed had cost the Army of Northern Virginia the greatest of all its victories. His heart might have sunk still deeper if he had known what was happening across the way while he and his chief stood talking. Sheridan had just arrived and was reassembling his scattered army for an all-out counterattack. True to his promise to return from the capital in 2 days, if not sooner, he had slept last night in Winchester and had heard the guns of Cedar Creek some 15 miles away while still in bed this morning. Dismissing the cannonade as irregular and fitful, most likely a reconnaissance in force by one of Wright's brigades, he tried to get back to sleep without success. At breakfast, the guns still were muttering in the distance, faint but insistent, and he ordered his staff and cavalry escort to saddle up without delay. On the way out of town, he noticed many women at the doors and windows of the houses who kept shaking their skirts at us and who were otherwise markedly insolent in their demeanor. It occurred to him that they were in rapture over some good news, mysteriously received, while I as yet was utterly in ignorance of the actual situation. What was more, the sound of firing seemed to be moving to meet him, an ominous development. But it was not until he crossed Mill Creek beyond Kernstown and reached the crest of a low hill on the far side that he and his staff and escort saw their worst fears confirmed by the appalling spectacle of a panic-stricken army. His first notion was to rally what was left of his command, here if not still farther back toward Winchester, for a last-ditch stand against the rebel force, which might or might not include Longstreet and his famed First Corps. With this in mind, Little Phil ordered his staff and escort to form a straggler line along the crest of the hill, all that is except 2 aides and a score of troopers who would proceed with him toward Cedar Creek to find out what had happened. In the course of the 12-mile ride, Sheridan's ride, it came to be called, his purpose changed. Partly this was because of his aggressive nature, which reasserted itself, and partly it was the result of encountering groups of men along the roadside boiling coffee. That did not seem to indicate demoralization, nor did the cheers they gave when they saw him coming up the turnpike. As he galloped on, one of the 2 aides later wrote, his features gradually grew set as though carved in stone, and the same dull red glint I had seen in his piercing black eyes when, on other occasions, the battle was going against us, was there now. Grimness then gave way to animation. He began to lift his little flat-topped hat in jaunty salute, rather as if in congratulation for a victory, despite the contradictory evidence. "The Army's whipped," an unstrung infantry colonel informed him, only to be told, "You are, but the Army isn't." He put the spurs to Rienzi, an undersized, bandy-legged man perched high on the pounding big black horse he had named for the town in Mississippi where he acquired him 2 years ago, and called out to the retreaters, "About face, boys. We are going back to our camps. We are going to lick them out of their boots." He kept saying that, shouting the words at the upturned faces along the pike. "We are going to get a twist on those fellows. We are going to lick them out of their boots." And did just that, but not with the haste his breakneck manner had implied. Arriving about 10:30, he found Crook's corps disintegrated and Emory's not much better off, though most of it at least was still on hand. Wright's, however, was holding firm in its 3rd position, a couple of miles northwest of Middletown. Its line extended southeast across the turnpike by Merritt's and Custer's horsemen. Sheridan got to work at once, concentrating on getting Emory's troops, together with a trickle of retreaters who were returning in response to the exhortations he had shouted as he passed them on the pike, regrouped to support Wright in his resistance to the expected third assault by Early's whooping graybacks. Nor was he unmindful, even at this stage, of the fruits a sudden counterstroke might yield. "Tell General Emory if they attack him again to go after them and to follow them up and to sock it to them and to give them the devil. We'll have all those camps and cannon back again." Emory got the message and reacted with a sort of fervid resignation. "We might as well whip them today," he said. "If we don't, we shall have to do it tomorrow. Sheridan will get it out of us sometime." Noon came and went, then 1 o'clock, then 2, and Little Phil continued to withhold his hand, as did Early across the way. At 3 o'clock, having at last persuaded his chief to let him undertake a limited attack, Gordon probed the Federal position beyond Middletown, but was easily repulsed. Still, Sheridan held back, his numbers growing rapidly as more and more blue fugitives returned from their flight down the turnpike. Finally, after interrogating prisoners to make certain Longstreet was not there, he gave orders for a general advance at 4 o'clock. At first, though their ranks were thinned by looters prowling the Yankee camps in search of food and booty, the graybacks refused to budge. But then one of Emory's brigades found a weak spot in the rebel line, and before it could be reinforced, Custer struck with his whole division, launching an all-out mounted charge that sundered the Confederate force and sent the two parts reeling back on Cedar Creek. "Run! Go after them!" Sheridan cried. "We've got the goddamnedest twist on them you ever saw." Early did what he could, which at that stage wasn't much. For the past 4 hours, hearing nothing from Lomax, whose roundabout march with half the cavalry later turned out to have been blocked near Front Royal by Torbert's 3rd Division, he had watched the steady build-up across the way, aware that this, combined with the rearward leakage from his idle ranks, restored the odds to about what they had been at daybreak, when he enjoyed the lost advantage of surprise. Increasingly apprehensive, he withdrew his captured guns beyond Cedar Creek for quick removal in a crisis, and started his nearly 2,000 prisoners on their long trek south to Stanton. All this time, the vaunted sun of Middletown was declining, and the nearer it drew to the peaks of the Alleghanies, the clearer he saw that the Federals not only had no intention of quitting their 3rd position, in which they had little trouble fending off a belated feeling out by Gordon, but were in fact preparing to launch a massive counterstroke. When it came, as it did at straight-up 4 o'clock, Early managed to withstand the pressure left and center, until Emory drove a wedge between 2 of Gordon's brigades, opening a gap into which Custer flung his rapid-firing troopers. Whereupon the Georgians' veterans, foreseeing disaster, began a scurry for the crossings in their rear. Rapidly, the panic spread to the divisions of Kershaw and Ramseur, next in line. Dodson Ramseur, a major general at 27, the youngest West Point graduate to attain that rank in the Confederate Army, tried his best to stay the rout, appealing from horseback to his men, but took a bullet through both lungs and was left to die in enemy hands next day, near Sheridan's reclaimed Belgrove headquarters, where he fell. By then there would be no uncaptured rebels within 20 miles, Sheridan, having spared his hand until he felt that victory was clearly within reach, exploited the break for all he was worth. It took less time to drive the enemy from the field than it had for them to take it, according to Merritt, whose division clashed with Rosser's and overran the Confederate far left. Early pulled in Wharton and Pegram to brace the center under assault from the 6th Corps, but only succeeded in delaying Wright's advance. Rearward, meantime, a flying column of Union cavalry wrecked the bridge at Spangler's Mill, just west of Strasburg, with the result that the 3 miles of turnpike between there and the crossing at Cedar Creek were crowded with artillery and vehicles of all kinds, trapped and at the mercy of the pursuers. Little Phil thus recovered all the guns lost that morning, together with 25 of his adversaries, which enabled him to report that he had taken no less than 43 pieces at one swoop, though he neglected to mention that 18 of them were his own, recaptured in the confusion of the Gray Retreat. Early fell back to Fisher's Hill in the twilight, intending to make a stand there in the morning, but soon saw that it would not do. Though his casualties were only a bit over half as heavy as Sheridan's this day, 2,910, as compared to 5,665, his army, routed for the third time in 30 days, was in no condition for further resistance to an enemy twice its size. He took up the march for Newmarket before daylight, fighting off Custer's and Merritt's horsemen, who snapped at his heels all the way. Summing it up afterwards, old Jube remarked sadly, "The Yankees got whipped. We got scared." No explanation could shield him now, however, from the blame about to be heaped upon his head by his own people. Blame that outweighed the praise that had come his way 3 months ago when he hovered defiantly on the outskirts of the northern capital. Indeed, the brightness of that midsummer exploit only served to deepen, by contrast, the shadows that gathered in this dark autumn of the Confederacy, which some were already saying would be its last. In the past 30 days, Early had fought 3 full-scale battles, and all 3 had turned out to be full-scale routs. It mattered little to his critics that he had obliged Grant to lessen the pressure on Lee by detaching a veteran corps from Meade and rerouting another on its way by sea to reinforce him in order to meet Jubel's threat, first on the far and then on the near side of the Potomac. Nor did it matter that in the course of his follow-up campaign in the Valley, where he was outnumbered roughly 3-1 from start to finish, he inflicted a total of 16,592 casualties on his adversary, the equivalent of still another Blue Corps by Sheridan's own count, and about as many combat troops as he himself had been able to scrape together for any one of those several confrontations, at a cost of less than 10,000 of his own. What mattered in the public's estimation was that, here on the field of Stonewall Jackson's glory, Early had been whipped 3 times running, each time more soundly than before. Tart of tongue, intolerant of the shortcomings of others since the outset of the war, the former Commonwealth's attorney of Franklin County now found himself accused of ineptness, inefficiency, incompetence, even drunkenness and cowardice, in the journals and in public and private talk, here in his native Virginia as well as elsewhere in the South. It was otherwise for Sheridan, whose praises now were being sung throughout the North. "With great pleasure," Lincoln wrote him 3 days after Cedar Creek, "I tender to you and your brave army the thanks of the nation and my own personal admiration and gratitude for the month's operations in the Shenandoah Valley, and especially for the splendid work of October 19th. The following evening, shortly before midnight, he was awakened by Assistant Secretary of War Charles A. Dana, who had just arrived from Washington to present him with the most prized of all rewards, his commission as a Major General in the regular army, together with a commendation from the Adjutant General's office citing him for the personal gallantry, military skill, and just confidence in the courage and patriotism of his troops, whereby, under the blessing of Providence, his routed army was reorganized, a great national disaster averted, and a brilliant victory achieved." Riding through the camps with Little Phil next morning, October 25th, Dana thought he had never seen a general so popular with all ranks. Not even Sherman nor Pap Thomas, maybe not even McClellan in his heyday. Grant, by then, was ready to try still another of his pendulum swings at Lee. After ordering a second 100-gun salute fired with shotted guns in honor of his protégé's third victory in the Valley, he wrote his wife, "I hope we will have one here before a great while to celebrate," and put his staff to work at once on plans for the heaviest strike so far at the Richmond-Petersburg defenses. Butler would feint north of the James with the same number as before, but this time the lunge around the enemy right would be made by no less than 43,000 troops from Hancock, Warren, and Parke, on the theory that what two corps had failed to achieve just under a month ago might be accomplished now by three. On October 27th, with Butler already over the river, demonstrating for all he was worth at Fair Oaks, the companion blow was launched. As a further diversion, Parke was to hit the western end of the Gray Line just east of Hatcher's Run, while Hancock and Warren swung wide around that stream to cross the Boydton Plank Road and then press north to get astride the South Side Railroad. Alas, no part of this flanking effort went well, and most parts went very badly indeed. Parke encountered stiff resistance and was stalled, and though Hancock made it to his initial objective on schedule, he had to stop and wait for Warren, who was delayed by difficult terrain. While Hancock waited, Hill and Hampton struck him flank and front, attacking with about half of the 23,000 effectives Lee had kept south of the river, and forced him to withdraw that night, nearly out of ammunition and altogether out of patience. Meantime, Warren turned east under orders from Grant to help Parke envelop the Hatcher's Run defenses, but was unable to cross the creek, so he too withdrew. None of the three corps in this direction, Parke's or Hancock's or Warren's, had carried out its part of a plan whose only tangible result was the loss of 1,758 men, plus the confirmation of Hancock's resolution to seek duty elsewhere, which he would do the following month, suffering as much from recent damage to his pride as from the continuing discomfort of his Gettysburg wound. North of the James, where Lee was not deceived by his gyrations around Fair Oaks, Butler lost 1,103 killed, wounded, and missing, as compared to a Confederate loss of 451 there, and perhaps twice that number in the opposite direction, along the Boydton Road and Hatcher's Run. All lines remained the same, north and south of the river, as both armies prepared to go into winter quarters. No more discouraged by this latest failure than he had been by those others outside Petersburg and Richmond, Grant maintained what Lincoln called his bulldog grip, prepared to chew and choke as long as need be. He could fail practically any number of times and only needed to succeed but once. "I will work this thing out all right yet," he told his wife in a home letter. In any case, this late October affair down around Richmond went practically unnoticed by a public still absorbed in the recent Shenandoah drama, finding it restorative of the romantic picture book aspect so long missing from the war. "The nation rings with praises of Phil Sheridan," the Chicago Tribune noted 3 days after the famous ride that saved the day at Cedar Creek and prompted Black Rienzi's master to change his name to Winchester in commemoration of the exploit. Various poets tried their hand at the subject, including Herman Melville, but the one who caught the public's fancy best was T. Buchanan Reed in a ballad titled Sheridan's Ride. "Hurrah, hurrah for Sheridan! Hurrah, hurrah for horse and man," its refrain went. Availing himself of a poetic license which the general he praised sometimes employed in his reports, Reed doubled the distance of the gallop, eliminated all stops along the way, and had Rienzi himself announce the nick-of-time arrival to the troops. "I have brought you Sheridan all the way from Winchester down to save the day." Widely read and recited, the piece made a fine recruiting and electioneering appeal, especially when delivered by professionals such as James E. Murdoch, a retired actor and celebrated reader whose declamation of the poem at a theater in Cincinnati on November 1st, just 1 week before the presidential contest was to be settled at the polls, threw the crowd into a frenzy of approval for the war and for the men who fought and ran it. 4. Elsewhere, not only in the embattled heartland of the South, but also in places as far afield as Kansas, Vermont, and Brazil. Both sides undertook desperate measures throughout the critical 2-month span that opened with the fall of Atlanta, in attempts to influence militarily the early November political decision that perhaps would begin to end the war itself come Inauguration Day. For example, aside from an abortive Union gunboat probe down White River in late June, which was turned back at Clarendon before the flotilla could enter the Arkansas to help patrol that line of federal occupation, there had been no significant clash of arms in the Trans-Mississippi since Frederick Steele retired from Camden in late April, and Banks and Porter abandoned in May their effort to ascend the Red. Since then, Kirby Smith had seemed content to rest on his laurels, clinging precariously to what was left of Texas, Louisiana, Arkansas, and the Indian Territory. Kirby Smithdom, this vast but empty stretch of the continent was called, and resisted all efforts by Richmond and homesick subordinates to persuade him to go over to the offensive, either toward New Orleans or St. Louis. Discontent to have so many good troops standing idle, even against such odds as here obtained, the authorities instructed him in mid-July to prepare Richard Taylor's corps, along with such other infantry as can be spared, for a prompt movement across the Mississippi to assist in the defense of Atlanta and Mobile. Smith passed the order to Taylor, who had been sulking in Natchitoches for the past 6 weeks, his hurt feelings, if not his animosity toward his chief, somewhat relieved by a promotion to lieutenant general as a reward for his repulse of Banks. Eager to shake the dust of Kirby Smithdom from his feet, Taylor looked into the possibility of a crossing, either by ferries or by the employment of what would have been the longest pontoon bridge in history, but replied in the end that it couldn't be done, since the Federals, getting wind of the project, had stationed ironclads at 12-mile intervals all the way from Vicksburg past the mouth of the Red, with gunboats on constant patrol between them day and night. A bird, if dressed in Confederate gray, would find it difficult to fly across the river, a reconnoitering cavalryman declared. Regretfully, for he was as anxious to get rid of Taylor as Taylor was to be quits with him, Smith informed his superiors in Virginia that the shift could not be made. By then, the year had moved into August, and Richmond's answer solved at least a part of his problem by dusting the gadfly Taylor off his back. Stephen Lee, having been sent to Georgia to head a corps under Hood, the Kentucky-born Louisianian and presidential brother-in-law, was ordered to replace him in command of the Department of Alabama, Mississippi, and eastern Louisiana, temporarily under Maury at Mobile. On a moonless night, within a week of receiving the order on August 22nd, Taylor crossed the river in a dugout canoe, swimming his mare alongside, and set out eastward for his new headquarters in Meridian. Before he reached it, Smith, or more specifically Sterling Price, had placed an alternate plan in execution back in the Trans-Mississippi by launching 12,000 horsemen northward into Missouri. Originally designed to draw attention away from the downriver crossing, the operation was now to be undertaken for its own sake. First against St. Louis, where government warehouses bulged with the goods of war, then westward along the near bank of the Missouri River to the capital, Jefferson City, whose occupation, however brief, would refurbish the somewhat tarnished star representing the state on the Confederate battle flag. Then finally back south, through Kansas and the Indian Territory, sweeping that country of its mules, horses, cattle, and military supplies. So Price was told by Smith in his instructions for the raid, which was also to serve the double-barreled purpose of discouraging the departure of still more bluecoats to lengthen the odds against Hood and Lee east of the Mississippi, and of attracting recruits to the Gray Column as it swept through regions whose voters were about to get their chance, as the case was being put to them in the campaign already underway, to throw off the yoke of oppression. Mounted on Bucephalus, a war horse as gray as its rider and stockily built to withstand his 290 deadweight pounds, Old Pap left Camden on August 28th and was joined next day at Princeton by the divisions of Marmaduke and Fagan, who rode with him across the Arkansas River at Dardanelle on September 2nd, midway between Little Rock and Fort Smith, neither of whose blue garrisons ventured out to challenge the invaders. At Pocahontas on the 13th, up near the Missouri line, Joe Shelby added his division to the column, now 12,000 strong, with 14 guns, though only about two-thirds of the troopers were adequately armed. The deficiency Price intended to repair when he encountered opposition. On September 19th, the day before his 55th birthday, he crossed into his home state, headed for Ironton, 80 miles to the north, terminus of the railroad running south out of St. Louis, another 80 miles away. At nearby Pilot Knob, there was a Union fort, Fort Davidson, with a garrison of about 1,000 men and 7 guns, and he had chosen this as his first prize of the campaign, to be followed by those other larger prizes north and west. Assembling his 3 divisions at Fredericktown on the 25th, a day's ride east of Pilot Knob, which he intended to move against tomorrow, he received news from St. Louis that was both good and bad from different points of view. Department Commander William Rosecrans, on learning in early September that the Graybacks had crossed the Arkansas in strength, wired Halleck a request that A.J. Smith's 2 veteran divisions, then aboard transports at Cairo on their way to rejoin Sherman after service up the Red and in North Mississippi, be sent instead to help defend Missouri against this new incursion. Old Brains complied by ordering Smith upriver at once to operate against Price and Company. This meant that one purpose of the raid had been achieved before the first blow landed. Price not only had discouraged the sending of more troops east across the Mississippi, he had even provoked a drain in the opposite direction, though at the cost of lengthening the odds against fulfilling his other objectives, including the strike at goods-rich St. Louis, whose defenses now were manned by Smith's 8,000 guerrillas, in addition to its regular complement. In any case, after sending a brigade to rip up track on the railroad above Ironton and thus prevent the sudden arrival of reinforcements, he completed his plans for the reduction of Fort Davidson, 20 miles west of Fredericktown, and had it invested by nightfall the following day. He badly wanted its 1,000-man garrison and their arms, especially those 7 guns, whose addition would increase by half the firepower of the artillery he had brought along for blasting a path through his beloved Missouri. Brigadier General Thomas Ewing, commander of the District of St. Louis, Sherman's brother-in-law, and author, too, of last year's infamous Order 11, which emptied Missouri's western counties of civilians in an attempt to ferret out guerrillas whose bloody work grew bloodier in reaction to the hardships thus imposed on their women and children, had come down to the fort on an inspection trip, only to have the railroad cut in his rear, and decided not to abandon the place under threat from 10 times the number he had for its defense. Accordingly, when a rebel delegation came forward under a flag of truce that night demanding surrender, he sent it back with a defiant challenge, and when the demand was repeated a few hours later, he did the same thing, adding that he would fire on the next white flag that approached his works. These were extremely stout, heptagonal in shape, with earthen walls 9 feet tall and 10 feet thick, surrounded by a dry moat as deep as the walls were high. Next day, September 27th, they were tested in a furious 6-hour fight that cost the attackers 1,500 casualties, half again more than the total number of defenders, who lost 200. Falling back at dark, old Pap's troopers began the construction of scaling ladders to use when they renewed the assault at dawn. And Ewing, knowing the fort could not hold out past then, and that he himself, as the author of Order 11, was unlikely to survive capture, assembled a council of war to decide whether to surrender or risk attempting a getaway. The vote was for the latter, which succeeded. Under cover of darkness, the Blue garrison built a drawbridge, draped it with canvas to muffle the sound of boots and hoofs, and withdrew undetected through a gap in the gray lines, leaving behind a slow fuse laid to the powder magazine. Slogging along in a column of twos, Ewing and his 800 survivors were well out the road to Rolla, 70 miles northwest, when the magazine blew with a great eruption of flame that gave the investors their first hint the fort was empty. Marmaduke and Shelby, furious over their losses and fairly itching to fit Ewing for a noose, wanted to take out after him at once. But their fellow Missourian Price, already regretting a fruitless 3-day interlude which had deprived him of more than a tenth of his command and netted him nothing but rubble and spiked guns, was unwilling to use up still more time on a project that he suspected had already cost him whatever chance there had been for surprising Rosecrans in St. Louis. Sure enough, after following the Iron Mountain Railroad to within 30 miles of the city, he found its garrison reinforced to a strength reportedly greater than his own. So he turned west as planned, though he had not intended to do so empty-handed, up the south bank of the Missouri, wrecking bridges and culverts along the Pacific Railroad as he proceeded, first across the Gasconade River and then the Osage, which he cleared on October 6th to put his raiders within easy reach of Jefferson City. But this, too, was untakeable, he decided upon learning that its defenses were manned by bluecoats drawn from beyond the river, despite a flurry of apprehension caused there the week before by a ruthless attack on Centralia, 50 miles north of the capital, by a force of about 200 butternut guerrillas under William Anderson, who bore and lived up to the nickname Bloody Bill. A former lieutenant in William C. Quantrill's gang of Lawrence and Fort Baxter fame, he had quarreled with his chief in Texas and returned to his old stomping ground near the Missouri-Kansas border, along with other disaffected members of the band, including George Todd and David Poole, as well as Frank James and his 17-year-old brother Jesse. Clattering into Centralia at midday, September 27th, the day of the Fort Davidson assault, 150 miles southeast at Pilot Knob, they held up a stagecoach and an arriving train, killed 24 unarmed soldiers aboard on furlough, along with 2 civilians who tried to hide valuables in their boots, and left hurriedly with $3,000 in greenbacks from the express car, when 3 troops of Union cavalry unexpectedly appeared and gave chase. 3 miles out of town, the guerrillas turned on their pursuers, who numbered 147, and shot dead or cut the throats of all but 23 who managed to escape on fast horses. "From this time forward I ask no quarter and give none," Anderson had announced on the square in Centralia, and then proceeded to prove he meant it, first in town and then out on the prairie. Price's decision to forego a strike at Jefferson City, the main political objective of his raid, was based on more than information that the capital had been reinforced, not only from beyond the Missouri but also from scattered posts on this side of the river, including Springfield and Rolla. He learned, too, while skirmishing on the outskirts after crossing the Morrow, that Rosecrans, supposedly left holding the bag in St. Louis, had sent Smith's 8,000 infantry westward in his wake, along with 7,000 troopers under Major General Alfred Pleasanton, who had served the better part of a year as cavalry commander in the Army of the Potomac until Grant replaced him with Sheridan back in March and sent him west to share Old Rosie's exile. Price was aware that any prolonged attempt to break through the capital defenses was likely to be interrupted by the arrival of Pleasanton and Smith, now toiling along the demolished Pacific Railroad with a combined strength greater than his own. Moreover, scouts coming in from the Kansas border, 140 miles in the opposite direction, reported that more than 20,000 regulars and militia were being assembled there for his reception by the department commander, Major General Samuel R. Curtis, his old Pea Ridge adversary. The thing to do, he reasoned, was get there fast before Curtis got organized or Smith and Pleasanton came up in his rear to make the fight for Kansas City a two-front affair. Accordingly, he turned his back on the state capitol, plainly visible on its hill beyond the treetops, and continued his march another 40 miles upriver to Boonville, which he reached October 9th. Riding due west for Lexington, 60-odd miles away, the scene of his one unassisted victory back in the first September of the war, hard on the heels of the triumph he had shared with Ben McCulloch at Wilson's Creek, he put Marmaduke's division in the lead and had Shelby strike out left and right at Sedalia and Glasgow, both of which were taken on the 15th, together with their garrisons, while Fagan covered the rear on the lookout for Pleasanton's horsemen, who were known to have reached Jefferson City 4 days ago. 4 days later at Waverly, his hometown on the south bank of the Missouri, 20 miles short of Lexington, Shelby encountered a force of Coloradans and Kansans under Major General James Blunt, brought in from the plains by Curtis and sent forward to delay the approach of the raiders. Here were fired the opening shots of what turned out to be a week-long running skirmish, covering more than 100 miles of the border region, with several pauses for full-scale engagements along the way. Shelby drove Blunt back through Lexington October 20th, and on across the Little Blue next day, fighting house to house through Independence to the Big Blue just beyond. Curtis had established a line of works along the opposite bank, manned by 4,000 regulars and an equal number of Kansas militia, some 16,000 of whom had come forward in the current emergency, though only about 1/4 of them were willing to cross into Missouri, the remainder having called a halt at the state line 6 miles to the west. His plan was to hang on there, securely entrenched, till Pleasanton came up in Price's rear, then go over to the offensive east and west against the Graybacks trapped between the Big and Little Blues. It did not work out quite that way, partly because of the timid militia skulking rearward on home ground, but mainly because of black-plumed Joe Shelby. While Marmaduke and Fagan took the Bluecoats under fire from across the river on the morning of the 22nd, Shelby splashed his 3 brigades across an upstream ford to flank the defenders out of their works and throw them into retreat on Westport, immediately south of Kansas City and within 2 miles of the state line. As a result, when Pleasanton arrived that night, he found Curtis's entrenchments bristling in his path, occupied by the butternut invaders he had been trailing ever since he left St. Louis 3 weeks back. Confronted east and west by forces that totaled 3 times his own, Old Pat took stock and pondered his next move. Staffers advised that this be south without delay, while the long road home lay open for a withdrawal in good order. But he was urged by Shelby, whose blood was up, to take advantage of a position which, though not without obvious dangers, fairly glittered with Napoleonic possibilities. Using one division to hold Pleasanton in check on the far side of the Big Blue, he could move with the other 2 against Curtis at nearby Westport, then turn, having disposed of the Kansan and his green militia, to crush Pleasanton and thus cap the raid with a stunning double victory, after which, according to Shelby, he could proceed at his leisure, rounding up Federal garrisons and Confederate recruits, as intended from the outset, on the final leg of his march back across the Arkansas. Price liked the notion, partly for its own glittering sake, partly because of the chance it gave him to put a gainful end to a campaign that so far had profited his country and his reputation next to nothing. Accordingly, after lodging Marmaduke's 2 brigades in the Union entrenchments overlooking the Big Blue, he ordered Fagan and Shelby to prepare their 6 for the attack on Curtis, whose troops were deployed along Brush Creek below Westport at daybreak tomorrow, October 23rd. Pleasanton, having posted his 4 brigades for a dawn assault on the former Union works across the river west of town, spent the night in Independence. A graduate of West Point and the Hard Knocks School of Combat in the East, including Brandy Station, where he had taken Jeb Stuart's measure on the eve of Gettysburg, he intended to do to Price tomorrow what Price had done to Curtis today. That is, dispossess him of those works. Even though no blue infantry was at hand, A.J. Smith's 2 divisions had turned south at Lexington under orders from Rosecrans to head off a rebel swerve in that direction, and thus were removed from all possible contact with the raiders now or later. The 40-year-old cavalryman was satisfied he could do the job on his own, and with this in mind had his cannoneers keep heaving shells across the blue to discourage the entrenched defenders from getting much sleep till after midnight, a scant 5 hours before he planned to strike them. By that time, Curtis was planning to strike them too, despite his mistrust of the balky militia that comprised about 4/5 of his command. Persuaded by Blunt, as Price had been by Shelby, that a victory was within his reach if he would only grasp it, the 59-year-old department head reversed his previous decision to fall back on Fort Leavenworth, 25 miles north on the Missouri, and agreed instead, under pressure from Blunt and others at a council of war in the Gillis House that night in Kansas City, to go over to the offensive in the morning. Down along Brush Creek all this while, his green recruits were kept awake by the boom of Pleasanton's guns on the far side of the river and by the nerve-jarring crump of shells on the near bank, close in their rear. "I'd rather hear the baby cry," one married volunteer remarked. Presently the guns left off, but he continued to fret, confiding in a friend that he expected to be killed in tomorrow's contest, and found small comfort in assurances that the future life was superior to this one. "Well, I don't know about that," he said, still worried. His chances for survival were better than he knew. Next day's battle, though numerically the largest ever fought in the Trans-Mississippi, out of 40,000 Federals and Confederates on the field, close to 30,000 were engaged, as compared to just under 27,000 at Pea Ridge, the next largest, and only about half that many at Wilson's Creek, was neither as hotly contested nor as bloody as both sides had expected when they lay down to sleep the night before. Fagan and Shelby went forward as ordered shortly after daybreak and threw Curtis's greenhorns into skittery retreat, much as Shelby had predicted, and Curtis, who watched the action through a spyglass from the roof of a convenient farmhouse, had feared. But not for long. Thrown back on Westport and the Kansas line, the militiamen and regulars, outnumbering the attackers better than 2 to 1, not only rallied and held their own against renewed assaults by the yelling graybacks, but even, in response to a horseback appeal from their commander, who came down off his roof to ride among them, began massing for a counterattack to recover the lost ground along the creek. Whereupon, in this moment of crisis, it was now about mid-morning, Price was informed that Pleasanton had broken Marmaduke's line on the near bank of the Big Blue and was approaching his right rear, threatening to come between the raiders and their train, parked southward on the road he had been persuaded not to take the night before. Enraged to find the dawn attack deferred to await his arrival from Independence, Pleasanton had begun his day with on-the-spot dismissals of 2 brigade commanders. "You're an ambulance soldier and belong in the rear," he told one of the brigadiers, shaking a cowhide whip in his face quite as if he meant to use it, and peremptory orders for their successors to throw everything they had against Byram's Ford, a strongly defended crossing on the rebel right. He did this on the theory that the enemy would least expect a major effort there, and the result was all he hoped for. When the dismounted horsemen splashed across the ford through the abatis on the opposite bank, then up and over the entrenchments on the ridge beyond, he followed with a 3rd Brigade to deepen and widen the breakthrough, while the 4th came on behind. Marmaduke's rattled defenders, turned suddenly out of their works by twice their number, fled rearward across the prairie that stretched to the Kansas line, unobstructed except by the trees along Brush Creek, where Price's effort against Curtis was in crisis. Pleasanton reined in his horse to watch them flee, and as he did, he stabbed the air with one hand, pointing at the stick-like figures running or wavering near and far. "Rebels! Rebels! Rebels!" he shouted at his troopers, who had stopped, much as he himself had done, to watch this flight across the rolling tableland. "Fire! Fire, you damned asses!" he kept shouting. There was not much time for that, however. Faced with the threat of annihilation on the open prairie, Price disengaged Fagan, pulled him back alongside Marmaduke's reassembled fugitives, and used them both to cover the withdrawal of his train, southward down the road on which it had been parked for ready accessibility or a sudden getaway. Shelby, as was only fair since he was the one who had talked his chief into this predicament in the first place, was charged with stalling the blue pursuit, at least until the wagons and guns in the other 2 divisions, remounted to make the best possible time, escaped the closing jaws of the trap and got a decent head start down the road to Little Santa Fe, a dozen miles below on the Kansas border. Hemmed in as he was on 3 sides and grievously outnumbered, Curtis and Pleasanton had just over 20,000 infantry and cavalry engaged from first to last, less than 3/4 of their total force, while Price had only about 9,000, all that he had arms for. This was no easy task, but Shelby managed it in style, cutting his way out with a mounted charge in the final stage near sunset, to join the gray column grinding its way south in the darkness. Too ponderous for even heavy-hocked Bucephalus to bear his weight for long, Price rode in a carriage on the retreat, depressed by the knowledge that Westport, sometimes disproportionately referred to as the Gettysburg of the Trans-Mississippi, though in point of fact it was fought for no real purpose and settled nothing, had merely added another repulse to his long list of reverses east and west of the Mississippi River. Fortunately, it was not a costly one, however. Neither commander filed a casualty report, but their losses seem not to have reached 1,000 men on either side. A heavier defeat with heavier losses came 2 days later, 50 miles beyond Little Santa Fe, soon after the raiders crossed the Merdazine, which flowed eastward into Missouri and the Osage. They had made good time marching day and night through wet and blustery weather, but Pleasanton and Curtis dogged their heels, eager to close in for the kill. Swinging west to take advantage of better roads leading south beyond the Kansas line, Price halted Marmaduke on the far bank of the tributary river, mostly referred to hereabouts as the Mary Dason, in hope of delaying his pursuers at that point. This the Missouri West Pointer did, briefly at least, and then fell back to a similar position on Mine Creek, 3 miles below, where Fagan had been deployed to support the rear guard effort with 10 of the column's 14 pieces of artillery. Here on that same morning, October 25th, occurred the first and last full-scale engagement between regulars, Federal and Confederate, to be fought on Kansas soil. The first Price knew of its outcome was when he saw troops from both divisions come stumbling toward him in disorder, pursued by whooping bluecoats, mounted and afoot. All 10 guns were lost in the rout, along with close to 1,000 prisoners, including Marmaduke himself, Brigadier General William Cabell, Old Pap's only other West Pointer, in charge of one of Fagan's Arkansas brigades, and 4 colonels. Hit in the arm and thrown from his horse, Marmaduke was taken single-handedly by James Dunleavy, an Iowa private, who marched his muddy, dejected captive directly to Army headquarters. "How much longer have you to serve?" the department commander asked. "Told 8 months, sir." Curtis turned to his adjutant. "Give Private Dunleavy a furlough for 8 months." The Iowa soldier left for home next day, taking with him the long-haired rebel general's saber for a souvenir of the war that was now behind him. And Marmaduke and Cabell were soon on their way to northern prison camps, the war behind them, too. Once more, Price called Shelby back to contest a further advance by the exultant Federals, who were delayed in following up their victory by an argument that broke out between Curtis and Pleasanton as to whether the latter's prisoners were to be sent to Leavenworth or St. Louis, and thus be credited to Curtis or to Rosecrans. While Shelby fought successive rearguard actions on the Little Osage and the Marmaton, Price reassembled the other 2 divisions and pressed on south with the train. Beyond the Little Osage, the road forked, one branch leading to Fort Scott, 6 miles south across the Marmaton, and the other back southeast into Missouri. Formerly, the fort had been on Old Pap's list of trophies to be picked up on this final leg of the raid, but now he had neither the time nor the strength to move against it. After pausing to lighten the train by burning some 400 wagons together with the excess artillery ammunition, excess because only one 4-gun battery remained, he took the left-hand fork and set out on a forced march of just over 60 miles to Carthage, down near the southwest corner of his home state. Although most of the blue pursuers stopped for food and a night's sleep at Fort Scott, and though Shelby managed to keep the rest from overtaking the train and its escort, still the night-long, day-long, night-long trek, ending at Carthage on the morning of the 27th, was an experience not soon forgotten by those who made it. "I don't know that a longer march graces history. A fatal day for horseflesh," one weary raider noted in his journal at its close. Price rewarded their efforts with a full day's rest, then resumed the march next morning, hoping to reach and cross the Arkansas River, still more than 100 miles away, without having to stop for another time and man-killing fight for survival. His hope was not fulfilled. At Newtonia that afternoon, 20-odd miles beyond Carthage, the Federals came up in his rear and obliged him to turn and form ranks for a battle no one knew was to be the last ever fought between regular forces west of the Mississippi. Back at Fort Scott 2 days ago, the Kansas militia and 2 of the Missouri cavalry brigades had retired from the chase, as had Pleasanton himself after falling sick. But Curtis, with his regulars and Blunt's plainsmen still on hand, as well as Pleasanton's other 2 brigades, was determined to overtake the still outnumbered raiders before they escaped. Here at Newtonia he got his chance, along with cause to regret it. Spotting dust clouds south of town, Blunt thought Price was attempting a getaway and galloped hard around his flank to cut him off, only to be cut off himself by Shelby, who handled him roughly until other blue units broke through to cover his withdrawal. The fighting sputtered out at sundown with little or no advantage on either side, and Price took up his march southward unpursued, while Curtis waited for Blunt to lick his wounds. "I must be permitted to say that I consider him the best cavalry officer I ever saw," Old Pap wrote gratefully of Shelby in his report of the campaign, an opinion echoed and enlarged upon by Pleasanton years later, when he said flatly that the Missourian was the best cavalry general of the South. Curtis rested briefly, then proceeded, no longer in direct pursuit of Price, who veered southwest beyond Newtonia, but rather by a shorter route due south across the Arkansas line in hope of intercepting the raiders when they swung back east to recross the Arkansas River between Fort Smith and Little Rock. Probably at Dardanelle, he figured, where they had crossed on their way north 8 weeks ago. Hurrying from Pea Ridge to the relief of Fayetteville, which was reported under attack by a detachment from the rebel main body at Cane Hill, just under 20 miles southwest, the Kansan supposed that his cut-off tactics had succeeded. When he reached Fayetteville on November 4th, however, he not only found the attackers gone, he also learned that his adversary was moving en masse in the opposite direction, away from the trap contrived for his destruction. Reduced by casualties and desertions, badly worn by 1,000 miles of marching, and even lower in spirits than he was on food and ammunition, which was low indeed, Price was in no condition to risk another heavy engagement, and to avoid one he had decided not to attempt to march east of Fort Smith, whose garrison would be added to the force that would surely intercept him before he made it across the river in that direction. Instead, he would move on west toward Tahlequah in the Indian Territory for an upstream crossing of the Arkansas 20-odd miles beyond the border. Curtis followed as far as a North Bank settlement called Weber's Falls, November 8th, only to find that the raiders, assisted by friendly Choctaws, had destroyed all the available boats on reaching the South Bank the day before. So he pronounced the campaign at an end, fired a 24-gun salute in celebration, the booms reverberating hollowly across the empty plains, and turned back toward Kansas, glad to be done with an opponent who, as he declared in closing his report, had entered Missouri feasting and furnishing his troops on the rich products and abundant spoils of the Missouri Valley, but crossed the Arkansas destitute, disarmed, disorganized, and avoiding starvation by eating raw corn and slippery elm bark. Worse things were said of Price by his own soldiers in the course of their detour through the wintry territorial wilds. "Goddamn old Pap" was among the milder exclamations on the march, and afterwards there was to be a formal inquiry into charges of glaring mismanagement and distressing mental and physical military incapacity. One trooper wrote that his unit subsisted for 4 days on parched acorns, while another told how he and his comrades butchered and devoured a fat pony along the way. A cold wind cut through their rags, freezing the water in their canteens, and coyotes laughed from the darkness beyond their campfires, a terrifying sound to men too weak from hunger or dysentery to keep up with the column. Even so, hundreds fell out in the course of this last long stage of the raid, south through Indian country, down across the Red into Texas, and finally back east to Lanesport, Arkansas, which they reached on December 2nd, still 100 miles west of Camden, which Price had left just over 3 months ago. Though he put the case as best he could in his report, "I marched 1,434 miles, fought 43 battles and skirmishes, captured and paroled over 3,000 federal officers and men, and do not think I go beyond the truth when I state that I destroyed in the late expedition to Missouri property to the amount of $10 million in value." His claim that his own losses totaled fewer than 1,000 men in and out of combat scarcely tallied with the fact that he returned with only 6,000, including recruits, or barely half the number who had ridden northward with him in September. Whatever the true figures were in men or money, and however great the disruption had been along the Missouri River and the Kansas border, this last campaign in the Trans-Mississippi had no more effect on the outcome of the national conflict than did a much smaller, briefer effort made at the same time up near the Canadian border against St. Albans, a Vermont town of about 5,000 souls. This, too, was a raid designed to bring home to voters remote from the cockpit of war. Westport and St. Albans were both just under 1,000 miles from Charleston, some first-hand notion of the hardships involved in a struggle they were about to decide whether to continue or conclude. with the difference that the New England blow was struck primarily at what was reputed to be a New Englander's tenderest spot, his wallet. First Lieutenant Bennett Young, a 21-year-old Kentuckian who had ridden with Morgan, reconnoitered St. Albans on a visit from Canada, 15 miles away, and returned on the evening of October 18th with 20 followers, most of them escaped or exchanged prisoners like himself. Arriving in twos and threes to avoid suspicion, they checked into various hotels and boarding houses, then assembled at 3 o'clock the following afternoon in the town square, where they removed their overcoats to reveal that each wore a gray uniform and a pair of Navy sixes. At first, when Young announced that the place was under formal occupation and ordered all inhabitants to gather in the square, the townspeople thought they were being treated as some kind of joke or masquerade. But when the raiders began discharging pistols in the direction of those who were slow to obey the lieutenant's order, they knew better. Meantime, 3-man details proceeded to the 3 banks and gathered up all the cash on hand, though not before outraged citizens began to shoot at them from second-story windows. In the skirmish that ensued, 1 townsman was killed, 3 invaders were wounded, and several buildings around the square were set aflame with 4-ounce bottles of Greek fire, brought along to be flung as incendiary grenades. Back in Canada, not long after nightfall, once more in civilian dress, Young and his men counted the take from this farthest north of all Confederate Army operations. It came to just over $200,000, none of which ever found its way to Richmond as originally intended, being used instead to finance other disruptions in other federal regions that had not felt the hand of war till now. Afloat as ashore throughout this critical span of politics and war, there were desperate acts by desperate men intent on winning a reputation before it was too late. Commander Napoleon Collins, for example, a 50-year-old Pennsylvanian with 30 years of arduous but undistinguished service, learned while coaling at Santa Cruz de Tenerife in mid-September that the rebel cruiser Florida had been there for the same purpose the month before. Reports attending her departure August 4th were that her next intended port of call was Bahia, just around the eastern hump of South America, some 1,500 nautical miles away. His orders as captain of the USS Wachusett, a sister ship of the Kearsarge, were to intercept and sink her, much as Winslow had sunk the Alabama 3 months ago off Cherbourg, and he wasted no time in clearing the Canaries for Brazil. Arriving in early October, he did not find the prize he sought in Bahia Harbor, nor, despite her 6-week head start and her reputed greater speed, had she been there. Apparently, the Santa Cruz report was false, or else she had been terribly busy on the way. Then, 2 days later, shortly after dark, October 4th, the trim, low-lying sloop of war put into All Saints Bay. And when Collins dispatched a long boat to look her over, he found, to his delight, that the report had been true after all. The twin-stacked, handsome vessel, riding at anchor no more than a long stone's throw off his starboard flank, was indeed the Florida, one of the first and now the last of the famed Confederate raiders that had practically driven federal shipping from the Atlantic. Since her escape from Mobile Bay in January of the previous year, Florida had burned or ransomed 37 prizes, and to these could be added 23 more, taken by merchantmen she had captured and converted into privateers, thereby raising her total to within half a dozen of the Alabama's record 66. Most of the time she had been in Commander John Maffitt's charge, but since the beginning of the current year, Maffitt having fallen ill, she had been under her present skipper, Lieutenant Charles M. Morris. Her most recent prize was taken a week ago, and Collins had it very much in mind to see that she took no more. Employing Winslow's tactics, he sent Morris next day through the U.S. Consul at Bahia a formal invitation to a duel outside the 3-mile limit. But Morris not only declined the challenge, he even declined to receive the message, addressed as it was to the sloop Florida, quite as if he and his ship were nationless. He would leave when he saw fit, he said, having been granted an extension of the 2-day layover allowed by international law, and would be pleased to engage the Wachusett if he chanced to meet her on the open sea. Collins absorbed the failure of this appeal to honor, which had worked so well for Winslow against Semmes, then fell back on a secondary plan, rasher than the first and having nothing whatever to do with honor. Tomorrow night would be the Florida's third in Bahia Harbor, and he was determined, regardless of the security guaranteed by her presence in a neutral port, that it would be her last. Suspecting nothing, Morris cooperated fully in the execution of the plan now being laid for his undoing. He had had the shot withdrawn from his guns as required by law before entering the harbor, and assured the port authorities, who seemed disturbed by the thought of what he, not Collins, with whose government their own had long-standing diplomatic relations, might do in the present edgy situation, that he would commit no hostile act in violation of their neutrality against the enemy vessel anchored off his flank. This done, he let his steam go down, hauled his fires, and gave the port and starboard watches turnabout shore leave while off duty. On the night of October 6th, he went ashore himself, with several of his officers, to attend the opera and get a good night's sleep in a hotel, leaving his first lieutenant aboard in charge of half the crew. Long before dawn next morning, he was awakened by the concierge, who informed him that his ship was under attack by the Wachusett in the harbor down below. Collins had planned carefully and with all the boldness his given name implied. Slipping his cables in the deadest hour of the night, he backed quietly to give himself space in which to pick up speed for a ram that would send the raider to the bottom, then paused to build up a full head of steam before starting his run on the stroke of 3 o'clock. His intention was to bear straight down on the sitting vessel and thus inflict a wound that would leave her smashed beyond repair. But Wachusett went a bit off course and struck instead a glancing blow that crushed the bulwarks along the rebels' starboard quarter and carried away her mizzenmast and main yard. Convinced that he had inflicted mortal damage, Collins was backing out to let his adversary sink when there was a spatter of small arms fire from the wreckage on her deck. He replied in kind and added the boom of 2 big Dahlgrens for emphasis, later saying the Florida fired first. As he withdrew, however, he saw that the raider was by no means as badly hurt as he had thought. Accordingly, he changed his plan in mid-career and decided to take her alive. Guns reloaded, he stopped engines at a range of 100 yards and called out a demand for the sloop's immediate surrender before he blew her out of the water. Aboard the crippled Florida, with no steam in her boilers, no shot in her guns, and only a leave-blown skeleton crew on hand, the lieutenant left in charge had little choice except to yield, though he did so under protest at this hostile action in a neutral port. Collins promptly attached a hawser to the captive vessel and proceeded to tow her out to sea, fired on ineffectively by the guns of a harbor fort and pursued by a Brazilian corvette, which he soon outdistanced. Morris arrived from the hotel in time to see the 2 sloops leave the bay in this tandem fashion, Wachusett in front and his own battered Florida in ignominious tow, and though he too protested this barbarous and piratical act, they were by then beyond recall on the high seas, bound for Norfolk. After a stopover in the West Indies, Napoleon Collins brought the 2 warships into Hampton Roads on November 12th, both under their own power. There he received a welcome as enthusiastic as the one that had greeted his former squadron commander, Captain Charles Wilkes, also at one time skipper of the Wachusett, following his removal 3 years ago of Mason and Slidell from the British steamer Trent. Seward, on learning of what had happened in Bahia Harbor, was only too aware that the 2 cases were uncomfortably similar, except that this was an even more flagrant violation of international law. Like the two Confederate envoys, the Florida was likely to prove an elephant on the State Department's hands, and he began to regret that Collins had not sunk her outright instead of bringing her in, since there could be little doubt that the courts would order her returned intact to the neutral port where he had seized her. "I wish she was at the bottom of the sea," the secretary was afterwards reported to have remarked in discussing the affair with David Porter, recently transferred from duty on the Mississippi to command the North Atlantic blockading squadron. "Do you mean it?" Porter asked, and Seward replied, "I do, from my soul." The admiral returned to his headquarters in Hampton Roads and ordered the captive sloop moved to Newport News and anchored, as an act of poetic justice, near the spot where the Merrimac had sunk the Cumberland. In the course of the shift, the raider collided with a transport, losing her jib boom and figurehead and being severely raked along one side. She began leaking rather badly, and though her pumps were put to work, suddenly and mysteriously in the early morning hours of November 28th, she foundered and went to the bottom 9 fathoms down. Or maybe not so mysteriously after all. Porter subsequently confided that he had put an engineer aboard with orders to open her seacock before midnight and do not leave that engine room until the water is up to your chin. This might or might not account for her loss, for with Porter as an unsupported witness, no set of facts was ever certain. But in any case, Seward's task in responding to the formal Brazilian protest, which arrived next month, was greatly simplified. "You have justly expected that the President would disavow and regret the proceedings at Bahia," he replied, adding that the captain of the Wachusett would be suspended from duty and court-martialed. As for the rebel sloop, there could be no question of returning her due to an unforeseen accident which casts no responsibility upon the United States. All the same, a U.S. gunboat was to put into All Saints Bay on the Emperor's birthday 2 years later and fire a 21-gun salute as the amende honorable for this offense against the peace and dignity of Brazil. Collins himself was tried within 6 months, as Seward promised, and despite his plea that the capture of the Florida was for the public good, was sentenced to be dismissed from the service. Gideon Welles, much pleased with the commander's response to a situation that had worked out well in the end, promptly set the verdict aside, restored the Pennsylvanian to duty, and afterwards promoted him to captain. Like Charles Wilkes, he would be a rear admiral before he died a decade later. Welles's pleasure was considerably diminished, however, by reports that followed hard on the heels of Collins's exploit, indicating that this was by no means the end of rebel depredations against federal shipping on the sea lanes of the world. By coincidence, on October 8th, the day after the Florida was taken under tow in Bahia Harbor, the Clyde-built steamer Sea King, a fast sailer with a lifting screw, an iron frame, and 6-inch planking of East India teak, left London bound for Madeira, which she reached 10 days later to rendezvous with a Liverpool-based tender bearing guns and ammunition and James I. Waddell, a 40-year-old former U.S. Navy lieutenant who had gone over to the Confederacy with equal rank in its infant navy when his native North Carolina left the Union. He took over at once as captain of the Sea King, supervised the transfer and installation of her armament, formally commissioned her as the CSS Shenandoah, and set out 2 days later, October 20th, on a cruise designed to continue the Alabama-Florida tradition. In point of fact, his mission was to extend that tradition into regions where his country's flag had never flown. Like the raid on St. Albans, staged the day before he left Madeira, and the recent 31 prize sortie by the Tallahassee to Halifax and back, Shenandoah's maiden effort was designed as a blow at the pocketbooks of New England, although Waddell had no intention of sailing her anywhere near that rocky shore. "The enemy's distant whaling grounds have not been visited by us," Secretary Mallory had noted in an August letter of instructions. This commerce constitutes one of his reliable sources of national wealth, no less than one of his best schools for seamen, and we must strike it if possible. Nothing in the new captain's orders precluded the taking of prizes en route to the field of his prime endeavor. He took 6, 2 brigs, 2 barks, a schooner, and a clipper between the day he left Madeira and November 12th, the day the captive Florida steamed into Hampton Roads. 3 more he took, another schooner and 2 barks, bringing the total to 9 in as many weeks, in the course of a stormy year-end voyage around the Cape of Good Hope to Hobson's Bay, Australia, where the Shenandoah stopped to refit before setting out again, northward through the Sea of Japan and into the North Pacific, to take up a position for intercepting Yankee whaling fleets bound for Oahu with the product of their labors in the Arctic Ocean and the Bering Sea. A whaler filled with sperm oil, Waddell had been told, would give a lovely light when set afire. Cruisers were and would remain a high seas problem, mainly viewed through a murk of inaccurate reports. But there were other problems the Union Navy considered far more pressing, especially through this critical season of decision, because they were closer to home and the November voters. One was blockade runners, or more strictly speaking, the discontent they fostered. Although by now only 3 out of 4 were getting through the cordon off the Carolina coast, as compared to twice that ratio 2 years back, there was general agreement that they could never really be stopped until their remaining ports were sealed from the landward side. Meantime, sleek and sneaky, they kept weary captains and their crews on station in all weathers, remote from combat and promotion and contributing for the most part nothing but their boredom to a war they felt could be quickly won if only they were free to bring their guns to bear where they would count. Another problem was rebel ironclads, built and building, which threatened not only to upset plans for future amphibious gains, but also to undo gains already made. A prime example of this last, now that the Merrimack, Virginia, the Arkansas, and the Tennessee had been disposed of, was the achievement of the Albemarle in reclaiming the region around the Sound whose name she bore. Since mid-April, when she retook Plymouth and blocked descent of the Roanoke toward Petersburg and Richmond, a stalemate advantageous to the Confederacy had obtained there, and though the commander of the half-dozen Federal vessels lying off the mouth of the river had devised a number of highly imaginative plans for her discomfort, including one that involved the use of stretchers for lugging 100-pound torpedoes across the intervening swamps to be planted and exploded alongside the Plymouth dock where she was moored, none had worked, so vigilant were the graybacks in protecting this one weapon whose loss would mean the loss of everything within range of her hard-hitting rifles, all up and down the river she patrolled. Not since early May, when she tried it and came uncomfortably close to being sunk or captured for her pains, had the ironclad ventured out to engage the fleet, but neither could the Union ships invite destruction by steaming up to engage her at close quarters within the confines of that narrow stream. It was clear, however, that something had to be done about her before long, for there were reports that 2 more rams were under construction up the river, one of them in the very cornfield where she herself had taken shape. One Albemarle was fearful enough to contemplate, even from a respectful distance. A flotilla of 3 churning down into the Sound was quite unthinkable. The answer came from Lieutenant William B. Cushing, who presented 2 plans for getting rid of the iron menace. One involved the use of India rubber boats to be packed across the swamps to within easy reach of the objective, then inflated for use by a 100-man assault force that would board the ram under cover of darkness, overpower her crew, and take her down to join the fleet at the mouth of the river, 8 miles off. Plan 2, also a night operation, called for the boarding party to move all the way by water in a pair of light-draft steamers, each armed with a bow howitzer and a long spar tipped with a torpedo to be used to sink the rebel warship if the attempt to seize her failed. He submitted his proposal in July, and when the Hampton Roads authorities chose the second plan and passed it on to Washington, where Wells approved it too, though with misgivings, since it seemed likely to cost the service one of its most promising young officers, not to mention the volunteers he proposed to take along, he left at once for New York, his home state, to purchase suitable vessels for the undertaking up the Roanoke. No one who knew or knew of Cushing, and he was well known by now on both sides of the line, would have been surprised once they learned that he was the author of the plan at the amount of risk and verve its execution would require. Wisconsin-born, the son of a widowed schoolteacher and not yet 22, the age at which his brother Alonzo had died on Cemetery Ridge the year before, a West Pointer commanding one of the badly shot-up batteries that helped turn Pickett's charge. He already had won 4 official commendations for similar exploits he had devised and carried out in the course of the past 3 years. Perhaps this was compensatory daring. He had been at Annapolis until midway through his senior year in 1861, when he was permitted to resign and thus avoid dismissal for unruly conduct and a lack of what the authorities called aptitude for the naval service. He volunteered as an acting master's mate in reaction to Sumter and was restored to the rank of midshipman within 6 months. "Where there is danger in the battle, there will I be," he informed a kinsman at the time, "for I will gain a name in this war." By now he had done so and had won promotion to lieutenant, first junior then senior grade, as well as those 4 commendations signed by Wells. None of this was enough. He wanted more, nothing less, indeed, than the highest of all military honors. "Cousin George," he wrote as he left New York in mid-October to keep his appointment with the Albemarle near Plymouth, "I am going to have a vote of thanks from Congress or 6 feet of pine box by the next time you hear from me." He had secured 2 open launches originally built for picket duty, screw-propelled vessels 30 feet long and narrow in the beam, of shallow draft and with low-pressure engines for quiet running, his notion being that one could stand by to provide covering fire and to pick up survivors if the other was sunk in the assault. As it turned out, this duplication was useful much sooner than he had expected, for one was lost in a Chesapeake storm on the way down, and he decided to go ahead with a single boat rather than wait for a replacement. Steaming in through Hatteras Inlet, whose bar no Union monitor could cross to ascend the Roanoke and engage the homemade iron ram, he joined the fleet riding at anchor 50 miles up Albemarle Sound. 2 days he spent reconnoitering and drilling his volunteer crew, including 14 men in the launch with him and another 12 in a towed cutter, the latter group to be used to silence rebel lookouts posted aboard the wreck of the Southfield, sunk in April a mile downstream from the dock where the Albemarle was moored. Soon after moonset, October 26th, Cushing began his 8-mile run, the cutter in tow, only to be challenged just beyond the mouth of the river by Federal pickets who nearly opened fire when they heard the launch approaching. He turned back, warned by this apparent mishap that the expedition would have failed, and next day had a carpenter box in the engine to muffle its sound, then set out again the following night, having added a tarpaulin to reduce the noise still more. This time all went well on the run upriver. A rainstorm afforded such good additional cover that the launch chugged past the grounded Southfield undetected, thus enabling Cushing to keep the cutter with him in hope of using its 12 occupants to help overpower the crew of the ram when he went aboard. But that was not to be. Challenged by a sentry as he drew within hailing distance of the wharf, he changed his plan in mid-career. "Ahead fast," he called out, and cast the cutter loose with orders to return downriver and deal with the pickets on the Southfield. As he approached the ram, a signal fire blazed up ashore, and he saw by its light that the ironclad was surrounded by a pen of logs chained in position to shield her from just such an attack as he was about to make. Hailed by a sailor on her deck, he replied with a shot from his howitzer and ran within pistol range for a better look at the problem. The logs were placed too far out for him to reach the ram with the torpedo attached to the tip of its 14-foot spar, although closer inspection showed that they perhaps were slimy enough for the launch to slide onto or even over them if it struck hard at a direct angle. Getting off or out was of course another matter, but that was no part of the plan as he had revised it. He came about under heavy fire from the enemy ship and shore and picked up speed for the attempt. The launch struck and mounted and slithered across the encircling pen of logs, and Cushing found himself looking into the muzzle of one of the big rifles on the Albemarle, which he later described as looming before him like a dark mountain of iron. Then came the hardest part. To control and produce the explosion, he had 3 lines tied to his wrists. One to raise or lower the long spar goosenecked to the bow of the launch, another to arm the torpedo by dropping it into a vertical position, and a third to activate the firing mechanism. All 3 required the coolness and precision of a surgeon performing a delicate operation, since too sudden a pull on any one of the lines would result in a malfunction. In this case, moreover, the surgeon was grievously distracted, having lost the tail of his coat to a blast of buckshot and the sole of one shoe to a bullet. Working as calmly under fire as he had done while rehearsing the performance in the quiet of his quarters, Cushing maneuvered the spar and swung the torpedo under the overhang of the ram's iron deck to probe for a vital spot before he released the firing pin. As he did so, the big rifle boomed 10 feet ahead and hurled its charge of grape across the bow and into the stern of the stranded launch, which then was swamped by the descent of a mass of water raised by the explosion, nearly strangling all aboard. "Abandon ship," the lieutenant cried, removing his shoes and shucking off his coat to go over the side. The river was cold, its surface lashed by fire from the shore and the now rapidly sinking ram, whose captain would later testify that the hole blown in her hull was big enough to drive a wagon through. Cushing struck out for the opposite bank, intent on escape, and as he did, heard one of his crew close behind him give a great gurgling yell as he went down. Ceasing fire, the Confederates came out in boats to look for survivors. Cushing heard them call his name but continued to go with the current, paddling hard to keep afloat until he made it to shallow water 1/2 mile below. Exhausted, he lay in the mud till daylight, then crept ashore to take cover in the swamp. Later, he found an unguarded bateau and at nightfall began a stealthy trip downstream. "Ship ahoy! Send a boat!" The crew of a Union patrol ship heard someone call from the darkness of the mouth of the river before dawn. An armed detail sent to investigate presently returned with Cushing and the news that he had sunk the Albemarle. Cheers went up, as did rockets, fired to inform the other ships of the triumph scored 2 nights ago. And before long, the weary lieutenant, who had been reported lost with all his crew, was sipping brandy in the captain's cabin. A few days later, he was with Porter at Hampton Roads. "I have the honor to report, sir, that the rebel ironclad is at the bottom of the Roanoke River." By then, Plymouth, untenable without the protection of the ram, was back in Federal hands, having been evacuated after its works were taken under bombardment by the fleet on October 31st. Upriver, the 2 unfinished ironclads were burned in their stocks when the whole region passed from rebel occupation. Cushing was promptly rewarded with a promotion to lieutenant commander, along with the thanks of Congress, upon Lincoln's recommendation, for having displayed what Porter called heroic enterprise, seldom equaled and never excelled. Much was expected of him in his future career, and he gave every sign of fulfilling those expectations. Before he was 30, 6 years after the conflict ended, he would become the youngest full commander in the U.S. Navy. But that was as far as he went. He died at the age of 32 in a government asylum for the insane, thereby provoking much discussion as to whether heroism and madness, like genius and tuberculosis, were related. And if so, had insanity been at the root of his exploits? Or had the strain of performing them, or even having performed them, been more than a sane man could bear? In any case, Farragut himself, in a subsequent conversation with Wells, stated flatly that young Cushing was the hero of the war. Westward to the Mississippi and north to the Ohio, Confederates did what they could to offset the loss of Atlanta by harassing the supply lines that sustained its federal occupation. John Morgan was not one of these for two sufficient reasons. One was that his command had by no means recovered from its unauthorized early summer excursion into Kentucky, which had cost him half of his terrible men, along with at least as great a portion of what remained of a reputation already diminished by the collapse of his Ohio raid the year before. The other was that he was dead, shot down in a less than minor skirmish on September 4th, 2 days after Atlanta fell and 9 months short of his 40th birthday. Informed that a blue column had set out from Knoxville for a strike at Saltville and the Southwest Virginia lead mines, he left Abingdon on September 1st and 2 days later reached Greenville, Tennessee, where he prepared to confront the raiders when they emerged from Bull's Gap tomorrow or the next day. Down to about 2,000 men, he deployed them fanwise to the west, covering 3 of the 4 roads in that direction, and retired for the night in the finest house in town, which as usual meant that its owner had Confederate sympathies. Greenville, like many such places in East Tennessee, was a town with divided loyalties. Longstreet had wintered here, awaiting orders to rejoin Lee, and Andrew Johnston had been its mayor in the course of his rise from Taylor to Lincoln's running mate in the campaign now in progress. Around sunup, after a rainy night, Morgan was wakened this Sunday morning by rifle fire spattering in the streets below his bedroom window, and by a staff captain who brought word that the Union advance guard had arrived by the untended road. He pulled on his trousers and boots and went out by a rear door in an attempt to reach the stable and his horse, but was cut off and had to turn back, taking shelter in a scuppernong arbor that screened the walkway from the house. "That's him. That's Morgan over there among the grapevines," a woman called from across the street to the soldiers pressing their search for the raider. "Don't shoot, I surrender," Morgan cried. "Surrender and be goddamned, I know you," a blue trooper replied as he raised and fired his carbine at a range of 20 feet. "Oh, God," Morgan groaned, shot through the breast, and collapsed among the rain-wet vines, too soon dead to hear what followed. "I've killed the damned horse thief," the trooper shouted, and he and his friends tore down an intervening fence in their haste to get at Morgan's body, which they threw across a horse for a jubilant parade around the town, before they flung it, stripped to a pair of drawers, into a muddy roadside ditch. 2 captured members of the general's staff were allowed to wash and dress the corpse in the house where he had slept the night before, and others, returning after the enemy withdrew, reclaimed the body and sent it back to Abingdon, where his widow, the former Mattie Reedy, pregnant with the daughter he would never see, had it removed to a vault in Richmond to await the time when it could be returned in peace to the bluegrass region he had loved and raided. That was the end of John Hunt Morgan. It was otherwise with Forrest. Not only was he still very much alive, he now also had a department commander who would use him for something more than repelling Memphis-based raids into North Mississippi. Would use him, indeed, on raids of his own against Sherman's lifeline up in Middle Tennessee. One of Richard Taylor's first acts on assuming command at Meridian in early September was to notify his presidential brother-in-law of this intention while summoning the cavalrymen to headquarters for instructions. Davis approved, and Forrest arrived by rail on September 5th, a tall, stalwart man with grayish hair, mild countenance, and slow and homely of speech. Taylor saw him thus for the first time, 2 weeks after his Memphis strike, 3 days after Atlanta fell, and the day after Morgan died, though he knew him, of course, by reputation, nothing in which had prepared him for the wizard's initial reaction to the news that he was to be sent at last to worry Sherman's communications north of the Tennessee River. Forrest responded more with caution than with elation, inquiring about the route prescribed, the problem of subsistence, his possible lines of retreat in case of a check, and much else of that nature. "I began to think he had no stomach for the work," Taylor later wrote. But this was in fact his introduction to the Forrest method, for presently, he noted, having isolated the chances of success from causes of failure with the care of a chemist experimenting in his laboratory, the Tennessean rose and brought the conference to an end with an abrupt transformation of manner. In a dozen sharp sentences, he told his wants, said he would leave a staff officer to bring up his supplies, asked for an engine to take him back north to meet his troops, informed me he would march with the dawn, and hoped to give an account of himself in Tennessee. That was how Taylor would recall the parting, but here again he misconstrued the method. Far from marching with the dawn, Forrest took 10 days to get ready before he set out from below Tupelo with everything in order, plans all laid, and instructions clearly understood by subordinates charged with carrying them out. Chief among these was Abraham Buford, in command of his own 2 brigades and one from Chalmers, who would remain behind to patrol the region around Memphis. 8 guns rolled with the column, which left on September 16th with just over 3,500 effectives, anticipating a meeting near the Tennessee River with nearly 1,000 Alabama troopers under William Johnston, who had shown his mettle at Bryce's Crossroads back in June. At Tuscumbia on the 20th, Forrest also met someone he had not expected, Joe Wheeler. The diminutive Georgian was recrossing the river to wind up his long raid through East and Middle Tennessee, begun on August 10th. Although the destruction he had wrought was about as extensive as he claimed to Hood, he neglected to add that Sherman's road gangs had repaired the damage about as fast as it was inflicted, often appearing on the scene before the twisted rails were cool. Moreover, there was something else the young West Pointer did not include in his report, and this was the condition of his command. Grievously diminished, for he tallied only his combat losses, which were barely a 20th of the total suffered in the course of his 6-week ride from Atlanta up to Strawberry Plains near Knoxville, then back into North Alabama. The survivors were scarecrow examples of what could happen to troopers off on their own behind enemy lines. Originally 4,500 strong, the number Forrest would have when Johnston joined tomorrow, they now counted fewer than 2,000. A good many of the missing were stragglers whose mounts had broken down, and Forrest wrote Taylor that night amid preparations for crossing the river next day, "I hope to be instrumental in gathering them up." Fording his horsemen and floating his guns and wagons across on flatboats, he camped the following night on the north bank of the river, 5 miles west of Florence, which he passed through next morning, September 22nd, on the way to his main objective, the Tennessee and Alabama Railroad, just over 40 miles to the east. One of Sherman's 2 main supply lines, running from Nashville through Columbia and Pulaski to Decatur, where it joined the Memphis and Charleston to connect with Chattanooga and Atlanta. Its nearest point was Athens, and that was where Forrest was headed. He got there after sunset on the 23rd to begin his investment of the town and its adjoining fort, a ditched and palisaded work a quarter-mile in circumference, occupied by a force of 600 infantry and considered impregnable to assault. As indeed perhaps it was, although no one would ever know. Soon after daybreak, John Morton opened fire with his 8 guns, casting almost every shell inside the works, according to the garrison commander. Before long, Forrest halted fire to send in a white flag note demanding immediate and unconditional surrender. The Federal declined, but then unwisely consented to a parley, in the course of which Forrest pulled his customary trick of exposing troops and guns in triplicate, thereby convincing his adversary that he was besieged by a host of 15,000 of all arms, with no less than 24 cannon. Capitulation came in time for the Graybacks to give their full attention to a relief column that arrived from Decatur to take part in a brief skirmish before joining the surrender. Reduction of 2 nearby railway blockhouses raised the day's bag to 1,300 prisoners, 2 pieces of artillery, 300 horses, and a mountain of supplies and equipment, including 2 locomotives captured with their cars in Athens. Forrest put the torch to the stores and installations, issued the horses to those of his men who needed them, smashed the rolling stock, and sent the prisoners back through Florence for removal south. Then he took up the march northward along the railroad, wrecking as he went. Halfway to the Tennessee line next morning, September 25th, he came upon the Sulphur Branch Railway trestle, 72 feet high and 300 long, guarded by a double casemated blockhouse at each end and a large fortress stockade with a garrison of about 1,000 men. Surrender declined, Morton opened fire and kept it up for 2 cruel hours, slamming in 800 rounds that left the fort's interior perforated with shell and the dead lying thick along the works. So Forrest would report, adding that a repeated demand for surrender was promptly accepted. This time the yield was 973 bluecoats, 2 more guns, another 300 horses, and a quantity of stores. Again, he sent his prisoners rearward together with the captured guns and 4 of his own, so greatly had the bombardment reduced his supply of artillery ammunition. And after setting fire to the 2 blockhouses, the buildings in the fort and the long trestle they had been designed to shield, rode on north to the Elk River, which he reached next day, about midway between Athens and Pulaski. Here, too, there was a blockhouse at each end of a bridge even longer than the trestle at Sulphur Branch. But they were unmanned, abandoned by a commander who had heard from below how little protection they afforded, either to the installations they overlooked or to the garrisons they contained. Forrest burned them along with the Elk River span and pushed on to Richland Creek, 7 miles beyond the Tennessee line and the same distance from Pulaski. Here there was a 200-foot-long truss bridge, stoutly built to take the weight of heavy-laden supply trains. The raiders crossed and sent it up in flames. Now the character of the expedition changed. "Enemy concentrating heavily against me," Forrest notified Taylor the following night, September 27th, from the vicinity of Pulaski. Touched where he was tender, Sherman had reacted hard and fast, sending George Thomas himself from Atlanta with 2 divisions to take charge in Middle Tennessee, with instructions for the whole resources of the region, including Kentucky and North Alabama, to be turned against Forrest until he is disposed of. Other divisions were on the way by rail and river from Memphis and Chattanooga, and Rosecrans had been urged to return A.J. Smith's guerrillas from Missouri. As a result, fully 30,000 reinforcements were converging by now from all directions upon Pulaski, where Lovell Rousseau, arriving from Nashville to meet the threat, already had more men in its fortifications than were in the gray column on its outskirts. "Press Forrest to the death," Thomas wired ahead, "keeping your troops well in hand and holding them to the work. I do not think that we shall ever have a better chance than this." The chance was not as good as the blue Virginian thought, not yet at any rate. Though he kept his Pulaski defenders well in hand, Rousseau found the raiders gone from his front next morning. Forrest had built up his campfires the night before, and leaving them burning had pulled out. Having done what he could, at least for the present, to cripple the Tennessee and Alabama, he now was moving toward that other more vital supply line, the Nashville and Chattanooga, 50 miles to the east. He was obliged, however, to do it no more than superficial damage, learning from scouts when he got beyond Fayetteville on the 29th that the Chattanooga road was heavily protected by reinforcements hurried up it from Georgia and down it from Kentucky. He contented himself with detaching a 50-man detail to tear up wires and track around Tullahoma, then confused the regathering Federals still more by splitting his force in two. Buford turned south with his division and Morton's 4 remaining guns, under orders to return to the Tennessee River by way of Huntsville, which he was to capture if possible, and tear up track on the Memphis and Charleston between there and Decatur before recrossing. Forrest himself, with the other 2 brigades, turned northwest through Lewisburg, then north across Duck River, passing near his Chapel Hill birthplace on the last day of September, to descend once more at high noon of the following day on the already hard-hit Tennessee and Alabama near Spring Hill, 10 miles north of Columbia and about 4 times that distance above Pulaski, which he had left 4 days ago. He turned south, ripping up track, capturing 3 more blockhouses, mainly by bluff since Buford had the guns, firing bridges and smashing culverts all the way to Columbia, which he bypassed on October 2nd to avoid the delay of a gunless fight with the Bluecoats in its works. The time had come to get out, and Forrest, as one of his troopers said, was pretty good on a git. Taking off southwest away from what remained of the Tennessee and Alabama, he moved by country roads through Lawrenceburg, where he camped on the night of the 3rd, and crossed the Alabama line the next day to return to Florence on October 5th, 1 day less than 2 weeks after he left it. Buford was there ahead of him, having found Huntsville too stoutly garrisoned to be taken, and though the Tennessee was swollen past fording, he had managed to get his men and guns across in relays on 3 rickety ferries, swimming the horses alongside. Now it was Forrest's turn. A slow and risky business, with the enemy reported close astern, the piecemeal crossing took 2 full days, and was only accomplished, a veteran would recall, with considerable disregard of the 3rd commandment. Fretted and tired, the general was in the last boat to leave. While helping to pole against the swift-running current, he noticed a lieutenant standing in the bow and taking no part in the work. "Why don't you take hold of an oar or pole and help get this boat across?" The lieutenant replied that as an officer he did not feel called on to do that kind of work, while private soldiers were available to perform it. Astounded by this implied reproach, for he himself was as hard at work as anyone aboard, Forrest slapped the young man sprawling into the river, then held out the long pole and hauled him back over the gunwale, saying, "Now, damn you, get hold of the oars and go to work. If I knock you out of the boat again, I'll let you drown." Another passenger observed that the douched lieutenant made an excellent hand for the balance of the trip. In the 2 weeks spent south of Nashville, within the Great Bend of the Tennessee, Forrest had captured 2,360 of the enemy and killed or wounded an estimated 1,000 more, at a cost to himself of 340 casualties, only 47 of whom were killed. He had destroyed 11 blockhouses, together with the extensive trestles and bridges they were meant to guard, and had taken 7 U.S. guns, 800 horses, and more than 2,000 rifles, all of which he brought out with him, in addition to 50 captured wagons loaded with spoils too valuable for burning. Best of all, he had wrecked the Tennessee and Alabama so thoroughly that even the skilled blue work crews would need 6 full weeks to put it back in operation. Indeed, Taylor was so encouraged by this Middle Tennessee expedition that he promptly authorized another, to be aimed this time at Johnsonville, terminus of the newly extended Nashville and Northwestern Railroad, by which supplies unloaded from steamboats and barges on the Tennessee were sent to Sherman by way of Nashville, 75 miles due east. A blow at this riverport depot, whose yards and warehouses were crowded with stores awaiting transfer, would go far toward increasing the Union supply problem down in Georgia, and Forrest spent only a week resting and refitting his weary troopers, summoning Chalmers to join him en route, and adding a pair of long-range Parrots to Morton's 2 batteries before he took off again for Johnsonville, 100 miles north of Corinth, to which he had returned on October 9th. Much was expected of this follow-up strike, even though the first, successful as it had been within its geographic limitations, had failed to achieve its major purpose, which was to make Sherman turn loose of Atlanta for lack of subsistence for his army of occupation. Not only did the red-haired Ohioan by then have ample stockpiles of supplies, he also had the scarcely interrupted use of the Nashville and Chattanooga line, having repaired within 12 hours the limited damage inflicted near Tullahoma by the 50-man detail Forrest had detached when he turned north beyond Fayetteville. If the raid had been made a month or 6 weeks earlier while the Federals were fighting outside Atlanta, opposed by an aggressive foe and with both overworked railroads barely able to meet their daily subsistence needs, the result might have been different. Even so, Forrest, with only 4,500 troopers, had managed to disrupt Sherman's supply arrangements as well as the troop dispositions in his rear, and had brought him to the exasperated conclusion, expressed to Grant on October 9th, that it would be a physical impossibility to protect the roads now that Hood, Forrest, Wheeler, and the whole batch of devils are turned loose without home or habitation. 5. First, there had been the fret of verbal contention. Drawing back from Jonesboro, as he said, to enjoy a short period of rest and to think well over the next step required in the progress of events, Sherman announced on September 8th that the city of Atlanta, being exclusively required for warlike purposes, will at once be evacuated by all except the armies of the United States. He foresaw charges of inhumanity, perhaps from friends as well as foes, but he was determined neither to feed the citizens nor to see them starve under our eyes. If the people raise a howl against my barbarity or cruelty, he told Halleck, I will answer that war is war and not popularity-seeking. Sure enough, when Mayor Calhoun protested that the suffering of the sick and aged, turned out homeless with winter coming on, would be appalling and heart-rending, Sherman replied that while he gave full credit to your statement of the distress that will be occasioned, he would not revoke his orders for immediate resettlement. They were not designed to meet the humanities of the case, but to prepare for the future struggle. You cannot qualify war in harsher terms than I will. War is cruelty, and you cannot refine it. You might as well appeal against the thunderstorm as against these terrible hardships of war. Now you must go, he said in closing, and take with you your old and feeble, feed and nurse them and build for them in more quiet places proper habitations to shield them against the weather, until the mad passions of men cool down and allow the Union and peace once more to settle over your old homes at Atlanta. Yours in haste. Hood attacked as usual, head down and full tilt, in response to a suggestion for a truce to permit the removal southward through the lines of the unhappy remnant of the city's population. He had, he said, no choice except to accede, but he added, Permit me to say that the unprecedented measure you propose transcends in studied and ingenious cruelty all acts ever brought to my attention in the dark history of war. In the name of God and humanity, I protest. In the name of common sense, Sherman fired back, I ask you not to appeal to a just God in such a sacrilegious manner. You who, in the midst of peace and prosperity, have plunged a nation into war, dark and cruel war, who dared and badgered us to battle, insulted our flag, seized our arsenals and forts. There followed an arm-long list of Confederate outrages, ending, "Talk thus to the Marines, but not to me, who have seen these things. If we must be enemies, let us be men and fight it out as we propose to do, and not deal in such hypocritical appeals to God and humanity. God will judge us in due time, and he will pronounce whether it be more humane to fight with a town full of women and the families of a brave people at our backs, or to remove them to places of safety among their own friends." For 2 more days, though both agreed that this discussion by 2 soldiers is out of place and profitless, the exchange continued, breathy but bloodless, before a 10-day truce was agreed on and the exodus began. Union troops escorted the refugees with such clothes and bedding as they could carry as far as Rough and Ready, where Hood's men took them in charge and saw them south across the 15-mile railroad gap to Lovejoy Station within the rebel lines. Sherman was glad to see them go, and truth to tell had rather enjoyed the preceding altercation, which he saw as a sort of literary exercise beneficial to his spleen, and in which he was convinced he had once more gotten the best of his opponent. But in other respects, having little or nothing to do with verbal fencing, he was far less satisfied and a good deal more perturbed. On September 8th, the day he ordered Calhoun and his people to depart, he also issued a congratulatory order proclaiming to his soldiers that their capture of Atlanta completed the grand task which has been assigned us by our government. This was untrue. Welcome as the fall of the city was at this critical time, he was convinced, for one thing, that it assured Lincoln's re-election, and for another he could present it quite literally to his troops as a crowning reward for 4 solid months of combat. His real objective, agreed on beforehand and identified by Grant in specific instructions, was the Army of Tennessee. He had been told to break it up, and Atlanta had been intended merely to serve as the anvil upon which the rebel force was to be fixed and pounded till it shattered. That had been and was his true grand task. Not only was Hood's army still in existence, it was relatively intact, containing close to 35,000 effectives, even with Wheeler gone for the past month, whereas Sherman's own, though twice as strong as Hood's at the time of occupation, started dwindling from the wholesale loss of veterans whose 3-year enlistments ran out about the time the truce began. Subtractions from the top were even heavier in proportion. Schofield had to return for a time to Knoxville to attend to neglected administrative matters in his department, and Dodge, wounded soon after he received a promotion to Major General, took off on sick leave, never to return. His corps was broken up to help fill the gaps in Howard's other 2, whose commanders, Logan and Blair, political soldiers, Sherman scornfully styled them, had been given leaves of absence to stump for Lincoln in their critical home states. Presently, even George Thomas was gone, along with 2 of his 9 infantry divisions, sent back to Tennessee when the news came down that Forrest was on the rampage there, scooping up rearguard detachments and providing the rail repair gangs with more work than they could handle in a hurry. Various possibilities obtained, even so, including a march on Macon, Selma, or Mobile. But what the Army needed most just now was rest and refitment, a brief period in which to digest its gains and shake its diminished self together, while its leader pondered in tranquility his next move. Fortified Atlanta seemed an excellent place for this, although the situation afforded little room for error. "I've got my wedge pretty deep," Sherman remarked in this connection, "and must look out I don't get my fingers pinched." One drawback was that the interlude surrendered the initiative to Hood, who had shown in the past that he would be quick to grasp it, however stunned his troops might be as a result of their recent failures, including the loss of the city in their charge. Wheeler's damage to the supply line running back to Chattanooga had long since been repaired, but it seemed likely that his chief would strike there again, this time in heavier force, perhaps indeed with all he had. This was in fact what Hood intended, if only because he felt he had no other choice. Determined to do something, yet lacking the strength to mount a siege or risk another large-scale confrontation on the outskirts of Atlanta, he had begun to prepare for a rearward strike while exchanging verbal shafts with his opponent inside the city. First, he asked Richmond for reinforcements and was told, "Every effort has been made to bring forward reserves, militia, and detailed men for the purpose. No other resource remains." This denial had been expected, but it was promptly followed by another that had not. By gubernatorial proclamation on September 10th, 1 week after Atlanta's fall, Joe Brown withdrew the Georgia militia beyond Confederate reach, granting blanket furloughs for his pets, as they were called, to return to their homes and look for a time after other important interests, by which he meant the tending of their farms. Discouraged but not dissuaded by this lengthening of the numerical odds, Hood held to his plan for a move northward, requesting of the government that the 30,000 Andersonville inmates, 90 miles in his rear, be transferred beyond reach of the Federals in his front, and thus permit him to shift his base from Lovejoy Station on the Macon and Western to Palmetto on the Atlanta and West Point. That is, from south of the city to southwest. This, he explained in outlining his proposed campaign, would open the way for him to recross the Chattahoochee west of Marietta for a descent on the Blue Supply Line north of the river. Sherman most likely would follow to protect his communications, leaving a strong garrison to hold Atlanta, in which event Hood would be able to fight him with a far better chance of winning than if he tried to engage him hereabouts, with the odds at 2-1. If, on the other hand, Sherman responded to the shift by moving against Augusta, Mobile, or some other point to the east or south, Hood would return and attack his rear. In any case, whatever risk was involved in his proposal, he was convinced that this was the time to act, since Sherman is weaker now than he will be in the future, and I as strong as I can expect to be. Richmond, approving this conditional raid in force, ordered the transfer of all able-bodied prisoners from Andersonville, near Americus, to stockades down in Florida. This began on September 21st, by which time Hood had completed his 20-mile shift due west to Palmetto, about the same distance southwest of Atlanta, and had his subordinates hard at work on preparations for the march north around Sherman's flank. They were still at it 4 days later, September 25th, a rainy Sunday that turned the red dust of their camps to mire, when Jefferson Davis arrived for a council of war. He came for other purposes as well, including the need, even direr now than at the time of his other Western trips, in early winter and late fall of the past 2 years, when Bragg had been the general in trouble, to arouse all classes to united and desperate resistance. Outwardly, at least, Davis himself never quailed or wavered under adversity. Stephen Mallory would testify after working close to him throughout the war. He could listen to the announcement of defeat while expecting victory, or to a foreign dispatch destructive to hopes widely cherished, or to whispers that old friends were becoming cold or hostile, without exhibiting the slightest evidence of feeling beyond a change of color. Under such circumstances, his language temperate and bland, his voice calm and gentle, and his whole person at rest, he presented rather the appearance of a man wearied and worn by care and labor, listening to something he knew all about, than of one receiving ruinous disclosures. But this reaction was by no means characteristic of the high-strung people in or out of uniform to and for whom he was responsible as Commander-in-Chief and Chief Executive. And it was especially uncharacteristic now that the federal penetration of the heartland had regional leaders of the caliber of Brown and Alex Stevens crying havoc and talking of calling the dogs of war to kennel. Leaving Richmond 5 days ago, the day after Early's defeat at Winchester provided a companion setback in the Eastern Theater, Davis remarked to a friend, "The first effect of disaster is always to spread a deeper gloom than is due to the occasion." Then he set out for Georgia, as he had done twice before, in an attempt to dispel or at any rate lighten the gloom that had gathered and deepened there since the fall of Atlanta 3 weeks back. Army morale was a linked concern. Addressing himself to this on the day of his arrival at Palmetto, he attempted to lift the spirits of the troops with a speech delivered extemporaneously to Cheatham's Tennesseans, who flocked to meet him at the station. "Be of good cheer," he told them, "for within a short while your faces will be turned homeward, and your feet pressing the soil of Tennessee." Shouts of approval greeted this extension of the plan Hood had proposed, but other responses had a different tone. "Johnston! Give us Johnston!" Davis heard men cry or mutter from the ranks, and though he made no reply to this, it pointed up another problem he had come west to examine at first hand: the question of possible changes in the structure of command. Hardee, for example, had recently repeated his request for a transfer that would free him from further service under Hood, who blamed him for the collapse of 2 of his 3 Atlanta sorties, as well as for his failure to whip the enemy at Jonesboro, which had brought on the fall of the city. So Hood said, at any rate, wiring Richmond, "It is of the utmost importance that Hardee should be relieved at once. He commands the best troops in this army. I must have another commander." One or the other clearly had to go. Now at Palmetto, in tandem interviews, Davis heard the 2 generals out, recriminations abounding, and arrived at a decision that pleased them both. Hood by replacing Hardee with Cheatham, his senior division commander, and Hardee by ordering him to proceed at once to Charleston, where he would head the Department of South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. That was Beauregard's old bailiwick, and he was there, even now, conducting a rather superfluous inspection of the coastal defenses. But there would be no overlapping of duties when Hardee arrived, since Davis planned for the Creole to be gone by then, summoned west as the solution to another command problem in the Army of Tennessee, this one at the very top. In mid-September, just before he left Richmond, he had received from Samuel French, who led a division in Stuart's corps, a private communication reminiscent of the famous round-robin letter that reached him after Chickamauga. This one was signed only by French, though it was written, he said, at the request of several high-ranking friends, in regard to a feeling of depression more or less apparent in parts of this army. His suggestion, or theirs, for the tone of the letter was strangely indirect, was that the president send 1 or 2 intelligent officers here to visit the different divisions and brigades to ascertain if that spirit of confidence, so necessary for success, has or has not been impaired within the past month or 2. Hood was not mentioned by name or position, as Bragg had been in the earlier document, but he was clearly responsible for conditions in a command which he had assumed within the past month or 2, and from which the letter implied he ought to be removed. This, combined with the public outcry over the loss of Atlanta, was part of what prompted the president's visit, and even before he set out, he had arrived at a tentative solution to the problem by inviting Beauregard to go along. Old Bory was down in Charleston at the time, and Davis could not wait for him. He did, however, ask R.E. Lee to find out whether the Louisianian would be willing to return to duty in the West. Frustrated by subservience to Lee for the 3 months since Petersburg came under formal siege, Beauregard replied that he would obey with alacrity any such order for a transfer, and Davis wired from Palmetto for the Creole to meet him in Augusta on his way back in early October. Beauregard, receiving the summons, assumed that he was about to return as Hood's successor to command of the army that had been taken from him more than 2 years ago, after Shiloh and the evacuation of Corinth. In this he was mistaken, though not entirely. Davis had it in mind to put him in charge not only of Hood's, but also of Taylor's department, the whole to be known as the Military Division of the West, containing all of Alabama and Mississippi, together with major parts of Georgia and Louisiana and most of Tennessee. Assigned primarily in an advisory capacity, he would exercise direct control of troops only when he was actually with them, and only then, in Davis's words, whenever in your judgment the interests of your command render it expedient. This was the position in which Johnston had fretted so fearfully last year. A political device, a later observer was to term its creation, designed to silence the critics of Hood, satisfy the friends of Beauregard, and save face for the administration. That was accurate enough as far as it went, but for Davis the arrangement had two other pragmatic virtues. One was that Hood's accustomed rashness might be tempered, if not controlled, by the presence of an experienced superior close at hand, and the other was that there was no room left for Joe Johnston, whose return Davis was convinced would result in a retreat down the length of the Florida peninsula. In any case, Beauregard was highly acceptable to the generals Davis talked with at Palmetto, including Hood, and he was determined to offer him the post when they met in Augusta the following week. Mainly, though, the presidential visit was concerned with the strategy Hood had evolved for drawing the Blue Army north by striking at its supply line beyond the Chattahoochee, where he would take up a strong defensive position, inviting a disadvantageous attack. Now, in discussion, this was expanded and improved. If Sherman appeared too strong even then, or if Hood, as Davis put it, should not find the spirit of his army such as to justify him in offering battle at that point, he was to fall back down the Coosa River and through the mountains to Gadsden, Alabama, where he would establish a new base supplied by the railroad from Selma to Blue Mountain, and there fight a conclusive battle on terrain even more advantageous to the defender. Sherman, drawn far from his own base back in Georgia, might then be annihilated. If, on the other hand, the Ohioan declined battle on those terms and returned to Atlanta, Hood would follow. And when Sherman, his supply line cut, moved from there, Hood would still pursue, either northward across the Tennessee, which would undo the Federal gains of the past 4 months and open the way for a Confederate march on Nashville, or south or east through Selma or Montgomery to the Gulf, or through Macon or Augusta to the Atlantic, in which case the Union rear could be assaulted. That was the expanded plan, designed to cover all contingencies, as Hood and the commander-in-chief developed it over the course of the 3-day visit. Then, on the evening of September 27th, Davis took his leave. In Macon next morning, at a benefit for the impoverished Atlanta refugees, he took up the spirit-lifting task he had begun at Palmetto when he told the Tennessee soldiers their faces would soon turn homeward. "What though misfortune has befallen our arms from Decatur to Jonesboro," he declared, "our cause is not lost. Sherman cannot keep up his long line of communications. Retreat sooner or later he must. And when that day comes, the fate that befell the army of the French Empire in its retreat from Moscow will be reenacted. Our cavalry and our people will harass and destroy his army, as did the Cossacks that of Napoleon. And the Yankee general, like him, will escape with only a bodyguard. Let no one despond," he said in closing, and repeated the words the following day in Montgomery, speaking at the Capitol where he had been inaugurated 43 months ago. "There be some men," he told the Alabamians, in support of his advice against despondence, "who, when they look at the sun, can only see a speck upon it. I am of a more sanguine temperament, perhaps, but I have striven to behold our affairs with a cool and candid temperance of heart, and, applying to them the most rigid test, am more confident the longer I behold the progress of the war. We should marvel and thank God for the great achievements which have crowned our efforts." Closeted that night with Richard Taylor, who had transferred his headquarters from Meridian to Selma, he was glad to learn the particulars of Forrest's current raid into Middle Tennessee, but disappointed to be told that any hopes he retained for securing reinforcements from beyond the Mississippi were quite groundless, not only because the situation there would not permit it, but also because of the gunboats Taylor had had to dodge, even at night in a small boat, when he returned. Davis was able to counter this with news that Hood had begun today a crossing of the Chattahoochee near Campbelltown, 20 miles southwest of Atlanta, for his strike at the Federal lifeline. Taylor was pleased to hear it, remarking that the maneuver would no doubt cripple Sherman for a time and delay his projected movements. Whatever enthusiasm surged up in him on hearing of this new offensive was certainly well contained. Moreover, at the same time, he later wrote of the exchange, I did not disguise my conviction that the best we could hope for was to protract the struggle until spring. It was for statesmen, not soldiers, to deal with the future. This was chilling in its implications, coming as it did from a friend and kinsman whose opinion he respected and whose experience covered all three major theaters of the war. But Davis refused to be daunted. Like Nelson off Copenhagen, putting the telescope to his blind eye, he declined to see these specks upon the Confederate sun. The two men parted to meet no more in the course of a conflict Taylor believed was drawing to a close, and Davis resumed his journey eastward from Montgomery next day, joined en route by Hardee for the scheduled meeting with Beauregard in Augusta on October 2nd, the President's second Sunday away from Richmond. Old Borey's spirits took a drop when he learned that he was to occupy an advisory rather than a fighting post, but they soon revived at the prospect of conferring with Hood on plans for reversing the western tide of battle. In the end, he was as pleased as Hardee was with his new assignment, and both generals sat on the rostrum with their chief the following day at a patriotic rally. We must beat Sherman. We must march into Tennessee, Davis told the Augustans. There we will draw from 20,000 to 30,000 to our standard, and so strengthened, we must push the enemy back to the banks of the Ohio and thus give the peace party of the North an accretion no puny editorial can give. Such was the high point of his last speech in Georgia, and having made it, he presented the two generals to the crowd. Beauregard, who had fired the first gun of the war, was cheered for saying that he hoped to live to fire the last, and Hardee, a native son, drew loud applause when he reported that Hood had recently told him he intended to lay his claws upon the state road in rear of Sherman, and having once fixed them there, it was not his intention to let them loose their hold. Next day, October 4th, by which time the three speakers had reached or were moving toward their separate destinations, Beauregard west, Hardee east, and Davis north to the South Carolina capital, Hood had carried out at least the first part of this program. Completing his crossing of the Chattahoochee before September ended, he struck the Western and Atlantic at Big Shanty and Ackworth, capturing their garrisons, and now was on the march for Allatoona, the principal Union supply base near the Etowah. Best of all, Sherman had taken the bait and was hurrying northward from Atlanta with most of his army, apparently eager for the showdown battle this gray maneuver had been fashioned to provoke. While the opening stage of the raid was in progress, and even as Hood's troops were tearing up some 9 miles of track around Big Shanty, Davis delivered in Columbia the last in his current series of addresses designed to lift the spirits of a citizenry depressed by the events of the past 2 months. South Carolina has struggled nobly in the war and suffered many sacrifices, he declared, beginning as usual with praise for the people of the state in which he spoke. But if there be any who feel that our cause is in danger, that final success may not crown our efforts, that we are not stronger today than when we began this struggle, that we are not able to continue the supplies to our armies and our people, let all such read a contradiction in the smiling face of our land and in the teeming evidences of plenty which everywhere greet the eye. Let them go to those places where brave men are standing in front of the foe, and there receive the assurance that we shall have final success, and that every man who does not live to see his country free will see a freeman's grave." He himself was on his way back from such a visit, and he had been reassured by what he saw. "I have just returned from that army from which we have had the saddest accounts, the Army of Tennessee, and I am able to bear you words of good cheer. That army has increased in strength since the fall of Atlanta. It has risen in tone, its march is onward, its face looking to the front. So far as I am able to judge, General Hood's strategy has been good and his conduct has been gallant. His eye is now fixed upon a point far beyond that where he was assailed by the enemy. He hopes soon to have his hand upon Sherman's line of communications, and to fix it where he can hold it. And if but a half, nay 1/4 of the men to whom the service has a right will give him their strength, I see no chance for Sherman to escape from a defeat or a disgraceful retreat. I therefore hope, in view of all the contingencies of the war, that within 30 days that army which has so boastfully taken up its winter quarters in the heart of the Confederacy will be in search of a crossing of the Tennessee River." Having claimed as much, he pressed on and claimed more. "I believe it is in the power of the men of the Confederacy to plant our banners on the banks of the Ohio, where we shall say to the Yankee, 'Be quiet, or we shall teach you another lesson.'" So he said, bowing low to the applause that followed, and after a day's rest, badly needed since 2 weeks of travel on the buckled strap iron of a variety of railroads amounted to a form of torture rivaling the rack, ended his 15-day absence from Richmond on the morning of October 6th. The warm, bright, pleasant weather of Virginia's early fall belied the strain its capital was under. Fort Harrison had toppled just 1 week ago, creating a dent in the city's defenses north of the James, and the fight next day at Peebles Farm, though tactically a victory, had obliged Lee to extend his already thin-stretched Petersburg lines another 2 miles west. For Davis, however, any day that brought him back to his family was an occasion for rejoicing, and rejoice he did, especially over its newest member, 3-month-old Verena Ann. Born in late June while the guns were roaring on Kennesaw and Jubal Early was heading north from Lynchburg, she would in time be referred to as the daughter of the Confederacy, but to her father she was Winnie, already his pet name for her mother, or Pie Cake, which her sister and brothers presently shortened to Pie. He was glad to be back with her and the others, Maggie, little Jeff, Billy, and his wife, who was pleased, despite her distress at the wear he showed, to hear how well the trip had gone in regard to his efforts to lift the flagging morale of the people with predictions of great success for Hood, whose troops were moving northward even now, and defeat or a disgraceful retreat for Sherman. Grant, for one, disagreed with this assessment of the situation in North Georgia. Informed of Davis's late September prediction that the fate that crumpled Napoleon in Russia now awaited Sherman outside Atlanta, he thought it over briefly, then inquired, "Who is to furnish the snow for this Moscow retreat?" Afterwards, Sherman took this one step further, professing to have been delighted that the rebel leaders' vainglorious boasts had in effect presented the full key to his future designs to those whom they were intended to undo. To be forewarned was to be forearmed, he explained, but that was written later when he seemed to have taken what he called full advantage of the occasion. Davis, in fact, had said very little more in his recent impromptu speeches, including his proposal to plant our banners on the banks of the Ohio, than he, and indeed many other Confederate spokesmen, had expressed on previous tours undertaken to lift spirits that had sagged under the burden of defeat. As for Hood's reported promise to lay his claws on the railroad north of Atlanta, They were already fixed there by the time Sherman heard from his spies or read in the papers of what Davis or Hardee was supposed to have said, days after Hood's whole army was across the Chattahoochee in his rear. Besides, the red-haired Ohioan was far too busy by then, attempting to deal with this newly developed threat to his lifeline, to conjecture much about what Hood might or might not have in mind as a next step. Leaving Slocum's corps to hold Atlanta, he began recrossing the Chattahoochee with the other 5, some 65,000 of all arms, exclusive of the 2 divisions sent back to Tennessee with Thomas the week before, when he discovered on October 3rd that Hood, after crossing in force near Campbelltown, was moving north through Powder Springs, apparently with the intention of getting astride the Western and Atlantic somewhere around or beyond Marietta. Sherman rushed a division from Howard north by rail under Brigadier General John M. Corse to cover Rome in case the Graybacks veered in that direction, but by the time he got the last of his men over the river next day, he learned that the Rebs had taken Big Shanty and Ackworth, along with their garrisons, and had torn up 9 miles of track on their way to seize his main supply base at Allatoona, which they would reach tomorrow. He got a message through for Corse to shift his troops by rail from Rome to Allatoona, reinforcing its defenders, and to hang on there till the rest of the army joined him. Corse complied, but only by the hardest. When Sherman climbed Kennesaw next morning, October 5th, he could see the Confederate main body encamped to the west around Lost Mountain, his own men at work repairing the railroad past Big Shanty just ahead, and gun smoke lazing up from Allatoona Pass, a dozen airline miles to the north, where Corse was making his fight. Hood had detached Stewart's corps for the Ackworth strike, and Stewart, before heading back to rejoin Hood last night, had in turn detached French's division to extend the destruction to the Etowah. General Sherman says hold fast. We are coming, the Kennesaw signal station wigwagged Allatoona over the heads of the attackers. Corse, a 29-year-old Iowan who had spent 2 years at West Point before returning home to study law and run for public office, only to lose the election and enter the Army, as was said, to relieve the pain of political defeat, had arrived, although with less than half of his division, in time to receive a white flag note in which French allowed him 5 minutes to avoid a needless effusion of blood by surrendering unconditionally. He declined, replying, "We are prepared for the needless effusion of blood whenever it is agreeable to you." The engagement that followed was as savage as might have been expected from this exchange. Corse had just under 2,000 men, French just over 3,000, and their respective losses were 706 and 799 killed, wounded, or captured. After 2 of the 3 redoubts had fallen, Corse withdrew his survivors to the 3rd near the head of the pass and kept up the resistance, despite a painful face wound and the loss of more than a third of his command. By 4 o'clock, having intercepted wigwag messages that help was on the way from the 60,000 Federals in his rear, French decided to pull out before darkness, and Sherman overtook him. Corse was exultant, so much so that when Sherman, still on Kennesaw, inquired by flag as to his condition the following day, he signaled back, "I am short a cheekbone and an ear, but am able to whip all hell yet." Such was the stuff of which legends were made, including this one of the so-called Battle of Allatoona Pass. "Hold the fort, for I am coming," journalists quoted Sherman as having wigwagged from the top of Kennesaw. And that became the title of P.P. Bliss's revival hymn, inspired by the resolute valor Corse and his chief had shown in defending a position of such great natural strength that the latter had chosen not to risk an attack when he found it looming across his southward path in May. French, moreover, got clean away long before any blue relief arrived, and when Sherman encountered the high-strung young Iowa brigadier a few days later, he was surprised to find on his cheek only a small bandage, removal of which revealed no more than a scratch where the bullet had nicked him in passing, and no apparent damage to the ear he had claimed was lost. Sherman laughed. "Course, they came damned near missing you, didn't they?" he said. He laughed, yet the fact was he found small occasion for humor in the present situation. Hood withdrew his reunited army westward beyond Lost Mountain to New Hope Church in Dallas. There he stopped, or anyhow paused. Sherman, however, had no intention of re-entering that tangled wasteland, even though this meant leaving the initiative to an adversary who had just shown that he would use it to full advantage, and now seemed about to do as much again. Sure enough, when the sun came up on October 7th, the graybacks had disappeared. Wiring Slocum that they had gone off south, Sherman warned that they might be doubling back for a surprise attack on Atlanta. And when he discovered later in the day that they were actually headed north, he charged that Hood was an eccentric. "I cannot guess his movements as I could those of Johnston, who was a sensible man and only did sensible things." Delayed by an all-day rain, next day he did not reach Allatoona until October 9th, when he heard from scouts that the Butternut Column was on the march for Rome. But that was not true either, it turned out. Crossing the Coosa River west of Rome, then moving fast up the right bank of the Eustanala, Hood struck Resaca on October 12th and wrecked a dozen miles of railroad between there and Dalton, where he captured the 1,000-man garrison next day and then ripped up another 5 miles of track on his way to Tunnel Hill, where the contest for North Georgia had begun 5 months ago. When Sherman moved against him from Rome and Kingston, he fell back through Snake Creek Gap to a position near Lafayette, some 20 miles south of where Bragg and Rosecrans had clashed about this time last year at Chickamauga, and there took up a defensive stance, both flanks stoutly anchored and a clear field of fire to his front. Sherman came on after him from Resaca, reaching Lafayette on October 17th. By the time he got his troops arrayed for battle, however, Hood was gone again, vanished westward across the Alabama line into even more rugged terrain where Sherman would be obliged to risk defeat a long way from his base. Exasperated, the redhead complained bitterly that everything his adversary had done for the past 3 weeks was inexplicable by any common-sense theory. Recalling Jefferson Davis's boast of Hood's intentions, "Damn him," he said testily of the latter. "If he will go to the Ohio River, I will give him rations. Let him go north. My business is down south." Whether this last was to be the case or not was strictly up to the general-in-chief, and that was the main cause of Sherman's irritability through this difficult and uncertain time, even more than the loss of much of the railroad in his rear. The railroad could be rebuilt, would in fact be back in use within 10 days, but Hood's evident ability to smash it, more or less at will, might have an adverse influence on the decision Grant had been pondering for the past month, ever since Sherman first made it clear what he meant when he said that his business was down south. Back in early May, at the start of his campaign to knock Joseph Johnston, a staffer had asked what he planned to do at its end. "Salt water," he replied, flicking the ash from his cigar. Mobile and the Gulf had been what he meant, but thanks to Farragut there was not much left in that direction worth the march. He now had a different body of water in mind, rimming a different coast. In brief, his proposal, first made on September 20th, while the refugee truce was still in effect below Atlanta, was that the Navy secure and provision a base for him on the Atlantic seaboard, probably Savannah, since that was the closest port, and his army would sweep the whole state of Georgia on its way there. Such a march, he told Grant, would be more than fatal to the possibility of Southern independence. "They may stand the fall of Richmond, but not of all Georgia," he declared, and added a jocular, upbeat flourish to close his plea. If you can whip Lee and I can march to the Atlantic, I think Uncle Abe will give us a 20 days' leave of absence to see the young folks." Grant had doubts. With its attention fixed on Wilmington, the last major port still open to blockade runners, the Navy would not willingly divert its strength to a secondary target more than 200 miles down the coast. Besides which, the mounting of such an effort would take months, and previous attempts against Charleston had shown there was little assurance of success, even if every ironclad in the fleet was employed in the attack. His main objection, however, was the continued existence of Hood's army. Speaking in Georgia, Alabama, and South Carolina, hard on the heels of Sherman's proposal, Jefferson Davis announced plans for a northward campaign that might well succeed if Sherman marched eastward and thus removed from Hood's path the one force that could stop him. Grant said as much, opposing the expedition on both counts, but Sherman replied that he did not really need for the Navy to take Savannah before he got there. All he wanted was for supply ships to be standing by, ready to steam in after he reduced the city from the landward side. As for Hood, Thomas was on the way to Nashville even now with 2 divisions, which he would combine with troops already there and others on the way. Why will it not do to leave Tennessee to the forces which Thomas has and the reserves soon to come to Nashville, and for me to destroy Atlanta and march across Georgia to Savannah or Charleston, breaking roads and doing irreparable damage? We cannot remain on the defensive." That was written October 1st. By the time the message reached City Point, Forrest had rampaged through Middle Tennessee, smashing installations within 30 miles of Nashville, and Hood was across the Chattahoochee, ripping up track on the western and Atlantic 30 miles north of Atlanta. Grant saw these strikes as confirmation of his objection to Sherman's departure, but Sherman took them as proof of his contention that he was wasting time by remaining where he was. That it was, in fact, as he insisted on October 9th, a physical impossibility to protect the roads now that Hood, Forrest, Wheeler, and the whole batch of devils are turned loose. By attempting to hold the roads, we will lose 1,000 men each month and will gain no result. Having said as much, he returned to his plea that he himself be turned loose to make for the coast. This time, noting that he had some 8,000 head of cattle on hand, as well as 3 million rations of bread, and expected to find plenty of forage in the interior of the state, he went into logistical details of the expedition. "I propose that we break up the railroad from Chattanooga forward, and that we strike out with our wagons for Milledgeville, Millen, and Savannah. Until we can repopulate Georgia, it is useless for us to occupy it, but the utter destruction of its roads, houses, and people will cripple their military resources. I can make this march and make Georgia howl." Hood by then had retired westward, but soon he was on the go again, about to throw another punch at the railroad 40 miles farther north. Even before it landed, Sherman predicted that it would be successful and renewed his appeal to be spared the patchwork soldiering that would follow, urging Grant to let him send back all my wounded and unserviceable men and with my effective army move through Georgia, smashing things to the sea. Hood may turn into Tennessee and Kentucky, he admitted, but I believe he will be forced to follow me. In any case, Thomas could handle him, he said, and best of all, instead of being on the defensive, I will be on the offensive. Instead of my guessing at what he means to do, he will have to guess at my plans. The difference in war would be fully 25%. Answer quick, as I know we will not have the telegraph long." Grant's reply next day, October 12th, the day Hood landed astride the railroad at Resaca, was encouraging. "On reflection, I think better of your proposition," he wired back. "It will be much better to go south than to be forced to come north." He suggested that the move be made with every wagon, horse, mule, and hoof of stock, as well as the Negroes, and that plenty of spare weapons be taken along to put them in the hands of Negro men who could serve as otherwise unobtainable reinforcements on the march. All the same, his approval was only tentative, not final, and Sherman continued to fume, irked in front by Hood and from the rear by Grant. The former got away westward again through Snake Creek and Ship's Gaps to a position just below Lafayette, which he abandoned at the approach of the Blue Army, and fell back down the valley of the Chattooga River across the Alabama line. It was clear to me that he had no intention to meet us in open battle, Sherman later wrote, and the lightness and celerity of his army convinced me that I could not possibly catch him on a stern chase. Angry at being drawn in the direction he least wanted to go, and resentful above all at the mounting proof of his error in having turned back to Atlanta when the city fell to Slocum in his rear instead of pressing after Hood to achieve the true purpose of his campaign, the Redhead called a halt at Galesville, 30 miles short of Gadsden, and there continued to fret and fume as October wore away, still with no definite go-ahead from the General-in-Chief. Evidence of his snappishness appeared in a telegram he sent a cavalry brigadier posted at Calhoun on rearguard duty when he heard that a sniper had taken pot shots at cars along the newly repaired Western and Atlantic. "Cannot you send over about Fairmont and Adairsville, burn 10 or 12 houses of known secessionists, kill a few at random, and let them know that it will be repeated every time a train is fired on from Resaca to Kingston?" Across the way at Gadsden, while Sherman thus was breathing fire and threatening random slaughter, Hood's troubles were not so much with his superior, Beauregard, as they were with his subordinates, who he felt had let him down. Drawn up for combat near Lafayette the week before, he had expected that a forward movement of 100 miles would re-inspirit the officers and men to a degree to impart to them confidence, enthusiasm, and hope of victory. But when he took a vote at a council of war, assembled on the eve of what he intended as an all-out effort to whip Sherman, the opinion was unanimous that although the army was much improved in spirit, it was not in a condition to risk battle against the numbers reported. Disappointed, he withdrew down the Chattooga Valley and the Coosa River to Gadsden for a meeting on October 21st with Beauregard, who had formally assumed command of the new military division of the West only 4 days ago. To the Creole's great surprise, Hood presented for his approval a broad-scale plan, conceived en route, for marching into Tennessee with a hope to establish our line eventually in Kentucky. Broad-scale was perhaps not word enough. Spread-eagle was more like it. But knowing as he did that time was on the side of the Union, that delay would enable Thomas to complete his build-up in Tennessee and combine with Sherman to corner and crush the fugitive Gray Army wherever it might turn, Hood was determined to extend and enlarge the flea-bite offensive by which he had managed, ever since he left Palmetto 3 weeks back, to keep his adversaries edgy and off balance. A northward march into or past the mouth of the Federal Lion was admittedly a risky undertaking, but he was of the Lee-Jackson school, whose primary tenet was that the smaller force must take the longest chances, and moreover he had before him the example of Bragg, who by just such a maneuver after the fall of Corinth 2 years ago had reversed the gloomy situation in this same theater by dispersing the superior enemy combinations then being assembled to bring on his destruction. His plan, he said, was to cross the Tennessee River at Guntersville, which would place him within reach of Sherman's single-strand rail supply line in the delicate Stevenson-Bridgeport area, and move promptly on Nashville, smashing Thomas's scattered detachments on the way. Possessed of the Tennessee capital, he would resupply his army from its stores, thicken his ranks with volunteers drawn to his banner, and move on through Kentucky to the Ohio, where he would be in a position to threaten Cincinnati and receive still more recruits from the Bluegrass. If Sherman followed, as expected, Hood would then be strong enough to whip him, after which he would either send reinforcements to beleaguered Richmond or else take his whole command across the Cumberlands to come up in rear of the Blue host outside Petersburg. Or if Sherman did not follow, but instead took off southward for the Gulf or eastward for the Atlantic, Hood explained that he would move by the interior lines for an attack on Grant at least 2 weeks before he, Sherman, could render him assistance. Such a shift, he said, winding up in a blaze of glory, would defeat Grant and allow General Lee in command of our combined armies to march upon Washington or turn upon and annihilate Sherman. Old Borey was amazed, partly by the bold sweep of the plan, which seemed to him as practicable as it was entrancing, and partly by the shock of recognition occasioned by its resemblance to the half-dozen or so which he himself had submitted to friends and superiors over the course of the past 3 years, invariably without their being adopted. One difference was that he had always insisted on heavy reinforcement at the outset, whereas Hood proposed to strike with what he had. If this seemed rash, Beauregard could see that it might well be a virtue in the present crisis, not only because no reinforcements were available, but also because it would save time. And time was of the essence in a situation depending largely on how rapidly the invaders moved, especially against Thomas, who must not be given a chance to pull his scattered forces together for the protection of the capital in his care. In any case, approval was little more than a formality. Hood had informed the government 2 days ago that he intended to cross the Tennessee, and only yesterday had wired ahead to Richard Taylor, whose department he had entered for the crossing. "I will move tomorrow for Guntersville." Beauregard did not withhold his blessing, though after much discussion he insisted that Wheeler's cavalry, which had rejoined the army near Rome 10 days ago, be left behind to operate against Sherman's communications and attack his rear if he set out south or east, through otherwise undefended regions between Atlanta and the Gulf or the Atlantic. Hood readily agreed to this subtraction when the Creole added that Forrest would join him on the march, replacing Wheeler, as soon as he and his troopers returned from their current raid on Johnstonville, which, incidentally, would add to the federal confusion Hood hoped to provoke when he moved on Nashville. Word went out to the camps that the shift northward would begin at daylight, and their commander later recalled that the news was greeted with that genuine Confederate shout so familiar to every Southern soldier. By this he meant the rebel yell, the loudest of which no doubt came from the bivouacs of the Tennesseans. Davis had told them 4 weeks ago that their feet would soon be pressing native soil, and now they whooped with delight at finding the promise about to be kept. It was kept, although by no means as promptly as they and Beauregard expected when they parted at Gadsden next morning. Guntersville, 30-odd miles northwest, turned out to be crowded with bluecoats, and Hood decided to veer west for a crossing at Decatur, just over 40 miles downriver. However, when he drew close to there on October 26th, after 4 days on the march, he found that it, like Guntersville, was too stoutly garrisoned to be stormed without heavier losses than he felt he could afford. So he pressed on for Cortland, 20 miles beyond Decatur, which he bypassed the following day. It was not until then that Beauregard, who had been off making supply arrangements and was miffed at not having been informed of the change in route, caught up with the column some 50 miles west of its original objective. He was aggrieved not only because the detour had ruled out the disruptive strike at Stevenson, now clearly beyond range of the butternut marchers, but also because of the loss of time, which Sherman and Thomas would surely use to their advantage. He had said from the start that celerity was Hood's best hope for success in this long-odds undertaking, yet 5 whole days had already been spent in search of a crossing that still had not been reached. Nor was that the worst of it. Informed by his engineers that they did not have enough pontoons to bridge the rain-swollen Tennessee at Cortland, Hood decided to push on and use the partly demolished railway span at Tuscumbia, another 25 miles downstream and well over 80 from Guntersville, where he had intended to ford the river a week ago. At Tuscumbia, on the last day of October, he further alarmed his superior by announcing that he lacked sufficient provisions for the march that would follow the crossing, as well as shoes for his men and the horses in Jackson's 2 slim brigades, which were all the cavalry he would have until Forrest returned from Johnsonville, more than 100 miles downriver to the north. Taylor had unwelcome news for them in that regard as well. Unmindful of the need for haste, he had waited till Hood drew near Decatur on the 26th to send a courier summoning Forrest, who had left 5 days ago, and even then had told him to complete his mission before heading back. Hood took this then and later as evidence that he had done well to shift his infantry westward in search of a crossing, since this reduced the gap between it and the cavalry he was obliged to wait for anyhow. Moreover, while he marked time at Tuscumbia, doing what he could to repair his supply deficiencies and giving his men some well-earned rest through the first fine days of November, word came back that the delay had perhaps been worth the vexation after all, adding as it did a highly colorful chapter to the legend surrounding the Wizard of the Saddle. After reaching the Tennessee River near the Kentucky line on October 28th, 30 miles north of Johnsonville, Forrest converted a portion of his 3,500 troopers into literal horse marines and put them aboard 2 Union vessels, the gunboat Undine and the transport Venus, which he captured by posting batteries at both ends of a 5-mile stretch of river to prevent their escape when he took them under fire with other guns along the bank. For 3 days, November 1st to 3rd, while this improvised 2-boat navy molested traffic and drew attention northward, he led his horsemen south up the west bank of the swollen Tennessee to carry out the devastation that was the purpose of his raid. Well before midday November 4th, after losing the Venus in an engagement with 2 gunboats and burning the 8-gun Undine to prevent her recapture, the 2 divisions were directly opposite Johnsonville, masked from view by trees and brush. While Morton was sneaking his guns into position under orders to open fire at 2 o'clock, Forrest examined with his binoculars the unsuspecting target on the far side of the half-mile-wide river. 3 gunboats, 11 transports, and 18 barges were moored at the wharves, a swarm with workers unloading stores, and beyond them, spread out around a stockade fortress on high ground, warehouses bulged with supplies, and acres of open storage were piled 10 feet high with goods of every description, covered with tarpaulins to protect them from the weather. 2 freight trains were being made up for the run to Nashville, just under 80 miles away, and neither the soldiers at work nor the officers scattered among them seemed aware that they were in any more danger now than they had been at any time since the base, named for the military governor who was Lincoln's running mate in the election only 4 days off, was put in operation 6 months back. Promptly at 2 o'clock they found out better. Morton having synchronized the watches of his chiefs of section, all 10 pieces went off with an enormous bang that seemed to come from a single heavy cannon. For nearly an hour after this introductory clap of thunder out of a cloudless sky, their fire was concentrated on the gunboats, the most dangerous enemy weapon, and when these were abandoned by their crews, who left them to burn and sink with the transports and barges they had been ordered to protect, the rebel artillerists shifted their attention to the landward installations, including the hilltop fortress, whose unpracticed cannoneers replied wildly, blinded by smoke from riverside sheds and warehouses that had been set afire by sparks from the burning wharves and exploding vessels down below. Soon all those acres of high-piled stores were a mass of flames, and the exultant rebel gunners chose individual targets of opportunity neglected until now. Perhaps the most spectacular of these was a warehouse on high ground which, when struck and set afire, turned out to be stocked with several hundred barrels of whiskey that burst from the heat and sent a crackling blue-flame river of bourbon pouring down the hillside. Tantalized by the combined aroma of burnt liquor, roasting coffee beans, and frizzled bacon, wafted to them through a reek of gun smoke, Morton's hungry veterans howled with delight and regret as they kept heaving shells into the holocaust they had created across the way. Forrest himself took a hand in the fun, directing the fire of one piece. "Elevate the breech of that gun a little lower," he shouted, and the crew had little trouble understanding this unorthodox correction of the range. Within 2 hours, all of Johnsonville was ablaze, resulting in a scene that beggared description, according to one Federal who confined himself to the comment that it was awfully sublime. It was also awfully expensive. The base commander later put his loss at $2,200,000, taking the burned-out steamers and barges into account, but not the 3 sunken gunboats, 4, including the Undine, subtracted during the naval phase of the raid, along with 3 more transports and 3 barges, mounting a total of 32 guns. Forrest's estimate of $6,700,000 included all of these and probably came closer to the truth. His own loss overall was 2 men killed and 9 wounded, plus 2 guns lost when the Venus was recaptured. Retiring southward by the glare of flames still visible when he made camp 6 miles away, he encountered in the course of the next few days a series of couriers from Beauregard, all bearing orders for him to report at once to Hood, who was waiting at Tuscumbia for the outriders he would need on his march north. Forrest did what he could to hurry, but the going was slow through the muddy Tennessee bottoms, especially for the artillery. Even with 16 horses to each piece, spelled by oxen impressed from farms adjoining the worst stretches along the way, he could see that he would need more than a week to reach Hood in northwest Alabama. Beauregard's distress at this development was matched by opposite reactions up the Coosa and beyond the Tennessee. Not only did the delay give Thomas added time to prepare for the blow Hood's drawn-out march had warned him was about to land, it also prompted Sherman to send still more reinforcements to Nashville, even while putting the final touches to his plan for making Georgia howl by slogging roughshod across it to the sea. Grant by now had assented unconditionally to the expedition, though not until he recovered from a last-minute fit of qualms brought on by the news that Hood was headed north. Sherman at Galesville had not known that the Gray Army had left Gadsden 30 miles away until it turned up near Decatur, 90 miles to the west, on October 26th. His reaction, once Hood's departure had ruled out a confrontation near the Alabama-Georgia line, was to send Stanley's corps to strengthen Thomas. And when he learned that Hood was still in motion westward, apparently intending to force a crossing at Tuscumbia, he also detached Schofield's 1 Corps Army of the Ohio and directed that A.J. Smith's divisions return at once from Missouri to join in the defense of Middle Tennessee. Between them, Stanley, Schofield, and Smith had close to 40,000 men, and these, added to those already on hand, including more than half of Sherman's cavalry sent back earlier, sizable garrisons at Murfreesboro, Chattanooga, Athens, and Florence, and recruits coming down from Kentucky and Ohio in response to Forrest's early October penetration of the region below Nashville, would give Thomas about twice as many troops as Hood could bring against him. Surely that was ample, even though most of them were badly scattered, others were green, and some had not arrived. Best of all, however, from Sherman's point of view, this new arrangement provided a massive antidote for dealing with Grant's reawakened fears as to what might happen if Old Pap was left to face the invasion threat alone. Do you not think it advisable, now that Hood has gone so far north, to entirely ruin him before starting on your proposed campaign? Grant inquired on November 1st, and added rather more firmly, "If you see a chance of destroying Hood's army, attend to that first and make your other moves secondary." This, of all things, was the one Sherman wanted least to hear, and in his reply he marshaled his previous arguments in redoubled opposition. "No single army can catch Hood," he declared, "and I'm convinced that the best results will follow from our defeating Jeff Davis's cherished plan of making me leave Georgia by maneuvering." Edgy and apprehensive, fearing a negative reaction, he followed this with a second, more emphatic plea, before there was time for an answer to the first. "If I turn back, the whole effect of my campaign will be lost. By my movements I have thrown Beauregard, Hood, well to the west, and Thomas will have ample time and sufficient troops to hold him. I am clearly of opinion that the best results will follow my contemplated movement through Georgia." To his great relief, Grant wired back on November 2nd that he was finally persuaded that Thomas would be able to take care of Hood and destroy him. Moreover, he added, echoing his lieutenant's words in closing, "I really do not see that you can withdraw from where you are to follow Hood without giving up all we have gained in territory. I say, then, go as you propose." Here at last was the go-ahead Sherman had been seeking all along. And now that he had it, he moved fast, as if in fear that it might be revoked. Trains that had been shuttling between Chattanooga and Atlanta for the past 2 months, heavy laden coming down and empty going back, now made their runs the other way around, returning all but the supplies he would take along in wagons when he set out for the sea with his 4 remaining corps, 2 from what was left of the Army of the Cumberland under Slocum, and 2 from his old Army of the Tennessee under Howard. They numbered better than 60,000 of all arms, including a single division of cavalry under Kilpatrick. He saw this mainly as an infantry operation, much like the one against Meridian last year, and had ordered the rest of his troopers back to Nashville for reorganization under James Wilson, who had recently been promoted to Major General and sent by Grant to see what he could do about the poor showing Western horsemen had been making ever since the start of the campaign. Sherman might have taken him along, a welcome addition on a march into the unknown, except that Thomas would most likely need him worse. "Besides," he said, "I know that Kilpatrick is a hell of a damned fool, but I want just that sort of a man to command my cavalry on this expedition." In high feather, as he nearly always was when he was busy, he reestablished headquarters at Kingston, the main-line railroad junction on the Etowah east of Rome, and there, with trains grinding north and rattling south at all hours of the day and night, supervised the final runs before the Western and Atlantic was closed down and its several depot garrisons withdrawn to become part of Major General J.B. Steedman's command at Chattanooga, on call for service under Thomas against Hood. His own army seemed to Sherman in splendid condition, fattened by veterans returning from 30-day re-enlistment furloughs, yet trimmed for hard use by evacuating all who were judged by surgeons not to be in shape for the 300-mile cross-Georgia march. On Sunday, November 6th, he took time out to compose a farewell letter to Grant, a general statement of his intention, as he put it, to act in such a manner against the material resources of the South as utterly to negative Davis's boasted threat. While he wrote, paymasters were active in all the camps, seeing to it that the soldiers would be in an appreciative frame of mind to support the administration in the election 2 days off. If we can march a well-appointed army right through his territory, it is a demonstration to the world, foreign and domestic, that we have a power which Davis cannot resist. This may not be war, but rather statesmanship. Nevertheless, it is overwhelming to my mind that there are thousands of people abroad and in the South who reason thus. If the North can march an army right through the South, it is proof positive that the North can prevail. He would set out, he told his chief, hard on the heels of Lincoln's re-election, which is assured, and would thereby have the advantage of the confusion, not to say consternation, that event would provoke in the breasts of secessionists whose heartland he would be despoiling. What he would do after he reached Savannah, he would decide when he got there and got back in touch with City Point. Meantime, he said, I will not attempt to send couriers back, but trust to the Richmond papers to keep you well advised. Grant, observing with hard-won equanimity the unusual spectacle of the two main Western armies, blue and gray, already more than 200 miles apart, about to take off in opposite directions, replied next day, Great good luck go with you. I believe you will be eminently successful, and at worst can only make a march less fruitful than is hoped for. In Richmond, that same day, November 7th, election eve beyond the Potomac, Congress was welcomed back into session by a message from the chief executive, who had continued in Virginia the efforts made on his Georgia trip to lift spirits depressed by the outcome of the Hood-Sherman contest for Atlanta. Indeed, Davis went further here today in his denial that the South could be defeated, no matter what calamities attended her resistance to the force that would deny her independence. After speaking of the delusion fondly cherished by the enemy, that the capture of Atlanta and Richmond would, if effected, end the war by the overthrow of our government and the submission of our people, he said flatly, if the campaign against Richmond had resulted in success instead of failure, if the valor of Lee's army under the leadership of its accomplished commander had resisted in vain the overwhelming masses which were, on the contrary, decisively repulsed, if we had been compelled to evacuate Richmond as well as Atlanta, the Confederacy would have remained as erect and defiant as ever. Nothing could have been changed in the purpose of its government, in the indomitable valor of its troops, or in the unquenchable spirit of its people. The baffled and disappointed foe would in vain have scanned the reports of your proceedings at some new legislative seat for any indication that progress had been made in his gigantic task of conquering a free people. And having said as much, he said still more in that regard. There are no vital points on the preservation of which the continued existence of the Confederacy depends. There is no military success of the enemy which can accomplish its destruction. Not the fall of Richmond, nor Wilmington, nor Charleston, nor Savannah, nor Mobile, nor of all combined can save the enemy from the constant and exhaustive drain of blood and treasure which must continue until he shall discover that no peace is attainable unless based on the recognition of our indefeasible rights. He spoke at length of other matters, including foreign relations and finances, neither of them a pleasant subject for any Confederate, and referred near the end to the unlikelihood of being able to treat for peace with enemy leaders until the delusion of their ability to conquer us is dispelled. Only then did he expect to encounter that willingness to negotiate which is now confined to our side. Meantime, he told the assembled representatives, the South's one recourse lay in self-reliance. Let us then resolutely continue to devote our united and unimpaired energies to the defense of our homes, our lives, and our liberties. This is the true path to peace. Let us tread it with confidence in the assured result. Nowhere in the course of the long message did he mention tomorrow's election in the North, although the outcome was no less vital in the South, where still more battles would be fought if the hard-war Union Party won, than it was throughout the region where the ballots would be cast. For one thing, any favorable reference to McClellan by Jefferson Davis would cost the Pennsylvanian votes he could ill afford, now that Atlanta's fall and Fremont's withdrawal had transformed him practically overnight from odds-on favorite to underdog in the presidential race. In point of fact, much of the suspense had gone out of the contest, it being generally conceded by all but the most partisan of Democrats, caught up in the hypnotic fury of the campaign, that Little Mac had only the slimmest of chances. Lincoln himself seemed gravely doubtful the following evening, however, when he crossed the White House grounds, soggy from a day-long wintry rain, to a side door of the War Department, and climbed the stairs to the telegraph office, where returns were beginning to come in from around the country. These showed him leading in Massachusetts and Indiana, as well as in Baltimore and Philadelphia, and the trend continued despite some other dispatches that had McClellan ahead in Delaware and New Jersey. By midnight, though the storm delayed results from distant states, it was fairly clear that the turbulent campaign would end in Lincoln's re-election. Earlier, he had said, "It is strange that I, who am not a vindictive man, should always, except once, have been before the people in canvasses marked by great bitterness. When I came to Congress, it was a quiet time, but always, except that, the contests in which I have been prominent have been marked with great rancor." Now he lapsed into a darkly reminiscent mood, telling of that other election night 4 years ago in Springfield, and a strange experience he had when he came home, utterly worn out, to rest for a time on a horsehair sofa in the parlor before going up to bed. Across the room he saw himself reflected in a mirror hung on the wall above a bureau, almost at full length, murky, and with two faces, one nearly superimposed upon the other. Perplexed, somewhat alarmed, he got up to study the illusion at close range, only to have it vanish. When he lay down again, it reappeared, plainer than before, and he could see that one face was paler than the other. Again he rose, again the double image disappeared. Later he told his wife about the phenomenon, and almost at once had cause, for both their sakes, to wish he hadn't. She took it as a sign, she said, that he would be re-elected 4 years later, but that the pallor of the second face indicated that he would not live through the second term. The gloom this cast was presently dispelled by further reports that put all of New England and most of the Middle West firmly in his column. Around 2 o'clock, word came that serenaders, complete with a band, had assembled on the White House lawn to celebrate a victory whose incidentals would not be known for days. These would show that out of some 4 million votes cast this Tuesday, Lincoln received 2,203,831, just over 55%, as compared to his opponent's 1,797,019. Including those of Nevada, whose admission to the Union had been hurried through 8 days ago so that its 3 votes could tip the scales if needed, he would receive 212 electoral votes, and McClellan only the 21 from Delaware, New Jersey, and Kentucky. Yet the contest had been a good deal closer than these figures indicated. Connecticut, for example, was carried by a mere 2,000 votes, and New York by fewer than 7,000, both as a result of military ballots, which went overwhelmingly for Lincoln, here as elsewhere. Without these 2 states, plus 4 others whose soldier votes swung the balance, Pennsylvania, Illinois, Maryland, and Indiana, he would have lost the election. Moreover, even in victory, there were disappointments. New York City and Detroit went Democratic by majorities that ran close to 3-1, and McClellan not only won the president's native state, Kentucky, he also carried Sangamon County, Illinois, and all the counties on its border. Lincoln could say to his serenaders before turning in that night, "I give thanks to the Almighty for this evidence of the people's resolution to stand by free government and the rights of humanity." But there was also the sobering realization, which would come with the full returns, that only 5% less than half the voters in the nation had opposed with their ballots his continuance as their leader. Still, regardless of its outcome, he found consolation in two aspects of the bitter political struggle through which the country had just passed, and he mentioned both 2 nights later in responding to another group of serenaders. One was that the contest, for all its incidental and undesirable strife, had demonstrated to the world that a people's government can sustain a national election in the midst of a great civil war. This was much, but the other aspect was more complex, involving as it did the providence of an example distant generations could look back on when they came to be tested in their turn. The strife of the election is but human nature practically applied to the facts of the case, he told the upturned faces on the lawn below the window from which he spoke. What has occurred in this case must ever recur in similar cases. Human nature will not change. In any future great national trial compared with the men of this, we shall have as weak and as strong, as silly and as wise, as bad and as good. Let us therefore study the incidents of this as philosophy to learn wisdom from, and none of them as wrongs to be revenged. Even so, a cruel paradox obtained. McClellan the loser was soon off on a European tour, a vacation that would keep him out of the country for 6 months, whereas Lincoln, now more than ever, despite the stimulus of victory at the polls, could repeat what he had said 2 years before in another time of trial. I am like the starling in Sterne's story. I can't get out. He had this to live with, as well as the memory of that double-image reflection in the mirror back in Springfield, both of which no doubt contributed, along with much else, to the nighttime restlessness a member of the White House Guard observed as he walked the long second-story corridor, to and fro, past the door of the bedroom where the president lay sleeping. I could hear his deep breathing, the sentry would recall. Sometimes, after a day of unusual anxiety, I have heard him moan in his sleep. It gave me a curious sensation. While the expression of Mr. Lincoln's face was always sad when he was quiet, it gave one the assurance of calm. He never seemed to doubt the wisdom of an action when he had once decided on it. And so when he was in a way defenseless in his sleep, it made me feel the pity that would almost have been an impertinence when he was awake. I would stand there and listen until a sort of panic stole over me. If he felt the weight of things so heavily, how much worse the situation of the country must be than any of us realized. At last I would walk softly away, feeling as if I had been listening at a keyhole.